A certain amount of madness. The Life, Politics, and Legacies of Thomas Sankara. Edited by Amber Murrey. Foreword by Horace Campbell. Afterword by Aziz Salmon Fall. For Ndy Wajin, 1948–1990, and all the others who wept on October 15, 1987. Foreword. The Life and Legacy of Thomas Sankara. Horace G. Campbell. Thomas Sankara was born in Burkina Faso in 1949, the same year that the Chinese Revolution succeeded in laying the foundations for a transition to socialism. This revolution had succeeded after years of war, sacrifice and ideological struggle. Sankara was killed in 1987, the year of the decisive military change to defeat apartheid militarism in Africa. In the 37 years while Sankara traversed the earth, he was shaped by the political, social, and ideological struggles in the anti-imperialist world. Sankara helped to assert the claim of African peoples to be a part of those defining the future of humanity. In his adult years, Sankara served as a soldier in the armed forces of Burkina Faso. This was a branch of the imperial military chain to control the labor power of the producing classes in Africa. He made a decisive break with this tradition. Burkina Faso was previously called Upper Volta, one of the regions of French colonial plunder and exploitation in Africa. Sankara had been groomed to serve these interests, but he wanted to be a decent human being in a society of upright human beings. Hence, in the period of his short leadership of Burkina Faso, 1983 to 1987, he changed the name and orientation of the society to signal a Pan-African assertion of dignity and self-confidence. These two aspects of self-determination have now been inscribed within the project for the unification and emancipation of a socialist Africa. Sankara's life and work as a soldier left many lessons for the African revolutionaries of today, whose task it is to speed the break from imperial domination. The 23 chapters of this book on Sankara remind the younger generation of what a life of dignity can do for peoples everywhere. Birth in the shadow of revolutionary changes. Thomas Sankara was born in a territory that had been exploited by France in its bid to represent itself as a major force in world politics. Both Britain and France had been diminished by the Second Imperialist War, and wars of national liberation from China and Vietnam to Malaysia and Egypt had weakened both colonial powers. The United States had emerged out of World War II as the dominant imperial force and had created the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to defend global capital. France and Britain had mobilized colonial troops to maintain its place at the international table of global capital. Colonial armies were deployed in Vietnam, and the marginalized elements of colonial societies were recruited as foot soldiers for the dying colonial enterprise. Hence, in places such as the Central African Republic and Uganda, soldiers were recruited to fight to save French and British capitalism. Jean Bedel Bokassa of the Central African Republic and Idi Amin of Uganda were two archetype colonial soldiers who fought against freedom fighters in Indochina and in Kenya. It was this tradition of fighting against the forces of self-determination that was drilled into soldiers all across Africa after World War II. Those soldiers who supported the independence struggles, such as Dedan Kimathi of Kenya, had lent their military skills and training to the task of freeing Africa. By the time Thomas Sankara was 10 years old, the Cuban Revolution had sent a message that size was not a barrier in the fight for freedom. The emergence of the military and political ideas of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara had become a new source of inspiration for youths all across the anti-imperialist world. It was this world into which Thomas Sankara grew. Upper Volta, as his home society was called, was a reservoir of workers and soldiers from the French imperial system. The super-exploitation of the working poor and farmers in the society was amplified by a system of migration where the poor of worked as cheap, bonded labor in the farms of Ghana and Ivory Coast. Hence, the class character of Upper Volta was shaped by the dominance of French capital, with French commercial and trading firms in the interstices of the system. French domination was maintained through the coercive organs of the state, police, military, courts, prison and tsetse-fly control. At the ideological level, the French system depended on the reinforcement of ideas of African inferiority. The local class structure was stymied by the absence of a social force capable of asserting the self-confidence of the producing classes. There was no African bourgeoisie in Upper Volta. There were some chiefs who functioned as landlords and alienated the labor power of poor peasants, but these landowners did not comprise a class in their own right. These landlords, who fluctuated between the chiefly structures of the pre-colonial society and the French administrative structures, were timid at the material, cultural and intellectual levels. A few intellectuals who were trained in the metropoles failed to gain support because of this internalization of the idea that there were differences between commoners and chiefs. Constant reference to the poor as slaves in their discourse meant that even when these intellectuals articulated Pan-African ideas, the reference point for freedom was not the people's, but the freedom for this stratum to have more room within the hierarchy of French domination. Below the African landed class was the salariate and the professional classes of doctors, lawyers, journalists, priests, and marabouts, healer-diviners. The dominant social force both numerically and politically were the millions of poor workers, small farmers, lower civil servants, small-scale miners, teachers, traders, cultural workers, and soldiers. Thomas Sankara was born into this latter social group and as a youth travelled throughout the country, where he saw that the exploitation of these forces covered the entire territory. As a young soldier, Sankara was sent for training in Madagascar, and it was there that he saw that the conditions of the exploited African were common throughout Africa. The interaction with workers, poor farmers, and soldiers in Upper Volta and Madagascar sent Sankara searching for the ideas and forms of organization that could change the conditions of the peoples. Meeting Amilcar Cabral, Julius Nyerere, Walter Rodney, and Che Guevara. As a soldier, Sankara read widely both from the classical literature on socialism and the more recent literature from African thinkers and activists. Sankara was particularly drawn to the ideas and social practices of Che Guevara and Amilcar Cabral, as two of the chapters in this volume will bring out. Burkina Faso could not sustain a form of parliamentary democracy because the resistance of the workers and farmers required the deployment of the military and police constantly. After independence, protests by students and labor unions became the dominant form of political expression and, from the early years of independence, the military intervened to curb the search for power by the oppressed masses. These stirrings of workers and students in Upper Volta threatened the fragile position of neighbors, such as the Ivory Coast and Togo. It was the energy of the trade unions that shaped the society, but these trade union leaders did not have the ideological training to link their battles to the poor peasantry. Conscious of the exploited nature of the society, the military interveners presented themselves as saviors, and hence, in the coup before Sankara became president, the military junta called themselves the Council of Popular Salvation, CSP. The fluctuation between the military and the workers radicalized a section of the military, and it was from this radical sector that Sankara emerged. It was a military coup in August 1983 that propelled some of these soldiers to the top of political power. Radicalism from above. From the outset, it became clear to Sankara that there were no clear vehicles for popular expression and participation. To remedy this absence of political forum for the most oppressed, there were initiatives such as the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs. These committees depended on the energies of Sankara and did not become institutionalized enough to prevent his murder and the reversals of the gains of the poor. France, the United States and other imperial powers were afraid of the demonstration effect of young soldiers siding with the poor at a moment when the battles against apartheid had ignited tremendous anti-imperialist sentiments in Africa. Sankara's leadership inspired a series of revolutionary programs which included mass vaccinations, infrastructure improvements, the expansion of women's rights, encouragement of domestic agricultural consumption and anti-desertification projects. Sankara was one of the principal supporters of the idea of the Great Green Wall across Africa. Imperialism was alarmed at the nationalization projects along with the clarification that Africa did not need aid, but rather a return of its stolen assets. The radical foreign policies of Sankara in West Africa had emerged at the same moment when leaders such as Samora Machel were calling for greater mobilization against imperialism. For this, Samora Machel was killed in October 1986 and Sankara was killed 1 year later in October 1987. The life of Thomas Sankara was one that exemplified sacrifice for freedom and modesty of leadership. However, these personal qualities could not substitute for the more rigorous form of political organization that were required to shift power decisively into the hands of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The collective weight of anti-people elements in France, Liberia, Ivory Coast, and Togo was unleashed to kill Sankara and those who rebelled after he was killed. Those forces continue to conspire to ensure that the life of Thomas Sankara does not emerge as the symbol it should be. This book is one modest effort to keep alive the memory and spirit of Thomas Sankara. As rank-and-file soldiers from Egypt to Ethiopia and from Uganda and Sudan stir under new conditions of super-exploitation, this book can be another instrument in clarifying some of the tasks of revolutionary organization in Africa. Imperialism remains aware of the ultimate power of a radicalized soldiery within the movement of a radicalized population. In the 30 years since the killing of Sankara, the end of apartheid, the growth of the reparations movement and the massive organization globally against neoliberal capitalism have breathed new life into the ideals of Sankara. The global capitalist crisis of 2007-2008 unleashed new pressures on the poor and, in response, all over Africa there are new uprisings, including the awakenings in 2011 in North Africa, which sent new tremors around the world. In Burkina Faso, the energetic youths finally removed the killers of Sankara and drove them from the society, but the institutional basis for exploitation remains. This book can serve as one other weapon to investigate how the new awakenings can lead to a decisive break with imperial domination and unleash the push for socialist transformation. 1. Sankara's revolutionary vision for an economically independent Burkina Faso included increased efforts to produce and consume Burkinabe products. The locally produced weaved cloth was reclaimed with the new name, the Faso Dan Fani. Sankara is remembered as saying, "To wear the Faso Dan Fani is an economic, cultural, and political challenge to imperialism." Such developments were symbolic under his government and were designed to build national pride, celebrate Burkinabe achievements and harness the country's economic potential. Sankara promoted this national pride at every level. Here he is wearing a Faso Dan Fani, while welcoming festival guests at a reception during the Pan-African Film and Television Festival of Ouagadougou, FESPACO, in 1987. The Faso Dan Fani is still an iconic fashion product, not only in Burkina Faso but also with fashionistas around and beyond the African continent. Previously unpublished photo and caption courtesy of June Givany, 1987. 2. During my first 2 visits to the FESPACO Film Festival in 1985 and 1987, festival guests and other dignitaries were invited to participate in solidarity with the social reconstruction campaigns that were being introduced during Sankara's fledgling presidency. In 1985, it was La Bataille du Rail, the Battle of the Rails, that laid rail track on the railway construction linking Burkina's major cities of Ouagadougou and Bobo-Dioulasso. In 1987, it was an environmental campaign of countrywide tree planting. I took this photograph of Sankara on the occasion of the tree planting event that took place during the FESPACO Film Festival. He had been bending down digging a hole and planting a tree, and just as he stood up, he looked in our direction. Previously unpublished photo and caption courtesy of June Givany, 1987. Acknowledgements. This book was a collective dream and a collective effort. So many need to be named in gratitude. Thank you to each of the authors for their thoughtful contributions to this project, each provided new insights into Sankara's life and legacy. Thank you to my teachers, comrades, and friends, who offered much-needed guidance, encouragement, and criticism: Horace Campbell, Patricia McFadden, Patricia Daly, Nicola Goke, Aziz Solomon Fall, Nicholas Jackson, Bruno Jaffer, Adam Elliott Cooper, Ashok Kumar, Odomoro Mubanjizi, and the dozens of activists, intellectuals and students who reached out to me over the years, expressing passion and interest in Sankara's story. Thank you to Sharon and Christy Burnett, who applauded the work from the beginning and demanded the first copies, to Alexandra Reza, whose insights helped give form to early work on this project and whose scholarship on Sankara was instructive throughout, to my editor, David Schulman, whose markedly patient insistence saw the work to fruition. Thank you to Derogi Ndiwa, who introduced me to Thomas Sankara and fated every milestone of the project with me and our daughters, Militia and Sankara. Introduction. Amber Murrey. In late October 2014, protests broke out across Burkina Faso in response to a proposed constitutional amendment to extend presidential term limits. Hundreds of thousands of protesters took to the streets, asserting again that trop, c'est trop. Enough is enough, and demanding that Blaise Compaoré step down after 27 years as the country's president. When tear gas, live ammunition, and the declaration of martial law failed to suppress the protesters, Blaise announced his resignation. On October 30, 2014, protesters stormed the parliament building in Ouagadougou, or as it is more commonly referred to, Ouaga. Popular social media websites, including Facebook and YouTube, were flooded with video clips and photos of some Burkinabe youth connecting this political victory to the heritage and legacy of their former president and revolutionary, Thomas Isidore Noel Sankara, 1949–1987. It was a powerful moment for contemporary Pan-Africanism and youth-led political activism, Reza 2016. Thomas Sankara was one of the most confident and vocal anti-imperialists of the late 20th century. His life and political praxis continue to be significant in shaping and inspiring anti-imperial and Pan-African youth activism and resistance across the African continent and beyond. A certain amount of madness draws together contemporary scholarship on Sankara's life and political praxis with work on the contemporary resistance movements in Burkina Faso and elsewhere that draw inspiration from Sankara's politics. While a growing body of important interdisciplinary and journalistic writing has emerged in the last half-decade on Sankara's life and assassination, there have been few serious considerations of his political praxis and relevance for contemporary revolutionary movements today. Part of the intention of this volume is to pay more serious attention to Sankara's legacy, multifaceted, ambiguous, and disputed, and afterlives together with reconsiderations of his innovative political praxis. The combining of these previously divergent projects allows for a more complete understanding of Sankara's ongoing relevance at the same time that our examinations avoid hagiography or hero worship. Considering Sankara's own proclamations against panegyric or excessively praising depictions, this was a man who refused to have photographs of himself displayed in public, denounced the popular songs praising himself, and famously declared that there are 7 million Sankaras, shows us that he would oppose overly celebratory depictions of himself. He would urge us to have a broader focus when we look at the politics of social justice in Burkina Faso, the land of the upright people. He would demand that we prioritize integrity and people's material and cultural well-being, and that we do so in a language legible to many. The 23 chapters of the volume attest to Sankara's wide appeal. About half of the contributors are Anglophone or predominantly English-speaking, and authors come from more than a dozen countries. Contributors are journalists, activists, students, development practitioners, academics, and artists. Those authors who are academics are deeply interdisciplinary, representing nearly every discipline in the social sciences and humanities, including political science, political economy, human geography, development studies, sociology, anthropology, communications, comparative literature, history, art history, African studies, and philosophy. This unique grouping of contributors makes for a diverse, unapologetically non-uniform, and sometimes eclectic conversation on Sankara's politics, philosophies and legacies. A number of historical and biographical chapters consider Sankara's rise to power in the late Cold War context, including his leadership style, encounters with labor unions and assassination. Several of the chapters in the volume are critical of aspects of Sankara's political leadership, and other chapters emphasize a holistic landscape of activism and resistance in modern-day Burkina Faso, referred to here as Burkina or Le Faso. Sizable demonstrations occurred in 1999, 2003, 2006, 2007, 2008 and 2011 as diverse groups from across civil society came together, including youth activists protesting against the unjustly arrested, detained, assassinated, or disappeared. See chapters 17 and 23. This volume, also Harsh 1999, Choli 2012a, 2012b, 2014. In Chapter 3, British political economist and novelist Leo Szilard considers the sizable tasks of the revolution and the ways in which these posed considerable, and ultimately deadly, challenges for Sankara's government, to at once cultivate change and empowerment at the grassroots while also initiating large-scale and top-down development projects. Drawing from the research of French activist and writer Lila Choli in Burkina Faso, Szilard argues that the National Council of the Revolution, CNR's authoritarian approach had alienated sections of the Burkinabe population, leaving Sankara and his allies isolated. In Chapter 4, British Labour scholar Craig Fellon documents the tensions between Sankara's government and labour unions in Burkina, arguing that Sankara underestimated the influence of such unions. Chapters from American historian Brian Peterson and French activist and biographer of Thomas Sankara Bruno Jaffer detail some of this isolation and alienation, chapters 2 and 6, respectively. Peterson explains, "It was the Cold War, a zero-sum game, and there were repercussions to every alliance." Sankara's early relationships with Libya, North Korea, Cuba, and Nicaragua, alongside his brazen diplomatic style and refusal to display deference to former colonial powers, meant that he was identified early on as a threat to global capitalist powers. Nigerian scholar Sakisi Umuvi, Chapter 12, writes on some of this threat in the form of Sankara's conviction that the countries of Africa unite and refuse to pay odious debt, and his identification of debt as a cleverly managed reconquest of Africa, in which each of us becomes the financial slave, which is to say a true slave, from Sankara's speech at the summit of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa, 1987. Sankara's vocal refusal to model the Burkinabe Revolution after those of other nations distanced him from potential allies, among them the USSR and Libya, with both communist powers ultimately allegedly playing roles in incapacitating his leadership. See Chapter 2, this volume. The USSR by backing oppositional communist labor unions and Libya by allegedly arming and training the Liberian mercenaries who would collaborate in Sankara's assassination. See Chapters 2 and 6. This volume. The inadvertent collusion of neoliberal capitalists and anti-capitalist communists in Sankara's death is one of the great tragedies and ironies of the late Cold War in Africa. That Sankara's assassination gave rise to 27 years of presidency by a neoliberal autocrat with close ties to colonial and imperialist powers makes his elimination all the more devastating, as is argued by Nicholas A. Jackson in Chapter 7 of this volume. While chapters critical of Sankara are important, it is crucial to situate his brief presidency within the systematic decontextualization and overgeneralization of leadership and politics across the African context, which has given rise to easy dismissals of African leaders like Sankara as merely autocratic, militaristic, and/or populist. Jackson, for example, explains in Chapter 20 that the central administrators of corporate political science shoehorn Sankara's legacy into the conventional social science categories of anti-hegemonic resistance, populism, and totalitarianism. Indeed, as the editor of this volume, I often found myself cautioning authors against the pervasiveness, even unintentional, of the dismissive language of the Academy in regards to African heads of state, wherein presidencies are labeled regimes and decision-makers are dismissed as authoritarian, putschists and military men. See Chapters 1 and 5, this volume. A number of chapters engage with aspects of Sankara's philosophies and praxis, including his particular form of humanist Marxism, affinities and dissimilarities with other Pan-African philosophers and leaders, Tajuddin Abdul-Rahim, Kwame Nkrumah, Walter Rodney, and Jerry Rawlings among them, and commitments to gender equality. The chapters authored by American journalist and biographer of Sankara Ernest Harsh and Nigerian scholars of Africana studies and political science Felix Kuma Abawu and Olusoji Alani Odayami look at Sankara's praxis and its ruptures with Marxist socialism, chapters 9 and 13, respectively. These examinations offer rereadings of Sankara. The political and economic context in which the Burkinabe Revolution emerged required that Sankara develop a nuanced political praxis capable of implementing practical actions to address the combined forces of neocolonialism, patriarchy, environmental degradation, food justice and more. While Sankara was inspired by strands of Marxist thought, the challenge of reconfiguring the relationship between the people and the Burkinabe state required a nuanced political praxis that necessarily departed from key aspects of Marxism, including, for example, the belief that socialism would arise from worker coalitions in societies characterized by advanced capitalism, or that social revolution necessitated the elimination of private property. Setting often divergent readings of Sankara's praxis and politics side by side allows the collection to avoid placing Pan-African political figures from Sankara to the contemporary activists organizing under the Sankarist mantle into preconceived political categories. Chapters from African feminists Patricia McFadden, Chapter 11, and Namakula Imayanjia, Chapter 14, emphasize the ways in which gender justice was integral rather than auxiliary to Sankara's understanding of revolutionary emancipation. McFadden characterizes this aspect of Sankara's revolutionary imperative as the most radical rupture it offered, writing Sankara posed an epistemological and foundationally ontological challenge to all black men. The challenge was to politically redefine the meaning and practice of heterosexual gendered identities. He went even further in his use of the notion of authenticity, arguing that becoming non-patriarchal is the necessary process by which men will become human. Chapter 11, this volume, emphasis added. Perhaps more than any other aspect of his radical political philosophy, his unequivocal call for gender justice has gone without contemporary parallel. Again asserting the importance of Sankara's insistence on the emancipation of women for African politics today, Mayanjia argues that the neoliberal articulations of gender equality offered through international organizations have failed to address the structural and socio-historical foundations of patriarchy. She argues that Sankara recognized that women's emancipation is the essential feature for reconstructing Africa's statehood in a way that ensures social and ecological well-being, yet it remains a missing link. Chapter 14, this volume. Independent scholar and activist Ama Baini argues in Chapter 8 that Sankara's political philosophy was an early and powerful form of decolonial thought, asserting black radical thought and praxis as an important point of heritage in what has been described as a predominantly Latin American counter-epistemology. Meanwhile, in Chapter 18, Haitian-American scholar Patrick Daly similarly positions Sankara within movements for decolonization, most specifically his solidarity with the Sahrawi people and the Polisario Front in Western Sahara. Drawing on decolonial scholar Sandiahira's Decolonizing the Mind framework, Dalis evaluates Sankara's multifaceted and internationalist struggle against imperialism in the region. Sankara's solidarity with Western Sahara was a powerful socio-cultural, anti-colonial symbol, but according to Dalis, Sankara's solidarity lacked economic or material substance given the constraints of Burkina's economy. One of the book's strengths is the volume of insightful chapters written by African and Black feminists and Pan-Africanists. Ghanaian historians De Valera Nym. Botchway and Moussa Traore, Chapter 1, look at Sankara's Pan-Africanism alongside nuanced considerations of the role of militarism and culture in African revolutionary movements. Jamaican-British feminist political geographer Patricia Daly, Chapter 10, considers the politics of premature death and assassination of African leaders like Sankara and Abdul Rahim in the context of pervasive neoliberalism. Sankara's recognizable intellect, humor, and charm have attracted a generation of African youth, the so-called conscious generation that arose out of the lost generation of the 1980s, that generation that suffered price hikes, austerity and joblessness under neoliberal policies. Prominent among these social movements has been Bala Citoyen, or Citizens Broom, a Burkinabe organization that emerged powerfully against Blaise Compaoré in October 2014. Burkinabe sociologist Zakaria Sour explains in Chapter 15 that, drawing from a Sankarist orientation, the group animates youth through a bottom-up Africanist discourse including the values of integrity, honesty, social justice, and accountability in public governance. In Part 4 of the book, Dutch development practitioner and scholar Fiona Dragstra, Chapter 23, French art historian Sophie Bodens-Cohen, Chapter 21, and Ghanaian-American scholar activist and development practitioner Celestina Ajiekum, Chapter 22, look at the internationalization of Sankarism through the political lives of activists and, in the case of AJIECM, Peace Corps volunteers who draw upon the Sankara mantle in diverse socio-political landscapes. The focus here is on the ways in which contemporary activists, artists, and intellectuals find inspiration, or not, in Sankara's work and praxis. This approach ensures that the volume moves away from a limited focus on the individual, which Sankarist politics would reject, towards a critical framework that brings the new Sankaras, or the children of Sankara, into view, the youth who are organizing today, often despite great obstacles. AJIECM's chapter is also an occasion to revisit Sankara's critiques of international development as fostering dependency and perpetuating misunderstandings. In an interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp in 1985, Sankara described aid volunteers from Europe. They are very sincere, but their ignorance about Africa leads them to make mistakes, blunders, that are sometimes insignificant, but that become decisive as time goes on. So after several years they go home completely disgusted with Africa. Yet it's not for lack of noble purpose. It's just that they came here with a patronizing attitude. Sankara 1985a, 191. Sankara would suspend the Peace Corps, PC, program in 1987. He was not alone in his suspicions of the PC, with Kwame Nkrumah expressing initial reservations with neo-colonial practices within American foreign policy prior to the launching of the PC in Ghana in 1961, in 1999.1. By foregrounding contemporary Pan-African collectives and philosophies, the book disrupts the scholarly treatment of Pan-Africanism as a historical movement, not only for demonstrating its importance for Sankara during the 1980s, during a period of relative hibernation for Pan-Africanism too, but also for social movements today. Jamaican-American Pan-Africanist, Horace G. Campbell, 2017, 64-65, describes the contemporary global Pan-African movement as having grown in the past 25 years, and in the process it has registered new milestones. One of the most important of these interventions has been the reassertion that Black Lives Matter and charting new directions for the repair of the planet Earth. This revolution is unfolding at an exponential pace. Sankara has been an important figure for this new struggle, particularly on the African continent, as South African author and political commentator Levi Kabwato and South African researcher Sarah Kayambu demonstrate in their chapter here. Kabwato and Kayambu argue that the number roads must fall and number fees must fall movements for the decolonization of universities and the economic freedom fighters, EFF, draw inspiration from an awareness of international movements and renowned Pan-African figures, including Thomas Sankara, Chapter 19, this volume. German political scientist Bettina Engels furthers this task in Chapter 17 by examining oral histories of contemporary worker and labor movement protesters who distinguish their mission from Sankara's politics and offer alternative interpretations for social movement organizing in modern-day Burkina. Situating these chapters alongside other, more celebratory readings of Sankara's legacy for social movement actors and activists is an important part of this book's refusal to overinflate Sankara's role and significance in Burkina's complex landscape of resistance and emancipatory projects. While certainly important and central for many Burkinabe and African youth, Sankara's legacy is neither static nor flat. His legacy is as ambiguous and contested as the revolutionary project. Alongside this is the ethnographic work of scholar of African development and politics T.D. Harper Shipman, Chapter 16, whose dialogues with Burkinabe development stakeholders working predominantly in the health sector in 2015 revealed, for example, the ongoing importance of Sankara's vision of development ownership, even in a sector that has been thoroughly neoliberalized since his assassination. Other chapters consider the visual, literary, and artistic homages to Sankara following his assassination. Sankara himself was a musician and guitarist. His enthusiastic support for the arts is a rare aspect of his presidency not erased by Kambar. In Chapter 21, Sophie Bodens-Cohen gives thoughtful consideration to the visual iconography of Sankara, while also critically evaluating the risks and dangers of hagiography among artists and activists. What happens, Cohen demands that we ask, when a revolutionary leader is reduced to a face on a t-shirt? Is there power in the symbol that reflects the substance of Sankara's life and philosophies? These chapters, including the final contribution from American independent researcher Nicholas A. Jackson, look at the disappearing of Sankara from radical scholarship and consider Sankara's place in contemporary efforts to decolonize knowledge. A certain amount of madness moves from the cult of the individual towards a holistic approach to Sankara's praxis by centering upon collective and participatory actions for self-emancipation that draw inspiration and guidance from Sankara's political praxis and thought. Even with the wide-ranging focus of the chapters in this book, much remains to be written and said about Thomas Sankara, whose politics and praxis were rich with 1,000 nuances. Sankara 1985b, 238. The chapters here open up more questions to be addressed and more studies to be done, including the rich potentiality of further work on Sankara's philosophy of race and racism, see Chapter 11, this volume, and more excavation of the archives on the political context and agents of Sankara's assassination, including up-to-date work on the ongoing prosecution of those responsible for his death, see Chapter 6, this volume, as well as Aziz Salmon Falls afterward. Just as this book goes to press, French President Emmanuel Macron vowed to students at the University of Ouagadougou that he would make public the French archives on Sankara's assassination. While we welcome this development, Bruno Jaffer reminds us that while this would be an important breakthrough, it would be insufficient. As even when official papers are made public in France, there are still many remaining obstacles on the path to establishing the truth. In responding to this announcement with poise and calm, Sankara's widow, Mariam Sankara commented, "This is a good thing. Now, let us wait and see. Because we have wanted this for a long time. Perhaps we will finally see where the responsibility of France lies." 2017. Sankara's childhood and young adulthood were marked with experiences of injustices and poverty on a personal level. From Sankara's interviews and speeches, we know that these early experiences marked him deeply. Indeed, Sankara had a keen ability to connect key moments in his childhood with his later political orientation. Born in December 1949, in the town of Yako in the north of Burkina Faso, Sankara attended primary school in Jawa. His family lived in the normalized rural poverty of people in the villages and towns of the Sahel. Benamrane 2016, 17. An attentive mother worked diligently to instill in her children a strong moral and ethical code, with modesty and humility high on her list. She urged of her children that each one of them should be proud of themselves and should make efforts to be the best at what they do so that they are among the best of their chosen trade. Pondai 2016. Jean-Pierre Pondai attributes some of Sankara's attention to women's rights to his strong and early relationship with and respect for his mother and older sister, Marie Denise. Marie Denise contracted meningitis as a young child and never fully recovered. To Sankara's great annoyance, his father beat and ridiculed Marie Denise, attributing her disability to stubbornness. In response, by the age 11, Sankara would refuse to engage with his father for periods of time. Pondai 2016. In Chapter 11 of this volume, Patricia McFadden wonders, what was it about his resistance consciousness, his experiences of anti-colonialism and his desire for freedom that created the shift in his perceptions of women's freedoms as crucial to a different African future? It is possible that the foundations of Sankara's attention to gender justice originated in these early encounters. He later went to school at Lycée Ouittson Coulibaly in Bobo-Dioulasso, the second largest city in Burkina Faso. He recalled arriving alone in the new city and being informed that, on the first day, classes were postponed and that the boarding house was also closed until the following morning. He walked the streets with his suitcase on his head. "I was too small to carry it any other way," he remembered, until he came to a bourgeoisie home and a kind man took him in for the night. Sankara never forgot the man's name, Pierre Berry, and was able to meet with him as an adult and thank him again for his kindness. Sankara's penchant for thanking and recognizing kindness was one of his lasting attributes. See Jaffer 2007, Pondai 2016. Thomas and his close childhood friend Fiddly enjoyed watching films. Among those noted as Sankara's preferred were the comedy skits of British actor Charlie Chaplin and the 1960 Italian/French CO production Morgan, the Pirate, in French, Capitaine Morgan. The latter is a fictionalized and romanticized account of the life of Henry Morgan, a Welsh profiteer and lieutenant governor of colonized Jamaica. Jean-Emmanuel Pondy explains that the film so impacted Sankara during the Christmas vacation of his 14th year that he became known by his friends, premonitiously, as Captain. When Sankara presented himself with an interest in perusing medicine at the time, he wanted to be a surgeon for junior high school, brevet d'études du premier cycle. He was overlooked in favor of children with influential family connections, although many of them had lower class standing than Sankara. This was an early lesson in the significance of family connections and wealth rather than intellect or merit. Pondy 2016. During this period of frustration, Sankara heard a radio announcement for a scholarship at a military high school, Prytanée Militaire du Kadiogo, PMK, at the military base Camboins near Wagga Point 4 founded by the French Army in 1951. The school was recruiting students. Sankara was accepted, although he was unable to convince Fideli to apply. Sankara, who always enjoyed rigorous intellectual and physical activities, entered a new environment, one that would have a considerable impact on the trajectory of his life. Had his family been able to pay the fees for a superior school, Sankara would most likely have never pursued a military education, might never have traveled to Madagascar, Morocco, and France, might not have participated in politics in a similar fashion. After PMK, Sankara was selected as one of a few handfuls of students to be sent to officer training at l'Académie Militaire d'Antsirabe in Madagascar in 1966. Although his radical politics have often been attributed to his officer training, Sankara's politics were also influenced by the exposure to a culture and place that revealed to him the poverty of Ouagadougou and of Burkina Faso, at the time still the Republic of Upper Volta. Pondy imagines that Sankara might have characterized Ouagadougou as a dusty and unworthy village when compared to the capital city of Madagascar, Antananarivo. In Antsirabe, Sankara is recalled as having prevented conflicts between other trainees while studying military strategy, sustainable agriculture, and agroecology, writing and editing as well as the guitar. Jaffer 2007. All the while he continued to reflect on the failures of the first decade of African independence. Pondy 2016. After obtaining his diploma as a superior officer at Antsirabe, Sankara remained in Madagascar for another year. During this year, he studied economy with a Malian professor, Sidibe, and ever pursuing physical labor and self-sufficiency planted a field of rice. Pondy 2016. During his studies, he read the work of René Dumont, Amilcar Cabral, Samoram Machel, and Kwame Nkrumah, each of which seemed to have influenced his approach to ecology, Pan-Africanism, humanism and politics in unique ways. Sankara went on to complete professional training in Pau, France, with the parachutists, and Rabat, Morocco. In Morocco, he became close with Blaise Cambar, who would be his second in command throughout his presidency. For more on this relationship, see Chapter 6, this volume. In the years before his presidency, Sankara fought in the border war against Mali, although he disagreed with it, was appointed and resigned as Secretary of State and, as Prime Minister, invited Muammar Gaddafi to visit Burkina Faso without authorization from the President, Jean-Baptiste Arago. For a detailed historical account of his rise to power, see Chapter 2, this volume. Following his arrest in May 1983, massive street demonstrations occurred in Ouagadougou to demand his release, after which Sankara was placed under house arrest. In response, Blaise Cambar and 250 military personnel organized a coup d'état on August 4, 1983 that delivered Sankara to power, see Chapters 2 and 6, this volume. He was president of the country for 4 years and 2 months before he was assassinated on October 15, 1987 alongside 5 of his special cabinet members, Pauline Bamauni, Bonaventure Cambar, Frederic Kiemd, Christophe Saba, and Patrice Zagra, as well as 7 soldiers. Blaise Cambar assumed power with the support of Jean-Baptiste Lingani and Henri Zongo. A certain amount of madness, nonconformity and anti-imperial politics. One of the central aims of this book is to look more seriously at aspects of Sankara's political thought and praxis, strands of which are referred to in these chapters as Sankarism, Sankarist, thought or Burkindlam. It is important to note that Sankara himself was critical of self-aggrandizement and self-promotion and would have been critical of such titles. He never gave a formal name to his philosophical orientation nor published political treatises. Indeed, he was even reticent to reveal his own reading preferences, saying, "I never make notes in a book or underline passages. Because that's where you reveal the most about yourself." Sankara 1986, 263. Sankara's was a political praxis that was, contributors here argue, distinctive from other forms of Marxism and Pan-Africanism. In terms of revolutionary movements in Africa, Sankara's stands out not only because it occurred well after independence, but also because of the ambition of its vision. Sankara was an economic revolutionary who aimed to achieve social justice at home while recalibrating Burkina Faso's place in the international system. Also, unlike many of the African leaders of his generation and those preceding him, Sankara did not author books that captured or guided his political philosophy in any systematic way. Our task is to trace Sankara's words and actions to synthesize his radical and comprehensive approach to social transformation, self-sufficiency, and freedom. The title of the book, A Certain Amount of Madness, draws from Sankara's interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp in 1985, when he said, "I would like to leave behind me the conviction that if we maintain a certain amount of caution and organization we deserve victory. You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from nonconformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. It took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. We must dare to invent the future." Sankara 1985a, 141-144, emphasis added. Although Sankara attributes some of his political philosophies and praxis to an awareness that fundamental change would be perceived as madness, les audaces les plus folles, the chapters in this collection reveal that much of this apparent madness was part of Sankara coming into power with a commitment to the people of Le Faso alongside an understanding of the operations of oppression, imperialism, and a colonial global political economy. Sankara understood the immensities and dangers of the revolutionary project before him. He knew that he would be perceived as a madman for fighting against a powerful global economic elite. Sankara spoke often of radical black leaders who were being assassinated all around him, Maurice Bishop among them. Although he was only 33 years old when he became president, he referred to his wife as La Veuve, the widow, a darkly humorous title that nonetheless revealed his awareness of the likelihood of his premature death as well as his absence of fear in regards to it. Sankara's bravery, his madness would again be echoed in the popular movement of 30 and October 31, 2014, when student protesters would embody some of this mad courage and draw courage from the proverb, Cabri mort n'a plus peur du couteau, a dead kid i.e. baby goat is no longer afraid of the knife, meaning that someone with little to lose also has little to fear. This expression of madness embodied the courage to stand up to the Kambara government, which had for so long instrumentalized a feeling of fear to govern. Ara Ogo 2015, 4. For Sankara, politics was praxis. He prioritized the politicization of non-elites and non-specialists in a determination to do, make, and effect social change, as opposed to writing about it. As he reminded the audience during one speech, "What is left for us to do is to make the revolution." Revolution, for Sankara, was more than a passing revolt or a simple brush fire. Rather, the political economy of Le Faso needed to be replaced forever with the revolution, the permanent struggle against all forms of domination. Sankara 1984a. His praxis was deeply populist and oriented to the grassroots. Sankara's political philosophy shows an undaunted attention to praxis over philosophy, saying that singers, dances, and musicians can equally stand with formal representatives of the Revolutionary Party to explain what the revolution should be. Sankara 1984b, 149. He was a modest but demanding organic intellectual with a preference for easily understandable language. Nonconformity and brazen courage were central to Sankara's innovative praxis. See Chapter 9, this volume. Sankara combined this awareness with strands of humanist Marxism, an unabashed, pro-women Pan-African populist nationalism, nuanced ecological and gender awareness, and a notorious commitment to selfless, humble living that stands as an exceptional illustration of leadership by example. Sankara was ambitious, driven and often uncompromising. His presidency offers a glimpse into what it looks like when a militant activist becomes the leader of a country. Sankara's speeches and activities were more like those of radical social justice activists than with heads of state. Sankara maintained his captain's salary of $450 during his 4 years and 2 months as president. He wore cloth spun from Burkinabe cotton, the Faso Dan Fani, and encouraged or demanded that other members of the government to do the same. Even as president, he would share rations with his troops, as his chauffeur, Sidibe Alassane, recalled in an interview in 2017.5. Some displays of this sort of radically humble and down-to-earth living were not well received by all government officials. After one particular meeting, Sankara announced to his ministers that they would go and eat lunch together at a nearby restaurant. The group applauded in apparent pleasure, until he named the restaurant, You'd Agree, a restaurant serving mostly low-income clientele near the Yaljadu hospital. After lunch, Sankara announced that each minister would pay their own bills, along with the bills of their chauffeurs. The event was intended to be a lesson in collectivism, unpretentiousness, and generosity, all pillars of Sankara's political praxis. Pandai 2016, but not everyone welcomed nor appreciated these public effacements of social privilege. Some journalists and academics have suggested that at least some of his modest lifestyle was a ruse, while others have characterized him as manipulative and working to appeal to a popular base. What none of these examinations provide, however, is any indication of what ulterior motive would have prompted Sankara to orchestrate such a persona. This is particularly so considering that he actively worked against his own self-enrichment both in and out of the public eye. Arguments that Sankara's humble lifestyle was adopted merely for public audiences do not hold up to more thorough considerations of his politics, all aspects of which reflect a radical way of living. His wife, Miriam Sankara, recalls for example that Sankara would sleep on the terrace during warm nights because he did not want to run the air conditioning when others were sleeping without it. Miriam Sankara in the preface to Pandai 2016. At the time of his death, Sankara owned little and was quite possibly one of the poorest heads of state in the world. Among his possessions at the time of his death, 4 bicycles, a car, 3 guitars and a refrigerator. Take, on the other hand, Blaise, who has an estimated net worth of $275 million. Sankara understood his role as that of critical space maker. He sought to create the socio-economic and political conditions for well-being, integrity and empowerment, with the understanding that these were not material goods to be given or passed around. Against neocolonialism and imperial domination, Sankara demonstrated an insistence on the agency of oppressed peoples. He maintained a conviction in the potential of mass politicization through a consciousness of race, Pan-African unity, and indigenous knowledges for the creation of a new Burkinabe society. His revolutionary orientation was founded upon an insistence that all Burkinabe be free and empowered, but that genuine self-empowerment was something to be cultivated through hard work and seized through struggle rather than allotted by the government or given through international aid. Indeed, in 1984, his symbolic renaming of Burkina Faso Land of the Honest/Upright People and the effacing of the previous, colonially imposed title of Upper Volta, Haute Volta, is indicative of his foundational political philosophy, that of Burkindlam, a philosophy explored by Soar in Chapter 15, this volume. Burkindlam is a philosophy of self-esteem, self-care, sacrifice for the community, integrity, and love of justice. See Araogo 2015. Upper Volta, on the other hand, mimicked the manner of naming the divisions of the regions of France, Haute Normandy, Basse Normandy, etc., and was titled after the Volta River, itself named by the Portuguese in the 15th century. as one of the main tributaries runs through Burkina. Sankara's renaming of the country was a symbolic gesture of unity that honored local knowledge and language. In the Mossi language, Burkina means integrity, B in Fufalda means people, while Faso in Diwala means homeland. From these three emerged Burkina Faso and the new Burkinabe. While working to foster growth in national pride, creativity, and self-sufficiency, Sankara simultaneously confronted the material conditions of poverty in one of the world's most impoverished countries. In order to embark upon a series of ambitious countrywide health, sanitation, and environmental initiatives, he required funds. At the same time, he rejected the premise of aid for victimizing the people of Burkina Faso as well as for stripping them of agency. This stripping of agency occurred on multiple levels. It was both intellectual, through the insinuation that local solutions were unlikely, and, thus, a form of mental colonization, as well as tangible, through the suppression of an environment in which people's own creativity could lead to innovative responses to local dilemmas. His madness was evidenced in his courage to implement practical policies as well as to make reasonable demands that were nevertheless intolerable to the corporate entities centered in Europe, the United States and elsewhere. Jackson in Chapter 7, this volume. Sankara's economic and political madness was an ethical and humanistic orientation founded in a rejection of capitalist and imperialist domination and exploitation alongside an insistence on collective responses and sacrifices. This madness included his refusal to witness people suffer and die when there were solutions to the material and political economic structures that caused such suffering. Speaking powerfully before the United Nations General Assembly in 1984, he said, "I speak, too, on behalf of the child of a poor man who is hungry and who furtively eyes the accumulation of abundance in a store for the rich. The store protected by a thick plate glass window. The window protected by impregnable shutters. The shutters guarded by a policeman with a helmet, gloves, and armed with a billy club. The policeman posted there by the father of another child, who will come and serve himself or rather be served because he offers guarantees of representing the capitalistic norms of the system, which he corresponds to." Sankara 1984b, 163. In the interview with Rapp in 1985, Sankara explained the origins of his militant activism. "I started out with a very clear conviction. You can fight effectively only against things that you understand well, and you can't win unless you're convinced your fight is just. You can't wage a struggle as a pretext, a lever, to acquire power, because generally the mask cracks very fast. You don't get involved in a struggle alongside the popular masses in order to become head of state. You fight. Then the need to organize means that someone is required for a given post. You have to convince yourself that you're capable of fighting, that you're courageous enough to fight for yourself, but above all that you have sufficient will to fight for others." Sankara 1985a, 190. In this fight on behalf of others, he drew upon memories and stories of his family and other people whom he knew well. He was, in this way, grounded in the struggle, much like the political philosophy of Guyanese scholar Walter Rodney, assassinated in 1980. One such story. "I remember a man I knew well. We were right in the middle of a period of drought. To avoid starvation, several families from his village collected the little money they had left and gave him the job of going to Ouagadougou to buy food. He traveled to the capital by bicycle. He had a brutal and painful encounter with the town." Sankara 1985a, 191. Sankara explained that the bicycle and the money entrusted to the man from the town was stolen. In despair, he committed suicide. The people of Ouagadougou didn't lose any sleep over him. They dug a hole and threw in the body like a useless weight they had to get rid of. We have to ask ourselves, do we have the right to turn our backs on people like this? Sankara 1985a, 191. Refusing to seek foreign assistance if it meant sacrificing autonomy and self-reliance, Sankara moved quickly to radically reorganize public spending in a way that would privilege those least fortunate and those most at risk of illness, premature death, hunger, and the struggles of living in poverty and uncertainty. This radical reorganization of public spending, along with the revolutionary leadership's decision early on to set up councils in the defense of the revolution, CDRs, would make up part of the internal catalysts for Sankara's assassination. Perhaps more than ever, Sankara's anxieties about the relationship between knowledge and colonialism are being exposed through massive student mobilizations to decolonize knowledge and the space of the university, as well as Southern-led projects within the academy to reorient knowledge creation and circulation. His struggle to validate the indigenous knowledges of Le Fazo was a subversive one, particularly in the 1980s during the rise of the intellectual dominance of neoliberal economic thinking. For Sankara, externally imposed and directed development initiatives caused the greatest devastation at the scale of human creativity and the distortions of knowledge. His political projects stood in opposition to the radicalized colonial narrative undergirding mainstream development practice, that idea that Africans required European tutelage and that Africans could not overnight become autonomous selves ready to take on the responsibilities of self-government and generally directing their own affairs by their own lights. Taiwo 2010, 404. Sankara understood the pressures on African intellectuals to reproduce an economic and political status quo and called on them, saying that intellectuals must understand that the battle for a system of thought at the service of the disinherited masses is not in vain, and that this project must allow the people to achieve fundamental changes in the political and social situation, changes that allow us to break from the foreign domination and exploitation that leave our states no perspective other than bankruptcy. Sankara 1984b, 158. In this, he had much in common with Joseph Kizerbo, the Burkinabe opposition leader and historian. For examinations of the tensions between Kizerbo and Sankara, see chapters 5 and 7, this volume. Kizerbo, 2003, 200, said that, without a real African education, we have no hope. For Sankara, as well as other revolutionary Pan-African scholars, including Frantz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, Kwame Nkrumah, Walter Rodney, and Kizerbo, 2003, 13, colonialism is an intellectual superstructure, one that continues to exist. The global order remains imperialist in nature, and therefore a Sankarist-inspired resistance is as important as ever. Ama Bini, Chapter 9, this volume, argues that Sankara's project is unfinished not only for the fact that he was assassinated in the prime of his life, but in that the existing neoliberal capitalist order and neocolonialism have reconfigured new forms of coloniality or domination in the economy, knowledge, the environment, and the control over women's bodies and reproductive health in a global phallocentric gendered dispensation. In such a context, Aziz Salmon Fall asserts, there is a noticeable arousal of internationalist citizenship. It is exasperated by the horrors of our mode of production and conception, and the impunity that keeps it incompatible with the survival of the species. Humanity is awaking to the urgency, and the capacity of indignation of the youths testifies to this. In Burkina Faso, Sankarists must transcend obedience and resume the impetus of progressive change. Fall 2012, NP, translated by author. In articulating the revival of such a Sankarist-inspired resistance, we might return to Sankara's address at the UN in 1984, when he identified ignorance, hunger, and thirst as equally important for the aspirations of the revolution. His orientation was uniquely grassroots, although he was an unmistakably firm and demanding leader. His role, as he articulated it, was to set in place the economic, political, and social structures that would allow all Burkinabes to embrace their own dignity, knowledge and well-being. Our economic aspiration is to create a situation where every Burkinabe can at least use his brain and hands to invent and create enough to ensure him 2 meals a day and drinking water. Sankara 1984a. While Sankara was resolved in establishing the foundations of the revolution, he worked hard to encourage the people to assume fundamental responsibility and agency. I personally maintain unshakable confidence that, under our pounding blows of the howling anguish of our peoples, our group will maintain its cohesion, strengthen its collective bargaining power, find allies among all nations, and begin, together with those who can still hear us, to organize a genuinely new international system of economic relations. Sankara 1984b, 219. In this project of dignity and liberation, he recognized his limitations and challenges. Again, this reflected his humble approach to politics and life. On the topic of women's liberation, he said, "We are ready to welcome suggestions from anywhere in the world that enable us to achieve the total fulfillment of Burkinabe women. Freedom can only be won through struggle, and we call on all our sisters of all races to go on the offensive to conquer their rights." Sankara 1984b, 162. Sankara was also certain in his stance against the symbolic naming of places as a tactic to erase people and a people's history. He dismissed the titles Upper Volta and the Third World in particular, calling the latter a hodgepodge held in such contempt, invented by the other worlds, in order to better ensure our intellectual, cultural, economic, and political alienation. Sankara 1984a. Against the symbolic and representational violence of neocolonialism, Sankara decried, "Our existence must be devoted to the struggle to rehabilitate the name of the African." Sankara 1984a, 149. He said, "Everything that is done, said, or organized around the world as part of the commemorative ceremonies should stress the terrible price paid by Africa and the Black world for the development of human civilization. A price paid without receiving anything in return, and which no doubt explains the reasons for the current tragedy on our continent. It is our blood that fed the rapid development of capitalism, that made possible our current state of dependence, and that consolidated our underdevelopment. The truth can no longer be avoided, the numbers can no longer be doctored. For every black person who made it to the plantations, at least 5 others suffered death or mutilation. I purposely leave aside the devastation of our continent and its consequences." Sankara 1984b, 172. Sankara did not assert an ideology of isolationism or exclusion. Rather, the oppressed would have an important role to play in guiding oppressors to fuller articulations of well-being and solidarity. As blacks, we want to teach others how to love each other. Despite their meanness toward us, we will be capable of resisting and then teaching them the meaning of solidarity. Sankara 1984a, 150. The need for decolonization remains urgent. Let us learn from the varied legacies and radical politics of Thomas Sankara as we continue this struggle. Part I. Life and Revolution. Chapter 1. Military coup, Popular Revolution, or Militarist Revolution. Contextualizing the revolutionary ideological courses of Thomas Sankara and the National Council of the Revolution. De Valera Nym. Botchway and Mausatraor. Introduction. The view that the events in Upper Volta on August 4, 1983 marked a revolution still provokes debate in academic and public spheres. The Burkinabe Revolution has been perceived as a pseudo-revolution in some circles because it lacked the features of an orthodox revolution which, according to Marx, is produced and conditioned by various stages of class struggles and social transformations with the working class at its center. The Burkinabe Revolution was a military putsch, or coup, led by a group of charismatic Marxist army officers. This military putsch, however, had considerable popular support and came to power against a pro-imperialist regime. This chapter revisits the political structure of Sankara's leadership and the historical episode that has come to be known as the Burkinabe Revolution. We look at Sankara's politics and philosophies, what might be called a philosophy of Sankaraism, alongside a consideration of socialism, including Nkrumahism, and Marxism, We scrutinize the features of Sankara's ideas, like anti-imperialism, nationalism and populism, which informed the direction and policies of the revolution at the cultural and political levels through his government, called Conseil National de la Révolution, National Council of the Revolution, hereafter CNR, from 1983 to 1987. Through our analysis, we dismiss easy dualistic interpretations of the revolution as either a repetition of Marxist revolutions or as an imported phenomenon. Rather, we trace the origins of the revolution in order to re-evaluate whether August 4 indeed marked the beginning of a popular revolution. We examine the source and orientation of the Sankara-backed revolution, given that it was informed by a militaristic engagement with Burkinabe politics. We give considerable attention to the role of the military in Sankara's blended populist Marxist political policies in order to expose some of the complexities, paradoxes, and limitations of Sankara's experiment in radical socialist-inspired social change. Features of Sankara's ideas remain relevant for contemporary politics as they form part of a strategic base of two groups of contemporary actors, both the Sankarists who organize through registered political parties in Burkina Faso as well as the Sankarians who organize through collective and individual actions, demanding for a restructuring of Burkina Faso society and politics that draw on aspects of Sankaraism. Sankara spoke about the need for significant social change and defended it. He brought out the inner logic of that change. In rationalizing it, he contributed intellectual views and acted upon them. Such philosophical endeavors and physical efforts were informed and animated by his own set of beliefs, generated from his experiences of Burkinabe society and culture as well as his knowledge of the political ideologies and economic philosophies of African and non-African thinkers. Sankara's political philosophy as well as his praxis was informed by a plethora of revolutionary and radical ideas, including anti-imperialism, populism, Pan-Africanism, military nationalism, African socialism and forms of Marxism. He was influenced by the concepts of pragmatism and pacifism. Sankara's philosophies and actions can serve as a social guide and praxis for social change, one that can perhaps be called Sankaraism. The terms Sankarism, Sankaraism, Sankarists, and Sankarians emerged after Sankara's assassination. Some have congregated around the political philosophy and praxis of this leader of a government that deemed itself as the spearhead of a process of social change. This political concept and social guide has been called Sankaraism. Sankarism came into popular awareness in 2000 when the Union pour Louisiana Renaissance/Movement Sankarist, Union for Renaissance or Rebirth/Sankarist movement, led by lawyer Benoît Sankara who was no relative of Thomas Sankara emerged. This party, which claimed to be Sankarist and averred that Sankarism was its ideology, remained marred with divisions and misunderstandings over trivial issues. People who believe in the populist, easy-to-relate to revolutionary political leadership of Sankara, and who work to animate a process of sustainable social change in Burkina Faso, might call themselves Sankarists, in reference to forms of political discipleship to Sankara. The aim of Sankarists is to take political power and continue Sankara's work. Conversely, those who idolize him as an icon of social change, see him as a role model in life and admire his charisma and approve his philosopher-king leadership style are Sankarians or Sankarians, LEA 2015. Regarding the orientation of the Sankarian or Sankarian, the Burkinabe artiste Samske Lea explains that the difference lies in the fact that one can embrace Sankara's ideals without getting involved in politics. For instance, women who produce numerous types of indispensable goods, the local tailor who magnifies the value of the made in Burkina cloth are people who can be called Sankarians. They continue Thomas Sankara's mission, even though they do not belong to any political party. Lea 2015, translation by author. Samske Lea argues that one might adhere to Sankara's ideals without formally getting involved in politics. People who continue Sankara's work outside of the umbrella of formalized political parties, such as women who work to transform produces and products and people who make and promote dresses made in Burkina Faso, are Sankarians. Nevertheless, both Sankarists and Sankarians claim inspiration from Sankara, who coached and guided a process of fundamental change through a combination of ideas and deeds. Unlike Kwame Nkrumah, who fashioned concepts like Nkrumahism and consciencism, Muammar al-Gaddafi, who created the Third Universal Theory, which his Green Book articulated, Vladimir Lenin, who was the fountainhead of Leninism, or Julius Nyerere, who expounded Ujamaa as a social guide, Sankara did not consciously create an ideology or fashion a concept, or social guide, when he was alive. Our task in this chapter is to excavate the complex political philosophy of Sankara within a context of a militarist revolution. Military coup, popular revolution, or militarized revolution. We contend that the founding myth of the regime of the CNR, which remained a largely military-led government, has been that it came to power through a popular revolution. This story raises questions about the nature of the revolution. Ontologically, as the CNR was produced through a coup d'état, how much does this shape the form of the revolution? The revolutionary nature of August 4 continues to be debated. See chapters 3 and 5, this volume. Sankara himself later attempted to rationalize the day as marking the beginning of a revolution that was both popular and democratic in Discours d'orientation politique, or the speech of political orientation, a kind of manifesto of the revolutionary vision of the CNR on October 2, 1983. Averring that both soldiers and civilians, comrade militants of the revolution, acted to bring into being a government that valued the role and power of the average citizen, Sankara emphasized the need for the people to achieve bigger victories for the revolution. The revolution, he stated, had to progress with confidence to more resounding victories because it had logically evolved from the voltaic people's struggle against long-standing enemies, imperialism and its national allies, and backward forces. It is the culmination of the popular insurrection. Therefore, simplistic analyses limited to repeating of pre-established schemas cannot change the reality. The political orientation speech in Sankara 1988, 3054. He argued that the revolution came as a solution to social contradictions that could not longer be stifled by compromise. Ibid. 32. In a society with feudal traditions that fostered or encouraged certain forms of oppression. It is clear from Sankara's first broadcasted radio address that it was military action that brought the CNR into national politics. He asserted that the army and paramilitary forces had intervened to restore independence and liberty to the country. Sankara, Struggle for a Bright Future, August 4, 1983, 21:23. The fundamental change in the government was effected through a coup d'état. At the same time, radicalized soldiers and civilians deemed the episode of the coup as a heralding event, a beginning that only represented the genesis of a process and longer course. In other words, the coup signaled the emergence of a wider continuum of social changes, a revolution. For example, Valir Sum, a close friend of Sankara, saw the day as the ultimate result of the popular insurrection. LeFazo.net 2015. To him, the national political events in May 1983, including the arrest of 2 army officers, Sankara and Lingani, drove students and youths to stage popular anti-government protests in Ouagadougou in solidarity with the detained soldiers, prior to August 4. When Sankara and others were arrested again shortly after their release, because the government continued to deem them a threat, some of their supporters, like some, wanted une guerre populaire générale, a general popular war. Consequently, some soldiers decided to act to curtail the emergence of such general uncivil one popular war by overthrowing the government, with support from civilians, and ushering in a revolution, a process of change, of becoming and making Sankara the leader of the revolution CNR, Ibid. This process of becoming was what the Sankara-led CNR came to represent in what was called the revolution. As a form of social change, the revolution was guided and sustained by certain ideas and policies. Until Sankara was physically eliminated, the social change process had the figure, ideas, and deeds of Sankara, guiding, underlying, polarizing and operationalizing it. Although the CNR was disbanded and the revolution process curtailed in 1987, the revolutionary interval in Burkina Faso embodied a period of high idealism and mass political activism, which, according to Paul Nugent, has seldom been seen in Africa, and has largely been airbrushed out of the official histories. Nugent 2004. Writing about the significance of the revolutionary interval, René Oduck points out that the CNR and its key instigator, Sankara, initiated a genuine historical fracture from centuries of hierarchical and exclusionary politics and social formations in Burkina Faso. The CNR was different from previous governments. In the view of Oduck, the fracture changed what he referred to as a multipolar political landscape, a landscape which had nurtured a clientelist and neo-patrimonial state system, producing a state of strain from 1960 to 1966 and a debonair state from 1966 to 1980, and initiated the establishment of a state quite novel in the history of Burkina, A strong state, a totalizing state, Otik 1991-1989, 15. This strong state was structured according to the politics and philosophies of Sankara and the Revolution, a political philosophy that was unwavering in its assertion of a political orientation toward the masses of Burkinabe society, even though it had come to power through military action. Sankara was a self-proclaimed Marxist and, even though he attested a profound admiration for revolutions that overturned misfortunes of dominated and exploited peoples, especially leftist revolutions, principally the Cuban one, which drew ideological rationalization and inspiration from Marxism, he did not impose doctrinaire Marxism as the ideology of the revolution. While Sankara maintained that he was Marxist, he did not classify his political views and political actions as communist. See Who Are the Enemies of the People, March 26, 1983, in Sankara 1988. He declared that, through discussion, friendship with a few men, my social experience, reading, but above all to discussions with Marxists on the reality of our country, I arrived at Marxism. Sankara, interview with Claudio Hacken, August 1987, in Sankara, 1988, 230. Negotiating Marxism and Militarism for Social Change. A sizable body of scholarly work considers the relationship between the military, African states and national politics during the numerous coups throughout the 1960s. Other works have also looked at the military in politics from the 1970s to the 1990s, the timeline within which Sankara's politics fall. 2 Peter Karsten condenses this body of scholarship as identifying economic distress, rates of capital investment, election frequency, literacy, years of schooling, and other such measures of economic, social, or political development variables as predictive of the violent intervention of the military into domestic politics. Karsten 1998, 223. These studies present varying interpretations of the military in politics. While some hail the military as a political tool within nation building, others deem the military's role in politics to be a wrecker of political systems in Africa. The Personalist, Baptope 1981, 4, Corporatist, Welch 1987, 10, Manifest Destiny, Feiner 1988, 21, Marxist and integrative theoretical models are some of the theoretical frameworks that make sense of military interventions across the continent. Sankara belonged to the category of coup-making and government-changing African soldier leaders of the post-colonial period that Nugent refers to with the tongue-in-cheek expression, Praetorian Marxists, Nugent 2004. Others in this category included Captain Marine and Wabi in Congo-Brazzaville, Radu and Somerville 1988, 172-173, General Matthew Kirikau in Benin, at the time Dahomey, Major Mengistu Haile Mariam in Ethiopia and Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings in Ghana, Nugent 2004, 258. 3 Given the typical apolitical disposition and strictly hierarchical character of the military, the radically egalitarian political agenda of Marxism and its anti-hierarchical orientation does not seem like a natural political philosophy for military actors, and yet, Sankara and other trained officers were able to mobilize albeit not unproblematically Marxist-leaning social programs. The logic of this model, used and articulated by both scholar-interpreters and leaders of pushist governments, presents the intervention of the military and their governments, the Praetorian, soldier, Marxist juntas, military governments, as part of the larger issues embodied in the crisis of underdevelopment in Africa. This larger crisis emanates from the peripherization of Africa in the global capitalist system, colonialism and imperialism. Importantly, military intervention is justified under this model as part of or the face of a popular struggle, a revolution of the impoverished masses against a bourgeoisie capitalist ruling class system. The military, then, is the channel through which to create a popular rule and government that is socialist. In this trajectory of thought, African societies are seen to consist of propertied and non-propertied classes wherein state managers use state powers, including the coercive arms of the police and military, to advance and defend interests of the propertied class and their allies and impoverish the rest because of the dominant capitalist mode of production. Thus, this social dichotomy, based on and fertilized by social injustice and inequality, cultivates class antagonisms that delegitimize civilian regimes and create grounds for instability. Amidst these dire general societal conditions, the military, with a membership largely made up of elements of the masses, will thus draw the non-propertied class into the struggle, and some military elements may see these horrendous conditions, and therefore a class antagonism, as a reason to intervene in politics. The military's role in a popular revolution becomes justified in such a context to protect the body politic from disintegration and to engineer a socialist social and economic order. Thus, the involvement of Praetorian Marxists in politics is rationalized, especially by soldiers, as a protector of popular will and aspirations as well as a logical outcome of a long period of a class struggle. These leaders drew on Marxism as a spatially, historically, and culturally contextualized guiding sociology and philosophy that elucidated how society worked and how society could be changed, to explain their political actions and to frame a path and paradigm of national economic and political advancement. Civilian governments, such as those of Nkrumah, in Ghana, Nyerere, in Tanzania, Sekou Touré, in Guinea, Modibo Keïta, in Mali, Kenneth Kaunda, in Zambia, and Milton Obote, in Uganda, when he turned left, were attracted to African socialism because they were not comfortable using Western models of doctrinaire socialism, i.e. classical Marxism. Praetorian Marxists, on the other hand, embraced forms of Marxism. These forms could be Marxism-Leninism or Maoism. For either approach, Marxism was the ideological basis to their political and economic policies, and it rationalized their mere involvement in politics as part of a radical agenda of the masses. African socialism, unlike doctrinaire scientific socialism which, according to Nyerere, seeks to build its happy society on a philosophy of inevitable conflict between man and man, Nyerere 1962, 8, claimed to draw on communitarian, humanist and socialist values in African traditions without strictly adhering to and following the classical and doctrinaire model of scientific socialism, Marxism, from Europe. Praetorian Marxists viewed the concept of African socialism as rather limited, including limited in both the logics of execution as well as limited in rationalizing the involvement of soldiers in politics. African socialism was closely associated with the quest of economic liberation and social justice, but in practice each country that used it in the 1960s and 1970s ended up less self-reliant. After these earlier weaknesses, soldier Marxists might have perceived it to be unlikely or even incapable of engineering the sustainable social transformation of the kind called for by Marxists. Hence, Marxism was the preferred political philosophy for Praetorian Marxists. Sankara averred that soldier politicians should be ideologically conscious because un militaire sans formation politique et idéologique est un criminel en puissance. A soldier without political and ideological training and background is a potential criminal. Although Sankara demanded that soldiers should not turn to Marxism frivolously, others did. For those who did, Marxism became or represented a kind of convenient ideological gloss, what Nugent has referred to as a form of signpost socialism which was reinforced especially by pragmatic Cold War alliances, Nugent 2004, 243. Thus, an element of opportunism drove some of the Praetorian politician soldiers to adopt Marxism, although it does not seem to have been the case with Sankara himself. A soldier administered populist Marxism. The revolution was highly critical of elite privilege, and sought to implement various forms of regulation over economic enterprises in an effort to implement policies that would see wealth and health extend to the impoverished masses, particularly those in rural areas. As leader of the CNR, Sankara devised the rationale and proposed appropriate strategies and policies to maintain social control in a society undergoing rapid social change. To significantly challenge and alter the status quo in the conduct of political and economic life, the revolutionary CNR required swift actions against misconduct and a level of coercion to discipline a small petty bourgeoisie. In addition to the challenges posed by local elites, the CNR needed to prevent the continued interference of global forces, those imperialists that Sankara worked so diligently to challenge in his country. In this context, Sankara was firm in his policies, some have argued that he was perhaps too firm. Within this framework, legal, organizational and administrative life was closely controlled. The autonomous political activities and individualistic opportunities deemed divisive to the common goal of the one popular revolution were prohibited. Within 4 years, Sankara and the revolutionary government steadily implemented considerable political, cultural and economic structures that had resulted in tremendous improvements in social, cultural, and economic well-being. This would end abruptly with his assassination in 1987, see Chapter 7, this volume. While Sankara infused the character of the CNR and the Burkinabe Revolution with socialist commitments, the soldier-administered government became a populist regime, albeit drawing on other regime styles to govern. Sankara instituted an administrative policy that was populist in orientation, although it was not like the administrative hegemonial types or party-mobilizing forms of civilian governments that were popular in the 1960s and 1970s in places like Kenya, Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Nkrumah's Ghana, Kita's Mali, Turi's Guinea, Nyerere Tanzania, and Konda's Zambia. The party-mobilizing forms tended to reflect the organizational choices of the founders and had socialist proclivities. Neither was Sankara's regime a personal coercive type like those that became popular in the 1970s in places like Idi Amin's Uganda and Jean Bedel Bokassa's Central African Republic. Sankara's regime preference and administrative orientation was not of the Afro-Marxist party centralist type that became popular from the mid-1970s in places like Benin, Angola, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Congo, and Guinea-Bissau, where the enforcers and creators endeavored to wholly apply Marxist-Leninist principles and construct state institutions under firm party control. The populism of Sankara's government was similar to that of Gaddafi in Libya and Rawlings in Ghana in 1981. Appearing as the face and director of the government and the continuous process of social change, Sankara and the soldiers showed devotion to the cause of the CNR and subordinated the administrative apparatus directly to the scrutiny of the public in Burkina Faso. This would promote a situation of social inclusion outlined in non-light terms and forms. To accentuate the idea and belief that a revolution had occurred and was going on, public organizations were restructured and the connection between the executive, the administration, and the mass public constituency was altered, with the intention of eliminating waste and undermining the bureaucracy as an emblematic institution of privilege. The hope was that this would protect the public sphere from the excesses of privileged groups, i.e. top politicians, civil servants, and Western commercial groups. The functions of certain civil services, the judiciary, and public corporations continued as before. However, alternative people-centered institutions momentarily circumscribed many of their responsibilities. These institutions included public tribunals, national investigative commissions and people's vetting committees. Public civil servants and politicians were dismissed or watched by people's and workers' vigilante groups known as the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDR. Such reconfigurations were adopted as ways of introducing a direct popular voice in policymaking, improving efficiency, ordering the public sector, building the political machinery and curtailing excessive independence of the bureaucracy by pressuring it to adhere to certain norms dictated as the products of the revolution and popular will and interests. Sankara had socialist commitments. However, unlike Afro-Marxists like Kirikau or Mengistu, who declared hardcore Marxism-Leninism as the ideology of their regimes and countries, he did not try to enforce Marxist-Leninist principles on the people in Burkina Faso nor did he declare it as the official ideology of the government. In this way, Sankara had political policies but not an ideology per se for the revolution. Political ideologies are not policies. The definition of ideology is a complicated one. However, we agree that ideologies are systems of beliefs that serve as a standard of evaluation and guide to action. Young 1982, 184. As systems that endeavor to deal with material problems, analyze existing conditions and proffer desired courses of behavior and action, they embody the conceptual and thus the subjective principles of political action for social and economic change and well-being. An ideology, once established, becomes the intellectual base of group cohesion. An ideology can be mobilized in various ways, in the form of myth, without logical consistency, based on empirical and historical facts, in abuses of all claims to truth or through the use of logical ideas to move people to act and build feelings of solidarity. Whatever their form and shape, hegemonic ideologies express the preferences of rulers or masses and provide justifications for group and individual actions. In his first speech, Struggle for a Bright Future, to the people on August 4, 1983, he outlined some preliminary policies and later provided the orientation of the regime and revolution in the Discours d'orientation politique. In the first speech, where he endeavored to show the reason for the basic purpose for the birth of the CNR, he argued that the fundamental reason and main objective of the CNR was to defend the interests of the Voltaic people, and make them realize their deepest aspirations to liberty, real independence, and socio-economic progress. Based on these revelations, Sankara asked only for popular support for the CNR, the coup, and its aims, which were the defense of the interests of the Upper Volta people, the realization of their profound aspirations to liberty, real independence, and economic and social progress. Sankara, Struggle for a Bright Future, August 4, 1983. Hence he pleaded with the people of Upper Volta to rally behind the CNR for the great patriotic battle towards the achievement of a prosperous and bright future for the country, Ibid. He requested this devotion to the cause even if they had to give their lives for the achievement of total freedom in democracy and justice. Sankara and his close advisers, including Valir Sum, deemed the imposition of the soldier-led CNR as the single suprapolitical administrative body to be pragmatically necessary for political cohesion in the interests of national sovereignty and unity. Indeed, this approach mirrored the strategies of most African socialist leaders in their own countries. The populism of the government attracted and sustained popular support for the aspirations of the revolution, including a second, and real, independence for the country to build a new society, one that would use local institutions freed from the shackles and negative effects of unproductive and corrupted traditions and institutions and liberated from the intellectual, cultural, material, and political inheritances of neocolonialism and imperialism. Thus, the populism of the government emanated from the frustrations, anguish, and resistance against those it deemed to be domestic purveyors of neocolonialism, external exploiters and or corrupt elite. More than Praetorian Marxism, the blended approach of Sankara's politics. In practice, Sankara mixed nationalist ideas with notions from socialism to fashion a path of social change that was in favor of self-reliance and anti-imperialism. His revolutionary rhetoric was extracted from a nationalistic impulse, African socialism, Pan-Africanism, which Nkrumah was also known for, and leftist revolutions that were humanistic, egalitarian, and utilitarian. Thus, it was not only Nkrumah, a self-professed non-denominational Christian and Marxist socialist who gathered political ideologies and theories to pursue social development, anti-imperialism, African unity and self-reliance in Ghana, as a squirrel collects and stores nuts, to use Thomas Hodgkin's interpretation of Nkrumah, Martin 2012, 87-88, Austin 1964, 40. Nkrumah-ism was born through an eclectic philosophical constitution. Its founder vacillated between African socialism and Marxism, scientific socialism. Nkrumah-ism was a plan. David Apter characterizes it as clearly a language of socialism, progress, and development, cited in Breton 1966, 87, emphasis original. Stokely Carmichael described African socialism as scientific socialism applied to countries emerging from colonialism, and specifically African countries where the Marxist capital-labor conflict is only one of a number of fundamental conflicts. Carmichael 1973, 41. Tibor Samuli, of the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute in Winneba, Ghana, deemed it as an ideology of the new Africa, free from imperialism, organized on a continental scale, founded upon the conception of a one and united Africa, drawing its strength from modern science and technology, and from the traditional African belief that the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, cited in Breton 1966, 163. Sankara likewise gathered and drew on different political ideas that were applicable in his country for positive social change and against Western imperialism and capitalism. Sankara preferred a social change with a socialist commitment. In this way, he was like Nkrumah, who believed that capitalism was too complicated a system for newly independent African states, including Ghana, hence a socialistic society was imperative. Nkrumah 1959, 7. Nkrumah and Sankara shared a common passion for Pan-Africanism, anti-imperialism, anti-neocolonialism, and self-reliance for their countries and Africa as a whole. However, the approach of the two socialist experiments had some fundamental structural and operational differences. The Nkrumah Ghana 1, which was considered a textbook example of African socialism, Nugent 2004, 167, was civilian, and the other was military-led. Secondly, Nkrumah oscillated between scientific socialism and African socialism, however African socialism largely informed his experiment. Sankara's socialist experiment was inclined to a socialist commitment that was not qualified with or as African. He never called his paradigm of social justice African socialism. Secondly, he did not restrict his pro-socialism visions and ideals to Burkina Faso or Africa alone. He maintained socialist alliances and shared the socialist visions of anti-imperialism and social justice with like-minded leaders and their countries in South America and Asia. These included Daniel Ortega, Nicaragua, Fidel Castro, Cuba, and Kim Il-sung, North Korea. Nevertheless, he knew that the radical and socialist orientation of his policies and of the revolution in Burkina Faso was and had to be Africa-specific, even if it was enriched and cross-fertilized by the experience of other nations. Thus, while inspirations could be drawn, lessons learned, and ideas received from other historical and contemporary revolutions and social changes, revolutions including that of the Burkinabe could not be exported or copied. Before being overthrown in 1966, Nkrumah indicated that although there existed a scientific socialism, there were different paths to socialism, dictated by the specific circumstances and conditions of a particular country at a definite historical period. Nkrumah 1970, 165, Nkrumah 2007-1963, 120.4. Hence, in terms of execution, form, and content, each revolution was necessarily unique. While each approach was unique, Burkina Faso, Ghana and other post-colonies had shared experiences and histories of oppression. They therefore shared a need to overthrow oppression and engineer a process of sustainable positive social change for social justice with socialist commitments. His personal familiarity with Marxism occasionally compelled Sankara to integrate class theory as an explanation for domestic politics. For example, he argued that the August event was born by the sharpening class contradictions of voltaic society. Sankara 1988, 32. Sankara believed that revolution was a means to remove the capitalism system of private ownership and the privatization of the means of production. In describing the Burkinabe Revolution, he said, "The revolutions that take place around the world are not all alike. Each revolution has its own originality, which distinguishes it. The August Revolution is not an exception. It takes into account the special features of the country, its level of development, and its subjugation by the world imperialist capitalist system." Sankara 1988, 40. Unlike the more dogmatic scientific socialists and Afro-Marxists, Sankara was not committed to apply certain so-called universal truths and transfer them as an entire well-formulated and all-embracing political philosophy to the African continent or Burkina Faso. His pragmatic policies were informed by an eclectic experiment through a pluralism obtained from the applicable ideas and truths of nationalism, socialisms, anti-neocolonialism and Pan-Africanism. 5. In this way, Sankara was at once a contradictory and dialectical personality of an overt Praetorian Marxist from Africa, an African socialist, pragmatist, military nationalist, populist, and pacifist. Even as someone who claimed to be Marxist, and in some circumstances advocated the use of violence for freedom and right to life, often brandishing his holstered pistol in symbolic gesture of non-compliance, see Chapter 2, this volume. he was deeply selfless. He revealed himself as a pacifist in the last moments of his life by dying as one. Contrary to his militant side and his better-known image as Africa's Che Guevara, he did not take up arms to defend himself. See Chapter 6, this volume. He did not take up arms to defend the revolution from those who, appearing as counter-revolutionaries and neoliberal actors, killed him and dismantled the revolution. Conclusion. This chapter has examined the special character of the Burkinabe Revolution through the prism of Sankara's political philosophies, Sankaraism, and how they encounter, and often contradict, what was a military-led government. In so doing, we have shown that what makes this revolution extraordinary was Sankara's ability to combine his analysis of various political philosophies and ideologies to reflect and suit local Burkinabe needs and circumstances through concrete policies. This novel approach to African politics can be called Sankaraism. Sankara's use of political orientation rather than ideology made this revolution distinct on the continent. Sankara's ability to rationalize social change through a homegrown understanding of the concept of the struggle between the capitalist haves, and their lackeys, and have-nots was different from other popular and traditional conceptions of Marxist revolution. This rationalization included his ability to navigate a complex landscape of local forces, often forces that clashed internally, without using a Eurocentric Marxist lens. This revolution was a product and event of anti-imperialism as a class struggle but as a colonial, racialized class struggle in a global political economy. This perspective made it different from events and processes elsewhere which had been called Marxist revolutions. The Burkinabe Revolution was also not a replication or transplantation of any other Marxist revolution, see Chapter 9, this volume. Rather, it was an event and process of social change anchored in the political dynamics of Burkina Faso and deeply rooted in the country's own share of the problems of underdevelopment as part of post-colonial Africa and changes therein. Even though Sankara's leadership shared some features with other revolutionary anti-colonial and Marxist and socialist leaders in Africa and outside Africa, many of whom named their ideologies and/or published philosophical plans of political action, Sankara did not publish written work. Much like his 1987 homage to Che Guevara indicated, he probably knew that his work and ideas would remain if he left the political scene or died. Sensing that he would not live a long life as a leader, he used to call his wife Mariam Serm Sankara the widow. His short lifespan was fully packed with profound socio-political transformations and lasting consequences. His brave criticisms of capitalist imperial and neo-colonial injustices as well as his critique of corruption in his country and across the globe remain relevant lessons for today. His tailor-made ideas and policies set his country towards national recovery and self-sufficiency. His revolutionary optimism made him a hero for the many who identify with the pains, struggles and hopes of the globally oppressed. Chapter 2. The Perils of Non-Alignment. Thomas Sankara and the Cold War. Brian Peterson. This chapter situates Thomas Sankara's political itinerary and approach to international relations within global and regional contexts. It emphasizes Sankara's positions on non-alignment, which took both pragmatic and radical forms, covering the period from 1981 to 1985. In charting Sankara's diplomatic trajectory, the paper explores the complex and perilous balancing act that Sankara performed during the Cold War. Sankara's diplomatic moves took on greater importance because, in late 1983, Burkina Faso was elected a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for 2 years. This overlapped with Sankara's one-year term, 1984–1985, as president of CEAO, Economic Community of West Africa, through which he actively battled transnational forms of corruption in Francophone West Africa. Therefore, Burkina Faso, hitherto viewed as a small and impoverished country lacking diplomatic clout, had an outsized influence on international affairs during the period. Moreover, Sankara's appeal to African youth meant that neighboring African heads of state could not simply ignore the revolution that he led. Young people were drawn to his charismatic and populist style, they admired his unbridled attacks and outrage against the international establishment. 1. There were various strands to Sankara's approach to foreign affairs. Officially, he considered the revolution in Burkina Faso as part of the world movement for peace and democracy against imperialism and all forms of hegemonism. He called for mutual non-aggression, non-interference in domestic affairs, fairness in trade and for respecting each other's independence, territorial integrity and national sovereignty. A committed Pan-Africanist, he supported national liberation movements around the world and was devoted to the anti-apartheid struggle. Sankara also advocated for debt non-repayment and disarmament and was far ahead of his times on environmental issues. Sankara 2007, 108-109. In terms of diplomacy, Sankara called for a true democratization of international relations, to be based on the equality of rights and obligations. In international fora, he wanted his country to be treated on equal footing. He refused to genuflect to his African political elders. Sankara idealistically held the view that every country was free to choose relations with any other without outside interference or pressure. But he dangerously cultivated relations with countries that were viewed with suspicion by Western governments, such as Libya, North Korea, Cuba, and Nicaragua. Indeed, it was the Cold War, a zero-sum game, and there were repercussions to every alliance. Within Francophone West Africa, Sankara was equally brazen in his approach to foreign affairs. He routinely challenged Ivoirian President Félix Houphouët-Boigny, the doyen of French neo-colonial power in West Africa. Despite his youth, Sankara wasn't willing to wait his turn and demanded respect from his fellow African heads of state. Thus, Sankara became a polarizing figure, particularly as he threatened the established political order in Africa. He became a hero for African youth, but for many African heads of state, the Sankarist revolution called into question their modes of governance. There were often discrepancies between Sankara's rhetoric in public speeches and his more pragmatic approach to diplomacy in private settings. This has led to a misappraisal of Sankara as a political leader, as he is mostly known through his speeches. Indeed, Sankara's passionate and provocative speeches led many to believe that his fiery rhetoric found echoes in his interpersonal dealings or in diplomacy. But Sankara had clearly distinct private and public personas, as documented by his friends, colleagues, journalists, and diplomats. This chapter will not delve into this public-private split, but it should be noted that these disparities between his words and actions characterized his approach to foreign affairs while presenting a diplomatic challenge for his contemporaries. As an example, the U.S. ambassador to Upper Volta, Julius Walker, wrote in a cable, "In one-on-one situations Sankara has tremendous charm and persuasion. But he responds to crowd stimulus like a gospel revivalist and says things he probably wouldn't have considered in quieter moments too." Ideologically, Sankara was an intellectual and political pragmatist. He eschewed dogma. In far-reaching interviews with Africacy, the quintessential third-worldist magazine of the era, Sankara observed that it mattered little whether or not a country was communist, socialist, or capitalist, so long as it considered Africa as its hunting grounds, their closed field, their market, where they unload whatever garbage in order to exploit our subsoil, our territory. Regardless of a foreign power's political orientation, socialist France, communist Soviet Union and China, or capitalist United States, all were potential exploiters of Africa. Sankara saw how regimes had used socialist ideology to the detriment of their people. He noted the limits to such political labels. One doesn't choose socialism as if it's a product in a supermarket. It's not because someone proclaims socialism that socialism exists. If tomorrow it is socialism that brings happiness, then it's socialism. But if it's another thing, it will be another thing. 3. This ideological flexibility was reflected in Sankara's notion of true non-alignment during the Cold War. He cultivated his image as a revolutionary and progressive, and he had a strong sense of kinship with other revolutionary movements, but he always remained open to maintaining and improving relations with Western capitalist countries. The Cold War context of the revolution. Sankara's rise to power took place within a context of global recession. Coming after the economic downturn of the 1970s, the 1981–1982 recession led to a precipitous decline in prices for raw materials produced in African countries. It contributed to worsening terms of trade and indebtedness, in tandem with widespread mismanagement and corruption. It also propelled many African countries into IMF-imposed structural adjustment programs, which further exacerbated the vicious cycle of indebtedness. Concomitantly, China's reorientation toward a market economy had the result of undermining faith in socialism in the Third World. Across Africa, there was growing disillusionment with socialism and Marxist-inspired revolutionary movements, most of which had degenerated into leftist military juntas. Many of the Soviet Union's Third World allies were even defecting from Marxism-Leninism and initiating market-oriented reforms. Despite its costly invasion of Afghanistan from 1979 to 1989, and its continued support for leftist regimes in Angola and Ethiopia, the Soviet Union itself was in the throes of a decade-long process of economic collapse and political disintegration. Hobsbawm 1994, 433-499. And yet there was a small but significant countervailing wave of revolutionary movements spanning the world from Iran to Nicaragua. In the late 1970s, this wave spread into Central America and the Caribbean, with guerrilla movements in El Salvador and Guatemala, the Maoist uprisings in Peru and the leftist New Jewel movement in Grenada under Maurice Bishop. The most important and successful revolutionary movement was the Sandinista Front, which took power in Nicaragua in 1979. Backed by Catholic priests espousing liberation theology, the Sandinista revolution drew on populist, socialist, and Catholic ideas. But this revolutionary countercurrent, and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, prompted a powerful riposte as the Reagan administration initiated its policy of rollback during the so-called Second Cold War of the 1980s. With a renewed commitment to interventionism, Reagan moved aggressively to undermine revolutionary movements and governments, initiating clandestine wars against adversaries in such places as Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, Angola, Libya, and Afghanistan. In its policy of constructive engagement, the Reagan administration also fought hard against the African National Congress, ANC, in giving full support to the apartheid regime in South Africa, even as much of the world including the U.S. Congress was joining the global anti-apartheid movement. Westad 2005, 331-395, Gly GCs 2013, 166-342. It was in this wider geopolitical context that Sankara rose to power. However, in order to understand Sankara's revolution we must turn to the more proximal causes. The rise of Thomas Sankara. Closer to home, there were developments that created conditions favorable to Sankara's rise. First, the devastating droughts of 1982–1985 caused immeasurable suffering across the Sahel zone and made the population of Upper Volta even more desperate for radical change. This was seen in the series of coups from 1980 to 1983, precipitated by widespread famine, social unrest, and government corruption. During this time, Sankara's group of left-wing military officers grew in stature, taking up key positions within the military and committing themselves to the political struggle. Sankara also connected with former students returning from France and leaders in the powerful labor union movement. The labor unions had played critical roles in the overthrow of La Mizana in 1980 and Zerbo in 1982 and would mobilize during the months leading up to Sankara's taking power. See Chapter 4, this volume. Although the wider leftist movement was thrown into disarray by ideological disputes surrounding the Sino-Albanian split, many former students established new political parties, such as the Union of Communist Struggles, ULCR, or joined already existing ones like the Patriotic League for Development, PILIPAD. It was a period of political ferment for the Francophone left, which saw French socialists claim important electoral victories, including François Mitterrand's presidential election in May 1981, which buoyed leftists and held out promise for progressive change in West Africa. Finally, on Upper Volta's southern border, Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, a fellow young military officer, staged a coup in 1979 and initiated a left-leaning revolutionary process in Ghana. Rawlings would provide crucial military aid to Sankara's corps of young progressive officers, facilitating the shipment of Libyan weapons via the commando base in Po. He would also be Sankara's closest African ally on the international front. 4. Against this backdrop, and after many years in the military, Thomas Sankara entered government as the Secretary of Information, Secrétaire d'État chargé de l'Information, of Upper Volta in September 1981. Reluctantly serving under President Colonel Zerbo and the CMRPN regime, Sankara made it his mission to fight for press and labor union freedoms. But he also engaged in a bit of diplomacy. His signal diplomatic victory was in bringing the live television broadcast of the 1982 World Cup Games to Upper Volta. Within this context, Sankara negotiated with Jean-Pierre Cot, French Minister of Cooperation. In 1982, Cot's advisor for African affairs Hugo Sada met with Sankara several times both in Ouagadougou and Paris. The main thing Sankara wanted was for France to help Burkina to set up a system of satellite television so that Burkina could directly transmit the FIFA World Cup, Sada explained. It was something that was very expensive. So there was some hesitation on the French side to provide this. Then, at some point during the negotiations, Sankara said bluntly, "If France does not want to help, then I will ask Gaddafi to help with this." Interview, French advisor, Hugo Sada, April 20, 2013. Sankara succeeded in getting France to pay for the costs, but word spread quickly within Western diplomatic and intelligence circles that Sankara was reaching out to Muammar Gaddafi, the Libyan leader. At the time, the CIA and the French military were engaged in covert operations against Gaddafi's forces in Chad's civil war. Indeed, France was about to embark on its largest military intervention in post-colonial Africa, by escalating its support for Hissène Habré's forces against the Gaddafi-backed rebels in Chad, Woodward 1987, 8791.5. After resigning in protest over the Comité militaire de redressement pour les progrès nationaux, CMRPN's repressive measures and enduring a 6-month imprisonment in Ouagadougou, Sankara was liberated and became Prime Minister of Upper Volta in January 1983. Then, in late February, Sankara embarked on an extended international trip, which culminated in his attendance at the summit of the non-aligned countries in New Delhi, India. His trip included controversial visits to Libya and North Korea. Sankara hoped that an alliance with Gaddafi would yield greater economic development in Upper Volta. In interviews and speeches, Sankara stood his ground on Libya, arguing that Upper Volta had the right to cultivate friendships with any country of its choosing. After a week in Libya, Sankara left for North Korea, where he had the chance to see another type of revolutionary experiment. But Western governments were increasingly concerned about visits to such international pariahs. Sankara and Gakunza 1988, 33-34.6. From 7 to March 13, 1983, Sankara was at the summit of the non-aligned countries in New Delhi, India, where he had the chance to meet Fidel Castro, Daniel Ortega, Indira Gandhi, Jerry Rawlings, Maurice Bishop, and many others. In his speech, he highlighted the main principles of non-alignment, which in certain ways had lost its way with the slow collapse of the Eastern Bloc. Sankara reminded his listeners that they were free to choose their allies in the world, and their own paths of development. He called for the democratization of international relations based on the equality of rights and obligations. Sankara also entered the fray of Middle Eastern politics and, in the process, made his first public criticisms of U.S. foreign policy. The Israeli government, publicly supported by the United States, despite the unanimous condemnation of the entire world, invaded Lebanon with its army, submitted the capital Beirut to ruthless destruction, Sankara said. Despite the ceasefire called for by the international community, the Israeli government has allowed the indescribable massacres of Sabra and Shatila, and whose leaders in Israel should be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. He also condemned U.S. imperialism in Nicaragua and El Salvador and expressed solidarity with the people of South Africa, Mozambique, and Angola. 7. Soon after his return from New Delhi, Sankara delivered blistering speeches in Ouagadougou, March 26, 1983, and Bobo Dioulasso, May 14, 1983, in which he ratcheted up the anti-imperialist message and called on the youth to mobilize against the internal and external enemies of the people. During this time, Sankara met with ANC representatives to discuss the anti-apartheid struggle just as the Soviets, Americans, and Cubans all deepened their involvement in the battle for South Africa and Angola. But it was the Libyan spectre that caused most concern. A CIA report warned that an Upper Volta government led by radicals allied with Sankara would offer Gaddafi increased opportunities for meddling in Niger, Côte d'Ivoire, and Togo. Stemming from these concerns, a U.S. diplomatic cable reported that there were certain attempts underway to remove Prime Minister Sankara. Sankara was eventually arrested on May 17, 1983. Indeed, stabilizing Upper Volta, and keeping Libyan influence at bay, was a top French priority in Africa. When U.S. diplomats met with Mitterrand's Director of African Affairs Jean Ausile at Quai d'Orsay, Ausile placed emphasis on the importance France places on Gaddafi's 6 setbacks in Upper Volta and CAR Central African Republic. The French official went further, stating that Libyan expulsion from Upper Volta was even more important than recent and current events in Chad. 8. Sankara's revolution and Cold War politics. Despite the best efforts of the French government to keep Sankara out of power, Sankara and his fellow progressive military officers mounted a coup d'état on August 4, 1983, and thus launched the Democratic and Popular Revolution. A year into the revolution, Sankara would change the name of the country to Burkina Faso. On the diplomatic front, shortly after taking power, Sankara met with the U.S. Ambassador Julius Walker privately. According to the minutes from the August 8 meeting, Sankara wanted to clear up any suspicions of Libyan influence. He was pragmatic and emphasized that he would be taking his distance from Gaddafi, and went so far as telling the U.S. ambassador that Gaddafi will be shocked by some of Sankara's statements and that he was not controlled by Libya and will be doing and saying things which Gaddafi will not like. 9. But, during this time, Western news reporting placed singular focus on Libya. Le Monde highlighted Sankara's ties to Gaddafi. The New York Times referred to Sankara as a pro-Libyan paratroop captain. He was characterized as a committed Marxist-Leninist, who had made several trips to Libya. These factors, according to the Times, were expected to fuel fears in Western-oriented African capitals. Among the neighboring African countries to express alarm was the Ivory Coast. In fact, Houphouët-Boigny had recently been invited to the White House in June 1983, and according to Herman J. Cohen, Reagan's special assistant and senior advisor on African affairs within the National Security Council, Houphouët-Boigny had become an indispensable ally in the region, mainly owing to his role in the Angolan Civil War, backing the pro-West Jonas Savimbi and UNITA against the Cuba and Russia-backed MPLA, Cohen 2015, 1730.10. Notwithstanding the concerns over Libya, the National Council of the Revolution, CNR, drew most of its influence from the Cuban Revolution. We had nothing to do with the Libyan model, CNR member Valir Sum explained. At the beginning, Gaddafi helped us by sending arms through Ghana, but he soon realized Sankara was not going to be his disciple. Gaddafi thought he could impose his Green Book on us, but we flatly refused. Immediately after August 4, the divergence between Sankara and Gaddafi began because of this refusal. Actually, our revolution drew mostly on the Cuban Revolution. There was absolutely no trace of Gaddafi's influence in our revolution, and Gaddafi would even have a hand in the assassination of Sankara. Interview, Valir Sum, March 13, 2013 and August 22, 2015. As the revolution deepened, Sankara routinely offered blunt criticism of Gaddafi's involvement in Chad. In early 1984, Sankara even hosted one of Habra's ministers in Ouagadougou and took considerable heat from the Libyans. Sankara was trying to play the role of mediator between the belligerent parties, but Gaddafi refused to accept Upper Volta's neutrality. In response to Sankara's disapproval of Libyan intervention in Chad and Sankara's resistance to Libyan pressure to follow their revolutionary example, Gaddafi began withdrawing support for Sankara while cultivating relationships with other military members of the CNR, such as Blaise Cambar. A secret U.S. Embassy cable ominously reported in 1984 that Kambauer was already working with Gaddafi, and that Kambauer was certain to stage a coup in the near future, with the possibility of Libyan support. Jaffer 2012, 179.11. Relations with France were fraught with tension. On October 4, 1983, Sankara was at the 10th Annual Franco-African Summit in Vittel, France. Those who attended the conference remembered Sankara's controversial presence. LIPAD leader Philippe Araogo recalled the Vittel conference. "I was there in Vittel with Thomas at the meetings. And Sankara made quite a stir by showing up with his pistol, which he put on the table in front of him. He was so young, and he had just done this coup. And the journalists were curious and drawn to him. He was very controversial and pushing the boundaries, challenging the neo-colonial order." Interview, Philippe Araogo, August 31, 2015. Sankara knew that he was stirring up the tranquil pond of Franco-African relations. But he was also painfully aware that his country was dependent on France. Paris was by far Burkina Faso's largest aid donor, providing some $55 million USD in economic aid, which constituted 40% of its annual budget. Burkina's debt to France was roughly $155 million. By this time, the country had fallen into arrears. The public debt consumed 1/4 of state revenue. Even as Sankara pushed ahead with ambitious new projects, the country was facing major fiscal challenges and the CNR was feeling pressure to reach an agreement with the IMF. Thus, despite his public declarations aimed at challenging France, Sankara understood that he couldn't break with the neo-colonial power completely. Sankara 2007, 132-133.12. Shortly after his return from France, Sankara learned of the killing of Maurice Bishop, the revolutionary Prime Minister of Grenada, on October 19. Within a week, on October 25, the U.S. military invaded the island on a rescue mission to protect American students. But as it would later become clear, the Reagan administration had grown concerned about the island's ties to Cuba and the Soviet Union. Reagan saw a golden opportunity to combat communism in the region. According to Cold War historian Odd Westad, the invasion of Grenada was a breakthrough for a more offensive strategy against revolutionary regimes. It contributed to the development of a counter-revolutionary strategy that was global in reach. Sankara took a public stand against the U.S. invasion of Grenada and expressed support for the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Soon U.S. Ambassador Walker warned Sankara that the U.S. government would be forced to re-examine its cooperation agreements and aid programs with the country. But over the next 2 years, Upper Volta, as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, would be voting with Nicaragua, Cuba, Ghana, and others against the United States. Westad 2005, 345.13. Sankara reasoned. Burkina Faso was elected with the votes of more than 104 countries. We had to represent their interests, in particular those of the non-aligned countries. Their interests, as well as those of other peoples in revolt, should be defended every day, constantly and courageously. Otherwise the UN would become an echo chamber manipulated by a few powerful drummers. Sankara 2007, 150-195. The Reagan administration was growing perturbed by the fact that this small and insignificant country was opposing it at the UN and perceived as being up on the stage every place in the world, denouncing U.S. imperialism and siding with Cuba, the Soviets, and with Nicaragua, as the new U.S. Ambassador Leonardo Nair explained. We had very little economic interest in this country. We just wanted to try to wean them away from certain radical ideas, and to moderate the regime. The thing was that Sankara's rhetoric and his posturing just pissed off the Reagan administration. Jeane Kirkpatrick was extremely hostile towards Sankara and wanted me to go out there and tell him off. And the USAID director said that we were going to zero out the aid projects. The Reagan administration was very hostile towards Sankara from the beginning. Interview, Leonardo Nair, June 23, 2014, 14. Faced with the hostility of France and the United States, Sankara was eager to cultivate relations with socialist countries, hoping to counterbalance Burkina Faso's high level of dependence on Western donors. But, a year after taking power, Sankara had yet to draw much interest in his revolution from the communist world. The Chinese built a stadium, but provided little economic assistance. Although the Soviet Union had a foothold in Mali and Benin, Soviet relations remained distant. Moscow offered no economic or military aid program. Furthermore, the August 1984 expulsion from the CNR government of Marxist-Leninist Pilipad members who had close links to the USSR led to a cooling of Soviet interest. The Soviets even publicly stated that the expulsion was unacceptable, to which Sankara responded by expelling the Soviet deputy chief of mission in Ouagadougou. Sankara then refused a paltry Soviet offer of food aid because of conditions that Sankara found insulting. When asked about the refusal of Soviet food aid, he later explained, "We have our dignity to protect. We could have mortgaged off our country. We are the ones who decided that all forms of outside control should be rejected." Members of the CNR's political bureau thought it was the lack of interest in the Soviet model that kept the Eastern Bloc from supporting the revolution. But Sankara's ties to North Korea and Libya also served to alienate potential supporters. Sankara 2007, 201232.15. In late September 1984, Sankara embarked on a historic 10-day trip to the United States, Cuba, and Nicaragua. According to Carrefour Africain, the visit to Cuba was in response to Fidel Castro's personal invitation. Sankara was given a reception attended by most of Cuba's top-ranking officials. Castro awarded Sankara with the Order of José Martí honor. In accepting the honor, Sankara thanked Cuba for its deep feelings of love, citing José Martí with the phrase "love is repaid with love." Sankara ruminated on Martí's life and admitted that it was no accident at all that our national slogan is captured in one you know so well, "Homeland or death, we shall overcome." Sankara 2007, 136-142.16. In Cuba, Sankara had a chance to talk with Castro at length and visit sites around Havana, such as the recently constructed Che Guevara Pioneer Palace and Lenin Park. Sankara traveled to the Isle of Youth, which was known for hosting some 10,000 African and Nicaraguan students who studied at the Cuban government's expense. This kind of cooperation was not unique. Cuba had a history of involvement in Africa during the Cold War, including its support for the MPLA in Angola and Nelson Mandela in South Africa. It had been hosting African leaders and students for decades. All of these experiences profoundly marked Sankara. Soon he would be sending a large group of Burkinabe youth to study in Cuba. 17 days later, in New York City, Sankara attended the 39th session of the UN General Assembly on October 4 and delivered the most important international speech of his life. Sankara remained true to his convictions and positioned himself on the international left and in support of the non-aligned movement. He expressed solidarity with all those who suffered in the stranglehold of imperialism. He especially singled out Israel for refusing to grant Palestinians the right to an autonomous existence. But Sankara's most impassioned plea for justice was saved for South Africa. See more of this heritage in Chapter 19, this volume. He described the apartheid system as one of terrorism designed to physically liquidate the country's black majority. He emphasized the need for intensifying the campaign to free Nelson Mandela. Then, in a provocative move, Sankara called for the suspension of Israel and the outright expulsion of South Africa from the UN for their unwillingness to cooperate with the international community. Sankara 2007, 154-175. Before returning to Ouagadougou, Sankara took a brief sojourn to Nicaragua, where he met the head of the socialist Sandinista government, Daniel Ortega. The visit was sure to raise a few eyebrows in Western foreign policy circles. By 1984, the U.S.-Nicaraguan conflict was at its peak, with the Soviets and Cubans supplying arms to the Sandinistas and the CIA supporting and equipping the anti-Sandinista forces, the Contras, and even mining the harbors of Nicaragua to prevent arms shipments from reaching the government. 2 years later, Sankara traveled again to Nicaragua for a celebration of the Sandinista movement. In his 1986 speech, Sankara called for support for the Nicaraguan struggle. He was certainly not alone in condemning the US-backed Contras. Many Western leaders opposed Reagan's policy and, on the same day that Sankara spoke in Managua, the U.S. Congress announced its plans to investigate what would become known as the Iran-Contra affair. But Sankara's travels could hardly have helped in his dealings with the United States. In fact, it was around this time that Reagan made his famous statement that Libya, North Korea, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Iran constituted a confederation of terrorist states, a new international version of Murder Incorporated. Sankara 2007, 297-302, Westad 2005, 339-348, Glygeses 2013, 314.18. Challenging Francofrique. In late October 1984, Sankara was disrupting the regional political order. He flew into Bamako, Mali for the 10th annual CEAO, Economic Community of West Africa, summit. He was greeted by enthusiastic crowds of youth chanting his name along the roadside. All across West Africa, Sankara was raising the hopes of young people, and now he was being sworn in as the new CEAO president. Sankara promptly used the position to extend his anti-corruption crusade to neighboring Francophone African countries. As it turned out, under his one-year CEAO presidency, the largest financial scandal in the organization's history erupted. Known as the Diawara affair, it involved the Ivorian Minister of Planning, Mohamed Diawara, who was charged with embezzling 6.5 billion CFA of CEAO funds that had been earmarked for famine relief. In his speech to CEAO leaders, Sankara stated unequivocally that it was time to clean house. To the dismay of fellow African heads of state, Diawara and his accomplices were arrested and put on trial before a popular revolutionary tribunal in Ouagadougou. They were convicted and imprisoned. The Malian political class was enraged. In a cable to Washington, the U.S. ambassador in Mali reported that the Malian government was incensed by Sankara's words and actions at the CEAO summit. President Moussa Traoré was described as furious. Moreover, there was an underlying concern of the Malian elite over Sankara's potential appeal to Mali's young, often unemployed urban masses. The revolutionary threat that Sankara posed would eventually lead Traoré to provoke a senseless border war in late 1985.19. By early 1985, Paris was also reportedly fed up with Sankara's public rhetoric. French ambassador Jacques-Louis Blanc began toying with a strategy of reducing French aid. In a conversation with Ambassador Nair, Louis Blanc discussed plans to approach Sankara, point out the value of French aid, and say that France will reduce its assistance. The US had already begun drastically cutting aid to Burkina in response to Sankara's public statements attacking the Reagan administration. During the meeting, Louis Blanc offered his assessment of Sankara as an impetuous, childish, and inexperienced leader. He characterized the CNR as a simple military dictatorship and said France was still deeply concerned about Sankara's ties to Libya. 20. Mali and the Ivory Coast accelerated their efforts to counter the revolution. It was around this time that Houphouët-Boigny began cultivating Blaise Compaoré as a useful ally by arranging a marriage with Ivorian Chantal Terrasson de Fougères. Then, amid the growing tensions with the Ivory Coast, Sankara attended a meeting in Yamoussoukro on September 10, 1985. The issue of the day was Libyan efforts to destabilize the region, and Sankara was put on the hot seat over Gaddafi's actions. Houphouët-Boigny was reportedly trying to burn bridges between Sankara and his neighbors, notably Mali. 21. Returning to Ouagadougou on September 11, Sankara was livid. At a public meeting, amid loud cheering, he protested. "We know that at the present moment, they are trying to foment plots of all kinds against our people. They are trying to trigger an unjust and multiform war against our people. The other peoples who are at our borders, they also are people who need revolution. To be clear, I'm talking about Mali. The revolution of the Burkinabe people is at the disposal of the Malian people if they need it." Sidwaya, September 13, 1985. The speech gave a clear casus belli and reason to stop the revolutionary contagion from spreading. Within 2 months, a pretext had been generated to declare war on Burkina Faso, the unresolved border dispute. But the real motivation was to teach Sankara a lesson, to humble the young revolutionary, and perhaps precipitate a coup. Leading up to the war with Mali, Africacy reported that everything has been undertaken by the Ivoirian president to combat his neighbor, attempts at assassination, financing military and civilian plots, thinly veiled interventions at Élysée, Matignon, Quai d'Orsay and even the Socialist Party headquarters, but also in numerous African and Western capitals in order to strangle the young revolution. According to a CIA report, the war stemmed from Bamako's hope that the conflict would spark a coup in Burkina, and that Traoré believed the conflict would give Burkinabé dissidents the opportunity to overthrow Sankara, while distracting public attention away from Mali's own dire economic situation. 22. For Sankara, the war was a tremendous disappointment. It showed that he had few regional allies. Houphouët-Boigny, Traoré, Ayadima, and Count J all had good reason to distrust Sankara, and so they were content to watch the young captain get humbled. Regarding Libya, as one CNR member recalled, the war with Mali allowed us to see who our friends were, and Libya did not send us a single bullet, nor a single liter of gasoline. Sankara was even more isolated than he had thought. In his crusade to purify the CEAO, he had taken a tremendous risk. Furthermore, according to Commander Abdul Salam Kabor, there was a growing faction of bellicose officers who were angry with Sankara for not leading a counterattack. Burkina's military feebleness in the face of Malian aggression diminished Sankara's standing within the military. Soldiers blamed him for the defeat. There was now an anti-Sankara faction coalescing within the military, and opportunistic officers waiting in the wings for their chance to seize power. Andrea Murado 1987, 145-151.23. Conclusion. Relations with France would improve slightly after the war. Even the United States reported that a humbled and more contrite Sankara was now willing to cooperate on a range of issues, including a possible agreement with the IMF. French Ambassador Louis Blanc indicated that the French government was guardedly optimistic about Sankara and thoroughly convinced that Houphouët-Boigny was saying the right things in support of Sankara. However, on April 15, 1986, all the optimism ended when the Reagan administration launched its bombing of Libya. In response, Sankara decided to take a stand against the U.S. military operation by publicly showing his solidarity with the Libyans. Unfortunately for Sankara, his expression of loyalty to Gaddafi was not reciprocated, and it won him few favors with neighboring heads of state. Even an alleged coup attempt in Togo was soon blamed on Sankara. And over the next year, Gaddafi would deepen his ties to Sankara's internal and external enemies as the focus of Libyan destabilization shifted to Liberia. See Chapter 6, this volume. 24. Over the final year of his life, Sankara would place emphasis on debt non-repayment as a core issue. See Chapter 12, this volume. He would deepen his support for the liberation struggle in South Africa, reaffirm his ties to Cuba and the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, and maintain his non-aligned position. But he found himself increasingly isolated in West Africa, as the Ivory Coast, Mali, Togo, Niger, Senegal, and others grew weary of his challenges to the established system. Even Ghana was coming to terms with the IMF and World Bank, eventually entering into the kind of structural adjustment program that Sankara opposed. Finally, there was evidence of diminished French commitment to Burkina Faso, especially after Mitterrand's visit to Ouagadougou in November 1986 and the return of Jacques Foccart within the cohabitation government. Moreover, Sankara's expulsion of the Peace Corps from Burkina Faso in 1987 served to further alienate the U.S. In the face of uncertainty, and the ongoing anti-imperialist rhetoric, France and the United States were not willing to absorb the recurring costs, and diplomatic headaches, required to support Sankara. And with the rise of a new neoliberal order, and the dramatic extension of the Cold War into the global economy, socialist countries were unable, or unwilling, to provide the kind of patronage Sankara needed to stay in power. He would make one trip to the Soviet Union in October 1986, but the visit resulted in no significant Soviet aid. In fact, it was just days before Mikhail Gorbachev's historic meeting with Reagan in Reykjavik. The Cold War was drawing down and there wasn't much interest in supporting Burkina Faso, according to the U.S. Ambassador Leonardo Nair. 25. In his final international address, Sankara focused on the theme of indebtedness. With barely 3 months to live, he warned that African nations had to come together to avoid going off to be killed one at a time. But, by this time, such talk of African unity fell on deaf ears, as most African countries, facing economic collapse, desperately sought out arrangements with the Washington Consensus. Sankara then finished his speech with a bit of gallows humor: "If Burkina Faso alone were to refuse to pay the debt, I wouldn't be at the next conference." Sankara 2007, 373-381. And indeed this would be his last. Chapter 3. Thomas Sankara and the Elusive Revolution. Leo Zilug. Thomas Sankara sought a national break from Upper Volta's neo-colonial and imperialist domination. In 1983, he stated the aims of the revolution categorically: this would be a new society free from social injustice and international imperialism's century-long domination and exploitation, cited in Sankara forthcoming. Yet, securing such a break was a far from simple aim. The combination of popular and grassroots initiatives, with more classic development projects and support for businesses, expressed a real contradiction. The revolution tried to hold on to a complex, and ultimately deadly, ambiguity. This chapter looks at the limited, hugely constrained, circumstances of reforms under Sankara's military government. Reforms had to be secured in the cracks and fissures that were temporarily available. At the start of the age of austerity on the African continent, in the early 1980s, Thomas Sankara emerged as a leading figure to challenge the cynical class of leaders who led the new states from independence. Within a very short period, he became the figurehead of the confrontation of a people to the demands of structural adjustment, multinationals, the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, and their local and international accomplices. The period from 1970 to the mid-1980s held many contradictions for African revolutionaries. There was a combination of new struggles in Africa and a deepening economic crisis that brought to an end the myth of rapid economic development directed by the state. It also marked the end of the long boom that had stretched precariously and unevenly around the world since 1945. By the early 1970s, industrial production had slumped in the advanced economies by 10% in 1 year, while international trade had fallen by 13%. Hobsbawm 1995, 405. The resulting recession had a devastating effect on Africa. Still locked into economic dependency, most African economies relied on the export of one or two primary products. By the mid-1970s, for example, 2/3 of exports from Ghana and Chad were coffee and cotton respectively, while the fall in copper prices meant that by 1977 Zambia, which depended on copper for half of its GDP, received no income from its most important resource, Marflate 1998, 104. Regions already marginal to international capitalism were further marginalized, impotent to resist the violence of these slumps. The struggle for independence from Portugal represented, for some, a renaissance of socialism in Africa, Davidson 1978. Since the crisis in the Congo, guerrilla movements had multiplied in Africa, the most effective fighting under the leadership of Amilcar Cabral in the small West African state of Guinea-Bissau. Amilcar Cabral, intellectual and activist, a symbol of the new generation of African socialists, managed to humiliate the Portuguese army. The Portuguese army was also involved in Angola and Mozambique in an increasingly desperate bid to hold on to Portugal's African empire. Although the new leaders of liberation movements were often committed to Marxism-Leninism, they remained critical of the experience of decolonization. The MPLA in Angola and Frelimo in Mozambique both faced external invasions from South Africa and internal destabilization by movements funded by the USA. But these movements still highlighted the upsurge of radicalism on the continent. The Portuguese Revolution that followed a military coup in 1975 was both precipitated and inspired by the struggle for national liberation in Africa, Ziligan said in 2009. If the second wave of political transformation increasingly appeared compromised during the second half of the 1970s and into the 1980s, all paths of autonomous national development adopted by existing African regimes were increasingly undermined as the global economic crisis deepened. Although the economic crisis of the late 1970s and early 1980s was a global capitalist crisis, much of the pain of adjustment was borne by the developing countries, and particularly by those that relied heavily on oil imports and on borrowing from the West. Harvey 2005. Loans granted in the 1970s turned into debts, as the process of global adjustment and restructuring required for the resolution of the international capitalist crisis proceeded. More and more African states found their options constrained and their macroeconomic policies increasingly shaped by the conditions imposed by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, Western governments, and the private banks, Walton and said in 1994. By the time the free market governments of Thatcher and Reagan had been elected, development policy had shifted to focus on the market and the private sector. The IMF and World Bank became the central players in this policy. As the World Bank reported at the time, Africa needs not just less government but government that concentrates its efforts less on direct intervention and more on enabling others to be productive. Sandbrook 1993. For most African economies, structural adjustment preceded more far-reaching economic and institutional reform, leading to varying degrees of economic liberalization. The costs of economic liberalization and the austerity policies that accompanied it, however, fell unevenly on different social classes. The poor and working class, particularly in urban areas, felt the pain of adjustment most acutely. But they did not just suffer passively, as victims of the crisis, they struggled in various ways, resisted and protested. The reaction of the working class and poor was not only defensive and geared towards survival, it was also offensive, aimed at resisting, protesting against and changing the policies, and at challenging those interests that so evidently oppressed and exploited them. The targets of popular protest included the international financial agencies, particularly the IMF, the governments that adopted the austerity policies, and the representatives of the big corporations, foreign and national, that benefited from liberalization, said and Zilig 2005, 927. It was from this radicalizing, continental moment that Sankara had started to develop his own understanding of political possibilities and transformation. Sankara emerges. From the devastation of the continent, Sankara emerged as a force promising, at any cost, to break from this pattern, to refuse the inevitability of poverty and misery in West Africa and turn his back on both the inevitability of adjustment and the failure of the two waves of independence. The Burkinabe Revolution, as it became known, was a complex process, full of contradictions, setbacks, failure and more limited success. Sankara understood that Africa had to find its own way to development by severing the lines of economic and political slavery with the North. In all of these ways, he was correct and worthy of our celebration and study. In the process of implementing his project for Burkina Faso, he wielded and created institutions and organizations from above. In this, he failed. Sankara's tools for transformation proved too weak. Sankara is a crucial starting point for each of us who seek the same transformation of the continent's skewed political economy in the context of capitalist globalization. Sankara was more than the speeches and declarations he made at international forums, great as these were. He fought against a world economy that was set up to crush initiatives such as his, even in poor countries like Burkina Faso. The enemies of the regime were national and international, and even such a top-down project for the Conseil National de la Révolution, CNR, the governing body of the revolution, directed and coordinated transformation from the top of a military command structure posed too great a threat to many important interests. Martins 1989. Some of these top-down initiatives were successful and incredibly audacious, and there are thousands alive today as a result. In primary health care, the regime scored some of its greatest successes. A few examples should suffice. Infant mortality fell from 208 in every 1,000 births, in 1982, to 145 in 1984. Local pharmacies were built in approximately 5,834 of the 7,500 villages, Sankara 1988, 21. Even more impressive was the program of mass vaccination. Between 1983 and 1985, 2 million children were vaccinated against different illnesses. The achievement was appropriately recognized and celebrated by UNICEF, Sankara's recent biographer writes. By most estimates, the greatest triumph was the Vaccination Commando, a child immunization campaign. Previous vaccination campaigns were carried out strictly through the government's regular and very limited health services and thus reached only a tiny fraction of children, even in Ouagadougou. Reflecting Sankara's typical impatience with slow, bureaucratic procedures, the cabinet decided in September 1984 to launch a commando-style campaign to vaccinate most Burkinabe children against the key childhood killers, measles, meningitis, and yellow fever, and to do so over a period of only 2 weeks, just 2 months later. Foreign donor agencies advised against such a fast and extensive campaign and suggested a more cautious, measured approach. By the end of the 2 weeks, some 2 million children had received a vaccination, about 3 times the number in previous campaigns. Rural coverage was almost as high as in the cities. According to a joint evaluation by UNICEF and the Ministry of Health, sensitization of the population to health issues was the most spectacular aspect of the operation. In addition, health worker morale increased significantly, as did greater overall public demand for better health services. Most immediately, the vaccination commando meant that in 1985 the usual epidemics of measles and meningitis, which often claimed the lives of between 18,000 and 50,000 children, did not occur. Harsh 2014, 77-78. In addition, tens of thousands were given, for the first time, access to education and literacy, including many poor peasant farmers and women. School fees were reduced, and thousands of classrooms and school premises were built. All of these were achievements, even if they were uneven, that were hard to sustain and suffered also from the regime's own decision to sack striking teachers in 1984, which had a devastating impact on the lives of thousands. Chole 2012, 6-8. Despite these achievements, the government was still locked into a deeply unequal relationship with the world economy. The recession that rocked the continent stung and chafed Burkina Faso's radical government severely. The country's economy was dependent on gold and cotton, with cotton comprising half of all export revenue. Although cotton production increased from 60,000 tons a year from 1980 to 170,000 tons in 1987, the actual income levels, despite this increase, barely rose. Cotton continued its inexorable fall since 1960. Sankara was powerless to affect this. World Bank 1989. Cash crop production, as Sankara knew, actually contributed to the country's overall instability. Attempts, valiant though they were, to diversify the economy into production and manufactured goods were important but remained largely symbolic. Food instability, another target for reform of the CNR, deepened in the 1980s. So in 1984 and 1985, the government was forced to import food, triggering a dramatic trade deficit. The sacred cow of contemporary African finance ministers, foreign investment, remained pathetic under the CNR, so the deficit was filled by long-term borrowing, which doubled the country's debt burden by 1987. Economic and financial independence remained a dream. The regime's relationship with the World Bank was fraught. The original aim of the government, as we have seen, was to extend Burkina Faso's potential, to make as much use of the country's resources as possible. Gold mines were opened. There was an attempt to build a railway line in 1985, which was valiantly undertaken by the regime itself after the World Bank and other donors refused funding to connect manganese fields in the northeast to the rest of the country. Local businesses were subsidized, a poll tax on local farmers was lifted. The project was not so much anti-capitalist as national capitalist development, and the World Bank was not always opposed to many of the measures. It found, in 1989, that economic growth in Burkina Faso, between 1982 and 1987, had been satisfactory. A World Bank report noted that, in particular, agriculture had performed particularly well, with an added value increase annually of 7.1%. The reasons for this were linked to a number of reforms the government had pushed through, including improved land utilization in the south and southwest and impressive use of technology in cotton production. World Bank 1989. At a time when structural adjustment, as a condition for accepting IMF or World Bank financing, was being implemented across the continent, Burkina Faso managed to escape much of this adjustment. The reason for this was that Sankara was able to impose his own form of restructuring. There was considerable control over budgetary expenditure, with a reduction in public sector employment and attempts to generate private capital investments in manufacturing, in line with imposed reform packages elsewhere on the continent at the time. Sandbrook 1993. The genuine and committed efforts at agricultural reform included austerity measures designed to lighten the state deficit, while the income levels of state employees, teachers, and civil servants suffered and levies were raised on workers to fund development projects. Nevertheless, these efforts, an attempt to make up for underdevelopment as a result of the country's incorporation into the global economy, less than 100 years before, were understandable. What other tools were available to achieve such development and to alleviate the country's terrible poverty? Sankara was nothing if not an enigma. He argued for a radical plan of national self-development, condemning in powerful terms the behavior of ex-colonial powers, financial institutions, and global capitalism. Yet he also made a kind of compromise with these bodies while attempting to build up and diversify the economy. This terrible and dangerous dance, between competing and hostile interests, meant that national capitalist interests overrode all others. The regime was left at the end of 1987 without any powerful domestic allies. Sankara was almost without comrades, and some of this was due to how he conducted politics. Left-wing supporters and opponents were condemned and imprisoned, and the unions were often silenced. The trade unionist Halidou Araogo was unequivocal in his verdict, and it was harsh. We do not understand how the foreign revolutionaries can have a positive verdict on Sankara, without having heard the opinion of the unions. Martins 1989, 28. Yet, and this is an important, indeed vital, addendum, the appearance and behavior of the government was impressive. Ministers were no longer overlords and gods, living in the dizzying heights of luxury, extravagance, and conspicuous consumption. They received modest wages, while basic health and education was delivered to the poor. In an atmosphere of national austerity, implemented from above but that included the highest office holders in the executive, there was a genuine commitment in practice to the endeavor. Denunciations were routinely made of imperialism. The role of the big bourgeoisie was regularly denounced. Still, the verdict is mixed. Though Sankara's project was a valiant attempt at radical reform, he was unable to buck the market. He forced through what could be seen as economic restructuring and even launched a systematic attack on trade unions. Some studies have concluded that the position of enterprises was actually strengthened after 1983, wages in the public sector fell and food prices increased. Sankara's project was a self-conscious effort at capitalist modernization and development. Its characterization as a revolution is confusing and unhelpful. Labazie 1988, 243. Ideological clarity. The appeal for ideological clarity is not to issue orders and directives from a mountain top, from where we can survey and shout instructions to the frenzy and chaos of human society. At the end of 1960, the Algerian revolutionary, Frantz Fanon, traveled through newly independent West Africa. With comrades in the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, he sought to find a route to supply the liberation movement fighting the French in Algeria, from the south. Fanon's sub-regional reconnaissance trip in November and December 1960, through Guinea, Mali and into southern Algeria, was a practical attempt to bring the continent and its struggle for liberation, north and south, together. On the journey, Fanon wrote notes to himself that were never intended for publication. Among his notes was the apprehension that the continent, with its colonial divisions, must be done away with. But most importantly, Fanon concluded, colonialism and its derivatives do not as a matter of fact constitute the present enemies of Africa. In a short time this continent will be liberated. For my part, the deeper I enter into the cultures and the political circles, the surer I am that the great danger that threatens Africa is the absence of ideology. Fanon 1967, 186. Fanon saw the absence of ideology, the confusion of the project for radical transformation on the continent, as an acute danger as the continent reached for liberation. It is in this absence, or rather the lack of clarity on ideological questions, that much of the continent's post-independence history can be written. Sankara and his comrades, including left-wing supporters in the Parti Africain de l'Indépendance, PAI, argued that they stood as revolutionaries in the traditions of the Russian Revolution. Yet, all of them were equally infected by a notion of socialism from above, and the revolutionary process as state edict and control. They claimed this politics for socialism, but in reality it was a Stalinist aberration. Despite Sankara's speeches being replete with references to the people, seeing them as leading the Burkinabe Revolution, the actual involvement of these popular masses was tightly constrained. In some respects, the statement of their leading role in the revolution was a declaration of abstract future intent. Babu Palan Bamauni, one of Sankara's leading advisors, was clear that the middle class had led the revolution, but that at some later, ill-defined stage the path for the peasantry and working class would be cleared. Bamauni 1986. Again, these elements of substitution of the military regime for the working class, the heroic guerrilla for the peasantry, the idealized proletariat for the revolutionary agent, have a rich and troubled history in independent Africa. In Guinea-Bissau, the revolutionary leader, Cabral, explained the historical role played by the middle class, in the place of a weak or non-existent working class, the stratum which most rapidly becomes aware of the need to free itself from foreign domination. This historical responsibility is assumed by the sector of the petty bourgeoisie which, in the colonial context, can be called revolutionary. In place of a real proletariat, an ideal one would be comprised of a class of students and intellectuals who would help create unity between the oppressed classes and combat ethnic divisions. Cabral 1969, 88-89. The intelligentsia had to commit class suicide to become an ideal proletariat. The radical military coup in Burkina Faso becomes the revolutionary movement par excellence. In 1960s Congo, the greatest peasant fighter of the second half of the 20th century, Che Guevara, fought in the name of the working class, a class that was not actually invisible in African political economy, but was absent in the projects that were undertaken in its name. Sankara, in different ways, became part of this tradition of radical substitutionism. Cliff 2001, 117-132. Again and again, it was the military, then the political bureau and then finally the trusted, leading cadre who were charged with leading political transformation in the name of the disempowered and elusive people. The notion of popular movements and their governments and programs involving the self-engagement and emancipation of the poor was lost. The substitute for this power, military rule, enlightened dictatorships, and incorruptible presidents may be easier to mobilize and imagine, but they remain harder to sustain. Such projects built on well-intentioned rhetoric, commitment, and revolutionary iron will survive on a limited popular base. Simply stated, there can be no radical, anti-capitalist project on the continent which is not empowered by the poor themselves. Too late, Sankara realized the weakness of his own project and the base of popular support. Sankara 1987. In the absence of these social forces, Sankara is revealed as a heroic, though essentially tragic figure. Perhaps one of the most important critics of Sankara's rule in recent years has been the French activist and writer Lila Choli. As we have seen, Sankara's social reforms were from the top down, not the self-emancipation of the working and popular masses. Indeed, his reforms worked against such popular empowerment. The result of this approach, Choli tells us, was to bring the regime into conflict with sections of the working class and its organizations. In January 1985, a trade union front was set up against the decline in democratic and trade union freedoms. Though this front remained active throughout the so-called revolutionary period, trade unions and independent organizations would be considerably undermined as a result of repression of union activity. By 1986, less than 3 years from August 4, 1983, the CNR's authoritarian approach had alienated sections of the Burkinabe population, leaving Sankara and his allies isolated, cut off also from elements within the ruling circles. Yet, paradoxically, these were exactly the forces that could have defended a radical project of social and political change. As Chole has argued, as a result, the government banned trade unions and the free press as these were seen as obstacles to the CNR's reforms. Additionally, as an admirer of Fidel Castro's Cuban Revolution, Sankara set up Cuban-style Comités de Defense de la Revolution, Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs. In principle, all Burkinabes were members of the CDRs and critics and opponents were branded enemies of the people. The actions of the trade unions were considered subversive and could be punished with military sanctions. The ruling CNR found itself unable to conduct a meaningful dialogue with other groups and the elusive people about its objectives and how to achieve them. There were simply no authentic channels for this dialogue, once critics, trade unions, and others had been labeled enemies of the people. Chole explains. In the name of wanting to make a revolution for the mass of poor people, they did it without them. Sankara recognized this in his self-critical speech of October 2, 1987. But he and his allies did not have time to restore the severed lines between the authorities and the mass independent organizations of the poor and the working class. Chole 2012, 6-7. Nothing could illustrate the crisis of Sankara's project better than what happened under his executioner. Blaise Compaoré, who became the new head of the state, proclaimed that the aim of his government was a rectification of the revolution. To achieve such a goal, a popular front was created, diverse enough to include political tendencies, trade unions, and popular movements. As a consequence of this democratic opening, limited though it was in many ways, the trade unions were able to rebuild. In 1988, the Confédération Générale du Travail du Burkina, General Workers' Confederation of Burkina, CGTB, was formed from the Trade Union Front of 1985. The CGTB claims to follow revolutionary trade unionism and, in 1989, the movement Burkinabe des Droits de l'Homme et des Peuples, Burkinabe Movement for Human and People's Rights, MBDHP, was established. Since 1989, an alliance between the CGTB, the MBDHP, and the Union Générale des Étudiants Burkinabé, General Union of Burkinabe Students, UGEB, was generally on the front line of popular struggles throughout the 1990s and 2000s. Conclusion. We have to be extremely cautious in our criticism of Sankara, remaining wary of easy proclamations of revolutionary purism. There is no revolutionary movement that is pure. In fact, a condition of a committed and serious revolutionary is the lack of purity. Sankara's project was extraordinarily daring and serious, the sort to orientate the entire state machinery, puny as it was with its hostile class interests, against the global market. He attempted to wrestle as much autonomy from the world market as possible in an effort to build up Burkina Faso's economic independence. Sankara's project was state-led development orientated to the poor, as part of a perceived transition to socialism, though a socialism that remained almost completely absent in his official speeches and declarations. Carried out by a military hierarchy and an even smaller political cadre around Sankara on behalf of the poor, the project was inherently elitist. This is not a criticism, rather a description. The story of Sankara is one of absences, of other social forces, of radical left organizations, of a social base that could have sustained his project. The presence of an ideological and organizational center for the radical left in Burkina Faso and the region, could have ensured the permanence of a project of delinking from the world market as part of a radicalizing movement across West Africa and the continent. This could have developed as a practical and realistic alternative. There was no such tradition. In the dramatic lacuna of the region's left, Sankara's project was a brave attempt to create a strong and independent national economy, but it was also severely constrained by conservative forces in the region and the global economy marching in another direction. By 1987 the isolation of the ruling military group around Sankara was almost total. Sankara, true to form, refused the option of breaking the regime's isolation and principles by incorporating a wider circle of openly establishment parties. But the crisis and isolation was real. Blaise Compaoré, his comrade and friend, had no such compunction and did not want to see his power overthrown with Sankara. Knowing he would fail to persuade his comrade in argument, Compaoré resorted to the murder of Sankara and his loyalists. The murder of Sankara marked the end of incredibly brave, though mislabeled, Burkinabe Revolution. Chapter 4. When Visions Collide. Thomas Sankara, Trade Unions and the Revolution in Burkina Faso, 1983–1987. Craig Fellon. Introduction. During the popular uprisings that gathered momentum after 2011 and eventually led to the 2014 overthrow of Blaise Compaoré, the image and name of Thomas Sankara was everywhere. The crowds chanted his name, speech after speech invoked his memory, and his face and his slogans were on posters and placards at nearly every rally. Although in power just a few short years at a time, well before most of the protesters had been born, Sankara, the Che Guevara of Africa, nevertheless personified the resistance to Compaoré's 27 years of semi-authoritarian rule. For the Balai Citoyen, Citizens Broom, the protest organization that captured the headlines in the foreign press and inspired the nation's youth, the image, the symbolism, and the rhetoric of Sankara was fundamental. Toury 2014. He was the symbol of radical political change, of national self-sufficiency and pride, of justice, equality, and hope for the future. Along with the demand that Compaoré dégage, get out, was the demand that he finally be charged for the murder of Sankara, his erstwhile friend and fellow revolutionary. Jeune Afrique 2016. For the country's trade unions, which had been the vanguard in every significant political protest since the nation's birth until 2011, and which also played a major role in the ouster of Compaoré, the legacy of Sankara was not so straightforward. For the older trade unionists who gathered together at Ouagadougou in December 2009 to celebrate 10 years of trade union unity in the fight against Compaoré, Sankara was not remembered as a hero. Nor was he merely a face on a poster or a symbol of national unity and hope. Rather, Sankara represented the fifth and most dangerous authoritarian regime in Burkina Faso's short history. The trade union movement took tremendous pride in its long-standing political role and its ability to challenge and destabilize every one of the regimes, especially that of Sankara. Since independence in 1960, the trade unionists declared in 2009, the movement had battled against each regime and the 1001 tricks to militarize, diminish, and subjugate the workers and its organizations. One after another, trade unions had fought against the governments of Maurice Yamiago, 1959–1966, Senghol Lamizana, 1966–1980, Colonel Cesarbo CMRPN, Comité Militaire de Redressement pour le Progrès National, 1980–1982, Jean-Baptiste Araogo's CSP, Conseil de Salut du Peuple, 1982–1983, and especially the accession to power of the Conseil National de la Révolution, CNR, of Captain Thomas Sankara on August 4, 1983, coup 2009. For trade unionists, the battles against Sankara were little different than those against Compaoré or any other regime, because each had tried to liquidate the trade unions, and, having failed, each sought to weaken them, to militarize them, and to control them by repression, corruption, and division. UAS 2009, 8. On another occasion in 2009, one veteran radical trade unionist recalled that, while the Sankara years were often presented as a progressive period, they were in fact marked by a very hard authoritarianism and a virtual ban on the trade unions that resisted the confiscation of their power by the CDRs, Comités de Défense de la Révolution. Many of the founders of the CGTB, Confédération Générale du Travail du Burkina, which emerged from the wreckage of the Sankara years in 1988 and remains Burkina Faso's most radical and influential trade union confederation, had been imprisoned, tortured, and banned from professional employment during this period. Coup 2009. The war between the trade unions and Sankara's CNR tells us a great deal about the failure of the August 4th revolution. By any measure, Burkina Faso is one of the poorest countries in the world, and its political instability since independence in 1960 has been one among many impediments to economic growth. Its semi-authoritarian military and civilian leadership has pursued a neo-colonial path to economic survival, one based on close relations to, and loans from, France. Yet, Burkina Faso has always been fertile ground for more progressive alternatives, and in the 1980s two powerful radical forces took center stage in a struggle for control of the country's destiny. On the one hand was the Afro-centered populism of Thomas Sankara, who took power in a military coup and pursued a revolutionary program that included a restructuring of the countryside. Sankara's pursuit of agricultural self-sufficiency, economic populism, meaningful independence from France, women's rights, environmentalism, and other reforms made him a heroic figure throughout the developing world. On the other hand, the militant trade union movement, which had always been a major political force in the country, pursued a wage-labor-centered vision of democratic modernization, one that privileged the salaried public sector workers rather than the peasants. The struggle between the two forces was both ideological and real, leading to mass sackings and imprisonment of radical trade unionists. The key issue in the struggle was Sankara's creation of revolutionary committees in all workplaces, the CDRs de service, a Leninist strategy to transform autonomous trade unionism into a pliant tool of the ruling party. In the end, trade union opposition to Sankara's revolution was powerful enough to help destabilize the regime and pave the way for Sankara's 1987 assassination and the rectification of the revolution in the years that followed. Equally important, the struggle illuminates the tensions between the populist agrarian and the wage-labor-centered visions of socialism that play such a vital role in many developing countries. Burkina Faso's trade union movement. On the eve of the August 4th revolution, the trade union movement in Burkina Faso was the most impressive in all of French-speaking Africa. CK Bayamus 1989a, Sandwidi 1996, Engels 2015, Fellon 2016. As was true of many other African trade union movements, membership was largely restricted to the public sector, education, transport, communication, and health services, the state bureaucracy and the handful of parastatals. Trade unionism in Burkina Faso was therefore small in numbers, but it wielded far more influence than its membership would suggest. Unlike all other trade union movements in the former French colonies, Le Syndicalisme Burkinabé had successfully defended its autonomy since independence in 1960. During the struggle against French colonial rule, trade unions and nationalist movements had been partners. Strikes and labor protests damaged colonial economic interests and therefore aided the push for independence. Once independence was achieved, and nationalist movements became one-party states, trade unions were instantly transformed from allies to enemies. Whether the political leaders pursued radical socialist agendas like Guinea's Sékou Touré or Benin's Mathieu Kirikau, or moderate pro-West agendas such as Côte d'Ivoire's Félix Houphouët-Boigny, all political leaders in Francophone Africa recognized the threat that a vibrant, independent trade union movement posed to their political and economic ambitions, and all took steps to neutralize that threat. Fellon 2011. By legislation or by force, each Francophone African state by the mid-1970s had either suppressed the trade union movement or absorbed it into the state apparatus. Martins 1994. Each state, that is, except Burkina Faso. Here, the labor movement remained fiercely combative, autonomous of state control, extremely jealous of its legal right to organize and strike and proud of its victories over the succession of semi-authoritarian leaders who had sought to subdue it. As Sankara himself put it, in Burkina Faso strikes have always been used to make and break governments. Interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp, 1985, 224. Four factors help explain the strength and resilience of the labor movement. the relative weakness of the state in Burkina Faso, the capacity of trade unions to overcome ideological and organizational differences when faced with a crisis, the close alliance between student unions and the labor movement, and trade unionism's ability to identify itself with popular democratic struggles in the urban centers and thereby create mass unrest. For example, when the country's first president, Maurice Yamiago, sought to force all trade unions into a state-controlled confederation and restrict the right to strike, trade unions created a united front, organized coordinated strikes and protests and led a mass march toward the presidential palace that forced Yamiago to resign in 1966, fell in 2016. While adept at protecting its autonomy, and powerful enough to undermine any regime, trade unionism was not strong enough to construct and impose an alternative political agenda. When not under threat, trade union unity vanished and the movement was beset by a disheartening pluralism, with confederations and independent unions representing the entire political spectrum. There were moderate trade union confederations, UGTB, CNTB, and ONSL, that at times issued radical-sounding propaganda but were largely reformist. There were also two avowedly revolutionary confederations, USTB and CSB, SANKARA 1996. Pan-Africanist and defiant, the USTB, Union Syndicale des Travailleurs du Burkina Faso, pledged itself independent of any political party but dedicated to social justice and the elimination of all forces reactionary, imperialist, feudal, and neo-colonial in order to create a true independence for Burkina Faso. SANKARA 1996, 330. The CSB, Confédération Syndicale Burkinabé, was equally radical. It, too, declared itself independent of all parties, although its general secretary, Soumana Touré, also served as the head the Ouagadougou branch of the pro-Soviet group, LIPAD, Ligue Patriotique pour le Développement, KBMUS 1989b. The August 4th revolution was at first nothing more than a military coup, one of several that had already taken place in Burkina Faso's short history. To translate the military takeover into a popular movement, Sankara needed the trade unions. They were the bridge between the military and the people in the urban centers. Sankara had known radical trade unionists from the USTB and the CSB before the revolution because he and his CO revolutionaries from the military Blaise Cambar, Jean-Baptiste Lingani, and Henri Zongo were part of the radical scene. It had been the left-wing officers and trade unions working together that brought Jean-Baptiste Araogo to the presidency in November 1982 with Sankara as prime minister, and after the August 4th revolution, Sankara depended on the trade unions to consolidate his authority among public sector workers and government functionaries. Our main support is from the organized workers, Thomas Sankara explained in a March 1984 interview. Without them we couldn't have won. They prepared the masses for us. Africacy 318, March 12, 1984, 21. The outbreak of war. Sankara was a keen student of history who claimed to have read the entire works of Lenin. His favorite book was The State and Revolution, which was for him, alongside the Bible and the Quran, the most important book ever written, the one that provides an answer to problems that require a revolutionary solution. Sankara interview in Jeune Afrique, March 12, 1986, 262. Yet Sankara was no ideologue. He rejected the label socialist and he was offended by any other label, such as Marxist or Leninist, that suggested Africans were incapable of their own radical traditions and had to adhere to European templates. It's a continual practice of Eurocentrism to always uncover spiritual fathers for third world leaders, he said. Why do you want to put us in an ideological slot at any price, to classify us? Genève Afrique 1986, 39. The multifaceted program that Sankara adopted for his revolution, the Discours d'orientation politique or DOP, was highly eclectic. It was an anti-imperialist, pan-African populism, coupled with land reform and women's rights. While the revolutionary program can in no way be characterized as Marxist-Leninist, Sankara and the CNR nevertheless exhibited a Leninist understanding of trade unions and the role of the Revolutionary Party. The proletariat constitutes the true revolutionary force capable of driving the revolution to triumph, declared Sankara's press secretary, Babu Bamauni. To take its place at the head of the revolution, however, the proletariat required education so that it could be armed ideologically with Marxist-Leninism. At present, there existed an aristocratic element among the working class, and there were many workers lacking revolutionary consciousness. Equally dangerous were the reactionary trade unions led by petty bourgeois incapable of accepting their political suicide. Bamauni 1986, 122-127. Before they could play a leading role in the revolution, therefore, the reactionary trade unions needed to be liquidated and the labor movement brought under the tutelage of the CDRs de service, established in all workplaces, which represented the spirit of the revolution. Once the CDRs de service eliminated the existing politically and ideologically eclectic trade unionism, a single state-controlled confederation, un centrale syndicale unique, would emerge in the service of the revolution, IBID. Theoretically, the revolution allowed for the continued existence of trade unions, but their autonomy would have to be abandoned and their role redefined. In practice this meant that, despite peaceful overtures on the eve of the August 4th revolution, Sankara's CNR pursued an anti-trade union agenda remarkably similar to that pursued by virtually every one-party state in Francophone Africa before it. The Révolution démocratique et populaire sought to marginalize the labor movement by creating a state-controlled alternative, the CDR de service in the first instance and a more permanent state-controlled confederation in the future. At the same time, it used the repressive apparatus of the state to destroy the most vocal trade union opposition, to arbitrarily imprison the most charismatic leaders and to undermine the most potent weapon in the arsenal of the movement, the right to strike. For a regime that exhibited revolutionary thinking on so many fronts, there was nothing at all novel in the CNR's approach to trade unionism. Nor was the result novel, at least not in the context of Burkinabe politics. The ideological cleavages that marked trade unionism since its inception made it far easier for the revolutionary government to ignore it, to suppress it and to set up revolutionary agencies that bypassed it. Trade union disunity could be discerned in the various reactions to the August 4th coup. The more moderate trade union confederations, UGTB, CNTB, and ONSL, adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Having seen numerous governments come and go, each one making exaggerated pronouncements, the moderates wanted to make sure that the new government survived before declaring their support or opposition. Many of the autonomous trade unions were wary and even hostile to the new regime from the very beginning. Fiercely protective of trade union independence, they looked suspiciously at a takeover of junior military officers determined to remake society in the name of the people. They rightly regarded August 4th as a military coup and not a genuinely popular uprising, and they feared that the new regime, despite its promises, would seek to undermine trade union autonomy just like every regime before it. The radical CSB was the only trade union confederation to unreservedly endorse the coup. Led by Suminaturi, the CSB threw itself wholeheartedly behind Sankara and the CNR. It applauded the coup as a revolutionary insurrection that had liberated the people from neo-colonial oppression. The CSB called for the unification of the entire labor movement to better serve the revolution. The CSB, of course, expected to be the organization into which all other confederations would merge, and those who failed to do so would be exposed as reactionaries and imperialists. Sandwidi 1996, 336-337. The most significant trade union to declare its opposition to the CNR from the outset was the powerful Teachers' Union, SNIEV, Syndicat National des Enseignants Africains de Haute Volta. This opposition was anticipated, since this union alone had endorsed the hated CMRPN regime, 1980-1982, and was allied with the political party FPV, Front Progressiste Voltaique, of Joseph Kizerbo. As were all political parties, the FPV had been banned and the progressive and popular Kizerbo had gone into exile. The CNR, the Teachers' Union declared, was just another name for the fascism that the country had experienced under the CSP, 1982-1983, and it warned that the new regime would soon implement anti-worker measures, KBAMUS 1989b, 5051. This attack sparked a ferocious war of words between the CNR and SNIAV, with the former blasting the latter as anti-revolutionary, rotten state employees and the last bastion of reaction, KBAMUS 1989A, 199. Words turned to repression when, on March 9, 1984, the CNR arrested 3 leaders of SNIAV, accusing them of plotting against the state in collusion with the FPV, Englebert 1986, 153. In response, the Union called a strike on March 20. The members of the Union showed impressive organizational discipline and most members heeded the strike call. Sankara and the CNR immediately and imperiously sacked all 1,380 striking teachers. The dismissed teachers at once lost both their jobs and their pensions. Sankara later justified this action by claiming this was not simply a labor dispute, but rather an act of treason. The teachers were fired for waging a strike that was, in reality, a subversive movement against Burkina Faso. "We aren't against the teachers but against the plot that was using the teachers." Interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp, 1985, 223-224. The mass sacking of 1,380 teachers in March 1984 was an unmitigated political blunder. True, SNIAV's leaders were hostile to the regime, but the Union had already marginalized itself in the wider labor movement due to its collaboration with a previous government, that of Zerbo, the despised CMRPN. The mass dismissal of striking teachers was the act of an autocrat and it accomplished what had occurred only twice before in Burkina Faso's history, the unification of the country's fractious labor movement. As had happened in 1966 and again in 1975, and later in 1999 in an effort to oust Kambar, a grave political threat to trade union autonomy inspired the movement to overcome its ideological pluralism and band together in a united front, Front Syndical. Hoping to divide and conquer his political rivals, Sankara had in fact antagonized and unintentionally unified the only force capable of challenging his one-party rule. In February 1985, the Front Syndical could point to a litany of systematic infringements of trade union autonomy, the firing of 47 militants, the arrest of 200 trade union leaders, 47 cases of torture, more than 20 cases of armed prevention of trade union assemblies and incessant intervention in the leadership and functioning of trade unions, Sandwidi 1996, 344. The second political blunder of Sankara's regime was the refusal to abandon the CDRs de service. While the geographical CDRs were necessary to carry the revolution beyond the cities to the villages, the effort to establish CDRs in all workplaces needlessly made enemies of erstwhile trade union supporters. Another strong teachers' union, SUVES, Syndicate Unique Voltaque des Enseignants du Secondaire et du Supérieur, publicly declared its opposition to the attempt to substitute the CDRs for the trade unions and refused all efforts to make a vassal of trade unionism. Carrefour Africain, January 13, 1984, 23. The CNR's insistence on CDRs de service also cost the revolution the support of the most influential of the trade union confederations, the CSB. Suminaturi had declared the support of his confederation from the outset of the revolution. He was fully prepared to allow Sankara to use the CSB as the official state-controlled labor movement. Turi thus proposed what all leaders of one-party regimes in Francophone Africa had sought, the absorption of the trade union movement into the apparatus of the state. Sankara's refusal of this offer was a mistake. His single-minded determination to use the CDRs de service to displace trade unionism in the workplace and to undermine the movement's role as interlocutor between the government and the salaried workers can only be explained by a dictatorial drive that precluded any deviation from the revolutionary plan. Rather than an ally, Suminaturi was deemed an enemy of the state. The result was to drive the CSB into the Front Syndical in January 1985, marking a major escalation of the war between the regime and trade unionism, Englebert 1986, 152-155. Having needlessly created an enemy of the trade union movement, Sankara showed no willingness to compromise. His regime tried to weaken the confederations from within through paid informants and infiltrators who sought to destroy unity, capture elections, hold rival congresses and provoke illegal activity. His regime imprisoned the most outspoken trade unionists and tortured many, dismissed others from employment, labeled many enemies of the state and characterized the entire movement as petit bourgeois. In this, Sankara's behavior toward the trade unions was no different than previous heads of state in Burkina Faso and other francophone African states. The decision to co-opt the May Day celebration was Sankara's one novel anti-union strategy. By hijacking this symbolically and organizationally significant annual event, so vital to trade unionists' sense of identity, and by turning it into an affair of peasants rather than salaried workers, the regime sought to impose its dominance. Sandwidi 1996, 343-345. Yet none of these tactics worked. The spirit of defiance among trade unionists ran deep. Despite all his revolutionary fervor, his charisma, and the nobility of his vision to transform every facet of life in Burkina Faso, Sankara's brutal and clumsy attempts to destroy the country's proud and militant trade union movement was no more idealistic and no more effective than previous efforts had been. To his credit, Sankara remained true to his word and never passed legislation restricting the right to strike. This issue was critical to trade unionism, and Sankara understood how the CMRPN's effort in that direction had undermined that regime. Yet the dismissal of 1,380 teachers made the right to strike largely null and void in practice. Even without resorting to strikes, however, the trade union movement never succumbed to the systematic effort of the CNR to repress it. Its resolve never wavered even when its resistance was reduced largely to propaganda attacks against the regime. Most notably, even the CNR's menacing decree of April 1987, which outlawed all trade union propaganda that was incompatible with the institutions and the interests of the nation, failed to stem the tide of opposition. The CSB refused to replace Soumana Touré as its leader even after his arrest on May 30, 1987 and his imprisonment as a counter-revolutionary, KBMUS 1989A, 217-222. The costs of war. The unsuccessful war against trade unionism weakened the Sankara regime by denying it the support of the educated, the salaried, the urban and the students. To be sure, there were many true believers in the CDR's disservice who honestly believed that the trade union movement constituted an internal enemy, a reactionary fifth column that needed to be eliminated or absorbed. Many activists in the CDR's disservice were not motivated by any promise of reward to infiltrate and undermine the CSB and other confederations of the Front Syndical. Rather, they were motivated by the revolution itself and by unflinching loyalty to Sankara. There is much to admire in this political commitment, just as there is much to admire in the revolution itself. However, the war against the trade unions pitted the only two viable progressive forces in the country, radicals in the ranks of the military and trade unionists, against each other. It was a weakness that manifested itself in growing discontent within the revolution itself. When the opposition began to coalesce around Blaise Compaoré, he became convinced that a coup would succeed and the revolution could be rectified. It is not a coincidence that among Compaoré's first actions as the new head of state was to re-employ all the teachers of SNIAV who had been dismissed and to release all trade unionists from prison. KBMUS 1989A, 224. The Sankara years revealed yet again the tenacity and the fierce autonomy of the Burkinabe trade unions, highlighting their unique strength among all other trade union movements in Francophone Africa. Yet, the Sankara years also exposed the movement's limitations. Although powerful enough to survive in a hostile environment, and, when unified, capable of weakening both civilian and military governments that dared to oppose it, trade unionism in Burkina Faso was neither sufficiently unified nor powerful enough to reshape politics by itself. Its power was wielded within the confines of that triumvirate of forces that has always dominated politics in the country: a semi-authoritarian civilian political elite, a politicized military that regards itself as the final arbiter of political power, and a trade unionism strong enough and belligerent enough to topple unpopular regimes. Fell in 2016. The Revolution of August 4 successfully eliminated, albeit temporarily, the civilian political elite as well as the traditional chiefs who still held sway outside the cities, but the revolution was not powerful enough to silence the trade unions. With the rectification of the revolution under Compaoré, the civilian political elite was revived and the triumvirate was restored. Given the initial promise of the revolution and its progressive goals, one might ask why the labor movement did not commit itself more wholeheartedly to it at the outset. Radicalism in the military overlapped with radicalism in the trade union movement in Ouagadougou. In the small radical circles, they debated and discussed Marx, Lenin, Mao, and the Cuban Revolution together. The August 4th revolution seemed to be a radical rupture, a momentous transition in Burkina Faso's politics, a chance for this poverty-stricken nation to build a more egalitarian society, to defy the neo-colonialist control of France and to build a better future based on a socialist vision steeped in African traditions. Harsh 2013. The promise of true independence and national unity came in the form of a young military officer charismatic enough to possibly make that dream a reality. For a trade union movement to oppose the revolution, to undermine it through a propaganda war, to challenge many of its initiatives seemingly places that movement on the wrong side of the struggle for justice. And that is the peculiar legacy for a movement that stood alone before and after Sankara as the only progressive institutional force on the national scene. Perhaps the Sankarists were correct. Perhaps the failure of trade unionism to take a more positive role in the revolution illustrates Lenin's critique of trade unionism. They were manifesting a limited trade union consciousness while Sankara and his regime had elevated to revolutionary consciousness. Whereas the former meant a fixation on the conditions of labor and the amelioration of the worst aspects of capitalist society, the latter implied a clear understanding of the global forces at work and the need to displace capitalist production altogether. It is true that trade unions did not generally appreciate the salary and benefit reductions imposed by the CNR, or the cost-saving shrinking of the civil service that meant job loss for some trade unionists and anxiety for students who aspired to work in the civil service. The wage bill of the public sector represented an enormous slice of the national budget, almost 75%, and the revolution proposed to reduce that slice and shift national resources to agricultural development. In the long run, Sankara's drive for agricultural self-sufficiency posed a serious threat to the public sector and the state bureaucracy, which were the backbone of Burkinabe trade unionism. Thus, to a certain extent, trade union defiance of Sankara's agenda reflected a desire to protect its own members, to secure their jobs and their salaries and to prevent a major redistribution of resources that would have spelled doom for their movement. Viewed from this perspective, the trade union movement appears as another privileged sector of the old society along with the political elite and the traditional chiefs in the countryside that had to be swept away for the revolution to proceed. For a Marxist-Leninist analysis of the revolution, see World to Win 1980. Trade union consciousness manifested itself in an even more fundamental way, one that has been an impediment to African trade unionism since its inception: the failure to organize the non-salaried unorganized workers who made up the clear majority of the population. Even today, as African trade unionism is disappearing after decades of neoliberal structural adjustment has decimated the public sector, African trade unions find it exceptionally difficult to organize the self-employed majority in the informal sector. The labor movement in Burkina Faso remained trapped in an essentially European conception of trade unionism, in which the working class was the vanguard of change. Trade unionists imagined themselves the salaried, formal workforce that comprised no more than 4% of the population as the working class. Seldom did those in the movement conceptualize the peasants as the vanguard in a Maoist sense, or the self-employed informal sector workers as the true Africa working class. Sankara incorporated the peasants in his vision of the future in a way that trade unionists never did. Sankara may have been extremely clumsy in his efforts to transform the countryside. His public works projects may have been reminiscent of the colonial system of forced labor, and the CDRs in the countryside often provoked resentment rather than enthusiasm for the revolution. Yet, Sankara at least realized that agricultural self-sufficiency was a critical first step and that any revolution needed to address the issue of peasant poverty. The trade unions never came to that realization. They clung to selfing ideas about who constituted the working class, and they resisted the shifting of the nation's resources to the countryside. The war against the trade unions exposed the dictatorial, one-party mentality of Sankara and the CNR. They exhibited the same intolerance of dissent, the same arbitrary, authoritarian impulse and the same refusal to engage in any meaningful social dialogue that characterized every other regime that has ruled Burkina Faso. The insistence on distinguishing between the true and the false revolutionary, the readiness to find subversion everywhere and the recourse to arbitrary violations of civil liberties created a democratic deficit, Guissou 1995, 91-94, and a spiral of violence, Legel 2002, that was at once ineffective and made a mockery of the name Révolution démocratique et populaire. Sankara undermined his own regime by fighting the same opponent in the same way as the political elite who came before him. Most of the labor movement responded to him in the same way that it had responded to each previous regime. A wait-and-see attitude became transformed into an oppositional stance when it became clear that, despite the early promises of dialogue, and despite Sankara's refreshingly progressive perspective on a host of issues, his insistence on one-party rule and a war against the trade unions showed him to be part of the political continuum rather than a complete break from it. Consequently, his regime suffered the same fate as those that came before. Conclusion: the war between the trade unions and the Sankara regime greatly undermined the latter and exposed the weaknesses of both. Sankara grossly underestimated the political power of Burkina Faso's trade unions. That is surprising, given the fact that the combativeness and fierce autonomy of Burkina Faso's labor movement had led to major confrontations with every government since independence. Sankara seemed not to recognize that the very fighting capacity of the trade unions had destabilized the CMRPN and made possible the success of his own August 4th revolution. Nor did Sankara foresee that the same trade union bellicosity could easily weaken his own regime and pave the way for the success of a coup against him. Sankara failed to appreciate the central role that trade unions played in Burkina Faso's politics. They were the expression of political opposition on the streets of the urban centers, in the schools, in every public building and in the state bureaucracy. The trade unions were the interlocutors between the salaried minority and the young, educated people who hoped to join their ranks. Trade unions were the voice of the educated, the radical and the urban. While trade union membership was small, the trade unions had always possessed the ability to organize mass protest, to shut down the capital and to topple governments. Sankara should have known better than to underestimate them. Chapter 5. Africa's Sankara. On Pan-African Leadership. Amber Murrey. In the pages of many popular media outlets, online forums, and academic venues, Thomas Sankara is referred to as Africa's Che Guevara. Like the Argentine revolutionary, Sankara was informed by Marxist struggles, a knowledge of the history of colonialism and imperial domination of the so-called Third World, a steadfastness against the powerful status quo as well as military training. Both shared a focus on agrarian reform and a commitment to promoting collective well-being through a reformation of the person. Guevara encouraged people to auto-adopt new, more collective characteristics to become el hombre nuevo, the new man, necessary for a more egalitarian society. Sankara similarly spoke of the importance of a transformative education that would allow all Burkinabe to become new people capable of pursuing projects for une société nouvelle, a new society. See Sankara 1983d. Both shared an affinity for military garb, Guevara for olive green military fatigues and black beret and Sankara for his captain's uniform and red beret. There are many additional similarities between the two that are not captured by the somewhat glib and insufficient tagline, Africa's Che Guevara, and which have not been sufficiently explored. Guevara was radicalized during his time traveling throughout South America as a medical student, when he witnessed the human costs of economic exploitation, hunger, thirst, disease, and death. Sankara wanted to pursue a medical specialization and eventually become a surgeon, but his family did not have the funds necessary to pay his school fees. His experience of being rejected based on his family's poorer economic status was an early source of radicalization for Sankara. Consequently, he won a scholarship to attend a military school. See Introduction, this volume for more on Sankara's early life. Patricia McFadden, Chapter 11, this volume, reminds us that Sankara, like Amilcar Cabral, was assassinated shortly after a critical episode of revolutionary solidarity with the Cuban Revolution. His last public speech, now titled You Cannot Kill Ideas, was delivered on October 8, 1987, honoring Che Guevara, who had been killed precisely 20 years before. Che's son, Camilo Guevara March, attended the speech in Ouagadougou to mark the opening of an art exhibition honoring Che. When asked about the significance of the street in Ouagadougou named after Che, Sankara responded with a statement that reflects his strong personal admiration for Che, this man, who gave himself entirely to the revolution, with his eternal youth, is an example. For me the most important victory is the one conquered deep inside yourself, Sankara 1987b, 384. Before Sankara became known as Africa's Che in the global revolutionary consciousness, Sankara preemptively described Che as African. He said, Che is a citizen of the free world that we're building together. That's why we say that Che Guevara is also African and Burkinabe, 1987c, 422. While this popular nomenclature Sankara is Africa's Che facilitates a contextualization of Sankara politically, it nonetheless situates Sankara as a mimicry of another, external leader and, in so doing, unconsciously casts him as less important. In this global popular revolutionary narrative, Sankara becomes an imitation of another figure. The implication is that to understand Sankara we begin with an understanding of Guevara. This popular labeling of Sankara mirrors the situating of the continent of Africa within a racialist discourse in which African leaders are the caricatures of other, better, more authentic leaders. Although his revolutionary commitment to radical social justice shared elements with Guevara's politics and philosophies, the chapters in this volume show that Sankara is Africa's Sankara. Asserting and demanding that we recognize Sankara as Africa's Sankara is more than a superficial political statement. It is part of the exigent project of decolonizing the idea of Africa, Mutambe 1988, as well as the dominant idea of politics and political leadership in Africa. In the 2.5 years that it took to pull this volume together, I had countless conversations with students, activists, and politically minded Africans and Pan-Africans about Sankara's legacy and contemporary importance. One of the most commonly repeated concepts during these exchanges was that of the so-called leadership crisis in Africa. Indeed, this thesis is often so unproblematist that we might refer to it officially as a mechanism of contemporary politics, the African leadership crisis, and abbreviated as ALC. Dozens of academic and journalistic articles have been written on the seeming paradoxes of this so-called crisis in leadership. Point 1. This one-dimensional characterization of African leadership oversimplifies Africa as something uniform while pessimistically overinflating the negative in African contexts. This is reflected in the language used to describe African governments. Regime and power are used rather than tenure or government. Other offhanded and often undefined terms include authoritarian, autocratic, praetorian, putschist, militaristic, dictatorial, propagandistic. Consider, on the other hand, the fact that 26 of America's 44 presidents have served in the military too, or that its government spends more than half of its annual budget on the military, far more than any other country on the planet, and yet the US is not predominantly characterized as a military state but as a representative democracy and a constitutional republic. The scholarship on the ALC has claimed to identify some key features and origins of the crisis as greed and the desire for personal enrichment, moral bankruptcy and corruptibility, pernicious ethnic and religious animosities. Aguilera 2006, 255, an aging political cadre with a lack of interest in the general well-being of their countries, inefficient bureaucracies and more. This literature has often been less assertive regarding the origins of current African state formations and institutions. Namakula Imayanjia's chapter in this volume draws on the scholarship of Cheek Anta Diop and Basil Davidson to provide a richer history of the post-colonial burden of the nation-state inherited by African states, which retained colonial relations and mechanisms of power and domination in the post-colonial period. Mayanjia's distinction between leader and ruler is instructive in this context. She writes, "Rulers dominate, govern states as personal businesses and are not accountable to people," suggesting the need for more nuanced distinctions between different heads of state. In such a reading, we see that among Sankara's powerful leadership capacities was his fundamental self-sacrifice and leadership through love. Chapter 14, this volume. The popular resentment against the leadership crisis came to the fore in 2010, as noted by Burkinabe anthropologist and sociologist, 2014, Buriama and Araogo, when 17 African countries celebrated 50 years of independence, but the celebration was subdued by popular resentments vis-a-vis an economic and political situation of ongoing colonization. Lila Chuli, 2014, 265, recounts the form and scope of some of these resistance sentiments across Burkina in 2011. Kambar heard the sound of marching boots and smelled the reek of smoke. The riot phenomenon, complete with the burning of police stations and other symbols of power, reached proportions never before equaled. So much so that National Independence Day celebrations were cancelled entirely that year. Araogo argues that this oxymoronic marking of 50 official years of independence with the realities of violence, assassination, domination, election manipulation, poverty, and coloniality planted the seeds for the Jasmine Revolution in Tunisia, which would overturn the presidency of Zine El Abidine Ben Ali and inspire the subsequent mobilizations against leaders of across the Middle East and Africa. In the context of a widely proliferated and untroubled idea that there is a leadership crisis, Sankara's legacy emerges as an important historical figure against such a trend. As Sophie Bodens-Cohen argues in her chapter in this volume, his memory becomes a pacifist symbolic weapon for contemporary resistance. French-Nigerian anthropologist Jean-Pierre Olivier Desardin explains some of the recent turn toward political figures like Sankara in Niger. The qualities that are attributed to Sankara all over Africa, rightly or wrongly, 30 years later, draw in a hollow what everyone would wish an elected president would finally dare to do, and the correlative disappointment that ensues when it turns out to be no different from the others, when it is also so powerless to move the walls of global economic and political hierarchy. Desardin 2016, NP. This turning toward figures like Sankara for hope inspires both rage and despair regarding our current political moment. When young people feel like they are in abusive relationships with their states and with their governments, see Funga Makirori's 2014 reflection on her relationship with Zimbabwe. Sankara's political trajectory offers a reprieve and evidence that another political leadership is possible. While we find reason for optimism in his life, his trajectory was equally tragic. Sankara's autopsy, only released to the public in October 2015, indicates that his body was riddled with 12 bullet holes. The bullet hole under one armpit corroborates Hailuna Traore's first-hand account of the assassination. Sankara went peacefully and knowingly to his death. Sankara most likely had his hands up in surrender when he was shot. See Chapter 6, this volume. Sankara's assassination fits within a larger landscape of the assassinations of dangerous indeed, mad anti-imperial leaders. See Chapters 6 and 8, this volume. Karina Ray put together a sketch of just some of the assassinations of Pan-Africanists between 1961 and 2005, including Patrice Lumumba, Amilcar Cabral, Steve Biko, Maurice Bishop, Walter Rodney, and Chris Hani. Wikipedia now has a list of people assassinated in Africa page. While not comprehensive, it lists the killing of some 150 leaders and activists. The list does not mention the deaths of countless journalists or lesser-known protesters, including journalist and peace activist Norbert Zongo in Burkina Faso, whose body was found along with 3 others in a burned-out car while he was investigating the torture and murder of David Araogo, the former driver of Francois Kambar, Blaise's brother. See Chapter 23, this volume. Point 3. The leadership crisis thesis fails to acknowledge this larger geopolitical context, which nurtures certain leaders while actively suppressing and eliminating others. Point 4. I was asked recently if Sankara was in the wrong place at the wrong time. This reading infers that he was too radical and too isolated and too mad, and that, therefore, his death might have been avoidable. Yet, Sankara's assassination is the norm within the historical geopolitical context of imperialism in the South in the Cold War. Indeed, non-aligned socialist leaders who survived, like Fidel Castro or Jerry Rawlings, were the exceptions to the norm. In his chapter in this volume, Bruno Jaffer argues, the contextualization of Sankara's assassination within the political and economic events at the time underlines the narrow path that Burkina Faso was allowed to follow, emphasis added. Apart from the crude conglomeration of Africa as if it were a homogeneous entity, the African leadership crisis tends to overlook probably the most important detriment to other kinds of leadership on the continent: economic and political imperialism and the propping up of leaders content to orchestrate and perpetuate direct domination, coercion, repression, and political assassination. See Choli 2014, Ara Ogo 2015, Chapter 6, this volume, afterward, this volume. Ben Amrane, 2016, 12, describes those nurtured leaders as skeletal elites, inaudible because already domesticated by the masters of the world of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Against this malleable leader swayed by promises of security and wealth and intimidated by threats of violence, Sankara offers a generous leadership. In his 1985 interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp, Sankara described his nuanced attention to creating a society with tangible improvements in people's everyday lives. Other leaders have had the chance to immerse themselves in the daily lives of the people. That's where they find the necessary reserves of energy. They know that by making such and such a decision they'll be able to solve such and such a problem, and that the solution they've found is going to help thousands, even millions of people. They have a perfect grasp of the question without having studied it in a sociology department. This changes your perception of things. Sankara 1985, 191. Sankara had the madness to pursue a radical revolutionary agenda that fixed mental emancipation, agrarian justice, and people's agency front and center. Yet, the specter of death haunted his presidency. After the death of Mozambique's President Samora Machel in October 1986, Sankara reasserted a pragmatic and unbending focus on the revolutionary aims of well-being and liberation, saying, "With sentimentalism one cannot understand death. Sentimentalism belongs to the messianic vision of the world, which, since it expects a single man to transform the universe, inspires lamentation, discouragement, and despondency as soon as this man disappears. Samora Machel is dead. This death must serve to enlighten and strengthen us as revolutionaries." Sankara 1986b, 315. For Sankara, Machel's death revealed another suppression tactic used by counter-revolutionary forces. He explained that imperialism organizes and orchestrates the arming and training of mercenaries, the organizational capacity needed for large-scale surveillance and the manufacture and circulation of knowledge, information, equipment, arms, and ammunitions. Olivier Desardin, 2016, argues that Sankara is admired today because he symbolizes a refusal of economic privilege, a rehabilitative politics and the courage to do politics differently. He wonders, what head of state will have the courage to disappoint, at least in some respects, his sick financiers, his militants, his allies, his officials, his donors? What head of state will dare to do politics differently, even if he has to put down many of his classical supporters? What head of state will be able to develop strategies of rupture with a whole set of established habits at the very heart of the state? What head of state will be able to assume reforms against his courtiers? 5. Desardin 2016, NP. When we consider Sankara as a figure of promise for politics today, we cannot fail to speak to Sankara's near-explicit premonition of his own death. Does Sankara's brief presidency illustrate that another politics is possible, or, given the context of his assassination, does it confirm the clout of the global capitalist system, neo-imperialism, and counter-revolution? The question shows us that, in celebrating Sankara's life as evidence of a more grounded, radical and pro-people leadership for today, we must also speak to the ongoing threat of imprisonment, disappearing and death for such political leaders. The Ivoirian Pan-Africanist scholar Nicolas Goque asks, what leader has the willingness to die? Interview with author, June 2017. A week before his own assassination, Sankara declared, "It's true, you cannot kill ideas. Ideas do not die. That's why Che Guevara, an embodiment of revolutionary ideas and self-sacrifice, is not dead. Let's draw closer to Che, not as we would a god, not as we would an idea, an image placed above men, but rather with the feeling that we're moving toward a brother who speaks to us and to whom we can also speak. Every time we think of Che, let's try to be like him, and make this man, the combatant, live again, by rejecting material goods that seek to alienate us, by refusing to take the easy road, by turning instead to education and the rigorous discipline of revolutionary morality. Sankara, inauguration of exhibition honoring Che Guevara in Ouagadougou, 1987b, 421-422. We might take his words about Che as an invitation to our engagement, 30 years later, with his own life, politics, and memory. His assertions against consumerism and his rejection of hagiography require similarly critical readings of the proliferation of mass-produced T-shirts with his face emblazoned on the cloth. Responding to critiques of Sankara. In responding to critiques of Sankara, it is first important to sketch the precarious and inherently challenging context of the revolution. 6 Again and again Sankara characterized the revolutionary project one that holistically brought together an attention to gender, health, knowledge and education, housing, food, water, sanitation, ecology, agriculture and culture, with an unbending insistence on self-sufficiency, sovereignty and dignity as ambitious, enormous and prolonged. In response to the problem of food production alone, Sankara asserted, in the 1985 interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp, we confront a combination of physical, social, and political problems that must be resolved simultaneously. Sankara 1985, 209. When he became president, he described the state of the country. We have 7 million inhabitants, with over 6 million peasants, an infant mortality rate estimated at 180 per 1,000, an average life expectancy limited to 40 years, an illiteracy rate of up to 98%, if we describe as literate anyone who can read, write, and speak a language, 1 doctor for 50,000 inhabitants, 16% of school-aged youth attending school, and finally, a per capita gross domestic product of 53,356 CFA francs, or barely more than $100. The root of the problem was political. The solution clearly needed to be political. Sankara 1984c, 159-160. Sankara had a holistic understanding of transformative social change and sought to engage with all generations and genders, across all regions of the country, for a more thorough and meaningful mode of governance. He described the opening of an institute for the study of black culture in El Faso as a gigantic task before us, 1984a. These words can be extrapolated to the revolution itself. The enormity of the revolutionary project cannot be overstated. As with all great social, economic and political changes, some resistance, often also in the form of counter-revolution or counter-insurgency, is unavoidable. Turbulence, friction, and loss are unavoidable during massive structural transformations. The challenges for realizing this vision of a society were many. Sankara faced a context of considerable social heterodoxy and near-constant pressures from many different groups, from the proliferation of leaflets critical of the Comites de Défense de la Révolution, CDR, financed by Houphouët-Boigny, in Côte d'Ivoire, to the boycotts, economic sabotage, and fiscal strategies to undervalue Burkinabe agro-products and strangle the Burkinabe economy by the French, Sankara 1985, 212, to the drafting of articles hostile to Sankara by French diplomats for media and journalistic outlets, see Chapter 6, this volume. While he pushed hard and moved quickly, with an impatient and sometimes unsympathetic efficiency, he knew that these revolutionary projects were ambitious. He said, on the level of economic management, we're learning to live modestly, to accept and impose austerity on ourselves in order to be able to carry out ambitious projects. Sankara 1984c. For such an immense project to be realized, there would undoubtedly be sacrifices and collateral damage. He stated bluntly that the administrative apparatus that served the status quo would be shattered before being rebuilt. Sankara 1984c, 160. Against mental colonization, Sankara called for a popular refashioning or reconditioning that would encourage the cultivation of a sense of self-worth, integrity and pride for and in each person. He said, "We have to recondition our people to accept themselves as they are, not to be ashamed of their real situation, to be satisfied with it, to glory in it, even." Sankara 1985, 197. This shattering and refashioning would give rise to a new cultural identity, including more equitable gender relations and endogenous knowledges that would respond to the real problems and material needs of Burkinabes. Sankara 1984a, 1984b. For Sankara, this endogenous knowledge and action needed to be actively cultivated in the face of the imperialist interests that profited on the suppression of sovereignty and the perpetuation of an idea of Africa as underdeveloped. 7 Much like for Amilcar Cabral, Sankara held that cultural emancipation was fundamental in the long struggle for freedom. See also Chapter 11, this volume, for more on the comparisons between Cabral and Sankara. Recognizing this long struggle, speaking before 1,300 delegates at the 5th National Conference of the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs, on April 4, 1986, Sankara urged his collaborators to refocus against internal and external threats, including selfishness and irresponsibility by some CDR delegates. He said, "We must now move on to a much more conscious level of organization. We must organize ourselves a lot more scientifically, a lot more methodologically, and we must correct ourselves at every step in order to advance." 1986a, 288. The Burkinabe historian and founder of the Parti pour la démocratie et le progrès, Party for Democracy and Progress, Joseph Kizerbo was one of Sankara's most well-known and also well-respected critics. Surprisingly, perhaps, Kizerbo's understanding of both revolution and Pan-African unity reflects much of Sankara's own approach, although with noted distinctions. Both maintained a focus on Burkinabe values and cultures for a transformation of Burkinabe social relations. While Sankara remained vigilant of the tendency to romanticize pre-colonial institutions and relations and called for a transformation of the social system that would rise out of contemporary realities, rather than return to pre-colonial relations, Kizerbo has been critiqued for sometimes citing pell-mell indigenous or African practices, including the conception of the traditional practice of power, the existence of the notion of a public thing, the Foruba in the Diola language, or the institution of palaver as a mode of consensual decision-making, each of which are historically, anthropologically, and socio-linguistically debatable. Ara Ogo 2014, 10. On revolution, Kizerbo seems to agree with Sankara concerning the immensity of change at stake for revolutionary social change, but not with the pace of this change. Revolution is a structural process that makes things progress in an invisible way until the moment when the structure of these structures is such that one must necessarily make a qualitative leap. The revolution is against the grain of what exists. It's not just turning the page, but a changing of the dictionary. Kizerbo 2003, 16, 9. In a series of interviews with René Holenstein, Kizerbo recalled the one occasion in which he met Sankara in person, an hour-long meeting in 1983, shortly after Sankara became president. After returning from France, Kizerbo had been placed under house arrest because, according to his wife Jacqueline, he was considered a political reformist. Jaffer N.D. Point 10. During their brief meeting, Kizerbo described Sankara as direct and frank. "I was struck by the bluntness of his remarks." His words were a presentation of the revolution of August 4, 1983 and a warning in the event that some decided to oppose them. "I also responded directly, saying that we had never exercised power in support of the coup and that we had a program, an ideal that we defended without sidetracking for many years." Kizerbo 2003, 135. After his death, Jacqueline Kizerbo described her husband as reading between the lines of this exchange and opting to leave and remain in exile during Sankara's presidency. Jaffer N.D. Sankara would appeal to him repeatedly to return and commit himself to his country. Kizerbo recalled Sankara's words, "You should come back, this is your country, it needs you." To this, Kizerbo replied, "In principle, there was no problem, but not in the immediate future, it would take some time." Sankara was a sincere and selfless patriot, a voluntary idealist. He did not realize soon enough that the objective conditions of the revolution were not met. Moreover, the context was opposed to the realization of his program. Kizerbo 2003, 136, 11. While Kizerbo was not directly forced into exile, he was suspected of opposing the revolution if not before his departure, then certainly after it. Both Joseph and Jacqueline Kizerbo were sentenced in absentia to 2 years of detention for tax fraud in 1985. The Supreme Court later overturned the sentence. Before attempting a coup d'état in 1984, along with Colonel Didier Chandribiago, Amada Araogo met with Kizerbo briefly in Dakar, according to testimony from Gerard Dango Araogo, Amada Araogo's uncle. Araogo was executed on June 11, 1984 along with 6 others for orchestrating the attempted coup. The execution of these 7 political opponents has been held up as evidence to support the thesis that Sankara was an authoritarian. In his chapter in this volume, Nicholas A. Jackson asks, was Sankara right to distrust the Kizerbo-led teachers' unions, given that they repudiated him immediately after he took power? How best can one separate grassroots movements from faux destabilizations? Sankara made no claims to certainty or perfection, preferring pragmatism to address urgent socio-political and economic issues, saying, "I know I don't have the perfect solution. But even if this decision were only 60% right, I would stick by it." 1985, 215. Questions regarding to the frictions between Kizerbo and Sankara aside, Sankara was certainly, and necessarily, a firm and often demanding president. Pursuing an audacious revolutionary program and refusing to collaborate if it meant compromising the sovereignty of Burkina, Sankara faced constant threats. Bruno Jaffer, Chapter 6, this volume, and Nicholas A. Jackson, Chapter 7, this volume, capture some of the murkiness of these simultaneous and relentless aggressions and tensions. France, the US, Côte d'Ivoire, Mali, Libya and Liberia were among the international cadre hesitant toward or openly hostile to the revolutionary project. Concurrent with this international context, Sankara faced local criticisms and frustrations, see Chapter 3, this volume, most prominently from labor unions, see Chapter 4, this volume, the urban petite bourgeoisie and state officials, whom were being asked to make personal sacrifices in income and lifestyle for the immediate material needs of the country's poorest people. Modest vehicles replaced the preferred status connoting Rolls-Royce for government officials. Sankara himself was notorious for riding a bicycle to work. Government salaries were reduced in self-enforced austerity measures, Sankara 1985, 200. These measures were not taken to repay the country's inherited 3 billion CFA francs of debt from structural adjustment, in the neoliberal trend, but to contribute to the projects of becoming food self-sufficient, promoting rural well-being through the building of irrigation canals and cultivating a new Burkinabe citizen, one with the knowledge and confidence to live in modest dignity. Sankara and the CDRS. The uncompromising nature of the revolution was perhaps no better expressed, nor more acutely critiqued, than through the setting up of the Committees in Defense of the Revolution, CDRs. These councils mirrored some of the distinctive revolutionary logic of the Cuban Revolution of 1959, after which Fidel Castro set up the Comités de Defensa de la Revolución, CDRs with leaders called CDRistas, to foster grassroots support for the revolution while also watching out for, and reporting on, counter-revolutionary coordinating. Similarly, in Ghana, between 1981 and 1984, Jerry Rawlings set up People's Defense Committees fashioned after Muammar Gaddafi's basic People's Defense Committees, PDCs. In the Green Book, Gaddafi sketched an understanding of the PDCs as fundamental to his populist philosophy of Jamahiriyat, or the state of the masses. Political scientist Jeff Haynes explains the importance of the PDCs in Libya, a context that echoes some of what transpired in Burkina. All political parties were banned on the grounds that they merely represented different class interest and were, therefore, divisive. They were replaced with a pyramidal structure of political decision-making committees, known at the grassroots level as Basic People's Congresses, which was an attempt to create a communal as opposed to a party political democracy. Haynes 1990, 58. In this order, political participation is collectivist. In Burkina, the Conseil National de la Révolution, CNR's ultimate ambition was to achieve an original social renaissance, which made it imperative to revolutionize all sectors of the Burkinabe society. 12 To achieve such an ambitious project at such a considerable scale, the CNR needed a structural apparatus to guide different sectors of society at the local level. Unfortunately, as Marcel Marie Anselme Lalsaga notes, the CNR did not immediately have clear statutes to organize the function and regulations of the CDRs. The absence of written protocols instigated adaptations that caused various problems and intrigues. Lalsaga 2012, 52. Prominent among these structural and practical issues in the functionality of the CDRs were the lack of horizontality and the concentration of power and responsibilities in the hands of a few individuals, the absence of consensus prior to making a decision, a slowness to action, poorly defined prerogatives as well as low female representation, IBID. The later is disconcerting given Sankara's own commitments to women's emancipation, Sankara 1987a. In addition to the weaknesses noted by Lalsaga were the tensions of achieving radical populism while maintaining a system of national unity and coherent national economic and political policies both domestically as well as in the late Cold War context of constant enemies everywhere. See Chapter 2, this volume. In his chapter in this volume, Leo Szilard is direct in his criticism of Sankara's ultimate inability to navigate this dangerous and uncertain landscape, writing, "This terrible and dangerous dance, between competing and hostile interests, meant that national capitalist interests overrode all others. The regime was left at the end of 1987 without any powerful domestic allies." While Brian Peterson, Chapter 2, this volume, likewise characterized Sankara as a polarizing figure, he also reminds us that there were often discrepancies between Sankara's rhetoric in public speeches and his more pragmatic approach to diplomacy in private settings. Although the CNR and the CDRs are often attributed to the political leadership of Sankara, and, as such, equated with IT-13, the organization was not conceived spontaneously after August 4, 1983 but predated the revolution, albeit clandestinely. Lalsaga 2012, 37. In May 1983, progressive officers and left-leaning organizations came together with the provisional intention of coming to power and ousting then-President Jean-Baptiste Arago. The president of the political party, Patriotic League for Development, Ligue Patriotique pour le Développement, LIPAD, an association with considerable ties to the labor union movement, Otta Maturi, who would later serve as Minister of Information under Sankara, recalled a final meeting on July 25, 1983, only months before taking power. Mainly, the meeting decided on the creation of the governing body of the next power under the name of the Conseil National de la Révolution, National Council of the Revolution, CNR, which was to proclaim revolution as soon as Arago and the government in power was overthrown and, at the same time, call on the people to create immediately, wherever they could, the Committees in Defense of the Revolution, CDR. Quoted in Lalsaga 2012, 38, 14. Shortly after, carried by the enthusiasm of and for the revolution, the CNR emerged publicly and encouraged the creation of CDRs at the grassroots. In a radio diffusion on August 4, 1983 the call was made. People of Upper Volta. The National Council of the Revolution calls every Voltaics men and women, young and old, to mobilize and remain vigilant, in order to give the CNR their active support. The National Council of the Revolution invites the Voltaic people to form committees of defense of the revolution everywhere, in order to participate in the CNR's great patriotic struggle and to prevent our enemies here and abroad from doing our people harm. Sankara 1983b, 67, 15. Lalsaga describes the revolutionary leaders of the CNR as politically orphaned, explaining that these leaders did not have a political organization peculiar to them. At the same time they did not want to be prisoners of the revolutionary organizations, therefore, they thought of creating structures that depended solely on them. Under these circumstances and drawing inspiration from Cuba, Ghana, and Libya, the initiative for the creation of the CDRs was born, an idea that had been endorsed by the leaders of the other leftist organizations. Lal Saga 2012, 4041, 16. Tracing the origins of the CNR and the CDRs is useful for understanding the larger context of the revolution. These were not structures unilaterally imposed by Sankara as authoritarian but were collectively decided upon by a revolutionary and militant cadre made up of radical factions of the military, student and labor unions and civil society. This group, however, did not immediately sufficiently anticipate the disappointments that would come to characterize the roles played by the CDRs in the revolution. Yet, just 2.5 years into the revolution, Sankara reminded delegates at the First National Congress of the CDRs of previous failures of CDRs in other revolutionary contexts and urged them to correct ourselves at every step in order to advance. We have examples in other places of the failures of certain organizations similar to CDR's revolutionary committees. Wherever such failures have occurred, it's been because the forces of reaction have successfully laid traps for these other organizations in some countries. We must be conscious of our weaknesses. Sankara 1986a, 288. The grassroots collectives of CDRs, originally embraced by key trade unionists, would become the very instruments to suppress some trade union activity. See Chapter 4, this volume. In this same speech, Sankara invited self-criticism and critiqued the CDRs for being riddled with incompetent people. 1986a, 283. Opposition groups secretly circulated anti-CNR literatures in the country. One such leaflet included an illustration of a gun-carrying soldier covering a civilian's mouth with his hand had the inscription Sois Burkine et tais toi. Be a Burkinabe and keep quiet. See Chapter 1, this volume. This was part of a series of pamphlets funded by Côte d'Ivoire and possibly the USSR. See Chapter 6, this volume. Possessing this sort of literature was an offense punishable by the CDRs. On the issue of freedom to criticize, Sankara was firm in his defense of the aims of the revolution and his insistence that neo-imperial forces not have a public platform, saying, "Freedom for sincere men should not mean freedom for dishonest men." Sankara 1983a, 58. Some of the initial friction between Sankara and the heterodox labor union movement in Burkina was a result of pre-existing tensions between factions of the labor union itself, most notably between the Ligue Patriotique pour le Développement, LIPAD, and the Union des Luttes Communistes Reconstruites, ULCR, both of which were affiliated early on with Sankara's government and both of which held important ministerial posts. LIPAD had 5 and ULCR had 3. Craig Fellon explains the threats posed by the CDRs to the largest and most influential trade union confederation in Burkina, the CGTB, Confédération Générale du Travail du Burkina. See Fellon 2016, 114. Sankara often declared that appropriation and mimicry would be avoided by the Burkinabe Revolution and that an indigenous path would be the most suitable for its people and context. Sankara sought to adapt the structure of the committees in ways that suited the needs of Burkinabe society, but he was engaged in this seizable and risky projects alongside many other revolutionary endeavors and projects. Sankara understood revolution as a process of social change that proceeded through different stages of transition, and it is possible that the inadequacies in CDR's procedure, direction, and guidance would have ameliorated with time. The CDRs, designed to be participatory and to decentralize authority, were ultimately critically unsuitable for the revolution and facilitated criticisms of the revolutionary government in an already precarious geopolitical context. Haynes explains. Although initially created as a means of defending the revolution from internal attack, the CDRs largely became autonomous groups of the and underemployed, members of which were frequently armed with guns which they used to arrest perceived opponents. Shortly before his own assassination, Sankara was reported to fear their power, and to admit his inability to control them. Haynes 1990, 65. In 1987, Sankara urged and encouraged, with his usual energetic bluntness, the CDR leadership to ease the pressures, in particular, on labor unions. This included his insistence that the 1,300 sacked teachers be reinstated and that civil servants receive a raise in salary. The raise went into effect on October 16, 1987, the day following Sankara's assassination, and Kumbhar took credit for the action. Sankara and the military. As Kizerbo reminds us, Sankara came to power in a military coup. This invariably informed his presidency, while also seeming to invalidate it to some of his critics. Kizerbo, 2003, argued that a better coup d'état is still, nonetheless, a coup d'état. What was needed was a system of governance that did not perpetuate a cycle of military coups. In Chapter 1 of this volume, De Valera Nym Botchway and Mausatraor argue that the founding myth of the CNR was that it came to power through a popular revolution. While Sankara was openly critical of militarism, speaking often in disdain for a global proliferation of arms and scientific research in support of warfare, he perhaps did not speak sufficiently enough of the implications of his coming to power through a military operation, even though he tried to avoid it and did not actively participate in the events of the coup itself. In his biography of Sankara, Harsh explains some of the context of Sankara's reluctance to engage in a coup d'état. Sankara continued to negotiate with President Jean-Baptiste Araogo in the hopes of arranging a peaceful political transition and avoiding bloodshed. At a meeting with Sankara on August 4, Araogo reportedly indicated his willingness to resign as president. However, Murrey was preparing a decisive initiative of his own, to assassinate Sankara, Jean-Baptiste Lingani, and Henri Zongo, push President Araogo aside, and assume power in his own name. That prompted the progressive rebels to strike first. Harsh 2014, 50. Prior to the military operation that ousted Araogo, the youth of Ouagadougou marched in the streets for 3 days to protest Sankara's imprisonment, shouting, "Liberas Sankara! Liberas Sankara! Liberas Lingani! Abbas Jean-Baptiste! Abbas el Imperialisme!" Lal Saga 2012, 35. These mobilizations reveal a strong popular base in support of Sankara prior to his presidency. More than this, the ease with which the progressives seized power from Araogo revealed close collaborations between leftist parties, labor unions, student groups, and the dissident soldiers at the time. Lal Saga 2012. This progressive collective belies claims that Sankara seized power without popular support. Indeed, civilian groups collaborated to effect the coup d'état by serving as guides, cutting off power to areas of the city and remaining at the command base in Po, although certainly the Burkinabe political landscape was complex and highly fractured prior to the August Revolution. See chapters 3, 6, 7, and 17, this volume. In regards to the role of the military in society, Sankara spoke harshly about the need for political and ideological training, saying, "A military man or woman without a political education is a potential criminal." On the other hand, because he was not voted into office, our speculation on the nature of and extent of his popular appeal is reduced to just that, speculation. As a result, some have dismissed Sankara out of hand as just another leader to come to office through military means. Indeed, the revolution was dismissed early on in the international and Western media as just another coup. Sankara responded at a press conference on August 21 by articulating a distinction between types of coups. It is not a question of the military taking power one day and giving it up the next. It is about the military living with the voltaic people, suffering with them, and fighting by their side at all times. Sankara 1983c, 75. Buriyama and Araogo, 2015, reminds us that the army has dominated the exercise of power in Burkina Faso almost uninterruptedly since independence in 1960, including in the 27 years that Blaise Compaoré, himself a captain in the military, was president. 17 Considering the popular movement of 30 and October 31, 2014, Araogo, Ibid. 2, highlights some of the ambivalence of the roles played by the army in the country, remarking that the army is at once a force capable of being blindingly coercive and liberating. Araogo, Ibid. explains that the perpetuation of the power of the army, particularly at the level of the head of the state, is not the product of direct domination but rather the result of a process of normalizing the charisma of the army in Burkina. Tracing the history of the charisma of the army, Arogo, Ibid, argues that, before Kambar, the army often intervened on behalf of the people against civilian elites and that military commanders did not function in an authoritarian way nor did they demonstrate ethnic or regional favoritism. Indeed, the Sankara years boosted the army's association with charisma and this sentiment was later instrumentalized by Kambar's presidency, Ibid. Some of the critiques of Sankara on the basis of his military training and militaristic rise to power might well be balanced with a more serious critique of liberal democracy, too. Senegalese political economist Ndongo Samba Sylla, 2013, echoing, in part, the scholarship of Samir Amin, 2004, in The Liberal Virus, demystifies the celebratory language of free and transparent elections for liberal democracies in Africa as fictitious systems that benefit the economic elite in so much as they create an impression, rather than a reality, of an emancipated collective. Such a system, according to Amin, 2004, amounts to little more than low-intensity democracy, a fixed constitutional formula imposed from the West and designed to ensure continued dispossession and accumulation. Drawing from Sankara's example, Sylla explains, democracy is not a gift that can be received from elsewhere. The very idea that there would be a democratic model valid everywhere and at all times was unacceptable. Sankara's conviction was that democracy is a historical construct, a set of tinkering here and there that makes sense for the community and which, more fundamentally, allows the people, in their multiple determinations, to express themselves freely and to emancipate themselves from different forms of subordination or dependencies. Sylla 2013, NP, 18. Others have dismissed Sankara as an autocrat, who imposed policies from above and harshly condemned those who did not fall in line with the revolution. That Sankara banned multipartism has been thoroughly critiqued, sometimes instinctively and unthinkingly so, and has contributed considerably to the castigation of Sankara as a despot and autocrat, particularly in Anglophone scholarship. Again, however, Sylla's consideration of the revolutionary context is helpful in rethinking some of these too easy dismissals of Sankara's approach to radical politics in Burkina Faso. Sylla writes that the revolutionary instinct is different from the instinct of the despot who seeks to maintain himself at all costs. Sankara was opposed to multipartism, not because he wanted to pursue a career as a tyrant, but because he saw it as a major obstacle to the emergence of a genuine democracy. The multiparty system is not revolutionary enough for him, or at least it was not in keeping with the exigencies of the moment. In fact, it seemed to him that it was a lure that reinforced the misery of the populations and the neo-colonial dependence of his country. Sylla 2013, NP, emphasis added. Sankara himself explained precisely this view at length in a 1983 interview with Mohamed Mega of Afrique Assi, describing the multiparty system as a quantitative illusion. He argued that greater and greater numbers of registered political parties had no bearing on the concrete practice of politics and held up the Upper Volta of 1978 to demonstrate his point. At the time, the country had no fewer than 9 contending political parties, Sankara explained. For many, especially for those who, through ease or ignorance, wanted to perceive it like this, it was the very model of democracy. A general in power, who was questioning himself, with 8 adversaries freely organized. It is tempting to stick the label democratic to voltaic politics. It was written, celebrated, and sung everywhere. For us it was only a masquerade. Nothing else. A masquerade that was very expensive. Sankara, interview with Afrique Assi, 1983, NP, emphasis added. For Sankara, the multiparty system operated as a colonial deception. It created a quantitative illusion in public, all the while obfuscating that these 9 parties, Sankara explained, were made up of 27 persons with the same interests, intimately linked by the politico-financial affairs of the comprador, bureaucratic and political bourgeoisies, and by their role as intermediaries of some large foreign commercial companies. 27 individuals linked by their infiltration to the same neo-colonial forces, who spoke of democracy because they controlled 9 parties. These individuals received their electoral funds from abroad. They bought the consciences through notables, feudals and many other dignitaries of the country. Millions of voltaic people voted by order. For me, it is not democracy. Sankara, interview with Afrik Assi, 1983, emphasis added. Sankara's critics who have described him as authoritarian on the basis of his banning of opposition parties have not addressed this superficiality and co-optation in multiparty politics. Other critics of Sankara have asked, how much were his populist policies and populist speech-making a representation of his own version of Pan-Africanism, and how much were they versions of populist grassroots desires from the bottom? In addressing these questions, however, we might consider the near impossibility of actually measuring popular support for any leader, let alone a leader whom has been assassinated and subsequently nearly erased from historical record, until the last decade or so. See Chapter 20, this volume. When we take as context, however, Sankara's own words, we begin to understand how he situated himself and his role in the struggle for the Bolibana of imperialism, for imperialism's end of the road, and the struggle for social, gender, racial and ecological justice. See those chapters in Section 2 of this volume. Conclusion. Sankara understood that part of his role as a leader for the grassroots would be a rejection of silence in the face of widespread hunger, thirst, and neo-colonialism. He used his international platform to address the historical foundations of poverty and to reject to contribute, even through silence, to the perpetuation of such a system. He said, "I protest, on behalf of all those who vainly seek a forum in this world where they can make their voice heard and have it genuinely taken into consideration. Many have preceded me at this podium and others will follow. But only few will make the decisions. I am acting as a spokesperson for all those who vainly seek a forum in this world where they can make themselves heard. So yes, I wish to speak on behalf of all those left behind, for I am human, nothing that is human is alien to me." Sankara 1984c, 165. Sankara was a man who wore many hats, who played many difficult and dangerous roles simultaneously. He was, among other things, an educator and a wise man, an unflinching encourager of the people, a militant activist informed by a no-nonsense pragmatism, a president with military training and agroecology education, as well as a feminist Pan-African Marxist. While we evaluate Sankara based on his role as president who came to power during a coup d'état, we must also judge his actions against other Burkinabe presidents and against other presidents in general. Many leaders are co-opted by the power that they obtain, not so with Sankara. This was a man who refused power, money, and privilege. When his name was first put forward for the presidency, after the coup on November 7, 1982 that overthrew Say Zerbo, Sankara refused. Harsh 2014, 44. I am not moved by the argument that, had he lived, he would have been corrupted at some later date. We see nothing in his character, philosophy, or actions to indicate that this would be so. Sankara remarked often that he had the privilege of having access to a global stage and used it to mobilize for the people. He understood the limitations of the military, encouraging soldiers to undergo political training at the risk of becoming the hand of empire, protecting private capital. Are we waiting for an ideal? In terms of presidents, whom do we look to if we do not look to the actions and philosophies of Sankara, who achieved so much in 4 years and 2 months and in the face of such overwhelming obstacles? States are collections of peoples too diverse to expect or demand that any one leader would be uniquely popular among all, or that any one leader would be uniquely responsible for all of the actions of the state. Certainly Sankara had weaknesses. His ambition, uncompromising nature, and urgency are among those identified in the chapters in this collection, but these are also the same markers that we respect and admire in activists. See the introduction, this volume. He stands out as a distinctively pro-people leader, willing to make an almost unimaginable level of self-sacrifice for his abiding belief that he was acting with the people and for the people even if his policies were novel, new, mad and untested and uncertain. Recall his own modest and pragmatic admission that 60% likelihood of success was sufficient in the search for solutions to the problems of hunger, thirst, and inequality. Sankara's political leadership is a powerful example of how governments might reorient to support the people as the people work to achieve their own fulfillment and well-being. His legacy shows that another politics is possible. Yet, this brazen pro-people political orientation remains so dangerous a challenge to the established economic order that it continues to be dismissed as a certain amount of madness. Chapter 6. Who killed Thomas Sankara? Bruno Jaffer 1. What happened on October 15, 1987? The initial accounts of Thomas Sankara's assassination were reported by Senan Andrea Murado in the pages of Jeune Afrique as early as November 1987, Andrea Murado 1989. Valir Sum, a close associate and friend of Sankara, would complete these first reports through the publication of his book, Thomas Sankara, L'espoir assassin, some 1990, soon after. The only survivor of the assassination, Haylouna Traore, has been frequently interviewed. He has always confirmed the same version of the events of that day. According to Traore, Thomas Sankara had just begun a meeting with his collaborators when armed soldiers arrived at the Conseil de l'Entente headquarters, an office of the CNR. He declared, "It's me they are looking for," and went outside to face his assassins. The findings of the autopsy only made public in Ouagadougou in October 2015 corroborated that he had indeed been assassinated while holding up his arms. His body was riddled with bullets, with one entering just under his armpit. The soldiers shot at him, then at those taking part in the meeting. Valir Sum identified 3 members of the commando unit: Corporal Mega, bodyguard of Blaise Cambar, Hyacinth Kafando and Corporal Nady, who was the first to hit Thomas Sankara with a hail of bullets. In November 2001, an article in the weekly journal Burkinabe Bendera published the initials of 6 members of the commando unit, all servicemen. In 2002, Mariam Sankara's lawyer, Mr. Dieudonné Kounko, in L'affaire Sankara le Joug et le politique, disclosed their names: Ara Ogo Arzoma Otis, Nabi Nsoni, Nakal Mawan Pasba, Ara Ogo Nabonsmend, Tond Kaber Mumauni and Hyacinth Kafando, Nkounko 2002. They were all under the order of Gilbert Diendra, who led POS commandos at the time. Gilbert Diendra would later be promoted to the rank of Knight of the Legion of Honor during a visit to France in May 2008 and would serve as Cambar's Chief of Staff. In October 2015, Diendra would be arrested after an attempted coup. Following the popular uprising in October 2014, a judicial investigation began, conducted by the Honorable François Yamiago, of the military judicial system. As this chapter went to press, the trial was still underway and the current French president, Emmanuel Macron, vowed to make the French archives of Sankara's assassination public, during a visit to Burkina in late November 2017. Cambar, after fleeing to Côte d'Ivoire, is currently being tried in absentia. Yamiago has thus far presided over dozens of hearings and the persons charged have now been publicly named. A few names, previously mentioned, do not appear on the court's list as they have since died. Other soldiers have been added to the list of members of the commando, including General Diendra, second in command in Blaise Cambar's regime. Also named are those responsible for falsifying the death certificate of Thomas Sankara, which claimed Sankara had died of natural causes. All of the accused have been arrested, with the exceptions of Blaise Cambar and Hyacinth Kafand. The latter was allegedly the chief of the commando unit. However, both are under an international warrant. At the time of this writing, the trial is ongoing and many of the precise circumstances are, as of yet, unknown. The Western imperialist camp, the geopolitical context of the 1980s. The wave of independence movements across the African continent alarmed what Sankara referred to as the Western imperialist camp. There was considerable apprehension that these newly independent countries would move towards communist ideologies. In each country, desires for political and economic independence were quickly subjected to destabilization attempts. This was the case in 1956 when the Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser decided to nationalize the Suez Canal and, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, the first Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba, democratically elected, was assassinated in 1961. In the French-speaking former colonies, the United States subcontracted the fight against communism to the French, as progressive movements were leading to revolts and popular wars for independence, as in Algeria, Cameroon, and Madagascar. 2 After a protracted war in Algeria, France, under the stewardship of de Gaulle, granted independence to French possessions in northern and sub-Saharan Africa in an attempt to retain some of their political-economic dominance in the region. Paris installed subservient regimes in order to continue the exploitative extraction of raw materials as well as retain influence in African markets and thus to maintain its political domination and its status as a world power. At the time, de Gaulle entrusted Jacques Foccart with the mission of holding the region under French influence. Nicknamed Monsieur Afrique under de Gaulle and Pompidou, Foccart set up a large network of contacts, which organized surveillance and collected information across the Francophone African region. It is well known that he also ordered covert actions and so-called dirty tricks, i.e. destabilization efforts. This shadow network would later be termed La Francafrique. La Francafrique was still operational when Thomas Sankara was killed. A number of similar networks, military, financial or supporting various businesses were created, sometimes with competing agendas. Most of them did not hesitate to act illegally, including organizing assassinations, destabilizations, and buying consciences, i.e. bribery and blackmail. Both Guinea, which had refused to ally itself with France, and Mali, which had good relations with the Soviet Union, were the targets of economic sabotage. On January 16, 1977, the government of Benin, which claimed to be Marxist-Leninist, had to repel a commando raid led by Bob Denard, whose links with the French secret services are common knowledge. In most other French-speaking countries, these networks have imposed and promoted regimes aligned to France with the complicity of local elite by placing advisors at the highest echelons of the state, people who are willing to stifle any aspiration for political independence and sovereignty. In the mid-1980s, the Cold War compelled each country to choose a side. The acrimonious competition between the so-called socialist countries, i.e. those allied to the Soviet Union, and the West under the umbrella of NATO, from which France has formerly withdrawn, albeit is still an active player. 3, had transformed the planet into trench warfare. At stake was access to raw materials and the markets in Central and South America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. For many years Latin America was the preserve of the U.S., which supported bloody dictatorships, resorting to massive arbitrary arrests, tortures, and targeted killings. They had to contain recurrent unrest in this part of the world, which has a rich history of struggle for independence. The victory of Cuban guerrilleros, led by Fidel Castro, was followed by numerous destabilizing attempts. Cuban leadership received strong support from the Soviets, causing one of the worst crises in the early 1960s. An exhaustive list of murders, disappearings or other attempts to destabilize countries and movements would be too long to enumerate. Rather, I have described them here to provide an understanding of the geopolitical context of neocolonialism, including the Cold War conflict that emerged from the colonial struggle for power and domination, as it is within this much broader context that Sankara was assassinated. Internal politics. In the 1970s, African youth had gone to study in France, joining in great numbers the Fédération des étudiants d'Afrique noire. It was here that many discovered Marxism. In Burkina Faso, the communist ideology in all its variants, Chinese, Soviet, or Albanian, spread among the middle-class intellectuals. They later constituted the managerial elite of the revolution. In the first months of the revolution, dissenting views appeared within the CNR, Conseil National de la Révolution, as well as outside. The PAI, Parti Africain de l'Indépendance, which was connected to international communist movements and was the best organized political party and the largest of the two that had taken part in the coup, had misgivings about the frequent changes in the composition of the National Council, the dominance of army officers, the lack of debates and the insufficient preparation for various initiatives launched by the government. This sometimes arose as a consequence of Sankara's insistence on immediate actions to meet immediate needs. A former UNDP collaborator acknowledged that, for the sake of speed, Sankara dismissed extensive studies prior to the construction of water reservoirs, for example, Ben Amrane 2016. Another party, the ULCR, Union des Luttes Communistes Reconstituées, led by Valer Sum, opposed the preponderance of the PAI in the executive bodies and sets up a strategy to challenge it. The setting up of Comités de Défense de la Révolution, CDRs, in the workplace only increased tensions. At the time that they were created in November 1983, the General Secretary Pierre Araogo said, "No union is ready to make sacrifices which the CDR would gladly accept, unless CDR and unions merge for the best, provided that the former has eaten the latter," quoted in Jaffer 1989, 181. A prominent member of PAI, Thierry Soumeni, led the CVS, Confédération Syndicale Voltaïque, and made several defiant declarations to the media. His critics accused him of aspiring to the position of General Secretary of the CDR. This first political crisis triggered the resignation of PAI members from the CNR and government, depriving them of their expertise. The ULCR was the only party left sitting on the CNR. Many opportunists and neo-revolutionaries then came to the fore and took on responsibilities. Very quickly they created several organizations under the banner of Marxist-Leninism. The objective conditions for a new political crisis were in place. Political infighting would resume during the fourth year of the revolution. The launch of a public debate on the forming of a political party was the pretext. In May 1986, four organizations, UCB, Union des Communistes Burkinabé, ULCR, GCB, Groupe des Communistes Burkinabé, and OMR, Organisation des Militaires Révolutionnaires, in a common communiqué, pledged to work within the CNR for the edification of a unique avant-garde organization. However, differences soon surfaced. On one hand, Sankara recommended the prior dissolution of these organizations, on the other hand, he wished to incorporate the PAI but also the PCRV, Parti Communiste Révolutionnaire Voltaïque, which had refused to collaborate with the authorities deemed illegitimate. All civil organizations were opposed, except ULCR on the second point. More differences arose. At the start of 1987, after the release of Thierry Soumeni, unions led by members of PAI and PCRV, until then harshly dealt with, resumed their activities. Some CDR activists, close to UCB, attempted to take control of several unions by force. Union leaders again were arrested in late May. In the CNR, members of UCB, GCB, and OMR demanded the execution of Thierry Soumeni. Thomas Sankara and members of ULCR were opposed. On August 4, 1987, the fourth anniversary of the revolution, Thomas Sankara delivered a keynote speech, urging a putting to right of errors, saying, "The democratic and people's revolution needs a people who believe in the revolution, not a defeated people, a people with convictions, not a people subjugated and resigned to its fate. But we must take care to avoid that unity becomes one dry, obstructing and sterile voice. On the contrary, one should promote multiple, diverse, and productive viewpoints and actions, nuanced thinking and actions, bravely and genuinely aiming at accepting differences, acknowledgement of criticism and self-examination, towards a bright future which cannot be anything else than the happiness of our people." 4. He sent a letter that circulated to all the ministries, asking for the reinstatement of sacked staff. Thomas Sankara was aware of a sense of weariness. He offered a pause to slow down the pace of reforms. A pay rise was approved by the Council of Ministers on October 14. Those who took over on October 15, 1987, the day after, would claim credit for it. The struggle for power resumed apace. Many discontented rallied round Blaise Cambar, including those who had been criticized by Sankara, for behaviors he deemed unworthy of revolutionaries, those opposed to opening up the government and calling for new purges, as well as those who wanted at last to take advantage of their positions to enrich themselves. A war of leaflets, which comprised more insults than substance, highlighted the tension between the two groups. Blaise Compaoré controlled most of the army and was plotting to attract to his side all these opponents who knew they needed the support of the military forces. His supporters had taken control of many CDRs via activists from UCB, with the complicity of Pierre Arago, the General Secretary of the CDR. 5. The draft of a speech he was due to make at a meeting in the evening of October 15, 1987, written by himself and authenticated by his relatives, was found a few years ago. 6. Thomas Sankara asserted that those who were hiding behind so-called dissensions did not put forward any argument when engaged in a political discussion. Actually, according to him, their only motive was the lure of power. They were the political guarantors of the plot. Some who sincerely believed that the coup against Sankara was about changing the course of the revolution were assassinated when they realized that his death put an end to the revolution. Those loyal to Sankara, who could not flee, were arrested, often tortured, sometimes until death, as several witness accounts, recently made public, reveal, including testimonies from Mausbila Sankara, Guillaume Seshauma, and Basile Guissou, to name a few. Thomas Sankara and Blaise Compaoré, an intensely close friendship or a rivalry. It would be easy to hide behind political determinism in order to dismiss questions regarding the relationship between Thomas Sankara and Blaise Compaoré. For some, this relationship was the main explanation for the assassination of Thomas Sankara. But one could also presume that Compaoré's state of mind and this extraordinary relationship constituted the weakest link of the leadership, one which the backers of the assassination plot used to their advantage so as to organize Sankara's assassination. The two young officers, Sankara and Compaoré, allegedly met during the so-called War of the Poor between Burkina Faso, then Haute-Volta, and Mali in 1974. But their friendship deepened during a military training in Morocco in 1978. At the time, some close to Sankara were surprised by his sudden friendship with Blaise Compaoré. Until then, every new member of the clandestine organization, that the revolutionaries in the army had created, had to get through various stages before being admitted. But Thomas Sankara asked his comrades to allow Blaise Compaoré to skip the normal procedure. Sankara seemed to have absolute confidence in Compaoré, to whom he entrusted the most secret missions. Thomas Sankara's father, Joseph Sankara, came to consider Blaise Compaoré, an orphan whose family background was uncertain, as his own son. He had his meals with the family nearly every day, and he even asked him to search for a wife on his behalf. When Thomas Sankara was assassinated, his father expected a visit from Blaise Compaoré, a visit that never materialized. Later he said that he lost two sons on that day. 7. Thomas Sankara recalled his strong friendship in the film, Capitaine Thomas Sankara, 2012, directed by Christophe Coupelan. The film captures a fascinating and striking account, depicting a fusional but very unequal relationship. In one scene, Sankara explained, "It's great to have a man to whom one can tell everything, well, almost everything. Letting him guess what you did not dare to tell him yourself. It's great and very unusual. But it can be painful because it implies huge efforts from the other to be always responsive. When I call Blaise at 4 o'clock, to ask him to come and see me, he has to accept to spend the entire night until dawn making me relax, laugh, boosting me, in order to help me in carrying out my work. We spend night after night discussing. That means he must have no worries. He ought to live to attend to a sick person, or I don't know, to look after. It's unique. When I reflect on this, I am asking myself, who is going to support him? Because he has to have someone to lean upon, to keep him sane." In each of the photographs and scenes depicted in the film, Blaise Compaoré is seen in the background, behind Sankara. Critics say that Sankara did not spare his friend, even publicly. Their rivalry became apparent when they seized power on August 4, 1983. Blaise Compaoré confided to Vincent Sieg that he wanted to be the top man given his central role in the events that day, an account that was widely believed. 8 Compaoré's wife, Chantal Terrasson de Fougères, herself a well-connected protégé of Ivorian President Houphouët-Boigny, had allegedly pushed him not only to claim the top job but also to claim the traditional chief of Mossi, the largest ethnic group in Burkina, to which Blaise Compaoré belongs. Rule in this group is centralized and is led by an emperor, the Morgo Naba. Thomas Sankara, whose parents were Poul and Mossi, was deemed to be inferior. Of course, I am not emphasizing an ethnic angle to explain the rivalry that developed between the two men. It is simply one possible interpretation or one potential dynamic among many. The presence of several Liberians at the scene. The involvement of Liberians in the assassination has been suspected for many years. The academic and writer Stephen Ellis did research on the war in Liberia. He cites several sources to support this conjecture in his book, published in 1999. Referring to the presence of Liberian refugees in Burkina Faso, he writes, "These were the men Blaise Compaoré had contacted and whom he asked for help to topple the Burkinabe President Thomas Sankara." According to a former aide of Compaoré, the Ivorian president, Houphouët-Boigny, was aware of the plan of the ambitious Compaoré. On October 15, 1987, Burkinabe soldiers under the command of Compaoré with the support of a small group of Liberian exiled, including Prince Johnson, killed Sankara. Ellis 2006, 68:10. In an interview, Ellis indicated that Liberians had secured the place where Thomas Sankara and his entourage were killed. Telephone interview with the author, May 3, 2001. In 2008, Prince Yormi Johnson confessed to the Liberian Truth and Reconciliation Commission that he was involved in the killing of Thomas Sankara, Radio France Internationale 2008A. He confirmed it again later to a RFI, Radio France Internationale, journalist. Johnson said, "The only option for our group, to stay in Burkina, then go to Libya, was to positively respond to the request of Blaise, that is to get rid of Thomas Sankara who was hostile to our presence in Burkina." Radio France Internationale 2008B. He also indicated that they had the support of Houphouët-Boigny. An American researcher, Karina Ray, 2008, quoting from the Liberian Democratic Future, LDF, via several media outlets 11 further confirms this version of events. Sankara was killed in an agreement that Burkina and Libya would help Charles Taylor and his men seize power in Liberia. Libya provided finances, arms, and training for the Liberian future fighters. Another version has also surfaced: Sankara was murdered before the arrival of Taylor in Burkina. At the Special Court for Sierra Leone during the trial on August 25, 2009, Charles Taylor stated that he did not take part in the assassination because at the time he was detained in Ghana. During the trial, he claimed that the country archives could prove this. Jaffer 2009. Several Liberians have since stated the opposite, discussed further below. Ernest Nongma Arogo, the Interior Minister, during the revolution, indicated that Taylor was indeed in Ouagadougou before October 15, 1987 and was living under an assumed name. In my discussion with him, Arogo claimed that he could show me the house where Taylor was living at the time. In July 2009, the Italian TV channel Rai 3 broadcast a documentary, Ombre Africaine, directed by an investigative journalist, Silvestro Montanaro, about Liberia. In the film, several of Charles Taylor's former close associates, including Momo Jiba, the ex-aide-de-camp of President Taylor, Cyril Allen, the former leader of Taylor's party and ex-chairman of the National Oil Company, Moses Blah, the ex-vice president of Liberia, and Prince Yormi Johnson, the former warlord, already mentioned, speak at length about their involvement in the assassination of Thomas Sankara. In this testimony, they indicate that Sankara had refused to help them. 12 It was in this context that they agreed to kill Sankara at the request of Blaise Compaoré. There was an understanding that they would receive assistance following Sankara's assassination and Compaoré's ascension. Momo Jiba and Cyril Allen claimed that it was Blaise Compaoré himself who had fired the first shot that killed Sankara around 4:30 p.m. Dindra, on the other hand, said that Blaise Compaoré arrived at the house much later, around 6:00 p.m. The precise timeline of Compaoré's arrival remains unknown. The involvement of the United States. In the book recently published by Herman J. Cohen, former Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, he writes that, as a member of the American executive, I accused Sankara of trying to destabilize the entire region of West Africa. Houphouët dismissed my concerns with the flippant remark, "Don't worry, Sankara is just a boy. He will mature quickly." Since we were alone, I insisted that Sankara was hurting the image of the entire French community in West Africa and would eventually hurt Houphouët himself. Cohen 2015, 23.13. The Liberians interviewed in Silvestro Montanaro's documentary, quoted Supra, all similarly mentioned the American participation in the plot to kill Sankara. What was the reason? The Americans did not like Sankara. He talked about putting in public ownership the country's resources for the benefit of the people. Actually he was a socialist. And they decided to get rid of him, as Cyril Allen put it. The Liberians were willing to tell a bit more, provided that they believed they were not being filmed. To these ends, they made two important disclosures, which were confirmed later on. Firstly, they affirmed that the American Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, helped Charles Taylor escape an American jail, where he was serving a prison sentence. Secondly, Charles Taylor was tasked to infiltrate African revolutionary movements. Pure coincidence? Charles Taylor recounted the incredible improbability of his escape during his trial before the Special Court for Sierra Leone, SCSL. According to an AFP report dated July 15, 2009, "For me, I have been freed because I did not escape from prison." In 1985, he was detained in the jail of Plymouth County while waiting to be extradited to Liberia, where he was charged with embezzling $90,000. The accused explained that, on September 15, 1985, a prison officer rushed into his cell in the high-security unit. This officer led him to another wing with less supervision. 2 other inmates were there, added Taylor. "We stepped closer to a window. They took a sheet and tied it to the bars. We climbed down outside. A car was waiting. I did not pay anything. I did not know the people who collected me," the accused told. Another AFP report, dated December 22, 2008, reveals that an American congressman visiting Monrovia acknowledged, during a press conference, that the United States had taken part in the destabilization of Liberia before and during the civil wars and had been wrong to do so. Americans have supported the toppling of William Tolbert, assassinated in 1980 during a bloody coup by Samuel Doe, because he was not doing what they, i.e. the Americans, wanted. In his testimony at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Liberia, TRC, Simpson stated, "Samuel Doe and Charles Taylor met the same fate because they refused to carry out orders from Washington." More recently, the Boston Globe, in its January 12, 2012 issue, revealed that Charles Taylor might have worked for the Central Intelligence Agency and the Pentagon as early as the beginning of the 1980s. The CIA neither confirmed nor denied these charges. See Bender 2012. The American connection, warrants more research. And France? France had several reasons to see Thomas Sankara as a danger to their interests. Not the least was his growing popularity, his youth, his straight-talking manner and the achievements of the revolution, in particular against corruption. All of this meant that Burkina was looked at in the region with sympathy and that Thomas Sankara was an admired leader. Sankara's achievements pointed to possibilities of choosing an alternative development model. This model was one opposed to the neo-colonial model that favored French interests in the region. More than this, there was a fear that Sankara would become a regional example, therefore he threatened to destabilize neighboring countries, where the elite's rampant corruption was cultivated and instrumentalized by neo-colonial actors. On a very public and international level, Sankara's Burkina Faso was no longer aligning itself with French positions at the United Nations, unlike France's other former colonies. A series of events increased the tension in 1986. At a reception during President François Mitterrand's visit to Ouagadougou, Thomas Sankara lashed out at French policy in Africa. On his feet, looking defiantly at François Mitterrand, who appeared impassive, gazing in front of himself, Sankara delivered a very undiplomatic speech. "We cannot understand why bandits like Jonas Savimbi, killers like Peter Botha, have been authorized to travel to France, so beautiful and decent a country. They stained her with their hands and feet covered with blood. Those who allowed them to commit such actions will bear responsibility here and elsewhere in the world, now and forever." 14. That day, François Mitterrand attempted with his customary sagacity to respond to each point, at times in fatherly manner. "I admire his great qualities, but he is too forthright, in my opinion he goes too far. Let me tell me out of experience." 15. This verbal sparring was regarded as an insult by Mitterrand's entourage. According to many commentators, the final decision to get rid of Sankara was taken after this incident. Other policies of Burkina poisoned relations further. A few months later, another event, one that was far more serious for French diplomacy, earned a more overtly aggressive response. On December 2, 1986, Burkina Faso voted against France in support of New Caledonia's right to self-determination, which was discussed by the UN's Special Committee on Decolonization. In paragraph 3 of Resolution 41/41, the General Assembly proclaims the inalienable right to self-determination independence of New Caledonia people. In Paris, at the National Assembly, the right-wing MPs were enraged and the Prime Minister wrote to the Minister for Cooperation, demanding economic retaliation against Burkina Faso. Guissou 1995, 107. French authorities were too often slow to make good on their past errors. After a 4-year campaign by the international network Justice for Sankara, Justice for Africa, the President of the French National Assembly finally accepted a motion for the setting up of an investigative committee on the assassination of Thomas Sankara, tabled by members of the Green and Front de Gauche parties. Claude Barthelone pretended to ignore that its remit would be precisely to investigate in France and not in Burkina. The questions phrased by the MPs were focused on specific points. We have to answer the following questions: why was Thomas Sankara assassinated? How was his assassination made possible? What roles did the French intelligence agencies and the French leaders at the time did play? Did the DGSE know some people were plotting and did it allow them to carry on? Assemblée Nationale, June 10, 2011, 16. The process stalled. Momo Allen, one of the witnesses in the aforementioned documentary, asserted, the piano was tuned both by the Americans and the French. There was a CIA agent at the American embassy in Ouagadougou, who was liaising with the representative of the secret services in the French embassy. They took the most important decisions, the director cut in, saying, then the CIA and the French intelligence services decided to get rid of Sankara. These are facts. On February 23, 2012, on France Inter, the program Rendezvous avec M.X focused on the death of Thomas Sankara. Mr. X, introduced as a former French intelligence services agent, claimed that after the victory of the right at the parliamentary elections in 1986, which led to a period of cohabitation with the socialist president, some African leaders called upon Jacques Foccart to take action. They asked him to get rid of Thomas Sankara. The most prominent of them was Houphouët-Boigny, the president of the Ivory Coast, neighboring Burkina Faso and a close ally with France in the region. When asked, have the French agencies played a role, Mr. X answered, how could it be otherwise? Africa abounds with agents and former ones who work directly for African leaders or companies. They ensured i.e. French interests over there are protected. The French journalist, François Hodder, a reporter at large with Figaro, recalls a troubling conversation during a panel discussion at Cheikh Anta Diop University as part of events organized by the Prix Albert Londres in May 2008. During the panel, he informed the audience that he had been contacted by a special advisor to François Mitterrand for Africa, Guy Penet, who asked him to write an article hostile toward Thomas Sankara. More than this, Penet helped connect the journalist with Admiral Lacoste, who called the DCRG, Direction Générale des Renseignements Généraux, and suggested that he meet the chief of African operations. The journalist ended by adding, "That was the biggest attempt at spinning I have ever seen in my entire career as a journalist." Ellis informed me in 2001 that Charles Taylor was also in contact with Michael Dupuc, former advisor to the President Jacques Chirac, when he was ambassador to the Ivory Coast. A French businessman, Robert de Saint-Pie, was acting as an intermediary. He died some years ago. Jean-Pierre Bat further emphasizes France's support to Charles Taylor in his 2012 book, Le Syndrome Focart. The networks of La Francafrique were not just satisfied with these efforts to destabilize the regime, they also needed to imply that Blaise Compaoré would have the support of the new French government. In 1998, Jeune Afrique alluded to these overtures to Blaise Compaoré before October 1987, at the time number 2 of a revolution he did not believe in anymore, ever closer to Houphouët-Boigny, through whom he met his future wife. The handsome Blaise met his French counterpart, then Prime Minister, via the Ivorian President and Jacques Focart, who introduced him to the leaders of the French right, in particular Charles Pasqua. A few years later, in 1992, Blaise Compaoré awarded the highest distinction in Burkina Faso, l'Étoile d'Or du Nahouraï, to Jacques Focart. Conclusion. This complex landscape constituted the conditions for an assassination made up of the converging interests of the United States, France, several French-speaking countries in the region, notably Côte d'Ivoire, and Libya via Charles Taylor Associates. Although complex and sinister, the historical geopolitical context described in this chapter is not a mere flight of fancy, as the French ambassador to Burkina declared in 2005. Rather, multiple sources reveal that many geostrategic actors supported, in some form, Sankara's assassination. Togo was also rumored to have sent a general of gendarmerie with a group of men to Ouagadougou. When looking for support in the West African region, Compaoré's trip to Côte d'Ivoire was a great occasion. During a party, he met Chantal Terrasson de Fougères, who was a member of a group of girls at the Yamoussoukro Lycée, who were often called upon to make heads of states visits to Côte d'Ivoire pleasant occasions. She was the daughter of Jean Kourama Terrasson, a well-known doctor in Côte d'Ivoire, who had close ties to President Houphouët-Boigny. After their initial meeting, Compaoré, deeply in love, traveled regularly to Côte d'Ivoire to join her. Their relationship progressed quickly and the wedding took place on June 29, 1985, 6 months after their first encounter. Houphouët-Boigny seemed to want the wedding to be successful. He lent his private jet to transport the couple and gave them numerous presents, including a large sum of money, rumored to be 500 million FCFA or $900,000, to ensure that his Franco-Ivorian protégé could maintain her lavish lifestyle. This, of course, was in the context of the political and economic revolution in Burkina Faso, as people were being encouraged to live according to their means, to count on themselves and to abstain from lavish lifestyles. The geopolitical conditions were in place to prepare the coup. Bernard Doza, a political journalist, former advisor to Blaise Compaoré, August 1987 to July 1988, asserted, Houphouët-Boigny provided defunding the General Secretary to the Presidency, Kofi Gervais, estimate the sum to 5 billion CFA francs in order to finance a campaign of divisive leaflets that would tear apart Burkina during June 1987, Doza 1991. The feud between revolutionary leaders deepened and the Liberians eventually set the assassination into action. Tripoli was alleged to have given intelligence equipment. Blaise Compaoré was confident that he could rely on Dindra to carry out the coup. As we have seen from the discussion above, grey zones remained. The French media, which had been quiet on the subject, finally seized on the so-called Sankara affair only after Blaise Compaoré was toppled following the popular uprising in October 2014. For the first time, they now widely mention versions of the plot theory outlined here. Yet, there had been no official response from the French government prior to the presidential election in May 2017. Mr. Bartolone, the President of the National Assembly, during a visit to Burkina Faso in March 2017, declared in an interview, "We are in favor of the French justice dealing with all the demands of Burkina judiciary so that there will not be any suspicions in the relations between our two countries, including in this affair." Belemvir 2017. This was a different tone than his previous responses in September 2015, when, during a parliamentary inquiry, he stated that the Sankara affair did not concern France. If a rogatory commission were created, it would entail the appointment of a French judge to lead the investigation in France. As per the declassification of documents, as President Macron has recently indicated France will do, such a commission would constitute an important breakthrough, but it would be insufficient. This is because similar incidents in the past have shown that even when official papers are made public in France, there are still many remaining obstacles on the path to establishing the truth. In Burkina Faso, Judge François Yamiago appears to be investigating thoroughly, including looking into the theory that there was an international coup. He asked for judicial assistance from the French authorities so that a judge might conduct hearings. He requested the declassification of related official papers. Nonetheless, no one has yet had any access to the necessary archives, as the date of the assassination goes back further in time than what has been made available. Gradually, we might have new revelations and hopefully compelling documents will be revealed, particularly if journalists and researchers press to open new avenues of investigation into aspects of the case as of yet insufficiently explored. In this chapter, I set out to examine some of the many variables that might have played a part in the murder of Thomas Sankara. Some would like to dismiss his assassination as a rivalry between two men in a deeply complex friendship, others see his death as the consequence of internal politics and others as the result of a complex international plot involving many geopolitical actors. The contextualization of Sankara's assassination within political and economic events at the time underlines the narrow path that Burkina Faso was allowed to follow. Contemporary history shows that countries that try to resist the dominance of major global superpowers are subject to thorough destabilization attempts, including military aggressions. In this case, political differences led to a serious conflict precisely because Blaise Compaoré was able to turn them to his own advantage in order to create the political conditions for his presidency as an alternative. Without political allies, he never could have contemplated seizing power. On the other hand, the civilians who closed rank behind him could not contemplate taking over without the support of the army. The fact that the country quickly returned to the Western fold demonstrates that these so-called political opponents against Sankara, whom they criticized for being too reformist, were interested, first and foremost, in their own enrichment. Personal enrichment is precisely what happened under Blaise Compaoré's regime. Thomas Sankara was too dangerous an obstacle for this enrichment. He had to be eliminated and conditions were met to do it. This remains the most plausible hypothesis. Most of the world's coups, which set out to topple leaders whom have become hindrances to global capitalism, are organized with accomplices among the direct entourage, see afterward, this volume. Thus they most often arise within internal political situations with deep contradictions. This is precisely what happened in Burkina Faso when Thomas Sankara was assassinated. The murder of Thomas Sankara stands as one of the most shocking political assassinations in world history. To this day, the exact circumstances are not elucidated. Although some of the victims are forgotten, the prestige of Sankara has continued to increase over the years. In Africa, Europe, and the United States, the former leader of Burkina Faso has inspired many creative people, including writers, poets, choreographers, painters, visual artists, and playwrights. See chapters 21 and 23, this volume. Many citizens' movements and political parties now claim that Thomas Sankara's ideas guide their actions. See chapters 15, 19, and 23, this volume. Several documentaries, most of them made by European directors, have contributed to his renown. 17 screenings are generally followed by discussions, allowing activists from the international network Justice pour Sankara, Justice pour l'Afrique to remind us of the campaign for truth and justice about the killing of Thomas Sankara. They provide detailed information on what we know and ask the audience to sign petitions. Commemorations on the anniversary of his death are organized everywhere in Africa as well as in many European countries, in the US and in Canada. Videos of Sankara's speeches, particularly that delivered on national debts, are available with subtitles in several languages. International networks against the burdens of debts in poor countries hold events around October 15 in order to pay homage to Thomas Sankara. These actions contribute to prevent what is termed l'affaire Sankara from being forgotten. Hopefully one day the full truth of Sankara's assassination will come to light. Chapter 7. Incentivized Self-Adjustment. Reclaiming Sankara's revolutionary austerity from corporate geographies of neoliberal erasure. Nicholas A. Jackson. Introduction. In their 1989 annual report, World Bank analysts commented that since 1984, Burkina Faso's government had been taking a number of adjustment measures. While it is premature to assess the impact of these programs on economic growth, measures to improve incentives, combined with favorable weather conditions, are beginning to bear fruit. World Bank 1989, 108. At best, this passage was inserted as a throwaway line, part of a report whose authors desperately sought to justify the then struggling Structural Adjustment Plan, SAP, framework of development. SAPs had attained hegemonic status within research and high-level administrative departments of the international financial institutions, IFIs, only 2 years before, when Anna Kruger's, 1974, views were largely concretized in the 1987 World Development Report. Despite this short timeline, World Bank scholars and researchers were already preparing the documents to compel strong government facilitation, i.e. what has since become known as governance, to address the clear failures accumulating within structural adjustment. World Bank 1987, Kruger 1974. When held up against the actual words and policies of President Sankara, the World Bank report statements almost attain the status of nonsense syllables, disconnected with any semblance of reality. However, when one moves beyond the formal written discourses of the IFIs into larger geographies, represented, governed, and lived, of global corporate exploitation, anti-hegemonic resistance, and corporate response, the World Bank statements make much more sense, albeit geographic more than discursive. In this chapter, I look at a. the ideological roots of Sankara's ideas followed by an explication of the revolutionary self-adjustment that he put in place, b. the reasons why, beyond the dissension within Burkinabe government power centers that is often blamed, as longtime BBC reporter for Burkina Faso Joan Baxter, 2008, 97, commented, Sankara could not simply be overthrown, he had to be permanently eliminated, and, finally, c. the Flexion networks that underpin Burkinabe power. Within global geographies of corporate exploitation. My epistemological approach to power derives from John Allen's, 2003, 97, notion that while power is not something or attribute that can be possessed, I do not believe either that it can flow, it is only mediated as a relational effect of social interaction. Allen provides important examples of the diversity of modalities through which power is exercised: domination, authority, coercion, seduction, inducement, and manipulation, ibid. For a very long time, certainly since Europeans began exploiting resources from Africa and other eventual colonies, small groups of people have used already appropriated, controlled, justified, and legitimized resource wealth to create corporate entities. Apter 2005. See also Jackson 2009. I define these entities as bundles of representation, location, and governmentality, ones that are able to exercise power as if by one body. 1 Developers of corporate entities compose these entities of people, rules, habits, symbols, narratives, buildings, boundaries, rhythms, walls, and much else besides. Corporate entities include not only business, but also government, academies, churches, non-governmental organizations, and so on. They exercise power dynamically and collectively through social interaction, above all to control the production of space to their benefit. That is, these corporate entities are built to gain hegemony over exploitation. Corporate entities have long exploited producing margins through instability and barely controlled violence, instability that has then been judged to their developers' benefit. Mance 2008. Such fragmented stability, enhanced by occasional spectacular episodes of brutal violence, is not only effective but also less costly than ever-present violence. Jackson 2009, 2016. However, every condition of such corporate exploitation generates resistance, and more brutal conditions or stronger opposition movements often bolster anti-hegemonic resistance, whereby people attempt to overturn existing configurations of power. Corporate entities respond to anti-hegemonic resistance with the lowest cost option possible. More potent and effective resistance necessitates more costly responses, ranging from strategic silence and disregard at the local level to perception and risk management, to the very rare transformation of the corporate suite along with the industry and perhaps the entire configuration of power. Sankara understood very well these regimes of resource mobilization and control, particularly as they attempted to position Burkina Faso within a global, colonial political economy. From imperialism's point of view, it's more important to dominate us culturally than militarily. Cultural domination is more flexible, more effective, less costly, to overturn the Burkinabe regime. You just need to forbid the import of champagne, lipstick, and nail polish. Sankara 2007, 197. Corporate entities commonly attempt to hide the realities of resource exploitation by presenting commodities in such a way as to conceal almost perfectly the social relations implicated in their production. Harvey 1990, 300. That way, the violence of direct exploitation can be implemented behind layers of representation and disconnected governance, what Apter, 2005, 89, calls a basic inversion of simulacrum and original, whereby an exhibited people became more real and authentic than the lands and people themselves. See also Mitchell 1991. The corporate academy plays a key role in these projects because universities are authorized by states to bestow credentials of learning and wisdom, as befit the assumptions and expectations that states are containers of fundamental legitimacy. However, in my framework, the academy is not simply a space, however internally contested, where wisdom is learned, i.e. where doctors of philosophy are credentialed and domiciled, and debated. Rather, corporate entities separate worlds of production and consumption in part through creation and sustenance by senior scholars and administrators within the corporate academy, centered in universities like Harvard, Stanford, and MIT, of legitimizing narratives that are valid because they presume to the status of science. These narratives are propagated by students, whose training makes them amenable to these hegemonic creations. Pete 2007, 2009. In a self-appraising closed loop, students taught at these institutions then become highly remunerated scholars themselves, recruited by major and minor schools throughout the country. These students enter the research and high-level policy-making departments of the IFIs, where they write governing documents that justify corporate exploitation. Jackson 2017. The spectacle that is neoliberalism grew out of neoclassical economics, a set of narratives based on the notion of homo economicus or rational, self-interested, relatively autonomous individuals. Jackson 2011. This economic man is an example of the birth to presence of a form of being that pre-exists and yet requires expert intervention at every turn to bring it him to fruition. Rose 1999, 177. Trustees do not direct or dominate, yet they always have work to do. Murrey 2007. The expert intervention in this case is structural adjustment, a set of governing policies underpinned by debt service requirements that justify the systematic exercise of power, defined as authority and the inducement of coercion when necessary, to direct productive resources, away from local needs, to the service of global corporate exploitation. George 1988. The presuming to the status of science makes resistance unreasonably eccentric at best and a global, terrorist, threat at worst. Ibid. As Margaret Thatcher notoriously commented, there is no alternative. Sankara's project represented a significant challenge because he might have actually succeeded and, even in failure, his legacy might have weakened the legitimizing narratives and associated governance mechanisms that justified corporate exploitation itself. For a detailed examination on disappearing in the Academy, see Jackson, this volume. Revolutionary self-adjustment. As a child of an Upper Volta colonial official, as one of the relatively few graduates from a lycée, state secondary school, in the commercial center of Bobo-Dioulasso, and as a graduate of Kadayogo Military School, Sankara was able to both benefit from some of the best educational opportunities available in the colony and to have ample latitude for internalizing what he would later demonstrate was a no-holds-barred militant dedication to the rights of oppressed peoples in opposition to corporate imperialism. Discussion of his broad philosophical underpinnings has been conducted at length in other chapters in this volume, see chapters from Biney, Murrey, Daly, Harsh, Abawu and Odimai as well as Botchway and Traore, but here it is important to recognize how Sankara was able to come into power with a deep awareness of the spatio-temporal location of Burkina Faso and, more importantly, the courage to implement practical policies as well as to make reasonable demands that were nevertheless intolerable to the corporate entities centered in Europe, the United States and elsewhere, and who had the resources and desire to exercise power in every space of the globe. See Chapter 6, in this volume. His witness of the 1972 uprisings in Madagascar, and associated contact with participants in the 1968 French uprisings, gave Sankara important insights into theory and praxis of corporate exploitation, anti-hegemonic resistance, and corporate response. Martin describes Sankara's thought as clearly influenced by Marxism-Leninism, but he was first and foremost an ardent nationalist and convinced Pan-Africanist. Minister of External Affairs Guessouz supported this in a 1985 letter to Martin. According to its economic content, our revolution is a bourgeois revolution. It does not aim at the elimination of private property or private economic initiative and entrepreneurship. Martin 2012, 112-113. The French colonialists had created the Burkina Faso that Sankara grew up in as a landlocked area on the margins of French colonial Africa, notable for the tax-compelled colonial appropriation of cotton, livestock, and migrant labor to the Gold Coast. Englebert 1996, 79. Throughout colonial and neo-colonial periods it remained marginalist, with some of the worst social welfare, literacy, infant mortality, life expectancy, and so forth, indicators in the world. Sankara was thus faced with the crisis and backhanded opportunity of a land and people already at the bottom in their material quality of life, with relatively few dollar-denominated variable interest debts, the presumed justifications for structural adjustment, to repay but, on the other hand, very little surplus wealth to cushion the redistribution of resources towards social welfare. Sankara used his experience to embark on a program that, while invigorated by Marxist-Leninist anti-imperialist language, was more akin to social democracy. The means of production were not universally socialized but rather were strongly directed and influenced to serve the needs of Burkinabe people, more than the needs of global capital. To do so, Sankara refocused the economy toward endogenous development and away from debt, migrant labor, export crops, urban concentration, and a corrupt civil service glut. Dumble 2013. Sankara's administration nationalized land and then leased it out with preference for rural subsistence and other local products. Sankara famously demanded, "Where is imperialism? Look at your plates when you eat. The imported rice, maize, and millet, that is imperialism." Sankara, speech at First National Conference of CDRs, April 4, 1986. Burkina refocused cotton production to the domestic textile industry, with Sankara requiring every government official to wear tunics, Faso Dan Fani, made from local cotton by local manufacturers. They also revitalized private mining concerns, gold, zinc, and others, with public money, to assist with state revenues, Savadogo and Weta 1992, 59. These changes then supported the administration's strong mobilization of resources and people toward social welfare programs. While many neighbors were cutting education, health, infrastructure, and other public programs for human development, Sankara's administration administered millions of long overdue vaccines. See Chapter 16, This volume placed a health center in nearly every community, increased the literacy rate the most that it had been since colonization, made tree planting a national and cultural tradition, and began massive public mobilization projects to impede desertification, build dams and lay a railroad from Ouagadougou to the manganese mine in Tombayo. To support these programs and to increase the power of the masses, Sankara confronted many of the traditional civil society elite, including teachers and other largely urban-based trade unions, academics, civil servants, bureaucratic bourgeoisie, in state administrative organs, and cultural or traditional elite of the countryside, whom he labeled petty bourgeoisie opportunists and counter-revolutionaries attempting to retain their entrenched interests. Sankara 2007, 382 ff. In particular, Sankara sought to increase the power of the peasantry and workers, and especially to achieve the full emancipation of women, who hold up half of the sky. Ibid. See chapters 8, 11, and 13, this volume. These new configurations of power and decision-making were mobilized through the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs, charged with spreading the ideological foundations of Sankara's revolution, directing labor for public works, and providing organs through which people's voices could be heard at all levels. Outside of the sovereign space that became Burkina Faso, Sankara strengthened alliances with those international leaders whom he felt were the strongest supporters of his revolution. The Cuban and Nicaraguan leaderships, always under the gun from representatives of their own feudal neo-colonial elite within the United States, were perhaps the most consistent in their alignment with Sankara's revolution. However, they faced similar resource deficiency issues, and so their support was primarily moral. Sankara also had a strong though contested relationship with Gaddafi, in Libya, whom he emphasized did not determine Burkinabe policies. When it comes to ideology, we're not virgins. Sankara 2007, 382 ff. The fact that Gaddafi quickly became a strong ally of Kambar, and perhaps even encouraged Kambar to murder Sankara in order to pave the way for Charles Taylor's invasion of Liberia, lends a note of caution regarding the strength of the alliance with Sankara. French 2011, see also Chapter 6, this volume. Perhaps Sankara's closest friend was Jerry Rawlings in Ghana. Even this friendship, however, was colored by the fact that Rawlings had already implemented a coercive form of structural adjustment early in his term, Hutchful 1989, 2002. Perhaps because Burkina was a non-aligned country, Sankara's relationship with the Soviet Union seemed always to be at arm's length, with Sankara refusing food aid and the Soviet leadership never completely supporting Sankara's revolution. Sankara 2007, 189 ff. Sankara understood, however, that the global nature of corporate exploitation, imperialism, made it impossible for one state, especially one as small as Burkina Faso, to go forward alone. In addition, transitory alliances were not enough. As a result, Sankara assumed a prophetic role, as befit his strong religious, especially Catholic but also Muslim, sensibilities, and spoke most forcefully, particularly in the fourth year of his term and last months of his life, about the need for all countries in Africa to speak together against odious, illegitimate, neo-colonial debt. A critical analysis for our purpose has to do with the character of debt as a governance-based justification for exploitation, see Chapter 12, this volume. As Sankara remarked, colonialists have transformed themselves into technical assistants, turning each of us into a financial slave, of those who had the opportunity, the craftiness, the deceitfulness to invest funds in our countries that we are obliged to repay. Sankara 2007, 189 ff. Sankara was well aware of these implications and, unlike almost all of his contemporaries, he was willing to take on the enormous risk of bucking that debt, while trying to convince his fellow leaders that it was in their people's best interest to do so as well. Erasing Sankara and rectifying the revolution. As so often happens with prophetic voices, Sankara would be murdered less than 3 months after delivering this speech, likely at the command of his erstwhile childhood friend Kambar. Many reasons for his assassination have been given, including the alienation of teachers, leftist organizations, and other groups inside Burkina, the move to create a single party, nominally internal economic pressures, 2 and alliances with particularly adversarial or grasping external leaders, including Compaoré's wife's patron, President Houphouët Boigny of the Ivory Coast, Charles Taylor of Liberia and Gaddafi in Libya, Jaffer 2007. However, Compaoré's almost immediate rectification of the revolution, that is to say, his reversion to the global corporate status quo, in nearly every manner seems to buttress the argument that Sankara was killed because his policies and philosophies threatened global corporate exploitation. Civil service, professional and traditional elites were relieved to see Sankara go, but the poor and urban and rural youth expressed opposition through sporadic protests, overt hostility to the new authorities, and the virtual collapse of most mobilization efforts. Harsh 1998, 628. As Hilgers describes it, under the cover of some kind of democratization, Blaise Compaoré's regime has developed the capacity of using and transforming institutions with the aim of keeping power. Hilgers 2010, 352. Compaoré very quickly restored the veto power of global corporate financial organizations over internal economic governance. Soon after Sankara was killed, the Compaoré regime began accessions to the IFI structural adjustment loans, SALs, not because the country had unsustainable debt, though Compaoré's use of public largesse to seduce local power elite did further increase government outlays, but simply because, in the words of Prime Minister Youssouf Arogo, Burkina Faso saw no other option. Note the parallels to Thatcher's no alternative, except for SAL to ensure external financing. Demonstrating how far the Compaoré administration had departed from Sankara's self-adjustment, Arogo was comfortable making the common-sense statement that there are even financing possibilities, e.g. external Paris Club loans that a country can no longer benefit from if it cannot implement a package of conditions which the international community, at a given time, has come to regard as compulsory. Foreign Broadcast Information Service, June 26, 1992. More than this, though, Burkina's trade unions and opposition parties, much like Sankara during his lifetime, see the conditionalities as a loss of national sovereignty. We take our instructions from the IMF and World Bank like the good pupils we are, opposition leader Joseph Kizerbo bitterly commented. Harsh 1998, 629. With the SAL in process, the Compaoré administration had effectively completed 2 key initiatives. First, the Burkinabe government needed to control anti-hegemonic opposition. They did so through various combinations of insincere negotiations, the repeated institutionalization of commissions, the proverbial committees to quash opposition, and violence when necessary. Choli 2011, 145. Secondly, the newly authoritarian government needed to demonstrate their loyalty to global corporate entities, which Compaoré did by implementing SAL. With debt service reactivated, the regime was restored to normal status within a global colonial political economy, an impoverished African state with an authoritarian government and a tenuous lifeline to development, through export crop production. Returning to baseline, Flexian corporate exploitation justified by debt-driven structural adjustment. With neoliberal and minimalist polyarchic, i.e. elite competitive party, baselines restored, i.e. some opposition parties existed but no transfers of power occurred until his overthrow in 2014, Compaoré's administration was not only able to undertake the right kind of austerity, that is to say, cutting public services such as health, education, and water, privatizing public industries, redirecting sovereign resources outward, but was also able to build an impressive network of Flexians. Weddell 2009, 2014. These Flexians move between national and global as well as public and private corporate entities. Compaoré led the way by restoring and revitalizing elite relationships wherever they could be found, from the ever-present French networks to his close relationship with the Ivorian president, whose niece he married, to his connections with Taylor in Liberia, Gaddafi in Libya, and eventually the United States counter-terror actors in the Sahel, Kadu and Goodman 2015. This national elite comprises several components, some long established, others relatively new. Their interests are far from uniform, but many of the most influential members are linked together through complex webs of personal, family, ethnic, and social ties, often under direct state patronage. The more successful Burkinabe entrepreneurs generally are those who have forged alliances with foreign capital. Harsh 1998, 634-635. The relationships transcend, and are arguably sustained by, lines of nominal political opposition. Joseph Kizerbo offers a particularly good example. As the leader of the teachers' unions that struck against Sankara from the beginning of Sankara's term, Kizerbo then became part of the elite opposition to Kambar, being particularly critical of structural adjustment. However, one of Kizerbo's allies among traditional chiefs was a cousin of Kambar's prime minister. These sorts of relationships demonstrate yet again the multiple links among various elite sectors. Harsh 1998, 637. Of particular interest to this chapter is the career of Justin Damo Barrow. Barrow, briefly a finance minister under Sankara, later revealed that he had tried on 4 occasions to persuade Sankara to ask for IMF assistance. Harsh 1998, 628. In 1987, Damo Barrow became a financial analyst with the World Bank, after which he was appointed by Kambar as an advisor in charge of monitoring the economic reforms of Burkina Faso, before eventually becoming vice-governor and then interim governor of the Banque Centrale des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, BCAO, Faso 2015. It is likely that Barrow would have influenced the language, e.g. portraying the time of Sankara as a case of matching incentives, of World Bank reports about Burkina Faso as well as the governance documents underlying structural adjustment loans. The depths of possible influence become clearer when reading Mortengervin's 2013, Ethnographic Research Among Ministries of Finance Across Africa, exposing the ways in which data, regardless of its reliability, is fundamental to supposedly objectively economic analysis, especially the gross domestic product. 3 Might Barrow have not only contributed to bringing the land and people of Burkina Faso into the orbit of structural adjustment governance, but also influencing the numbers and evidence-based policy that led to Sankara being hidden under improved incentives. 4. Conclusions: depoliticize if possible, erase if necessary. 30 years after Sankara's murder, former President Kambar resides comfortably in the Ivory Coast, where he was given citizenship presumably to prevent his extradition to Burkina Faso, after escaping Burkina Faso with the assistance of the French government. BBC 2016. Meanwhile, Sankara's close friend in revolution Jerry Rawlings continues as a highly respected and wealthy elder politician for Ghana, Africa, and the world. The Flexians whom they supported, or at least accommodated, have reason for continued confidence that Sankara has disappeared enough. Rawlings helped by adopting the expected debt service projects imposed, and justified, by intergovernmental development organizations, thus promoting and being enriched by the depoliticized story of debt, economic opening, institutional correction, and the endless not like the West that is the Africa of legitimizing narratives within academies, governments, inter- and non-governmental organizations. Kambar and his associates in government, Barrow, and opposition, Kizerbo, helped by either murdering Thomas Sankara or assisting with writing him out of a history that is now dominated by a typical corrupt, long-lived and now deposed dictator, to characterize in aggregate a long list of standard examples, in Kambar. Left out of this dismal account is the fact that Sankara still lives. His words, when spread, are at least as powerful now as when he uttered them. Furthermore, the land of upright people never ceases resisting and transforming, even with the same scarcity of material resources that Sankara encountered 34 years ago. When the Africa as it always has been is upended within the academy and outside the conference rooms of governance organizations by Sankara's revolutionary self-adjustment and other legacies covered in this volume, then we have a much better chance of replacing status quo corporate exploitation with the noisy conversations that ultimately might bring lasting transformation. Giroux 2014. Part 2. Political Philosophies. Chapter 8. Madman, Thomas Sankara, and Decoloniality in Africa. AMA Biney. You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from nonconformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. Besides, it took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. Thomas Sankara at Burkinabe Art Exhibition in Haarlem, 19,841. Introduction. Thomas Sankara was a revolutionary and he committed himself to revolution. His definition of revolution and fundamental change is alluded to in the epigraph above. Sankara committed the Burkinabe people as active agents in their awareness of implementing a social, economic, and political transformation of both society and themselves as human beings in a quest for a different kind of world and society. He wanted the Burkinabe people to commit to nonconformity and possess the courage to turn their back on the old formulas. In the drastically short time that Sankara led Burkina Faso, from 1983 to 1987, he demonstrated a boldness of political vision and sought to carry out fundamental change and would be called a madman for doing so. In these 4 years, his small country initiated inspiring endeavors to arrest the deforestation of his landlocked country and a 10 million tree planting campaign was introduced in 1985. Literacy programs were rolled out in 1986. Cuban volunteers assisted with a 15-day mobilization campaign aimed to vaccinate all Burkinabe under the age of 15 against meningitis, yellow fever, and measles. Land was nationalized alongside mineral wealth and the allocation of small plots to farmers. Traditional chiefs were denied tribute payments and the system of obligatory labor for peasants was discontinued. The philosophy foundational to many of these efforts and changes bears striking resemblances to contemporary decolonial thinking. Decolonial thinking emerged from Latin American scholars such as Walter D. Mignolo, 2011, Ramon Grisfogel, 2007, Aníbal Quijano, 2007, Nelson Maldonado Torres, 2006, 2007, 2011, Santiago Castro Gómez, 2010, Keila Sandoval, 2000, Boaventura de Sousa Santos, 2014, and from South Africa in the work of Sibelo J. and Lovugatshini, 2013a, 2013b, 2016a, 2016b. Broadly, a decolonial position asserts that reconfigurations of domination of the economies, subjectivities, bodies, politics, and minds of the former colonized peoples of the world have taken place in the 21st century which continue the legacies of the plunder, rape and pillage of the so-called New World that was allegedly discovered by Christopher Columbus in 1492. The writings of Kwame Nkrumah, Frantz Fanon, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Chinwe Izu, and Claude Ake also advocate the necessity of Africa and Africans to decolonize African minds, institutions and practices from a Euro-American mindset ingrained by centuries of colonial and neo-colonial domination and aspirations. Thomas Sankara, as this chapter will argue, sought to lead Burkina Faso in a decolonial direction through both his radical vision and thinking before the body of decolonial thinking emerged in Latin America in the last 2 decades of the 21st century. It is the argument of this chapter that Sankara's radical Pan-Africanist thinking called for a fundamental break in epistemic dependency, economic dependency on the West and contributes to a transformation in gender relations. He sought for Burkina Faso to rely on its own resources and believed that, vital to this achievement, was the genuine democratization of society as opposed to the periodic election of individuals in so-called democracies that inadequately engage the masses in daily meaningful political and social participation in the affairs of their community and society. Other equally important strands of his vision for a new Africa were his interrogation of the meaning of development in Africa, in which he called for a rupture from existing models of development, an end to aid dependency, the elimination of the intellectual bankruptcy of Africa's ruling class, and a fundamental restructuring and democratizing of the UN. Finally, Sankara was courageous in declaring that the Burkinabe Revolution was establishing new social relations between men and women which would upset the relations of authority between men and women. Interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp, 1985, 202. Sankara was the embodiment of a new paradigm of social, political, economic, and ecological justice. This chapter acknowledges that the initiatives, policies, and intellectual thinking of Sankara remain a major unfinished project. Since decoloniality is not a singular theoretical school of thought but a family of diverse positions that share a view of coloniality as the fundamental problem in the modern age, and Love-Yogachini 2015, 492, this chapter will seek to enunciate Sankara's thinking as a contribution to decolonial thinking, gender relations, and Pan-Africanism as well as an unfinished project of decolonization. This project is unfinished not only for the fact that he was assassinated in the prime of his life, but in that the existing neoliberal capitalist order and neocolonialism have reconfigured new forms of coloniality or domination in the forms and spheres of the economy, knowledge, the environment, and the control over women's bodies and reproductive health in a global phallocentric gendered dispensation. Equally, the corollaries to these new forms of oppression are the unfolding forms of resistance to oppression waged by human beings all over the globe. In order to situate and expand upon the connections between Sankara's political thought and decoloniality, it is useful to first interrogate the distinctions between colonialism and coloniality. Maldonado Torres distinguishes between coloniality and colonialism. Coloniality is different from colonialism. Colonialism denotes a political and economic relation in which the sovereignty of a nation or a people rests on the power of another nation, which makes such nation an empire. Coloniality, instead, refers to long-standing patterns of power that emerged as a result of colonialism, but that define culture, labor, intersubjective relations, and knowledge production well beyond the strict limits of colonial administrations. Thus, coloniality survives colonialism. It is maintained alive in books, in the criteria for academic performance, in cultural patterns, in common sense, in the self-image of peoples, in aspirations of self, and so many other aspects of our modern experience. In a way, as modern subjects we breathe coloniality all the time and every day. Maldonado Torres 2007, 243. Integral to this coloniality of being is the implicit and binary assumption of the superiority of people of European descent who populate countries of the North alongside the belief in the inferiority of brown and black people who populate countries of the South and North. Chris Fogel, 2007, 219, contends that we continue to live under the same colonial power matrix, which manifests itself in the current international economic division of labor dominated by the old colonial Euro-American system or the core, made up of countries of the North and the periphery that constitute the countries of the South. It also extends into political, epistemological, environmental exploitation and control over non-European peoples around the globe, despite the fact that the majority peoples in the world are black and brown people. Aníbal Quijano contends that coloniality of power was conceived together with American and Western Europe, and with the social category of race as the key element of the social classification of colonized and colonizers. Quijano 2007, 171. Decolonial thinking embraces the long-term processes of divesting the bureaucratic, cultural, linguistic, epistemological, psychological, and economic manifestations of coloniality in the 21st century, recognizing that manifestations are rooted in 500 years of colonialism and imperialism with their present-day articulations in coloniality. This chapter evaluates Sankara's intellectual thought in light of the fact that he was murdered on October 15, 1987, and 3 decades since his assassination. The tentacles of coloniality or the colonial power matrix remain deeply entrenched in all spheres of life. This chapter delineates decolonial thinking in Sankara's intellectual vision in regards to his position on colonialism and neocolonialism, Africa's petty bourgeoisie and Africa's epistemological dependency on the West, his thoughts on Africa's economic dependency on countries of the North, his internationalism, his thoughts on relations between African men and women, and finally his thinking on ecological imperialism. Sankara on colonialism, neocolonialism, and the August Revolution. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. Audre Lorde, 1981. In his address entitled The Political Orientation Speech, given on October 2, 1983 in a radio and television broadcast, Sankara gave both a summary and analysis of the immediate and medium-term revolutionary tasks, Sankara 2007, 30, as well as a class analysis of Burkinabe society. In short, the speech outlined the programmatic vision of the August Revolution. For Sankara, the so-called independence in 1960 evolved into 23 years of neocolonialism, culminating in the insurrection of August 4, 1983. He believed that the task of constructing a new society cleansed of all the ills that keep our country in a state of poverty and economic and cultural backwardness will be long and hard. Ibid. 33. Sankara understood the historical and material circumstances of his people and country when he declared, "Our revolution is a revolution that is unfolding in a backward, agricultural country where the weight of tradition and ideology emanating from a feudal-type social organization weighs very heavily on the popular masses. It is a revolution in a country that, because of the oppression and exploitation of our people by imperialism, has evolved from a colony into a neo-colony." Sankara 2007, 40. For Sankara, it was imperative that those who sided with the revolution understand the realities confronting them so as to be able to assume their role as conscious revolutionaries, real propagandists who, fearlessly and tirelessly, disseminate this perspective to the masses. Ibid. 41. The dual character of the August Revolution, he declared, is to liquidate imperialist domination and exploitation and cleanse the countryside of all social, economic, and cultural obstacles that keep it in a backward state, as well as to secure the full participation of the voltaic masses in the revolution and their mobilization. Ibid. 40-41. Key to the achievement of the participation of the Burkinabe people, Sankara asserted that the democratic character of this revolution requires that we decentralize administrative power and bring the administration closer to the people, so as to make public affairs a concern of everyone. Ibid. 42-43. Sankara envisioned that the neo-colonial state machinery would be replaced by a new machinery capable of guaranteeing the people's sovereignty. Sankara 2007, 42. The Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs, were the organs in which popular sovereignty and mobilization were to be exercised. Sankara spelled out that the philosophy of revolutionary transformation would apply to the national army, policies concerning women and in relation to economic development. Sankara 2007, 47. In his speech to the 39th session of the UN General Assembly on October 4, 1984, Sankara critiqued the conservative elements of the African petty bourgeoisie, whom he considered to be allies of imperialists or neocolonialists since their mindsets were aligned to Euro-American/Western aspirations, values, and perspectives and were among the fundamental stumbling blocks to Africa's future progress. It is this aspect of his thinking that we shall now examine in order to illustrate how his thinking contributed to a decolonial critique. Sankara, Africa's petty bourgeoisie, imperialism, and epistemic apartheid. We cannot be conscious of ourselves and yet remain in bondage. Steve Biko, I Write What I Like, 1987. Sankara referred to the Burkinabe petty bourgeoisie as the parasitic classes who were the enemy of the people. Sankara 2007, 37. They constituted several sub-layers of classes, the state bourgeoisie, the commercial bourgeoisie and the middle bourgeoisie. Ibid. 37-38. Similar to Amilcar Cabral, Sankara recognized that the petty bourgeoisie, which constitutes a vast social layer that is very unstable and that often vacillates between the cause of the popular masses and that of imperialism. In its great majority, it always ends up taking the side of the popular masses. It is composed of the most diverse elements, including small traders, petty bourgeois intellectuals, government employees, students, private sector employees, and so on, and artisans. Sankara 2007, 39, emphasis added. Similar to Fanon, 1961, Chapter 3, Pitfalls of National Consciousness, Sankara was correctly contemptuous of the ideological affiliation of Africa's petty bourgeoisie because he believed they are attached by an umbilical cord to international imperialism and will remain so. Ibid. 37. Before the UN General Assembly in 1984 he characterized this class as being unwilling to relinquish its privileges. Either because of intellectual laziness or simply because it has tasted the Western way of life. Because of this, these petty bourgeois forget that all genuine political struggle requires rigorous, theoretical debate, and they refuse to rise to the intellectual effort of conceiving new concepts equal to the murderous struggle that lies ahead of us. Passive and pathetic consumers, they wallow in terminology fetishized by the West as they wallow in Western whiskey and champagne in shady-looking lounges. Sankara 2007, 87, emphasis added. Sankara was profoundly contemptuous of Africa's bankrupt intellectual elite who slavishly borrowed vocabulary and ideas from elsewhere, that is, from Europe and America. He believed, it is both necessary and urgent that our trained personnel and those who work with the pen learn that there is no such thing as neutral writing. In these stormy times we cannot give today's and yesterday's enemies a monopoly over thought, imagination, and creativity. Sankara 2007, 87, emphasis added. Sankara was therefore discerning in firstly identifying the necessity for an end to intellectual dependency of the African petty bourgeoisie on the West, and secondly, in recognizing that there is no such thing as neutral writing. These two themes in his thought have been considerably expanded upon by not only the aforementioned decolonial writers, but also in the works of Ngugi, W. A. Thiong'o 1981, Chinwe Izu, 1987, Ake, Linda Tuhawai Smith, 2012, and Fidelis Allen, 2016, 181-192, among others, who interrogate not only the pernicious impact of neocolonialism, or contemporary forms of coloniality on the minds of African and indigenous people, but who also put forward the case for an end to epistemic dependency on the Western world and a move towards centering the African experience as the continent grapples with its myriad problems. Sankara was also opposed to what Ryland Rebecca aptly defines as epistemic apartheid, Rebecca 2010, and what Lewis Gordon characterizes as disciplinary decadence, Gordon 2006. It is also referred to by Castro Gomez as epistemicide, de Souza Santos 2016. Common to all these aforementioned authors is a critique of Western epistemological traditions and practices that erases, silences, undermines, exploits, dominates other epistemologies from the South. For Rebecca, epistemic apartheid is not simply about institutional racism and racial colonization. It includes and seeks to raise critical consciousness about the ways in which knowledge is, conceptually quarantined along racially gendered, religious, sexual orientation, and economic class lines, which ultimately and truculently translates into the dim disciplinary borders and boundaries that Gordon contends cause disciplinary decadence. Rebecca 2010, 16, emphasis original. For Gordon, narcissistic entrapment characterizes disciplinary decadence in which each academic or intellectual discipline fails to see beyond its own. Ultimately, such work militates against thinking. Gordon 2006, 5. Sankara's condemnation of those who monopolized thought, imagination and creativity, Sankara 2007, 87, concurs with the positions of Rebecca and Gordon, as well as that of Grossvogel and other decolonial thinkers. Sankara did not believe there was such a thing as objective writing, which much Western scholarship claims to be, but that Western scholarship concealed an agenda to advance its interests and continues to do so. Grossvogel, 2007, 214, contends that Western epistemology parades itself as separating the mind from the body and mind from nature. It hides and conceals itself as being beyond a particular point of view, that is, the point of view that represents itself as being without a point of view, and in doing so dismisses non-Western knowledge as particularistic. Through this dismissal, Western knowledge thereby becomes universal consciousness, IBID. In the words of Castro Gomez, a single way of knowing the world, the scientific technical rationality of the Occident, has been postulated as the only valid episteme, that is to say the only episteme capable of generating real knowledge about nature, the economy, society, morality, and people's happiness. Castro Gomez 2007, 428. Linda Tuhiwai Smith concurs with Ake in relation to the ways in which imperialism is embedded in disciplines of knowledge. Ake writes, "Every prognostication indicates that Western social science continues to play a major role in keeping us subordinate and underdeveloped. It continues to inhibit our understanding of the problems of our world, to feed us noxious values and false hopes, to make us pursue policies which undermine our competitive strength and guarantee our permanent underdevelopment and dependence." Ake 1979, 2. Tuhiwai Smith argues that not only do the various disciplines share philosophical foundations, but they are also insulated from each other through the maintenance of what are known as disciplinary boundaries. Tuhiwai Smith 2012, 70, meaning those such as anthropology, sociology, politics, economics, etc., allowing them to develop independently but also allowing for what she characterizes as the disciplining of the colonized maintained through exclusion, marginalization, and denial. Ibid. 71. Ake also emphasizes that Western social science is a critical domain in which the battle for the mind of African people and the economic domination of Africa by the West was being fought out. Ake 1979, 139. Sankara challenged Africa's intellectual elite to rise to the intellectual effort of conceiving new concepts equal to the murderous struggle that lies ahead of us. Sankara 2007, 87. His position embraces decolonial thinking, which insists on the necessity for a political and epistemic delinking in order to build democratic, just, and non-imperial/non-colonial societies. Sankara saw the necessity for educational reform, to promote a new orientation for education and culture. One of the missions of schools in the democratic and popular society will be to teach students to critically and positively assimilate the ideas and experiences of other peoples. Sankara 2007, 51. This vision of a critical education, necessary also in higher education, and the end of intellectual/epistemological dependency on the West remains an ongoing struggle for Africa and Africans as the 21st century unfolds. It is also critically linked to Africa's economic subordination to the North, which Sankara saw as a central problem confronting the African continent. As Magnolo succinctly argues, epistemic dependency was and is parallel to economic dependency. Magnolo 2011, 119. Sankara and economic dependency. After all, socialism has still to be built. Samir Amin, 1985. Sankara addressed the Burkinabe people with no illusions as to the economic reality of the country on October 2, 1983. Agricultural backwardness, in which 90% of the people were active in the rural sector, accounted for only 45% of the country's GDP and 95% of the country's total exports. Amin 1985, 36. He believed this economic impoverishment was the consequence of imperialist domination and exploitation, which had to end. At the 39th session of the UN General Assembly on October 4, 1984, Sankara denounced models and concepts imposed on African countries that perpetrated their economic subjugation to their former colonial masters. He said, "We must state categorically that there is no salvation for our people unless we turn our backs on all the models that charlatans of all types have tried to sell us for 20 years. There is no salvation outside of this rejection. There is no development separate from a rupture of this kind." Amin 1985, 86-87, emphasis added. Sankara called for a new international economic order, Sankara 2007, 93, and while he did not provide details of how he envisioned this new order would operate, it is likely it would have been modeled on the need for African nations to practice self-reliance in food production, as his small nation attempted to do. It is also likely to have been premised on the need for greater intra-African trade, as well as centering the provision of goods and services around the needs of African people in congruence with his belief that ordinary people needed to be active agents in mobilizing and democratizing their societies in order to fulfill basic needs. In advancing Sankara's thinking on this front, his early death has robbed us of his deeper thinking on workers' self-management and how the Burkinabe state would have transitioned from a neo-colonial society to a more egalitarian socialist society in which ordinary people are active decision-makers and participants in all spheres of society. In his famous address to the heads of government at the July 1987 Organization of African Unity, OAU, Summit, Sankara spoke without notes in a passionate condemnation of debt, which he considered another enemy of the African people. See Chapter 12, this volume. Sankara lamented that debt had led to the reconquest of Africa aimed at subjugating its growth and development through foreign rules and making Africans financial slaves guaranteed to die on account of an inability to repay the debt. Sankara 1987. It is evident that following the 1987 OAU summit, Sankara's call to create an Addis Ababa united front against debt did not materialize, despite the fact that his contemporaries at the summit heartily applauded him. Furthermore, Sankara said, "That is the only way to assert that refusing to repay is not an aggressive move from our part, but a fraternal move to speak the truth." Sankara 1987. 30 years since the murder of Sankara, Africa's debt has not only increased, but a corollary of this coloniality of economic power has been the simultaneous rise in illicit financial flows from Africa that continues to hemorrhage Africa's abundant mineral and agricultural resources. Hence, coloniality in the 21st century is manifested in the continued pillaging, plunder and rape of Africa's resources via unscrupulous neo-colonial companies in Africa and transnational corporations, state officials who collaborate in the mispricing, misinvoicing, tax evasion, tax avoidance and tax havens around the world that are involved in such practices. The direct impact of illicit financial flows is the continued economic and technological underdevelopment of the African continent. Unica Undated, Africa Focus 2016, Hickel 2017. This aid in reverse, i.e. that is from the poor countries of the South including Africa to the rich countries of the North, has amounted to $13.4 trillion since 1980, Hickel 2017. The other more human impact of illicit financial flows is illustrated in the words of Tajuddin Abdul Rahim. Indeed, we should regard public officials and their private sector collaborators as mass murderers, killing millions of our peoples through inadequate public services compromised by corruption. Monies meant for drugs, roads, hospitals, schools, and public security are siphoned away, making all of us vulnerable to premature death and our societies more unsafe and insecure for the masses. Abdul Rahim 2010, 22, see Chapter 10, this volume. Hence, debt, illicit financial flows of Africa's wealth and corruption, and their adverse impact on African economies are issues that Sankara, if alive today, would not have remained silent on. Not only did Sankara consider debt to be a shackle on the African continent, but he argued that aid was as well. He argued, "Of course, we encourage aid that helps us to overcome the need for aid. But in general, the policy of foreign aid and assistance produced nothing but disorganization and continued enslavement. It robbed us of our sense of responsibility for our own economic, political, and cultural territory." Sankara 2007, 89. With these sentiments, Sankara believed that Africans should be wholly economically self-sufficient. Before the UN General Assembly, Sankara had the boldness of political vision and commitment to declare that his country and people had chosen to risk new paths to achieve greater happiness in order to also create the conditions for a dignity worthy of our ambitions, and in doing so to dare to invent the future. Sankara 2007, 89. Hence, Sankara's thinking may suggest he was committed to an unorthodox Marxism, but this is debatable. See Chapters 1 and 9, this volume. Point 2. His ideological frame of thinking lent itself to a praxis that was continually engaged in appraising the world and society to find meaningful solutions and engagements with human beings, that was committed to nonconformity in order to carry out fundamental change. Sankara 2007, 144. The epigraph that begins this chapter suggests Sankara's madness, and not in the pathological sense, but a meaning of madness in the sense of undaunting audacity, preparedness, and enthusiasm for decisive and radical action to overturn existing ways of doing things and thinking is critical to decolonial thinking and for the future of the development of the African continent. Integral to this is the need to interrogate thinking itself and old formulas and paradigms. As Ake contends, the question is not whether one wants economic development but what kind of economic development. Ake 1979, 151. Furthermore, he points out that there is an implicit assumption in Western societies that all economic development and models are equated with capitalist economic development. Yet, there is a world of difference between socialist economic development and capitalist economic development. And these two types of development do not exhaust the possible varieties, ibid. Consequently, it is incumbent on human beings to dare to invent better lives in which their economic needs will be fulfilled in a system that ceases to unfairly exploit their labor, environment, and their bodies. Sankara's call for a new economic path for Burkina and a new international economic order suggests that if Sankara had lived, he would have been sympathetic to the concept of Delinking. Samir Amin defines Delinking as associated with a transition outside capitalism and over a long time towards socialism. Amin 1985, 55. He contends that it does not mean autarky, that is, withdrawal from external commercial, financial and technological exchanges. Delinking means the pursuit of a system of rational criteria for economic options founded on a law of value on a national basis with popular relevance, independent of such criteria of economic rationality as flow from the dominance of the capitalist of value operating on a world scale. Ibid. 62. Clearly there is no blueprint for Delinking, but, according to Amin, it also requires three axes of action. Ibid. 61, that Sankara is likely to have endorsed given his public echoes of these sentiments. Firstly, strengthening of the unity of the Third World, secondly, progress for democracy and respect for collective rights, and finally, a recognition and exercise that the peoples of the periphery must be self-reliant. Ibid. 61-62. Sankara's internationalism in a pluriversal world. Our revolution in Burkina Faso embraces the misfortunes of all peoples. Thomas Sankara, 1984. Sankara's internationalism was evident in his speech to the 39th session to the UN General Assembly as well as his visit to Cuba in September 1984, where he received Cuba's highest honor, José Martí Order, his visit to several African countries including Ethiopia, Angola, the Congo, Mozambique, Gabon, and Madagascar in 1984. He also visited Grenada and met with a close ideological comrade, Maurice Bishop. He stood resolutely with the oppressed people of Ireland, East Timor, South Africa, Namibia as well as the Sahrawi people in their struggle to recover their national territory. Sankara 2007, 54. He had personally visited the regions liberated by the Sahrawi people and had full confidence in their organization, the Polisario Front. He condemned the U.S. invasion of Grenada and intervention in Afghanistan. Under Sankara's leadership, Burkina Faso withdrew from the 1984 Olympic Games held in Los Angeles in fierce opposition to the apartheid policies of South Africa and demanded the release of Nelson Mandela from prison. Sankara described himself as belonging to a tricontinental whole and to acknowledge as a non-aligned country and with the full depth of our convictions that a special solidarity unites the three continents of Asia, Latin America, and Africa in a single struggle against the same political gangsters and the same economic exploiters. Sankara 2007, 86. Furthermore, he said, therefore, recognizing that we are part of the Third World means, to paraphrase José Martí, asserting that our cheek feels the blow struck against any man in the world. Ibid. Sankara did not believe in exporting revolution. He believed that exporting revolution would mean in the first instance that we Burkinabe think we can tell others how to solve their problems. This is a counter-revolutionary view, the view of pseudo-revolutionaries, proclaimed by the bookish, dogmatic petty bourgeoisie. If it were true, it would mean that we ourselves think we imported our revolution, and as such, we must continue the chain. Sankara 1983, 72. This particular theme of Sankara's thinking, that is, a genuine belief in the right to think and act differently, or nonconformity to the prevailing ideology, reflects the pluriversal world of decolonial thinkers such as Magnolo, who argues that pluriversality means unlearning, so to speak, modernity, and learning to live with people one does not agree with, or may not even like. Magnolo 2011, 176. Sankara was aware that there were opponents to the revolution who were residing in neighboring Ivory Coast. In a news conference marking the first anniversary of the revolution, he reflected this belief in pluriversality when he expressed the following: "But as revolutionaries we understand that whereas we became revolutionaries, the world we have to live with is not revolutionary, and we live with a reality that is not always to our liking. We must be prepared to live with regimes that are not making a revolution of any kind or that perhaps even attack our revolution." Sankara 2007, 62. Sankara illustrated that he was aware of individuals with opposing ideologies that contradicted the ideologies of the Burkinabe Revolution, and that the world must live with the right of the Burkinabe people to make their revolution. In essence, decolonial thinking conceives of different futures, different possibilities and options open to human beings, that is, the coexistence of diversity. Decolonial thinking conceives of a pluriversal world in which different paths, or what Magnolo calls trajectories, have the right to exist. Magnolo 2011, 175-176. This vision would later be reflected in the perspective of Subcomandante Marcos of the Zapatista Army of Liberation, EZLN, when the Zapatista uprising, in early 1994 in Mexico, attacked the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. Marcos declared, "We seek a world in which there is room for many worlds," cited in Sandoval 2000, on page preceding table of contents. This is a world that genuinely respects all nations, both large and small, and their right to choose their own forms of economic and political development, as well as the collective and individual social and political rights of peoples. Inherent in this vision is a genuine democracy based upon the recognition of the diversity of alternatives that a decolonial world promotes. Sankara considered the UN as an organizational body that advanced the social, economic, and political rights of all peoples on the earth, as also having an important role to play in creating greater economic and social justice in the world. However, he was forthright in his address to that body in 1984 that the structures of the UN be rethought and that we put a stop to that scandal known as the right of veto. Sankara 2007, 98. He believed that Africa's absence from the club of those who have the right to veto is unjust and should be ended. Ibid. In an interview with a Swiss journalist, Sankara was candid in revealing that while his country was temporarily a member of the Security Council, SC, he was aware of countries falling into international complicity and thought that the UN member states outside the SC must wage a constant battle if the UN is not to become an echo chamber manipulated by a few powerful drummers. Ibid. 116. 30 years since Sankara's death, the authority of the UN has been eroded by the imperialist powers, who have used their right to veto to control other member states and to sideline actions they disapprove, such as condemning Israel and lifting sanctions against Cuba. Samir Amin contends that the UN has been substituted by the G8, NATO and the collective triad of imperialism, i.e. the US, Europe and Japan. Amin 2006, 112. He also argues for the reform of the UN as part of multipolar globalization. Ibid. In this way, we can again connect the Delan King of Amin with Sankara's orientation that future struggles within the South for a multipolar world must be organized around international social and economic justice that incorporates a struggle for disarmament, which entails the removal of US military bases around the globe, with struggles to dismantle the SC and its replacement by the General Assembly with the powers to make resolutions. In addition, solidarity among the peoples of the South must revolve around struggles to end the illicit financial flows of wealth and for ordinary farmers around the world to gain access to land. Sankara's approach to gender, upsetting the relations of authority between men and women. Patriarchy has no gender. Bell Hooks, 20143. Integral to the revolution that Sankara undertook was a revolution in the relationship between men and women. He was clear that this task is formidable but necessary. Sankara 2007, 202. However, as I show in this section, Sankara's commitment to gender justice is unfinished. On March 8, 1987, International Women's Day, he spoke to thousands of women in the capital, Ouagadougou. He addressed some of the root causes of the subordination of African women, such as the system of slavery to which they have been subjected for millennia, Sankara 2007, 203, and stressed the need to contextualize the struggle of the Burkinabe woman as part of a worldwide struggle of all women, and beyond that, part of the struggle for the full rehabilitation of our continent within a Marxist theoretical framework. The limitation of this analysis is that Sankara believed that it was the transition from one form of society to another that served to institutionalize women's inequality, Ibid. 204. For Sankara, inequality can be done away with only by establishing a new society where men and women will enjoy equal rights, resulting from an upheaval in the means of production and in all social relations. Thus, the status of women will improve only with elimination of the system that exploits them, Ibid. 205, emphasis added. While Sankara was correct in declaring that the revolution cannot triumph without the genuine emancipation of women, Ibid. 219, and in focusing on the specificities of the oppression of women, the limitation in his thinking lies in the Marxist tendency to subordinate gender or male sexism to class considerations. Sankara stated that, it is for women themselves to put forward their demands and mobilize to win them, Ibid. 216. More importantly, he identified the problems of low literacy and political consciousness as paramount problems that were obstacles to revolutionary development. Sankara was revolutionary in envisaging that the waging of revolution would indeed establish new social relations between men and women. It would also upset the relations of authority between men and women and force each to rethink the nature of both, Ibid. 216. The unfinished aspect of this particular strand of Sankara's political thinking is fundamental to a decolonial turn in Africa. The focus must not only be on the current manifestations of African women's oppression but, more critically, gender discourse in the academy and in mainstream African society, which tends to be associated with women as if men were not a gender. Therefore, the ongoing struggle against patriarchy too also calls for a fundamental rethinking of the nature of African masculinities and femininity, for present definitions are oppressive and harmful to both men and women. Decolonial thinking also needs to seriously grapple with patriarchal constructs, thinking and paradigms in its unfolding praxis if it is not to appear as radical fashionable critique that fails to meaningfully engage with eradicating patriarchy but simply perpetuates it. Both hegemonic masculinity and femininity embody ideal traits in which the former upholds men/boys to be strong, active, aggressive, dominant, competitive, and in control. In capitalist patriarchies, femininity embodies the less socially valued traits of weakness, passivity, receptiveness, emotion, nurturing and subordination. As Bell Hooks contends, when culture is based on a dominator model, not only will it be violent but it will frame all relationships as power struggles, Hooks 2004a, 116. Furthermore, before the realities of men can be transformed, the dominator model that hierarchy embedded within coloniality has to be eliminated as the underlying ideology on which we base our culture, Hooks 2004a, 116. Sankara envisioned upsetting the relations of authority between men and women, Sankara 2007, 202, which entails rethinking how we bring up a new generation of men/boys and women/girls to challenge gender stereotypes, values, expectations and roles will necessitate radical men/boys openly and at times privately challenging other men/boys on their patriarchal ideas and practices. It will also involve creating a society and world in which boys and men are taught to authentically communicate their emotions and empathetically listen to others, rather than conceal them in the belief that they are upholding the stereotype of a strong African male, as required by rituals of patriarchal manhood in which they surrender their capacity to feel, Hooks 2004b, 137-138.4. Sankara's recognition of coloniality in relation to the environment. The white man's burden is becoming increasingly heavy for the earth and especially for the South. Vandana Shiva, 2014. Sankara's position on the need to protect and live in harmony with the natural environment made him a forerunner of the environmental movement of the 21st century. He said, "African societies are living through an abrupt rupture with their own culture, and we adapt badly to our new situation. Completely new economic approaches are required. Our populations are growing as well as our needs. In addition, our natural habitat and the spontaneous development to which we are accustomed, such as the natural expansion of the forests and crops, exists less and less. We have become great predators." Sankara 2007, 130. He believed that draconian measures were necessary to arrest deforestation in the country in the form of 3 battles, Sankara 2007, 130. They constituted a ban on the unplanned, anarchic cutting of wood, Ibid, 130, a ban on the random wandering of livestock which would entail imposing rigorous changes in people's mentalities, and finally, a program of reforestation in which millions of trees would be planted in groves. For Sankara, the battle against the encroachment of the desert is a battle to establish a balance between man, nature, and society. As such, it is a political battle above all, and not an act of fate. Sankara 2002, 89. He had a profound belief in the capacity of human beings to change their realities. He lambasted fallacious Malthusian arguments, Ibid, 90, that the African continent was overpopulated and insisted that the continent remained an underpopulated one. To cite Sankara at some length, to illustrate his thinking on the environment, he declared, "Explained in this way, our struggle for the trees and forests is first and foremost a democratic and popular struggle. Because a handful of forestry engineers and experts getting themselves all worked up in a sterile and costly manner will never accomplish anything. Nor can the worked-up consciences of a multitude of forums and institutions, sincere and praiseworthy though they may be, make the Sahel green again, when we lack the funds to drill wells for drinking water 100 meters deep, while money abounds to drill oil wells 3,000 meters deep." Sankara 2002, 90-91, emphasis added. Sankara's conception that the problem posed by the trees and forests is exclusively the problem of balance and harmony between the individual, society, and nature, Ibid, 91, aligns with recent scholarly developments in ecofeminism and decolonial thinking, as well as movements in Latin America and India that challenge capitalist and Western concepts of nature as a commodity to be conquered, pillaged, and plundered in the onward march of infinite modernization and progress. Such scholarly approaches and movements resist belief in the inexhaustible potential of Mother Earth and consider that at the root of the ecological crisis in the South and the North lies the fixation with pillaging the Earth for natural resources such as fossil fuels via the logic and expansion of the market economy. Vandana Shiva claims that following the white man's burden to civilize the non-white peoples of the world, which entailed exploiting their resources, came the need to develop the Third World, which necessitated the deprivation of the rights and resources of Third World communities. For Shiva, we are now on the threshold of the third phase of colonization, in which the white man's burden is to protect the environment, especially the Third World's environment, and this, too, involves taking control of rights and resources. Shiva 2014, 264. This ecological imperialism is played out today in the various large gatherings of the Copenhagen climate change conferences, in which the big players, who are often the worst pollutants, namely, the USA and China, make promises to commit to the long-term goals of limiting the maximum global average temperature increase to no more than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, but fail to make meaningful and profound changes in the lifestyles and consumption patterns of their peoples, and militaries and corporations, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The deforestation that Sankara was proactive in seeking to arrest has since his death become a more acute issue related to not only the climate crisis in Africa but, as Nimo Basi highlights, forms of destructive extraction across the African continent. Underlying the extraction of minerals, such as coltan, gold, and cassiterite, is an insidious racism in which the environmental impact of such resources is one in which local populations are subjected to toxic waste that seriously undermines the health of communities, criminal negligence on the part of a neo-colonial elite and opportunism on the part of national and transnational corporations who operate below industry standards on the continent. Basie 2012, 99. Hence, while Sankara recognized coloniality in the environment, the issues at stake since his death have profoundly deepened. There also remains unfinished business in regards to Africans controlling their local environment and living in harmony with it in a planet that is fast diminishing in its natural resources as a result of the continuing corrosive logic of imperialism and capitalism. Conclusion: all that comes from man's imagination is realizable for man. Thomas Sankara, 1985. If Sankara were alive today, he would be 66 years old. His lifespan gave us sufficient insight to extrapolate that if he were alive in our times he would align with progressive forces in Africa and globally against new configurations of coloniality in the 21st century. The legacy of Sankara lies no matter how short-lived in his practical policies in which he sought to overturn a neo-colonial reality in Burkina Faso. His denunciation of debt and aid illustrates his unmasking of the invisible global imperial designs that operate to maintain Africa's subjugated position in the international world order, of which Sankara sought to reimagine as one constructed on the principles of genuine justice, dignity, equality, and freedom for all human beings on the earth. Sankara's intellectual vision embraces a decolonial turn and restores dignity to human beings. He saw such a transformation as imperative for Africa. The creation of a just, egalitarian, pluriversal world as envisioned by Sankara remains an unfinished struggle. Chapter 9. With the People. Sankara's Humanist Marxism. Ernest Harsh. Visitors to Thomas Sankara's office did not find the usual symbols of an African president, no overstuffed furniture, expensive rugs, or rare paintings. There were, instead, bookcases groaning with new and old volumes and books and papers scattered across the desk, signs of intellectual curiosity and a passion for work. Also on the desk was a small bust of the Russian revolutionary Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, and on the shelves numerous writings of Lenin, Karl Marx, and Friedrich Engels. Sankara was open about his ideological leanings. Decades after his assassination in an October 1987 military coup, many of Sankara's contemporary admirers agree that he was a man of ideas and action, ideas for a better society in Burkina Faso and the world, and action to dethrone Africa's entrenched elites and break the bonds of subordination to the former colonial powers. Many revolutionary thinkers before him had similarly ambitious goals, and Sankara readily acknowledged their influences. Although the insights that guided Sankara came from many different perspectives, his core beliefs were grounded in revolutionary Marxism. Many contemporary assessments of Sankara's legacy, however, touch only lightly, if at all, on that aspect of his outlook. Even among the generally small Sankarist political parties that are active in Burkina Faso today, few leaders have drawn attention to their hero's communist beliefs. One went so far as to deny that Sankara was ever a Marxist. Sidwaya, October 17, 2007. It is possible that they regard Marxism as an outmoded viewpoint ill-suited to the realities of today's world or to the exigencies of electoral politics. So they gloss over Sankara's Marxist views in favor of other elements of his outlook, such as his Pan-Africanism and overall commitment to social justice. Yet the full range of Sankara's beliefs warrants a careful and frank examination. Such an examination can help clarify how he confronted the complex challenges of trying to bring progressive change to such a poor and underdeveloped society. The way in which he anchored seemingly utopian visions to the daily realities of his country draws attention to his ability to mobilize ordinary people to overcome the impossible hurdles of the present so as to achieve what they did not initially think was attainable. Moreover, focusing on Sankara's particular understanding of Marxism better distinguishes his approach from the dogmatic views and practices of some of his comrades, those who ultimately initiated the coup that claimed his life. It also differed fundamentally from the approaches of the leaders of the Soviet Union and other countries who, in the name of Marxism, committed countless human rights abuses. Against their repressive perspective, Sankara adhered to a conception of Marxism that was profoundly humanist, guided above all by the fundamental interests and needs of the Burkinabe people. In addition to Sankara's reputation for self-sacrifice and incorruptibility, his humanist outlook and practice undoubtedly contributed to the lasting attraction of his example and ideas. Despite decades of official silence, if not outright vilification, under the authoritarian regime of Blaise Compaoré, many Burkinabe, especially among young people, readily cite his legacy as an inspiration for their own struggles. That was especially evident in the numerous Sankara portraits and slogans that featured in the huge anti-government demonstrations that culminated in Compaoré's ouster and flight from the country at the end of October 2014, Harsh 2015. Admittedly, the persistence of that legacy had less to do with Sankara's Marxism as such than with the open-minded, practical ways in which he tried to move his country forward. One of Sankara's most prominent contemporary enthusiasts is the rapper Smoky, a founder of the Bala Citoyen, Citizens Broom, activist group that helped spearhead the October 2014 popular insurrection. As Smoky told me, Sankara inspired them on several levels. On the personal level, his simplicity, modesty, and integrity were a model for anyone aspiring to manage public property. On the level of political struggle, we recall his courage and his determination to build a Burkina Faso of social justice and inclusive development that takes into account both the environment and future generations. Serge Bambara Smoky, interview with author, April 28, 2016. From Reflection to Action. In 1987, 4 years after becoming president, Sankara was asked by a reporter for Radio Havana how he became a Marxist. It was very simple, he replied, through discussion, through friendship with a few men. Gradually, thanks to reading, but above all thanks to discussions with Marxists on the reality of our country, I came to Marxism. Sankara, interview with Radio Havana, August 19,871. Although a couple of his childhood acquaintances were introduced to Marxist ideas through the student and labor movements, Sankara's own encounter began in the army, when he attended a military academy for officer trainees in the late 1960s. One of the civilian professors employed there, Murrey, was secretly a member of the clandestine African Independence Party, PI, a regional Marxist group. Murrey organized after-class gatherings with some students, including Sankara, to discuss imperialism, neocolonialism, socialism, communism, the Soviet and Chinese revolutions and other questions. Later, while undergoing further military training in Madagascar, France, and elsewhere in the 1970s, Sankara met other instructors who were Marxist or provided Marxist literature and also established contacts with radical activists his own age, Jeffer 2007, 97. One friend, Sumana Turi, worked closely with the PI and in the 1970s founded the country's most militant labor organization, the Voltaic Union Confederation, CSV. Sankara retained close ties with Turi and other PI members and participated in a Marxist education course run by the party. From its origins, the PI was politically aligned with the Soviet Union, although it also worked with activists from other left-wing currents. Sankara himself held frequent discussions with young radicals who belonged to groups influenced by the political orientation of China or Albania, including his close friends Valir Sum and Fidelito, Jeffer 2007, 85, 96-98. Although he valued and learned from their debates and discussions, Sankara avoided joining any of the organized groups. Nor did he limit himself to Marxist literature. He read widely. Asked later what books he would want if he were stranded on a desert island, Sankara replied that he would certainly want to have Lenin's State and Revolution. But on an island, I would also take the Bible and the Quran. Sankara, interview with Jeune Afrique, February 1986. Sankara's political education came not just from books and debates. The second half of the 1970s were a turbulent time in Upper Volta, as the country was then called, reflected in frequent workers' strikes, student protests, and other popular discontent prompted by poverty, widespread hunger and the limited opportunities available to young people under the regime of General Sangol Lamizana. Those developments gave a sharper edge to political discussions over how to bring about progressive change, especially in a society that differed so much from Russia, China, and the other countries that the revolutionaries studied so diligently. One notable characteristic of the political agitation sweeping Upper Volta was its impact within the armed forces. Sankara was not the only comrade in uniform to feel the attraction of revolutionary ideas. Blaise Cambar, Henri Zongo, Jean-Baptiste Lingani and other junior officers also adopted radical perspectives, with some joining leftist organizations and many working with Sankara in clandestine military networks. As the strains within Lamizana's government and army hierarchy deepened under the pressure of economic crisis and social upheaval, other military factions embarked on a series of coups in the early 1980s. Their goals and political orientations were diverse and the military juntas they set up failed to find a stable footing. Recognizing the popularity of Sankara and his comrades among the ranks of the armed forces and within the student and labor movements, some dissident senior officers tried to draw them into their plots. Sankara usually spurned such overtures, citing the conservative politics of the plotters or his belief that real change would not come through a strictly military takeover but also had to involve civilian social movements and revolutionary political organizations. Jaffer 2007, 106, Harsh 2014, 3843. Despite misgivings about premature military action, Sankara's current of radical officers took advantage of the political instability to advance their views publicly, including by accepting governmental posts. That was particularly the case with the military-led government of President Jean-Baptiste Arago, which included several PI ministers. In late 1981 Sankara was himself named Prime Minister, providing him with a platform to speak out strongly against imperialist domination and meet with several international revolutionaries, including Cuba's Fidel Castro. Sankara's fiery declarations outraged the more conservative officers in Arago's government. In May 1983, with the evident backing of France, they mounted a palace coup that deposed Sankara. The move precipitated widespread protests and plunged the government into crisis, initiating a chain of events that drew together an alliance of radical military and civilian activists. As recounted in detail elsewhere, Andrea Mirado 1987, Jaffer 2007, Harsh 2017, the crisis was ultimately resolved on August 4, 1983 when the revolutionaries seized power, proclaimed a National Council of the Revolution, CNR, and placed Sankara in the presidency. Character of the revolution. The CNR's revolution, Sankara repeatedly affirmed, was democratic and popular. Despite his own ideological views, he took care to not tag the labels of socialism or communism onto that process. He was not being evasive or trying to hide his government's true orientation. The conditions of the country would simply not support any attempt to arbitrarily impose a course followed by revolutionaries elsewhere. In his interview with Radio Havana, Sankara explained, "In our country the question of the class struggle is posed differently from the way it's posed in Europe. We have a working class that's numerically weak and insufficiently organized. And we have no strong national bourgeoisie either that could have given rise to an antagonistic working class. So what we have to focus on is the very essence of the class struggle. In Burkina Faso it's expressed in the struggle against imperialism, which relies on its internal allies." Sankara, interview with Radio Havana, August 1987. In the CNR's main programmatic document, Sankara's October 1983 political orientation speech, the process was characterized as an anti-imperialist revolution that was still unfolding within the framework of the limits of a bourgeois economic and social order. He was nevertheless highly critical of that order, calling into question the entire post-colonial era in terms that drew liberally from both Marxism and dependency theory. There was little difference between colonial domination and neo-colonial society, Sankara emphasized in the speech, except that nationals had taken over as agents for foreign domination and exploitation. To free society of that external dependence meant fiercely combating those elite strata that most strongly defended it, principally the commercial bourgeoisie that relied on foreign trade, the political bureaucratic bourgeoisie that occupied state offices and plundered the public treasury, and the traditional, feudal-type structures in the countryside, that is, customary chiefs. Sankara, Political Orientation Speech, October 2, 1983. The process envisioned by the CNR required not only major economic and social reforms, but also a drastic restructuring of the state. At the lower levels, new committees for the defense of the revolution, CDRs, provided avenues for ordinary citizens to begin organizing themselves. At the summit, weakening the grip of the political bureaucratic bourgeoisie meant launching a determined struggle against corruption. The notion of integrity was in fact woven directly into the state's new identity. On the first anniversary of the takeover, the CNR renamed the country from Upper Volta, a colonial-era designation, to Burkina Faso, which roughly translates as Land of the Upright People. That name change was simultaneously part of a broader effort to forge a new national identity, one that sought to move away from a loose collection of ethnic groups dominated by the Mossi, the largest among them, towards one in which all had a comparable claim. Burkina Faso itself reflected the society's polyglot identity, with Burkina coming from Moor, the language of the Mossi, and Faso from Diola. The B suffix in Burkinabe came from Fulfulde, the language of the Pool. Engelbert 1996, 1. Through various policies and initiatives, the CNR pursued a consciously inclusive approach, to open up social and political life to more ethnic groups. The CNR had numerous Mossi in it, but also Bobo, Gouraunsi, Pool, and others. Sankara himself was from a marginal subgroup known as the Silmi Mossi, of mixed Mossi and Pool ancestry. Whether he and his comrades drew their ideas from Marxism or revolutionary nationalist traditions, they saw the construction of a unified nation as an essential corollary to the building of a modern state. That effort was arguably one of the most successful of the revolutionary era. Years after Sankara's death, significant sectors of the population, including those critical of the CNR, have come to readily accept their identification as citizens of Burkina Faso, as Burkinabe. In a country as underdeveloped as Burkina Faso, even measures as seemingly mundane as ensuring more food and water for its poorest citizens were revolutionary. Beyond energetic programs to improve health and education for all, there were particular initiatives to advance women's conditions. Women were encouraged to organize themselves through the CDRs and a new women's union of Burkina. Sankara appointed more women to his cabinet than any other government did in Africa at the time, and more than most elsewhere in the world. In the 1980s such a gender composition was new and dramatic, see chapters 8 and 11, this volume. Reflecting the economy's continued external dependence, Sankara welcomed foreign aid, but tried to reduce reliance on aid by boosting domestic revenues and diversifying the sources of assistance. Although some of his advisers recommended an agreement with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, Sankara refused. He feared that an IMF program would compromise Burkina Faso's interests. All across Africa at the time, the IMF and World Bank were imposing structural adjustment programs that mandated major cutbacks in social spending as well as sweeping liberalization and privatization. The CNR's development policies pointed in a different direction. To benefit ordinary citizens, it insisted on increasing, not cutting, spending on health and education. It also shifted from a narrow focus on urban areas to the priority needs of poor villagers in the countryside: irrigation, fertilizers, incentives for small-scale farming and the construction of hundreds of rural schools and health clinics. Sankara was ahead of other African leaders in favoring environmental sustainability. At the time, most African governments were reluctant to focus on environmental conservation, with some not seeing its importance among many other priorities and a few even regarding it with suspicion as part of a Western plot to obstruct Africa's industrialization. Only later, after the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio, did more come to understand that development had to be sustainable. Years before then, Sankara argued that, especially in a country where rainfall was so scarce, developing agriculture necessarily meant preserving the soil, harnessing what little water there was and planting millions of trees. Burkinabe, Sankara said, simply had to struggle for a green Burkina. Sankara, International Conference on Trees and Forests, February 5, 1986. What would be the major levers for economic growth and development more broadly? At the local level, Sankara's ruling council, usually acting through the grassroots CDRs, encouraged self-help initiatives by villagers and urban residents. Tens of thousands participated in repeated community mobilizations to clean up refuse, build schools, dig irrigation canals and water reservoirs, contour the soil and accomplish other development efforts. From October 1984 through the end of 1985, a national campaign known as the People's Development Program mobilized people across all provinces in a more systematic way. By its conclusion, it saw the construction of 351 schools, 314 dispensaries and maternities, 2,294 wells and boreholes, and 274 water reservoirs, not counting the many others facilities built outside that program. The results were significant locally and provided very visible evidence of the CNR's commitment to the well-being and participation of ordinary citizens. But much greater efforts and resources were needed to stimulate the economy nationally. The state emerged as the central driver for raising the financing needed to expand social services and increase productive investment. It is likely that the ideological outlook of Sankara and his comrades contributed to such an emphasis, but it also reflected the realities of Burkina Faso. Whether labeled as national or comprador, the country's business classes were small and fragmented, even by African standards. The CNR tried to court manufacturers engaged directly in production. Private property is a normal thing at this stage of our society, Sankara noted shortly after coming into power. It is normal that it should be protected, Africacy, October 24, 1983. But hobbled by some of the region's highest energy and transport costs and the absence of suitable physical and commercial infrastructure, few Burkinabe entrepreneurs were in a position to increase their activities. That left the state as the dominant source of investment finance. Unfortunately, the CNR inherited a state sector and civil service that were inefficient and corrupt. To eliminate waste and enhance the functioning of the government's scores of state enterprises, incompetent managers were replaced and rigorous campaigns fought to root out corruption. While the operations of some state firms appeared to improve, for most of the public sector such efforts, even under the best of circumstances, would necessarily take time. The CNR's agrarian reform, proclaimed with great fanfare in 1984, also did not have enough time to make a major impact. It nationalized all land, with the aim of halting private land appropriation by a few wealthy farmers and, more commonly, urban functionaries. Since the nationalization also covered lands held under customary communal tenure, it sought to undercut the powers of traditional chiefs to allocate land and gave authority to designate tenure rights to new commissions that included members of village CDR bureaus. The ultimate goal was to make land rights more secure for poor, small-scale farmers. Unfortunately, implementation of the agrarian reform bogged down in confusion, since chiefs were often the only ones who could sort out conflicting land claims. It took until 1987 for the authorities to draft plans for new land management commissions, which that time included local land chiefs, but the October 1987 coup intervened before they could begin functioning. Despite the economy's shortcomings and handicaps, real economic growth during 1983–1987, the years of Sankara's CNR, averaged 4.6% annually, notably above Upper Volta's 3.8% average in 1970–1982. Proponents of sweeping market liberalization at the World Bank and IMF had difficulty explaining such results. For persuasion over coercion, Sankara was not tender with perceived enemies of the revolution. Beyond the hundreds of former political leaders and high-level bureaucrats tried, imprisoned, and fired for pilfering state coffers or engaging in other abuses, many ordinary civil servants also lost their jobs. Some were probably incompetent, but some were also suspected of little more than insufficient political loyalty. In early 1984, a primary school teachers' union, SNIAV, Syndicate National des Enseignants Africains de Haute Volta, which was aligned with an opposition political current and openly hostile to the CNR, launched a strike. The council responded by promptly firing 1,380 of the teachers, MUIS 1989, 198-201. Although Sankara later ordered the reinstatement of hundreds of them, their initial dismissal was nevertheless quite shocking to many Burkinabe. Stern pronouncements by Sankara and other CNR figures encouraged some of their followers to go to extremes. The offices of an independent newspaper were mysteriously burned down in 1984, an act for which no one was ever charged. Armed activists of the CDRs sometimes used strong-arm tactics to enforce curfews or compliance with various government directives. Sankara expressed alarm over such excesses. As early as 1985 he sharply criticized CDR members who acted arbitrarily and sought to exercise authority as a dynastic right. Carrefour Africain, August 9, 1985. At the First National Conference of the CDRs in 1986, he denounced the veritable despots within the CDRs who did unspeakable things in the name of the revolution. Abuse of power must be considered alien to our struggle, he declared. Sankara 2007, 281-285. Most the CDR's armed vigilance brigades were subsequently dissolved and many of the worst offenders were replaced. Some were tried and imprisoned. Time and again, Sankara urged supporters to favor methods of persuasion towards Burkinabe who did not fully understand or accept the revolution. After ordering the release of several detained politicians, Sankara explained that the revolution was for everyone. It's better to count the number of its adherents than to count the number of its victims. Sidwaya, January 7, 1986. In 1987, on the 4th anniversary of the revolution, he declared, "The democratic and popular revolution needs a convinced people, not a conquered people, a convinced people, not a submissive people passively enduring their fate." While repression should be reserved strictly for exploiters and enemies, the revolution must mean only persuasion for the masses, persuasion to take on a conscious and determined commitment. Sankara, on 4th anniversary of revolution, August 4, 1987. Sankara developed such views, in part, by drawing lessons from the flaws of revolutions elsewhere in the world. He often praised the Russian Revolution. The Great Revolution of October 1917 transformed the world, brought victory to the proletariat, shook the foundations of capitalism, and made possible the Paris Commune's dreams of justice, he said in his 1984 address to the Union General Assembly. But he then immediately added that while Burkinabe were open to all the world's revolutions, they also learned from some terrible failures that led to tragic violations of human rights. Sankara, United Nations General Assembly, October 4, 1984. Sometimes he was even more direct. Paraphrasing discussions with the Burkinabe president about his views on a variety of African and international topics, the journalist Senan Andrea Mirado wrote that, according to Sankara, Stalin killed Leninism by stifling the Soviets' elected workers' and soldiers' councils and making all-powerful the Cheka secret police, the military and other repressive bodies. Andrea Mirado 1987, 116. Tragically, many of Sankara's contemporaries did not share such views. The PI, which was most closely aligned with the Soviet Union, participated in the CNR's first government, until it was ousted in 1984. The rift, however, had little to do with the party's ideological orientation, and several of the organizations that subsequently joined had more dogmatic conceptions. Foremost among them was the Burkinabe Communist Union, UCB. The UCB and other groups cited as their heroes Joseph Stalin and Enver Hoxha, the avowedly Stalinist leader of Albania. They quoted Stalin in articles on ideology in their periodicals and displayed his portrait on their official logos. At a time when Blaise Compaoré was the CNR's Minister of Justice, a large portrait of Stalin hung in the Palace of Justice, the main courthouse in Ouagadougou. Asked in 1984 to explain the Leninist concept of democratic centralism, Compaoré said it is the top, the leadership, which decides and the grassroots have to submit. Foreign Broadcast Information Service, Daily Report, Sub-Saharan Africa, June 18, 1984. Valir Sum, who was politically close to Sankara, later questioned whether that particular conception of democratic centralism actually conformed to Lenin's understanding. The way it was often implemented in Burkina Faso in fact resembled the practice of bureaucratic centralism, and, as a result, the revolutionary structures could not be a place for creative initiatives or free discussions. Some 2016, 52. Neither the UCB nor the other dogmatic organizations had many members outside the universities, government ministries, or officer corps. Yet rather than reach out to new people, they remained inward-looking, hostile to anyone who raised the slightest critical question. Beginning in early 1986, this Stalinist current, as the academic Pascal Labazie termed it, argued that it was time for a radicalization of the revolution. These groups disagreed with Sankara's proposals to grant clemency to political opponents and acted to undermine the influence of some Union of Communist Struggle Reconstructed, ULCR, which generally backed Sankara's more open approach. Labazie 1986, 119-120, Senan Andrea Mirado 1989, 56-58. This current within the CNR also moved to block Sankara's efforts to reconcile with the PI, which had a notable base in the unions, unlike the other groups. Because Sumanaturi, a prominent PI figure, leader of the CSV Union Federation and personal friend of Sankara, was critical of certain government policies, he was detained several times. In May 1987, UCB supporters within a Ouagadougou Defense Committee arrested him yet again, but that time they also called for his execution. At a subsequent meeting of the CNR, several UCB leaders and army captains came out in favor of Tourie's execution. According to some, only his ULCR and Sankara opposed it. Sankara's intervention was decisive in saving Sumanaturi's life, some 1990, 89. Although they often bickered with each other, the political groups that participated in the CNR maintained a public posture of unity and claimed they wanted to build a single vanguard organization. Sankara, while in principle agreeing with the need for unity, nevertheless opposed cobbling together a dominant party through a simple amalgamation of existing groups. With the examples of other OFFI Chale parties in Africa or the Eastern Bloc in mind, Sankara stressed the danger of establishing a nomenclatura of untouchable dignitaries. Sidwaya, August 7, 1986. Nomenclatura is the Russian word for a Soviet-style list of state positions that can be filled only by approved party appointees. Sankara generally advocated the creation of a wider front, perhaps including the PI but also drawing in many of the young activists of the CDRs and other mass organizations. Sankara said that he was against any party that was monolithic and politically stultifying. He was for an organization that would be pluralist, diverse, and enriched by many different thoughts and actions rich with 1,000 nuances. Sankara 1991, 267-277. Sankara was aware that revolutions usually did not go astray simply because of erroneous ideas or inappropriate policies. Often real material interests were also involved, the unspoken social reality that lay beneath the public polemics. In Africa, he told me in an interview, many revolutionaries only went after the top elites, the big bourgeoisie. They then gave big salaries and prestigious posts to the petty bourgeoisie who predominated within their own camp. However, he went on, every revolution that starts out with the petty bourgeoisie comes to a crossroads where it must choose what road to take. To take on the petty bourgeoisie means keeping the revolution radical, and there you will face many difficulties. Or you can go easy on the petty bourgeoisie. You won't have any difficulties. But then it won't be a revolution either, it will be a pseudo-revolution. Sankara, interview with Intercontinental Press, March 17, 1985. As the differences among the political factions sharpened, the most strident radicals tended to line up behind Kambar. They also quietly expressed discomfort with Sankara's austere vision of public service and his strong anti-corruption measures. In fact, during the last year of his life, Sankara sought to intensify the struggle against corruption, including within the revolutionary camp itself, by obliging all top officials to publicly declare their incomes and properties. Some failed to declare all their assets, including Kambar and his wife, who was an adopted daughter of the conservative pro-French president of neighboring Côte d'Ivoire. Sankara commented to some journalists, "Today there are people in power who live better than the population, who engage in small-scale trade with Syrian and Lebanese merchants, who find positions for their families, their younger cousins, yet all the while speaking in very revolutionary language." Le Matin, Paris, 1718 October 1987. Sankara's efforts to ensure leadership integrity and a more open revolutionary process thus came up against a deadly mix, an alliance of a corrupt wing of the CNR and its hardline ideologues with powerful regional forces tied to France. The result was Sankara's assassination and the end of the revolution. Some sympathetic observers have cited the inordinate influence of the military within the CNR as another shortcoming. De Mouzy, 2014, a Burkinabe researcher working with a Belgian development organization, commented, "The Sankara regime was certainly military and of a Marxist orientation, and one could reproach him for the military rigor and discipline of the barracks." Despite this militaristic rigor, ZE noted the continued attraction of Sankara's basic ideas among many of today's activists at a moment in history when a good number of people are beginning to strongly express their discontent with a system of exploitation of the country's natural resources by foreign interests, with the complicity of the local oligarchy, Ibid. In essence, she wrote, Sankara's legacy offered a vision centered on the Burkinabe people, its pride, its integrity, Ibid. That vision is a timeless one. It has inspired new generations of Burkinabe as well as activists and thinkers across the continent, not only to better understand the political and social ills they confront, but also to try to change them. Chapter 10. Thomas Sankara and Tajuddin Abdul Rahim. The untimely deaths of two new generation African visionaries. Patricia Daly. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Bob Marley, Redemption Song, 1979. Thomas Sankara was assassinated at the age of 37 in 1987. 12 years later, on African Liberation Day, May 25, 2009, Tajuddin Abdul Rahim died in a car crash under mysterious circumstances at the age of 49, Manji 2009. Their untimely deaths were like wounds of the spirits for African people worldwide. In a time when the continent of Africa was being dominated by dictatorial and neoliberal forces, when young people were being encouraged to abandon socialism and equality for economic entrepreneurialism and opportunism, two young men, rather than joining the ranks of rent-seekers, pursued African liberation through socialist Pan-Africanism. Sankara and Abdul Rahim represented a generation of young people who dared to persist in dreaming revolutionary thought, despite the neoliberal turn. Both were visionaries, both used Marx's dialectical materialism and internationalism to understand the power dynamics and the conditions of the oppressed. They were taken from this world far too early, but left a legacy that has outlived them. As Sankara noted a mere week before his death, "You can kill revolutionaries. You cannot kill ideas." Their legacy is the unshaken belief in the ability of African people to liberate themselves from neo-colonial, capitalist imperial domination. In this chapter, I discuss their unshakable belief in the power of African people to overcome imperial and domestic oppression. True to his conviction in the importance of human agency, Abdul Rahim's motto was, "Don't agonize, organize." As much has already been written on Sankara in the pages of this volume, the next section will provide a brief introduction to Tajuddin Abdul Rahim. This will be followed by a comparison of three themes that preoccupied both Sankara and Abdul Rahim: the revolutionary imperative as a mechanism for liberation, feminism, that is, their belief in full equality for women and the centrality of women to Africa's liberation, and a people-centered internationalism and Pan-Africanism. Introducing Tajuddin Abdul Rahim. Abdul Rahim was born on January 6, 1961 in Funtua, Katsina State, in northern Nigeria. He gained a first-class honors degree in political science from Bayero University in Kano, where there was a vibrant intellectual culture of critical debates. As the Trinidadian scholar David Johnson notes in his obituary of Abdul Rahim. From Calabar to Lagos, Ifat, Ibadan, Zaria, Bayero and many other sites, there was present a cohort of students who read widely, theorized, debated, fought, and intervened regularly on imagining and making a Nigeria and Africa that transcended the debilitating greed and politics of the power elite and their friends abroad. Johnson 2009. Abdul Rahim's talent as a student was recognized by the award of a Rhodes Scholarship to study at St. Peter's College, Oxford University, 1983–1987, where he obtained a master's and doctorate in political science, under the supervision of the Marxist political scientist, Gavin Williams. Abdul Rahim would revel in the fact that he had managed to capture some of Cecil Rhodes' loot and used the space of Oxford to campaign for the oppressed everywhere. At Oxford, Abdul Rahim CO organized lunchtime discussions on the politics of Africa and the diaspora, at which students from across the Africa continent and the diaspora would meet in what was then known as the Barn in Queen Elizabeth House to discuss a current publication or event in Africa. Abdul Rahim possessed a razor-sharp intellect, political astuteness, energy, fearlessness, immense warmth, and that most deadly weapon of struggle, humor. Johnson 2009. The latter was almost always accompanied by an infectious laugh. His immense oratory skills became evident when he took over as president of the Oxford University Africa Society. Johnson writes, "All who knew him understood the cause of global African liberation could not be separated from his work as scholar. He was not the first student to think this way and would not be the last, but there is no finer exemplar of the tradition in his generation." Johnson 2009. Abdul Rahim moved to London in 1989 to work as a researcher at the Institute of African Alternatives, IAA, which relocated to South Africa after the end of apartheid. In 1990, he and a group of London-based Pan-Africanists founded the Africa Research and Information Bureau, ARIB. As Yusuf Abdullah writes, ARIB was in praxis in ways that were unimaginable at IAA. It ministered to the needs of the swelling ranks of West Africans in the 1990s and was an intellectual rendezvous for both continental and diaspora Africans, quoted in Zach Williams' 2009, 638. ARIB gave Abdul Rahim, Abdullah writes, the intellectual space to think through the African condition in close proximity with battle-tested comrades fresh from the barricades with rich experiences to reflect upon. Johnson 2009. Abdul Rahim was keen that Africans should take the lead in producing research and knowledge about the continent and on Africans in the diaspora. In 1996, ARIB launched a successful semi-academic magazine, Africa World Review, with Abdul Rahim as the editor prescribing over an editorial working committee with members from across the continent and diaspora. ARIB's mission was to research, facilitate discussion, and engage Africa-based groups to participate in the democratic struggles that were taking place all over the continent. Abdul Rahim's incisive grasp of African politics soon resulted in him becoming a regular commentator on the BBC World Service programs on Africa and other news outlets in Hausa and English. Through such platforms he became well known across Africa. Abdul Rahim's most prominent role was as the Secretary-General for the Secretariat of the 7th Pan-African Congress that was held in Kampala in 3-8 April 1994. In 1990, ARIB members started to participate in discussions on the organization of the 7th Pan-African Congress. He was encouraged to take on the post of Secretary-General by A.M. Babu, the former Tanzanian politician, for which Abdul Rahim had to relocate to Uganda, where the Pan-African Secretariat was opened in 1992. The 7th PAC took place on 3-8 April 1994, and had some 5,000 delegates from 30 countries. Abdul Rahim was instrumental in the decision to have a women's pre-Congress meeting on 2-3 April. It was here that Pan-African women launched the Pan-African Women's Liberation Organization, PALO. While maintaining his role at the Secretariat as it sought to plan the 8th PAC, Abdul Rahim continued to support a number of Pan-African organizations. He chaired a host of Pan-African social justice organizations, including the Pan-African Development Education and Advocacy Program, the International Governing Council of the Center for Democracy and Development, the Pan-African Development Education and Advocacy Program, and Justice Africa. He established Hawa Memorial College in his hometown of Funchal, in memory of his mother, and personally funded the education of numerous school and university students across Africa. At the time of his death, Abdul Rahim was contracted as Deputy Director of the UN's Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, campaign based in Nairobi, yet he was not mainstreamed. He was a fighter in the struggle to get the campaign to support meaningful development programs. Abdul Rahim lived a Pan-African life. Speaking several Nigerian languages, he eschewed narrow Nigerian sectarian politics. For him, Pan-Africanism as a lived experience was facilitated by his employment in Uganda and Kenya and extensive travel. He was welcomed across the continent for his incisive criticism of African leaders and his strong belief in the ability of African peoples to triumph over adversity. He had a unique ability to speak truth to power, as well as to engage with the downtrodden. There is no doubt that he was inspired by Sankara's revolution in Burkina Faso. Sankara's influence is evident in Abdul Rahim's writings and speeches. He died in a car crash in the early hours of the morning on his way to Nairobi airport to catch a flight to Rwanda for a UN meeting with the head of state. Those who saw the body said his injuries were not consistent with driving at a high speed and there was no other vehicle involved. There was no formal inquiry into his death as car crashes are ubiquitous in Kenya and Africa. Revolutionary zeal. Both Sankara and Abdul Rahim advocated revolutionary change as the only way in which Africans could liberate themselves from imperialism, elite domination, and mental oppression. In an interview in 1985, Sankara stated, "I would like to leave behind me the conviction that if we maintain a certain amount of caution and organization we deserve victory. You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from nonconformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. It took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. We must dare to invent the future." Sankara, interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp, 19851. In 1991, Abdul Rahim mirrored Sankara, when he commented, "Maybe it is ambitious on our part and perhaps even audacious, however, I do not think we can all claim to be revolutionaries if we are not ambitious and ready to dare, sometimes where others may fear to tread." Abdul Rahim quoted in Baini and Olukoshi 2010, 19. Abdul Rahim supported movements for the oppressed, while in the UK, these included the African National Congress, Southwest African Political Organisation, SWAPO, the Save the Sharpeville 6 campaign, and the anti-apartheid movement. In his turn, Sankara supported the Western Sahrawi freedom fighters and other anti-imperialist movements and governments around the world, including those in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Grenada. Both men were critical of the leaders of the post-liberation governments in certain African states. Sankara blamed the failure of the revolution on the petty bourgeoisie outlook of the leaders of the revolution, who overturned the big bourgeoisie only to replace them. How much Abdul Rahim saw the effectiveness of the use of armed struggle or coups d'état as achieving the goal for transformation is difficult to see. Yet, in private, he was certainly critical of the actions of the post-genocide Rwanda's Patriotic Front and the anti-Mobutu movement he witnessed in Rwanda and in the DRC. He supported initially the Rwanda's Patriotic Front, RPF, in their struggle to end the genocide, but quickly became critical of the leaders whom he said rode on the bandwagon of liberation, only to abandon their people once power is captured. In public, Abdul Rahim challenged revolutionaries who sought to prolong their term in office, such as Muammar Gaddafi of Libya, who said that revolutionaries don't retire. Abdul Rahim wrote, "What happens to revolutionaries when they get in power? They have stayed so long in power that they have forgotten their previous jobs, values, and visions. From heralding fundamental change they have become apostles of no change. They have become reactionaries exhausting the country they claim to have liberated. The challenge now facing Zimbabweans, Ethiopian, Eritreans, and other post-liberation societies, how to liberate themselves from their liberators. Abdul Rahim 2008. In a postcard dated February 19, 2009, entitled, "Respect Term Limits for Democratic Change," Abdul Rahim wrote, "The world has changed and so must revolutionaries. The impetus for revolution, for both men, should and would come from the oppressed." In one of Abdul Rahim's first journal papers, co-authored with Adibia Olukoshi, addressing the history of the left in Nigeria, they considered how the left can learn from its past by drawing on the traditions of the radical trade union movement, the radical political legacy among the peasantry and rural poor, and the work of the women in Nigeria in the struggle for the emancipation of women from gender oppression and the pool of progressive opinion among radical intellectuals, youths and the student movement. Abdul Rahim and Olukoshi 1986, 79. Both saw consciousness raising as a key element of any revolution. For them, neocolonialism and neocolonial way of thinking was a great hindrance to emancipation of the African peoples. A key difference between Abdul Rahim and Sankara was that, as a head of state and coup leader, the latter argued that he took the leadership of the peasant revolt, the brewing revolt of the urban masses, and the just struggles of our masses as we mobilize against imperialism and their domestic allies. Through the Committee for the Defense of the Revolution, Sankara sought to mobilize workers, farmers, and youth. Through his leadership, power would be increasingly democratized. Abdul Rahim, on the other hand, sought to help raise consciousness through non-military means. Unlike Sankara, Abdul Rahim was not schooled in militarism. He did national youth service in Nigeria and sported military attire while at Oxford, but this was in solidarity with the liberation struggles of Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, and Sankara himself. Abdul Rahim sided with the dispossessed, the poor, women, students, farmers, market women, mamambagas, and street traders. In his final postcard of 2009, entitled "City Beautification Should Not Destroy Livelihoods," he championed the right of informal traders to sell their wares on the streets of African cities. African men as feminists. Emancipation like freedom is not granted, it is conquered. Thomas Sankara, United Nations General Assembly, 1984. Sankara and Abdul Rahim were representatives of a new breed of Pan-Africanists who were feminists. Both envisaged a progressive involvement of women in the struggle for liberation beyond the domesticated activities that were deemed women's spheres. Sankara sought not to organize women in folkloric groups, where they sewed uniforms and sing and dance. Intercontinental Press Interview, March 17, 1985, nor did he seek to speak for them or organize their liberation. Instead, he supported their developing consciousness. He stated, "You cannot free slaves who are not consciousness of their situation of slavery, and women had to liberate themselves." Sankara, on International Women's Day, March 8, 1987. International Women's Day, March 8, provided key moments when both men were able to articulate their feminism. Both challenged the cultural and social constraints that prevented women's full emancipation. Sankara saw the fight against circumcision and polygamy as well as the fight for economic power as central to women's liberation. In a speech given on March 8, 1987, Sankara noted how the Burkinabe Revolution was a depersonalizing darkness for women, while being a reality for men. Sankara, on International Women's Day, March 8, 1987. And yet the authenticity and the future of the revolution depend on women. Ibid. He continued, "To win the battle for men and women, we must be familiar with all aspects of the women question on a world as well as on a national scale." Ibid. In 2006, Abdul Rahim argued that every day should be Women's Day. In 2009, he advocated not just changes in laws to end violence against women, but general public education and mass awareness. This will not just be about laws but also confronting certain received wisdoms, and cultural and social practices that encourage violence against women and disempower them from voicing their pain, let alone seeking legal redress. Abdul Rahim 2009b. Abdul Rahim's feminism began early when, as a young boy, he helped his mother to give birth. When working on the MDGs, he used his bureaucratic position in the United Nations to challenge states to improve the maternal health care for women. He wrote, "It is not morally or politically right and it cannot be acceptable that mothers die giving life." Abdul Rahim 2009a. As Secretary General of the Pan-African Congress, Abdul Rahim was instrumental in facilitating the incorporation of Resolution 8 of the 7th PAC. The resolution drew on the recommendations arising from the Women's Pre-Congress meeting. Resolution 8 on Women and Pan-Africanism, in its preamble, notes that women make up more than half of the Pan-African world and are therefore an important constituency for Pan-Africanism, and that women, individually and collectively, are part and parcel of the Pan-African movement. Consequently, the 7th Pan-African Congress resolved to support women's demand for equal partnership in the Pan-African movement, 2. The setting up of a women's section in the Secretariat, 3. A 50% allocation of the financial and other resources at the various international, regional and sub-regional and local structures of the Pan-African movement, and 4. The convening of a women's summit to evaluate progress made so far, consolidate networking and together with their brothers lay new strategies for the future. While Abdul Rahim supported the development of the Palo movement, many men paid only lip service to Resolution 8. On International Women's Day in 2017, Biney questioned the persistence of men in the Pan-African movement who harbor patriarchal views. She demanded to know where the contemporary Sankaras and Cabrals were, describing both as radical feminists. "I would add Abdul Rahim to her list of anti-sexist, anti-heterosexist, caring, conscious, empathetic men who will develop organizations and institutions that serve African people." Biney 2017. Internationalists and Pan-Africanists. Both Sankara and Abdul Rahim were varyingly internationalist and Pan-Africanist. Sankara was a socialist and anti-imperialist who forged alliances with other socialist movements and governments worldwide. He was an advocate for the oppressed of the world and of the non-aligned movement. While Sankara saw Pan-Africanism as a problem, he recognized both its inspirational role at a historical juncture, as part of the national liberation struggles, and the potential of the idea, demonstrating an awareness of the difficulties in the realization of African unity. This may partly account for the strength of his internationalist outlook. Abdul Rahim started off as a Marxist, maintained his socialist principles and internationalist outlook against injustice, but became more of a Pan-Africanist as time progressed. In 1996, Abdul Rahim argued, Pan-Africanism as a counter-force to imperialism is a necessary tool of analysis and organizational format for the whole Pan-African world. Abdul Rahim 1996, 2. He wrote in a postcard, "Our optimism is based on the concrete reality of our lived experiences and the brutal reality of the condition of many Africans today, both in the continent and in the diaspora. These have made Pan-Africanism a precondition for our survival instead of it just being a dream." It is within this context that the 7th PAC called for a second liberation front to defeat recolonization, dictatorships, and genocidal practices across the continent. The theme of the Congress was facing the future in unity, social progress, and democracy perspectives towards the 21st century. The urgency of these principles was brought to the fore when the Rwandan genocide began on the last day of the conference. Both Sankara and Abdul Rahim were associated with a new brand of people-centered Pan-Africanism, and were not afraid to criticize African leaders. Abdul Rahim, 2007a, wrote, "It is now widely recognized that Pan-Africanism needs to leave the confines of the conferences and executive mansions of our leaders and become part and parcel of all our lives, building from the down up." Abdul Rahim and Sankara both believed in the unity of Africa peoples, but not the one that was being sought by the then leadership of the Organization of African Unity/African Union. Abdul Rahim, 2007b, argued, "In spite of the intrigues and maneuvers by the various camps, they share a basic weakness: they are state-led and are projecting this vision without the involvement of the broad masses of their own peoples. They do not even involve their own parliaments, let alone ordinary citizens. In many cases it is only the presidency that is involved, with foreign affairs ministers playing guessing games." For Abdul Rahim, 2006b, the Pan-Africanism of the leaders promotes a narrow national identity that is not historically rooted and exclusionary, that does not reflect the realities of people's lived experiences, especially that of peasants and petty traders who carry their wares across the international boundary on Peña roads parallel to the formal border roads. While Sankara saw borders as administrative devices, Abdul Rahim called for their abolition and freedom of movement for African peoples. At a meeting of the OAU in Addis Ababa, Abdul Rahim criticized Ethiopia for having entry visa requirements that make it difficult for ordinary Africans to visit Ethiopia or to get near the meetings of the African Union. Abdul Rahim became especially critical of the Pan-Africanism of leaders represented by Gaddafi of Libya, who was spearheading a movement for the formation of the United States of Africa, and, as Chapter 6 of this volume argues, who may have played a role in Sankara's assassination plot through his support of Charles Taylor and the group of Liberian mercenaries that implemented the assassination at the behest of imperial-backed Blaise Compaoré. While asking Africans to unite against colonialism, Gaddafi signed pacts with European leaders to imprison African migrants on Libyan soil, in order to prevent them from crossing the Mediterranean, and ignored the killing of 500 African migrants in Libya in September 2009. In May 2009, Abdul Rahim, 2009c, wrote, "Gaddafi needs to lead by example. Libya must politically educate its own citizens and stem anti-African xenophobia in the country and stop pursuing immigration policies and pacts that make it a gatekeeper for Europe." Sankara's ambivalence towards open borders may have been a reaction to the conservative anti-revolutionary forces that had aligned against Burkina Faso in Francophone West Africa, in Côte d'Ivoire and Mali, the very forces that would ultimately conspire with former colonizers to carry out his assassination. See Chapter 6, this volume. While he supported the movement of ideas and people across borders, he saw borders as necessary to limit each country's sphere of activity and enable it to see things clearly. Sankara, on return from Africa tour, August 1984. Both Sankara and Abdul Rahim had non-racialist visions of Africa and African liberation. They eschewed the division of Africa into North and Sub-Saharan, and attempts, whether by Mobutu, of Zaire, in the case of Sankara, or Lagos-based Pan-Africanists in the case of Abdul Rahim, to divide Africans along color lines. For Abdul Rahim, 1996, 3, while the majority of Africans are of Negroid origin, it is not true historically, factually, or even politically that blackness is the only condition of Africanness. Sankara, critiquing then-President Mobutu's call for the establishment of a League of Black States, contended, "It's not a question of color. With regard to how we conceive the OAU, there is no room for the color-sensitive. There is only one color, that of African unity." Sankara, on return from Africa tour, August 1984. Conclusion. Progressive forces in Africa mourned the untimely deaths of two young African men who had the potential to transform their societies and inspire others. Both were optimistic in the capacities of the people to bring about meaningful change. Sankara, as president of Burkina Faso, was subjected to far more criticism than Abdul Rahim, who operated largely within a progressive political sphere. Some close to Abdul Rahim thought that with his pan-Nigerian outlook, he would have had difficulty participating in the sectarian politics of Nigeria, even though he had a desire to return home and facilitate changes there. While Abdul Rahim respected Sankara's revolutionary praxis in Burkina Faso, one can speculate as to whether this would have continued if Sankara had survived. At the time of his death, his people's revolution was already being undermined, including by the forces that plotted his assassination. According to Justice Africa's memoriam to Abdul Rahim, at the time of his death, he was turning his criticism of the record of liberation movements in power into a manuscript of a historical account and political analysis of the liberators and where they had gone astray. Justice Africa 2009. He may well have written about the failure of the Burkinabe Revolution. In the era of neoliberal individualism and the free market, it is often seen as outmoded to think in revolutionary ways. In modernity, revolutionary thought has been closely bound up with the political project of socialism. By seeing the liberation of the African peoples as only possible through revolutionary transformation, Abdul Rahim and Sankara drew on the theoretical articulation of socialism's resistance to capitalist modernity, yet their thinking was rooted in indigenous ontologies in which the collectivity is paramount over the individual. This is why a people-centered internationalism and Pan-Africanism remains vital to the liberation struggle from exploitation. Eschewing gendered hierarchies and local and modern forms of patriarchy, they positioned women's equal rights as central to the collective struggle for Africa's liberation from past and present conditions of coloniality and imperial domination. Abdul Rahim and Sankara paved the way for a new generation of African feminist men, whose actions and words can inspire young African men and women to work together in their struggle for a better future. Chapter 11. Women's freedoms are the heartbeat of Africa's future. A Sankarian imperative. Patricia McFadden. We must dare to invent the future. Thomas Sankara, interview with Jean-Philippe Rapp, 1985. This chapter seeks to show, through an African feminist political economy perspective, why Thomas Sankara is special as an African revolutionary thinker, military personality, advocate for freedoms, particularly women's freedoms, and as the former leader of an African country, who actually implemented radical policies, although they were short-lived, through which he mobilized the working people at large, and women in particular, towards a different vision of the future. As a Pan-Africanist, Thomas Sankara was a radical nationalist who passionately resisted imperialism and colonialism. He also critically understood the depth of patriarchal oppression and its devastating impacts on the lives of Burkinabe women across class and social location. Nonetheless, the challenges of militarism as an anti-revolutionary weapon remained largely unresolved, and they proved to be the Achilles heel to his demise. He continues to serve as a vibrant and contemporary role model for younger Africans, particularly in giving an example for how to bring radical courage to the creation of gender and class-inclusive societies on the continent. Sankara's political philosophy and African feminist thought. Let me begin by declaring that I have a personal/political interest in the ideas and courage that Thomas Sankara represented during the brief episode of his presence as a thinker, military leader, and advocate for social justice in the first half of the 1980s. His incorrigible belief in the best in human beings, an ethos whose potency and relevance could not be silenced by a hail of bullets 30 years ago this year, continues to resonate with radicals of all ages and genders, those who know of him, that is. Indeed, he has remained largely unknown to many Africans, see Chapter 20, this volume. As a radical contemporary feminist who lives and struggles for feminist justice on the African continent, my interest in Sankara stems both from having personally participated in anti-colonial resistance across southern Africa, as well as from my identity as an African feminist that is unreservedly critical of nationalism and its constraining influences on African women's politics as gendered struggles against patriarchal power. I share many of the same traditions of radical political economy and critical gendered thinking which influenced Sankara's ideas and ideals concerning the African Revolution, as I too dream of a different future and life for Africans generally, but especially for African women. Thomas Sankara is distinctive in ideological and political terms. It is in these two spheres of intellectual and activist engagement that he made his greatest impact. Whilst he was a nationalist in the resistance traditions of the most outstanding African anti-colonialists, having been born in 1949 during the French colonial occupation of his country, Burkina Faso, then Upper Volta, in West Africa, he differed in that he drew from a very particular radical nationalist ideological tradition in Africa and internationally, a radical nationalism which pushed for revolution instead of neo-colonial settlement. According to Mary Alice Waters, he shared anti-imperialist courage and unabashed humanism with Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, quoted in Sankara 1988, 8. Radical anti-colonial resistance and an ethos of humanism. His views and ideas, his dreams, and resilience in the face of a political backlash and imprisonment by the colonial and neo-colonial regimes of France and Upper Volta, reflected the particularity of radical nationalists like Amilcar Cabral, Samora Machel, and Patrice Lumumba. These anti-colonial leaders had embraced the necessity of adopting a historical materialist perspective in understanding colonial occupation and repression, in order to pursue a communist program of socialist transformation for their respective societies. Young 2001. Cabral in particular, was deeply influenced by the examples of anti-imperialist resistance and its successes in South America. The Cuban Revolution was an intellectual and political beacon for Cabral, Cabral 1969a, 1969b. In the same vein, Thomas Sankara also deeply admired Che Guevara. Indeed, Sankara, like Cabral, presented some of his most radical ideas on the revolutionary transformation that had to occur in Africa during visits to Cuba. His ideas and visions of a new humanism in African societies drew from the radicalism of the Cuban Revolution. Sankara declared, "Che is Burkinabe, Sankara, Political Orientation Speech, 1983. Both Sankara and Cabral were assassinated shortly after these critical episodes of revolutionary solidarity with the Cuban Revolution. Che had been brutally murdered 20 years earlier, almost to the day, then Sankara lost his life in a military coup. In terms of situating Sankara among his revolutionary peers, it is clear that, together with Cabral, Lumumba, and Machel, these men stood head and shoulders above the rest of their Pan-Africanist counterparts in the anti-colonial resistance movements that swept across the continent during the course of the 20th century. This was largely because they went beyond the limited and inadequate understandings of freedom as independence from white colonial rule, which invariably resulted in the installation of neo-colonial regimes. They recognized and articulated in intellectual and propagandist terms the centrality of the agency of working people in assuring the victory of their struggles in each specific context. This unwavering belief in the ability of working people to transform their lives from drudgery and socio-economic exclusion to well-being and social consciousness, a belief which forms the essential core of humanism as an ethos, a movement, and a radical political principle, inevitably led to their removal from the theater of African anti-colonial struggles. The retrieval of the humanness of people provided the revolutionary dynamic and the foundation for freedom in the time of imperialist repression, domination, and plunder, which still persist across Africa to this day. Sankara, like Cabral, Lumumba, and Machel, brought this uncompromisingly revolutionary meaning of humanism to their specific revolutionary projects. In Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau this was effected through protracted liberation struggles against Portuguese colonial barbarism, in the Congo, against the brutal, impunitus Belgians and the U.S. corporation/state, in Upper Volta, against the supposedly civilized French. In all four cases, and in many more that are seldom celebrated and or recognized, Africans whose ideological visions for a revolutionary restructuring of the continent, in economic, political, social, and cultural terms, have been assassinated. In other cases, their lives have been made a living hell wherever they have tried to live. Eliminating revolutionaries on the continent and in other societies of the majority South is a well-established part of the project to sustain imperialist and capitalist hegemony across the world. Pilger 2001. Sankara also shared the radical socialist traditions that made Machel, Lumumba, and Cabral distinctive. They each either, a. attempted to implement radical socialist programs once they had occupancy of the state or, b. because they were prosecuted during the anti-colonial wars, they unambiguously articulated these radical ideas and visions. Each wrote and spoke about them with deep clarity and honesty, using their ideas to mobilize the working people in the cause of revolutionary transformation. For Sankara, it would seem that the repression he had suffered as a child, seeing his parents and other black adults humiliated by French colonials, and the kindnesses he experienced from strangers left deep impressions upon him about the value of kindness. These encounters no doubt instilled empathy in terms of understanding humanism as an innate part of being human. This sensibility against dehumanizing behavior provided the impetus for Sankara's strong sense of outrage against colonial arrogance and the blatant disregard for the humanity of African people in his country, across the continent and in the diaspora. As with all black people who joined struggles against racist colonial impunity, Sankara expressed the desire for a retrieval of his humanity and the dignity of his people as core elements of the established nationalist discourse of anti-imperialism. Exposure to Marxism, and the radical ideas of Marx and Engels in particular, explain to a large extent the source of his critical posture against exploitation and colonial and neo-colonial repression. Again, these are the same elements that one notes in the radical journeys traveled by Cabral, Lumumba, and Machel who, in certain ways, provided the ideological pathways along which Sankara treaded as he assumed the leadership of the Burkinabe Revolution. Women's freedoms are the heartbeat, an anti-patriarchal Sankarian philosophy. Later, when Sankara comes to gendered consciousness, he extends this critical thinking towards an utter rejection of feudalism and ancient African practices of male privileging. He was highly critical of child marriage, female genital mutilation, and domestic violence, which, he argued, was too often facilitated by culture and tradition. Sankara International Women's Day, 1987. He maintained a scathing critique of prostitution as not only a symbol of the contempt that men have for women but more significantly, in terms of anti-patriarchal critique, as a form of self-hate. In the final analysis, prostitution reflects the unconscious contempt we have for ourselves, Ibid. Indeed, as soon as he assumed state power, Sankara pushed the notion of humanism even further, beyond its masculine contours and histories, to include women in the idea of human dignity and wholeness. His critique and rejection of patriarchy and male privilege provided a radical alternative to existing masculinist notions of African maleness. Linking the notion of freedom from colonialism with the necessity of Burkinabe men's recognition of women as complete human beings, he asserted that the condition of women is therefore at the heart of the question of humanity itself. Sankara 1987. This gendered anti-imperialism is another common ideological tred that Sankara shares with radical nationalists, in this instance specifically with Samoram Machel and Amilcar Cabral. Cabral, Machel, and Sankara insisted that women were a necessary and inevitable part of the revolution and of a different future. For Cabral, women brought their long traditions of anti-patriarchal resistance to the PAIGC, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands, and it was this resistance experience and energy that became the undeniable impetus that gave the liberation movement its ultimate power over Portuguese colonialism. Cabral 1969c, 117-118. The same could be said of Machel, who, in the footsteps of Eduardo Mondlane, 1969, insisted that the Mozambican Revolution would be incomplete without the liberation of women, their organization and integration into the structures of the new society in the liberated zones of the country as the struggle progressed. At independence, Frelimo actively mobilized and integrated women across class lines, into the key sectors of Mozambican society and, for the first few years of independence, women's emancipation ranked high on the post-liberation agenda of that country. In the case of Cabral, because he was assassinated before Guinea-Bissau could gain its independence, we will never know how well his leadership would have implemented the powerful programs for women's freedoms that he so courageously articulated in his writings and speeches. Nonetheless, as Robert J. C. Young has argued, whether locally at the level of resistance to a particular colonial power, or globally against the imperialist system, socialist forms of liberation struggles saw their objectives as essentially compatible with those of socialist feminism. Women worked alongside the men, and the women's movements formed an intrinsic part of the struggle. Young 2001, 373. Conventionally, male politicians call for gender equality as part of an appeal to rescue women from their victim status within societies. Sankara, on the other hand, insists that women's freedoms and their emancipation are not something that men give to women out of some sense of kindness or altruism. They are outcomes of struggle against patriarchy, which is practiced and protected by males. Sankara expressed this very poignantly when he spoke of women's agency for their own liberation. Emancipation, like freedom, is not granted, it is conquered. It is for women themselves to put forward their demands and mobilize to win them. Sankara 1987. It is this resoluteness in critiquing and challenging patriarchy and imperialism in intellectual and practical terms, a political consciousness that was almost unheard of among African leaders and males in general, and even among women who participated in the anti-colonial resistance, which not only sets Thomas Sankara apart from the most radical African nationalists of the past half-century, but which also marks him with a uniquely feminist-inspired radicalism that I am deeply curious about and inspired by as a radical African feminist. As I reread his writings recently with a more mature understanding of the power and resilience of radical ideas and with a better understanding of how before his time he was, I realized just how courageous Sankara was, as a black man and as a male revolutionary. There is no other black radical man, intellectual or political leader, or both, who has articulated and insisted upon the advanced gender-inclusive ideas and policies that Sankara advocated for and implemented. His goal was to initiate the process of emancipation for women in Burkina Faso. He did a commendable job contributing to this project during his short stay at the helm of the national state. While Cabral declared the inclusion of women as future citizens of Guinea-Bissau, men and women will have the same status with regard to family, work, and public activities, Cabral 1969c. 137, and both Mondlane and Machel lauded the impact of armed female guerrillas in spreading the message of freedom among the people at the village level. Sankara was deliberately and consistently focused on explaining to Burkinabe women that they had to free themselves from both colonial and patriarchal oppression. He went beyond the call to women as victims who needed the state and or men to save them from oppression, usually implying colonial oppression, by encouraging women to be agents of their own freedom through full participation in the Burkinabe Revolution. He recognized that women have been enslaved by structural and relational forces for millennia and that there was a need to understand how this system functions, to grasp its real nature in all its subtlety, in order then to work out a line of action that can lead to women's total emancipation. Sankara 1987. Therefore, in addition to bringing African dreams of freedom to the notion and practice of humanism and opening up this site of struggle and emancipation to women's humanists, Sankara gendered the very notion of revolution by inviting men to transform themselves through their rejection of patriarchy, thereby assuring the revolutionary experience in Burkina Faso. This is the first time that we hear an African male politician define gendered equality as an essential requirement for fundamental social transformation. Throughout his treatise on women's emancipation and its centrality to the Burkinabe Revolution, he is adamant that women are their own liberators, just as men are their own. In revisiting his ideas, I remain intrigued by the circumstances and personal choices that he must have consciously made so as to become the man that he was at the time of his tragic death. Clearly he was deeply touched and transformed by the literature he had read and his exposure to radical nationalist ideas during his trips to Madagascar and France in the earlier part of his military career training. He spoke of the changes in his worldview after reading Engels, Marx, and other communist revolutionaries, as well as how the continued exploitation of his country and its people by both the French and local parasitic classes, comprador and feudal elements, led him to participate in protests against the repressive regime of Jean-Baptiste Araogo on August 4, 1983. However, at no point in the articulation of his radicalism does he indicate where his feminist-inspired consciousness comes from. The question then becomes, what was it about his resistance consciousness, his experiences of anti-colonialism and his desire for freedom that created the shift in his perceptions of women's freedoms as crucial to a different African future? I am of the opinion that Sankara was deeply influenced by the work of European feminists like Simone de Beauvoir and Alexandra Kollontai, for example, who were part of the Marxist intellectual traditions that young radicals were exposed to at the time of Sankara's studies. His analysis of prostitution, for example, clearly indicates feminist critiques of female commodification through marriage and the exchange of women's bodies in the public and private domains as things. He declares that prostitution is a concentrated, tragic and painful summary of female slavery in all its forms. Sankara 1987. The objectification of women as the core of the patriarchal system in economic, sexual, social, cultural, and reproductive terms not only reflective of the influence that Frederick Engels had on his understanding of the development of human society as an exploitative class and gender system, but it is clearly informed by the work of radical feminists of the mid-century. Sankara never really articulates an openly anti-feminist stance in any of his speeches and writings, except on two occasions in his speech on the revolution and women's emancipation, he alludes to feminism as a war of the sexes, preferring instead to explain gendered conflicts as a war of social groups and of classes, with an emphasis on the complementarity of women and men. He argues that it's the attitude of men that makes such confusion possible. That in turn paves the way for the bold assertions made by feminism, some of which have not been without value in the fight that men and women are waging against oppression. Sankara 1987. Later in the speech, he refers to a few petty bourgeois women from the town being preoccupied with feminism as a fashionable politics and dismisses it as primitive feminism, ibid. This offhanded dismissal of feminism as something that is contradictory to the core of the revolutionary transformation of gendered relationships within Burkinabe society, and the argument for complementary social relationships as an unavoidable inevitability, reflect two very important nationalistic tenets. These tenets persist in defining African gendered relationships as naturally heteronormative and maintain that this is authentically African. Sankara never mentions homosexuality in any of his speeches, nor does he, in any perceptible way, articulate any homophobia. However, his insistence upon complementary gendered relationships between men and women as inescapable, smacks of a passive homophobia that is more actively pursued by most African nationalists across the political spectrum. The backlash against Sankara's anti-patriarchal philosophy. In critiquing the established African patriarchal order, so deeply entrenched within African cultural discourses, conventions, and practices that are essentially feudal and violent, Sankara posed an epistemological and foundationally ontological challenge to all black men. The challenge was to politically redefine the meaning and practice of heterosexual gendered identities. He went even further in his use of the notion of authenticity, arguing that becoming non-patriarchal is the necessary process by which men will become human. Speaking to the enormity of the task of self-transformation facing both women and men, Sankara explained that, this task is formidable but necessary. It will determine our ability to bring our revolution to its full stature. This will show to what extent the natural behavior of man has become human and to what extent he has realized his human nature. Sankara 1987. Key to this retrieval of their humanity is the total rejection of feudalism in all its forms and expressions. In a deeply feudal society such as that of Burkina Faso, male patriarchal privilege in the domestic and public areas is considered quintessentially natural to being an African man. In such a feudal society, questioning or challenging how males access and exercise power and insisting upon the equality of women and men in every aspect of life would have generated a deep sense of threat and dislike for Sankara, even among his peers. Indeed, he was too far ahead of his society. So, when he came under attack on that fateful day of October 15, 1987, I have no doubt that, in part, his demise brought with it a sense of relief for many men, and women, in Burkinabe society, even though no such sentiment was ever published. After all, he had gone beyond the pale of conservative, reactionary, patriarchal society with his mad ideas of gender equality and social revolution. For more on the madness of Sankara's political philosophies and policies, see Introduction and Chapter 8, this volume. The outcry against Sankara's assassination by Blaise Compaoré, his close friend and military counterpart, has remained focused on the duplicity of François Mitterrand, then President of France, the reactionary forces in the Burkinabe military as well as the local ruling classes and landlords whose land and ill-begotten assets had been nationalized by the Sankara government. While these critiques have been useful in identifying both the class-based and anti-imperial threats of Sankara's policies, an analysis that factors in the gendered ramifications of what Thomas Sankara was most courageous about, the freedoms of women/females of all ages across the class, social, ethnic and locational divides, has barely, if ever, surfaced in any of Africa's revolutionary conversations following Sankara's assassination. It was the courage to be nonconformist and to reject all the paraphernalia of black male authenticity, which is repressive and dehumanizing to all females, and then to dare to become contemporary in new and inclusive ways that posed the greatest threat to Thomas Sankara's existence. Yes, you cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from nonconformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, The Courage to Invent the Future, Sankara 1983. This silencing of his advanced stance on African women's freedoms is typically nationalist. It signals a pretense that such a contentious stance is not sufficiently relevant to Pan-Africanist and revolutionary discussions, and that, if it is acknowledged, it is treated as a peculiarity whose annoying existence will eventually pass. The dominant expectation is that gendered relationships of power and the critique of patriarchy are issues that are the preoccupation of gender activists and feminists and not of serious African intellectuals. The persistent lack of interest and/or engagement with feminism in particular, as a serious political discipline, politics of life and revolutionary transformation, is clearly indicative of a dismissive attitude towards the challenges that women's freedoms still pose within the African Academy and in the Pan-African community as a whole. At the same time, I have not recognized a direct influence by Frantz Fanon on Sankara's thought or sense of black racial identity. Although it is very likely that he did encounter Fanon's work, given that he acquired his revolutionary consciousness during a time when Fanon's work and struggle for Algerian independence had come to international prominence. The absence of a direct reference in terms of Sankara's ideas on race and blackness, as these affected African men in particular, points to a gap in Sankara's political understanding of the trauma that racist colonial oppression had on all Africans. Although he alludes to race in his speech in Harlem in October 1984 and the origins of racism in his speech on International Women's Day on 1987, Sankara 1987, 344, it is rather peculiar that this lacuna would be so obvious in the critical thinking of one who was so ahead of his peers politically and practically, and it poses an interesting intellectual challenge for radical scholars who might be interested in further exploring and expounding upon what I think of as a Sankarian imperative. Conclusion. Thomas Sankara not only provides African revolutionary thinkers and activists with a refreshing challenge on revolution as an internationalist inevitability, for example, his embrace of Che Guevara in particular speaks to this interface between personal political identity and the powerful resources that other revolutionary experiences offered, see Chapter 5, this volume, but he also pushes the boundaries on African male gendered identity in heterosexual terms. That is, he insisted that men must change in order for the revolution to succeed in its fullness. What implications might the Sankarian revolution have had for a different African future, in terms of the nationalist dispensation for all Africans and for African women's freedoms in particular? Set in a nationalist framework, but understood and appreciated through a feminist analysis of its significance, the Sankarian imperative of centering women's freedoms reiterated what women generally, and feminists in particular, have insisted upon for as long as women have expressed their political and social interests. Beyond the liberal admission that women are a valuable resource to all societies is the undeniable connection between human freedoms and creativity in all its dimensions and expressions: artistic, technological, linguistic, knowledge production, social reproduction, and women as free beings. These intersections have always been central to inventions, expressions, and manifestations of human existence, everywhere. Women's freedoms remain the inescapable necessity for human existence and well-being in every society. Chapter 12. Rereading Sankara's Philosophy for a Praxeology of Debt in Contemporary Times. Sakisi. Umuvi. The debt cannot be repaid, first, because if we don't pay, the lenders will not die. That is for sure. But if we repay, we are going to die. That is also for sure. Those who led us to indebting ourselves had gambled as if in a casino. As long as they had gains, there was no debate. But now that they suffer losses, they demand repayment. And we talk about crisis. No, there's no crisis. They played, they lost, that's the rule of the game, life goes on. We cannot repay the debt because it is not our responsibility. Thomas Sankara, Organization of African Unity Conference, July 29, 19871. Introduction. In this chapter, I move in reverse order, to look at what is at stake with debt and in-debt crises before examining the larger meanings of debt. This might appear to defy logic, but within this non-logical visage lies the logic. The debate and argument about debt is at once a debate about what is conveyed in the notion of debt, and all its philosophical groundings, by its exponents, and what is or what we experience through lived realities by such concept, at the destination or receiving end. Now, what this means is that defining debt flows from who is doing the defining and what one assumes of or expects from the concept. Defining debt appears to be a theoretically objective exercise, unless we interrogate as Thomas Sankara did what is at stake first, thus placing definitions of debt into fuller perspective and bring to fore their underlying assumptions. Debt has already caused several dire economic slumps and continues to do so. As such, its meaning is not neutral because it hits people directly in their everyday lives. Davidko 2011, 78. In other words, we need to be grounded in what is at stake before wading into the definitions advanced by those with varying interests, since defining a concept is not a theoretically objective endeavor. As Thomas Sankara pointed out, the issue of whether to pay or not to pay debt must be answered through the origin of loan's necessity. Those who lend us money are the same people who colonized, extracted, exploited, and mismanaged our resources. The former colonizer then returns to give donations and loans as though they are doing these societies favor. Thus what is at stake is the unstable economies of the poorer nations left in the wake of these wars of conquest and plunder. What is at stake is the survival of the people of these countries because debt a continuation of the disarticulation of slavery. Imperialism cum colonialism further extracts the sweat of the poor and sucks the blood of the innocents to pay for what they never owed, bargained for, or benefited from. Debt therefore is a repackaged form of imperial control. It is a formula gone bad, so that the question of repayment needs not even arise. I examine debt as imperialism and the semantics of debt. The chapter centers on excavating Sankara's political philosophy of debt. Doing so offers an understanding of the role of debt in Sankara's anti-imperialist consciousness, with a particular attention to how this consciousness allows us to reframe contemporary debt crisis. What is at stake in the debt crisis debate? The debt crisis, as we know it today, is the fallout of several different yet inextricably linked global events. These include, among others, the resource boom resulting from hike in international oil price, overborrowing by developing countries and reckless lending by IFIs and bilateral and multilateral institutions with a view of soliciting allegiance in the face of mounting tension of the Cold War era, the collapse of world commodity prices, especially petroleum, and the relaxation of tensions between the East and West, the sharp increase in international interest lending rates and sudden attachment of stringent conditions hitherto unknown when support for Cold War was the order of the day, and the increasing financial notoriety of political leaders of developing societies who, by now, are exposed to the vagaries of gluttonous lifestyles and unaccountability. IAHA 1999. The prominent oil crisis of the 1970s sent an acute shock and budget deficit to developing countries and had a disparaging effect that resounded heavily in the international market. In fact, this was an oil crisis in 1973 when the oil-producing major and superpowers experienced domestic economic crisis. They displaced this crisis onto the economies of the so-called developing countries by calling in debt, so as to manage their own crisis, thus displacing economic crisis onto the countries of the South. The implication is that oil-producing Gulf countries had excess of petrodollars and had them stashed away in banks in the West. The banks, on the other hand, had liquid cash that needed to be turned for a profit at any rate. Loans were recklessly given to all and sundry and, more dangerously, debts were easily rolled over and new ones approved without much ado. However, more potent in this reckless and seemingly liberal granting or giving of loans was the political motive, to rally and align Third World countries behind the West against the East. Lending becomes a political tool to marshal support for the mounting pressure of the Cold War and secure control and determine the direction of the affairs of the newly bought territories. This was evident in the characteristic manner in which loans were given to dictators as well as kleptocratic and anti-people governments, many of which were propped up by departing colonial governments. This relaxed approach to lending was profitable to lenders in a particular economic context. Subsequently, the definitive turn of events was the appearance of stringent conditions for loans and insistence on repayment for previous ones, again, when it was profitable for lenders to demand loan repayment. The trend of overly lax lending was upturned with the collapse of oil prices in 1982, IAHA 1999. International lending, interest, rates immediately skyrocketed and developing countries could no longer roll over their debts. Debt has to be serviced to avoid its accentuation. The options varied but all were pernicious: cut spending for health and education or increase export on raw materials, that has hitherto been unfavorable or disadvantageous. The effect was the same: outsource the peasant masses. In the same vein, rescheduling and refinancing only lead to debt pile-up or stock. Debt began to accumulate to unbearable proportions. It outpaced the growth rate of debtor countries. Between 1980 and 1995, the external debt of sub-Saharan Africa rose from $84 billion to $223.3 billion respectively, at an all-time high average of 6.7% per annum, IAHA 1999, 10. Furthermore, amidst the rhetoric of helping poor countries, the Jubilee debt campaign's estimates for 2008 show that over $20 million daily is reaped out of low-income countries to rich countries in the name of debt servicing and repayment. The goal of the loan becomes so devious that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, concluded its report this way: it is increasingly clear that very little progress, if any, can be made in Africa without the resolution of the debt crisis. There is no way in which Africa can service its existing debt and still have resources left for development financing. UNECA 1991, 10. Sankara understood this half a decade earlier than the publication of the UNECA's report. For Sankara, debt was as an impossible burden to bear if Burkina Faso was to make any progress. According to Sankara, debt was clearly a limitation to the exercise of the sovereign right to self-determination. No one could capture the scenario better than the head of a country that also doubled as one of the major recipients of aid. Sankara explained. The example of foreign aid, presented as a panacea and often heralded without rhyme or reason, bears eloquent witness to this fact. Very few countries have been inundated like mine with all kinds of aid. Theoretically, this aid is supposed to work in the interest of our development. In the case of what was formerly Upper Volta, one searches in vain for a sign of anything having to do with development. The men in power, either out of naivete or class selfishness, could not or would not take control of this influx from abroad, understand its significance, or raise demands in the interests of our people. Sankara 2014, 64. The result of millions of US dollars was an infant mortality rate of 180 per 1,000 live births, 16% enrollment rate for school-age youth, 1 doctor for 50,000 inhabitants and a per capita GDP of 53,356 Central African francs, Sankara 2014, 65. Meanwhile, Burkina's aid dependence was on a steady rise, with the ratio of aid to GDP rising from 0.68 in 1960 to 8.72 by 1983, Savadogo etal 2004, 3. This, for Sankara, was unacceptable and needed to be dealt with from its roots, political aid and debt. The stakes were too high. With indebtedness, not only does the political state become non-viable, the livelihood of the people hangs on the balance and at the mercy of foreign forces. The so-called debt crisis is no unpreventable crisis at all. Rather, it is the inevitable consequence of colonial capitalism. What manifests as crisis is resistance to attempts to extract profit from the people and from a relationship that is more or less imperialistic. The semantics of debt. According to Davidko, 2011, 81, the word debt entered into English language, through its metamorphosis from Latin and French, with two distinct meanings, moral duty and pecuniary obligation. How do we come to this moral consciousness that one ought to pay one's debt without inquiry of what exactly is meant by debt? The force of the debt maxim sits deep in our consciousness. Greber aptly dubbed this the moral confusion in his well-researched treatise on debt. Thus, like democracy, which is also a darling concept, everyone talks about debt but only few understand precisely what it is. Greber's, 2011, Debt, the first 5,000 years traces the myth of bartering and the primordial debt theory through history. For him, debt is a myth. Reeled into consciousness over time, barter and state tax theories are but mythical attempts to rationalize the market, money, tax and, by extension, debt. Like John Commons, 2005, Greber shares Sankara's belief that debt, in its historic formulation, cannot be repaid. Not only because debt is odious, that is, its accumulation does not elicit the consent of the population, but because paying it will cause real physical harm in the debtor countries, even as default will not harm the lenders. Cf. Millet, Munivar and Toussaint 2012, 8. Commons distinguished between releasable and unreleasable debts, the former can be discharged but the latter cannot be repaid. He observes, historically it is more accurate to say that the bulk of mankind lived in a state of unreleasable debts, and that liberty came by gradually substituting releasable debts. Commons 2005, 390. Commons, however, associated unreleasable debts with taxes requiring regular payments from citizens, from which redemption is tantamount to cessation of one's membership from the community. Siag 2014, 573, cf. Greber 2011, 119, Moss 1967. Debt is not only ideologically laden but is also social and therefore cannot be considered in isolation of the larger purposes it serves. Foucault 1972, Davidko 2011. Debt is ideological because it is founded on a set of beliefs that gives meaning to and makes meaning of the world. You need money, you do not have it, you borrow from someone and you look for the money to pay back later. This scenario is determined to be how the world works, period. The fact that the dominant stance on debt remains largely unchanged, Davidko argues, gives us every reason to believe that the meaning is not only highly ideological as it is loaded in favor of political, economic, religious interests of institutions which generate these discourses but also conventional since institutions make a caveat to treat a given phenomenon in a particular way, and treat them differently from time to time as deemed fit by the author of such consciousness. Davidko. 2011, 8081. Words are couched in such a way that they are reflective of the norm, morality, and acceptable forms. Davidko 2011. The norm of imperialism is to expand and its morality is to maximize profit everywhere. Words are social and the meanings they embody are valid only to the extent they make sense of the social context from which or to which they are directed. But the sense which a hearer, or target, gets of words are nothing more than what the speaker say it is or it is about. This is so because the hearer needs not be critical about the word or even have conceptual understanding beyond what it is said to be, by the speaker, and the knowledge perceived of the speaker by the hearer. See Husserl 2001, especially 189. Thus debt is usually welcomed as something well-intentioned. However, beyond that messianic mask of savior in debt as help discourses, lies imperialistic exploitation. According to Paul Grice, 1957, the intentional meaning of utterances are equivalent to effect they create which ordinarily are recognizable by the audience but difficult to grasp because linguistic semantics offers speakers sophisticated means of manipulating the intentional states of others. Grice in Davidko 2011, 80. Thus we must look, as Sankara asserted, beyond the rhetoric to the effects of indebtedness. What is at stake? Aid, loan, or imperialism? Debt should be considered holistically and contextually from its origins. Said origins are in the systems of slavery and colonialism that facilitated the exploitation and enrichment of one part of the world through extraction and disempowerment of the other part of the world. The former is the West, who are the lenders, and the latter is the so-called Third World, now the Global South. In his famous speech Sankara at the Conference of the Organization of African Unity, now African Union, in 1987, Sankara noted that, "We think that debt has to be seen from the standpoint of its origin. Debt's origins come from colonialism's origin. Those who lend us money are those who had colonized us before. Debt is neo-colonialism in which the colonizers have transformed themselves into a form of technical assistant. Under its current form, that is imperialism-controlled, Debt is a cleverly managed reconquest of Africa, aiming at subjugating its growth and development through foreign rules. Thus, each of us becomes the financial slave, which is to say a true slave. Not satisfied with its colonial spoils, a new colonial formula was put in place during the period of formal decolonization. This formula was subtler and less conspicuous. Lending fulfills these criteria. The reasons for this are twofold. First, it does not appear as a direct assault on the collective progress of a society. Rather, it functions indirectly to undermine growth, investment, and the capacity to think and act innovatively and outside of this system of dependency. Second, it is difficult to resist given the disarticulated nature of the indebted state and since lending is usually seen as devoid of specific nationality. Lending in the Global South, however, stands in contrast to the concerted efforts of Western Europe to remedy the damage it occasioned on itself during the First and Second World Wars. To these ends, Sankara asserted, "We hear about the Marshall Plan that rebuilt Europe's economy. But we never hear about the African plan which allowed Europe to face Hitlerian hordes when their economies and stability were at stake. Who saved Europe? Africa. One rarely mentions it, to such a point that we cannot be accomplices of that thankless silence. If others cannot sing our praises, at least we must say that our fathers had been very courageous and that our troops had saved Europe and set the world free from Nazism." Sankara, Organization of African Unity Conference, July 29, 1987. Note that even though Africa has been pillaged by Europe, the former still came to her rescue and has never demanded debt payment. It is important that we put this discrepancy into perspective. While no Marshall Plan has been espoused for Africa, to cater for the damages occasioned by Europe through slavery and colonization, more than 5 Marshall Plans have been frittered away from poor developing countries to the rich West, all in the name of debt servicing/settlement between 1985 to 2010. The Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War was $100 billion, while the net transfer of public debt from developing countries to the West stood at an alarming $530 billion. Millet, Munivar, and Toussaint 2012, 10. It is in this sense that AIC, 2012, 9, observes that, regardless of the flag of independence and the decolonization processes of the 1950s and 1960s, the Third World remains a compelling need for the West. To begin with, the Third World remains very useful as an outlet for surplus capital as well as a source of profit. Income from the Third World is generally far in excess of the outflow of capital from the West to the Third World. In 2010, developing countries received $455 billion as inflow from the West in the form of official development assistance, including loans and expenses on refugees, of $130 billion and emigrant remittance of $325 billion. These countries, however, lost $827 billion as outflow to the West in the form of foreign public debt service, $180 billion, and repatriation of profits by multinationals, $647 billion. Millet, Munivar, and Toussaint 2012, 10. Debt is imperialism in the Leninist sense, inter alia. The export of capital as distinguished from export of commodities acquires exceptional importance. As AIC, 2012, 8, aptly puts it, the export of capital and the subordination of foreign lands are demanded by the contradictions of capitalism, which set severe limits on domestic accumulation, with a view of maintaining these lands in perpetual poverty and dependence on the largesse of the imperial overlords. One important point to note here is that capital, much like humans, needs to grow in order to survive. Capital must expand and must not remain idle, and in that case, it must look for new lands to perch, to settle, to fester, and to prey upon, otherwise it dies. This is an implicit logic of imperialism. This logic is captured in Marx's analysis of the contradiction and dynamisms of capital, particularly the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, TRPF. What the TRPF means is that capital, always in competition with itself among capitalist actors, will lead to the lowering of prices of commodities amongst competitors, in the capitalist core, that will ultimately lead to declines in profit. The only way for capital to survive is through export to foreign and frontier lands in order to revitalize, replenish and reproduce itself. In the context of this chapter, capital has to be exported in the form of loans, forced on unsuspecting societies, not yet mired in capitalist contradictions, in the form of help and rescue packages. Moreover, debt follows a teleological account, a rescuer and a rescued, a civilizer and a savage, a developed and an underdeveloped society. In each case, the latter progresses towards the former, as explicated by Ake in the social science as imperialism. The former is the author and finisher of fate while the latter is the ill-fated recipient of help, thus is already doomed for damnation save for the grace of the civilizer. These attitudes are implicit in imperialist logic, an end to all debates and ideas on human progress with the West as the ultimate arbiter and manifestation of that finality. This attitude is aptly represented in some quarters as the end of ideology. Ake, 2012, 6, explains, ideological debates are no longer called for because the critical questions have all been settled and a basic consensus exists from which society can now proceed to deal, with dispatch, the essentially trivial problems that still arise. Hence, there is no need for industry and innovation anymore, no need for any formula or creative model to improve the lives of the masses so long as it is going to emanate from non-Western source/society. One wonders, why bother? The West have already done that. After all, there was, once upon a time, an industrial revolution. What is now important is that we wait on the West to give answers to all the world's problems. This means, of course, spoon-feeding the Third World in the name of aid, loaning, humanitarianism, debt, and so on. No need to worry, then. The West is always there to come to the rescue and hand out its ready-made formulas. Hence models and typologies of developmental progression, especially debt, have to be imported. Thus, debt is imperialism. Let me explain this assertion through 4 critical arguments. First, there is a giver and a taker, which is not an issue in itself, corresponding to the haves and the have-nots. The tendency is to represent the former as good and the latter as bad or poor or as undesirable. Lending, therefore, becomes a pathway of social transformation from undesirable to desirable. Second, the South is represented as a moment in time in some supposedly universal movement towards development, wherein development corresponds to the West's current state and underdevelopment corresponds to the South's current realities. Thus to borrow becomes the means to drive the South towards becoming like the North. Third, the Third World's underdeveloped is abstracted from the international economic system, particularly the effects of slave trade, pillage, colonialism, and unequal exchange, and now, market capitalism. As a result, blame for the underdeveloped conditions of the Third World falls on the South. Underdevelopment is a self-making, owing to an apparent ineptitude and the existence of certain socio-cultural and economic attitudes that are averse to development. Fourth, lending is accompanied by memoranda that implicitly seek to convert, transform, and pattern the South, i.e. the undesirable, after the West, i.e. the desirable. Let me be clear, indebting the South has an implicit agenda of making it be like the North. Adam Smith, the avowed father of capitalism, wrote in The Wealth of Nations, "We get not our bread through the generosity of the baker but through the baker's mindful egoistic calculations," quoted in Ake 2012, 10. Smith's text is a classic manual of imperialism. It speaks directly to the logos of a system that necessarily produces lending. In such a system, it is selfishness and not charity, it is profit and not our plight, suffering, that appeals to the lenders. This incentive is no mystery. Neither is it coveted, it is written everywhere as the hallmark of capitalism, euphemistically referred to as free market system, that same free market system that is the contemporary manifestation of imperialism. Debt has all the outward trappings of imperialism. Towards a praxis of debt. Whether or not we draw a clear line of distinction on who borrows or owes what, or why this or that debt must be repaid, we do not in any way address the fundamentals of debt itself. By this I mean the philosophical rationalization that presupposes that an individual, a group of individuals, a nation or group of nations is imbued with the authority to watch over others to the extent that it has the capacity to impose help, under any guise. This help comes with a corresponding moral right, the right to demand restitution under any quasi-spiritual moral or historical explication, thereby establishing the basis for the enslavement of the many by the few. The government does not bear the debt burden, the people do. A glance at recent events in Hungary and Iceland, where the hard line against creditors, the IMF and Netherlands and UK respectively, was greeted with threat, demonstrates that creditors do not die in the event of default and debtors can as well live. The Icelandic people, in particular, voted in opposition to the prescriptions, which, of course, were the letters of the creditors, of apolitical and terrified state actors. These letters were in clear disregard to explicit threat from the Netherlands and the UK. The point is, the people harnessed their residual powers to mitigate the harm already done them by a collaboration of governments, including theirs, and debt entrepreneurs. People demonstrated their willingness to take charge of their fate. This willingness to demonstrate needs to be internalized across the developing world, and especially Africa, in opposition to debt. That the strong are duty-bound to help the weak does not mean that we lose sight of the more important question of how the strong becomes strong in the first place. History has taught that there is nothing charitable about imperialism, rather every move is an attempt to make profit, to expand, exploit, and reproduce more capital. Thus help, aid, loan and so on, originate from the imperialist camp and do not escape this logic. On this note, Sankara asserts, the root of the disease was political. The treatment could only be political. Of course, we encourage aid that aids us in doing away with aid. But in general, welfare and aid policies have only ended up disorganizing us, subjugating us, and robbing us of a sense of responsibility for our own economic, political, and cultural affairs. We choose to risk new paths to achieve greater well-being. Sankara 2014, 65. Sankara's position on debt does not oppose taxes or genuine assistance. It nonetheless suggests that any policy sanctioned by the state or championed by non-state actors that does not advance the common good of the people must be read as the handmaiden of imperialism and should be resisted by the people and banished. Debt, taxes, or whatever might have worked or been useful at some point or in theory, but does not advance the good of the masses in practice, then, the people must dare to invent concepts as well as develop practical approaches to build a future they desire while abandoning those notions/practices that have proved irrelevant, no matter how convenient they might have come to be. The people are the ultimate repository of political power. The people must plan and organize themselves and act tactically as opposed to isolated or spontaneous offensives. People must stand upright for themselves instead of waiting for government without a patriotic political orientation. The core of Sankara's philosophy, as it relates to debt, is that if popular democracy is to function in the interests of the people, then the people must summon the courage to stop blind followership of the concepts and ideas emanating from the heart of imperialist West, and be bold and innovative to dump these concepts in the trash can of history. However, rising up to these realities will not be taken lightly by the oppressive system. To think otherwise is to kill Sankara for the second time, this time, in spirit. The first was allowing him stand alone, leading to his death in flesh. What this is about is to ideologically arm and prepare the people against the illusion that the struggle against imperialism will be a joyride. Thus Sankara cautions. When we are told about economic crisis, nobody says that this crisis didn't come about suddenly. The crisis gets worse each time that the popular masses get more and more conscious of their rights against the exploiters. Sankara, Organization of African Unity Conference, July 29, 1987. Meaning, as consciousness grows, the efforts of the benefactors of an exploitative system also intensifies. Hunger, austerity, retrenchment, loss of job, and more are exacerbated. New formulas are unveiled, new theories and rationalizations are articulated, new models are designed and new methods are hatched to hunt and taunt the conscious generation. The task is to remain vigilant in unity and mindful of the actions and efforts of those who will come to the rescue of the masses with sweet talks of assistance. Conscious people the world over must understand the fight is not for African masses alone, because African and European masses are not in any way antagonistic. Rather, they are in this together and are being exploited by the same forces. Just as Sankara submits, unity is the only way to assert that refusing to repay debt is not an aggressive move on our part, but a fraternal move to speak the truth to power. Unity here is essential, otherwise, alone and disunited, the masses will be singled out and silenced, just as Sankara cautioned of his own demise. The goal was to ensure a workable and egalitarian state built on and supported by the people themselves. Indeed, Sankara made explicit, through his philosophies and practices, that our faith in the political state is not misplaced. However, the state, as the pivot of the faith of the people, was misappropriated by its lack of political orientation on the part of its operators, politicians, bureaucrats, and the military, thereby it functioned in reverse form. The political state, as the vehicle through which the collective will of society is represented and made manifest, was a response to and precaution, from the uncertainties that surround human idiosyncrasy, especially where power is associated with individuals. Sankara asserted a consciousness centered on the notion that freedom must be conquered in struggle. This invitation to critical engagement at all levels and in all fronts is opposed to passive mental colonization. The task is to evolve new ways of doing things, new concepts, new interpretations, and alternative models. At the theoretical level, this involved interrogating and rejecting theories and concepts that undermine the capacity of the people to aspire to their full emancipation, and reinventing/formulating radically new concepts that set fire to the imagination of the people for productive engagement. At the scientific/technological level, this required critical engagement with available human/natural resources as well as the transformation of the environment in the light of the needs of society. From assistance to compulsion. This discussion so far has shown that debt continues to be clothed as assistance to the world's poorer countries. All the while, debt is not assistance or a rescue mechanism. The rhetoric of debt has grown more sophisticated with the passage of time. The propaganda of debt is facilitated through a vast complex of seemingly independent nodes that are, indeed, ultimately and inextricably linked by a shared desire, or common pursuit, to propagate imperialism, in one of its subtlest forms. From international financial institutions, IFIs, to socio-economic think tanks, from academics to experts to governments, the tales are all too familiar: debt is a viable option out of economic crisis. Indeed, it is presented as morally imperative on the part of the giver to give and for the receiver to aspire for and remain faithful to loan conditionalities regardless of the consequences. I want to highlight the ways in which propaganda is espoused to imprison the masses to the pervasive effects of debt burden. I draw from Stergios Skapardache's 2015 work on the 7 myths associated with the Greek debt crisis, as there are important echoes between this scholarship and Sankara's consciousness. Sankara said, "There can be no salvation for our people unless we decisively turn our backs on all the models that all the charlatans, cut from the same cloth, have tried to sell us for the past. There can be no salvation without saying no to that. No development without breaking with that." Sankara 2014, 61. Such severance will not be without price, even the ultimate price. New paths and designs will be met with resistance, rejection, superfluous acquiescence, and outright intellectual snobbery. The capacity to self-express is not the exclusive preserve of any one group of people. This inalienable right to self-determination includes the willingness of the people to chart their destinies. In this way, the dangers of being singled out, silenced and cut off are reduced. Resistance to imperialist models takes on a formidable form, audacious move, and resonates as a collective statement of truth. This unwavering confidence in the ability of the people to revolutionize their existence is at the core of the consciousness Sankara personified. Who needs debt? What preceded the maxim that debt ought to be paid is the wisdom that debt is essentially an escape route, or a safety valve, for the needy. In other words, the essence of debt is to help the needy get on their feet. Yet, when the growth figures no longer speak for themselves, when the promises of improved living condition fall flat, when the people begin to protest against the hardship occasioned on them by government's decision, and when the government begins to show signs or resistance to the terms of debt and the need to negotiate becomes rife, the concern becomes how to reschedule, restructure, and rearrange payment patterns to avoid default. Alagosko Fies 2012, Skaperdosh 2015. The imperative to protect debt from the people it professes to help, even in the face of hardship from its constricting effects, indicates this notion of helping the weak is part of the ideology of debt. Moreover, the proclivity to protect debt at all costs, a facet of debt that was clear in the recent case of Greece, where the welfare of Greeks was not considered, substantiates this assertion. During the modern Greek debt crisis, the Troika, European Commission, the European Central Bank and the International Monetary Fund, was primarily concerned with guaranteeing the financial interest of the banks. Skaperdosh 2015, 7. This morality of help is all too familiar. In Madagascar, over 10,000 people died because the money meant for malaria treatment was swapped for debt settlement. See Greber 2011, 4, cf. Murrey 2013, 81. Debt remains in service regardless of the larger social, political and environmental circumstances. Similarly, the right to determine one's life, as inalienable, is grossly undermined through debt. For Sankara, this is an anathema to democracy. Democracy, here, is taken to mean the freedom of expression of a conscious majority, well informed of the issues and of their internal and external implications, capable of verifying the fairness of electoral processes and in a position to influence their outcome. Sankara, 12 Hours with Thomas Sankara, October 24, 1983. When it comes to debt, the power to negotiate is usually thrown at the doorstep of government. Handicapped as it is, the pendulum swings in favor of corporate lenders. Skaperdosh 2015. Though governments claim to represent the people, governments come and go, but it is the people who bear the burden of irresponsible state actions. Governments do not pay debt, people do. Thus, to deny the people the ability to actively partake in an issue that touches so directly on their lives is to abrogate democracy. Sankara reasserted his belief in the resolve of the people and their economic and political right to determine their future within the ambits of the resources bestowed them by nature. Sankarism is a philosophy grounded by the imperative of self-sufficiency and sustainable development that emanates from within and not from without. Chapter 13. Sankara's Political Ideas and Pan-African Solidarity. A Perspective for Africa's Development. Felix Kuma Abawu and Olusoji Alani Odiami. Introduction. The publication of this volume marks the 30th anniversary of the death of Thomas Sankara. Part of this book project has been to explore the ways in which the legacies of Sankara continue to extend beyond the shores of Burkina Faso to other countries in Africa, Europe, and the Americas as intellectuals and activists gather from time to time to discuss his ideas in our contemporary era. See also Harsh 2013. Sankara was assassinated in October 1987, but the accomplishments of his revolution in the social, economic, and political spheres continue to generate interest. His political ideas on social progress were not only visionary in nature but transformative as well. Karina Ray captures this assertion very well when she argues that Sankara understood the central objective of the revolution and its role in transforming the Burkinabe society. For Ray, 2007, the task of Sankara's visionary goal was to liquidate all forms of imperialism and neo-colonial exploitation across the African continent. Like other African revolutionaries of the past, Sankara's clarion call to dismantle imperialist influences is what Kuma Abawu, 2016b, describes elsewhere as the struggles, e.g. economic exploitation and foreign debt challenges, for Africa's economic self-determination. The legacies of European colonialism and the post-colonial challenges, including the political upheaval, and socio-economic problems that many African countries faced during the 1980s, were illustrative of precisely these struggles for self-determination, often expressed in the form of military takeovers and revolutionary movements. Captain Thomas Sankara's emergence on the political scene in Upper Volta, which he would later rename Burkina Faso, did not only reflect the political trends of the era, but Sankara's particular political ideas and revolutionary ethos. This was an ethos based on anti-neocolonialism, economic self-sufficiency, and Pan-African solidarity, which distinguished him from other leaders of his era. No wonder then, Sankara has often been described as the Che Guevara of Africa. Harsh 2013, see Chapter 5, this volume. For many observers, Sankara's display of charisma was similar to other African leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah, Sékou Touré, Modibo Keïta, and Patrice Lumumba, Skinner 1988. These leaders stood against colonialism and neocolonialism, and promoted strong African identities and Pan-African solidarity. Although Sankara's regime was short-lived, Harsh 2013, Ray 2007, his core ideas on critical issues of economic self-reliance, African dignity, and Pan-African solidarity continued to be admired beyond the African continent. While recognizing the importance of Sankara's ideas, we also need to be cognizant of the fact that his political ideas were partly shaped by the Cold War geopolitics of the 1980s, including the East-West rivalry. It is for this reason that some have contested whether Sankara's political ideas are still relevant in the current and seemingly uniformed globalized system, in which Western-backed neoliberalism dominates the development discourses. In spite of this apparent uncertainty, we argue that Sankara's ideas are relevant for contemporary considerations of the discourses on Africa's development. How, then, might Sankara's political ideas be adapted in practice as a distinctive model for Africa's development? This chapter explores what a contemporary application of Sankara's policies, strategies, and ambitions might look like in our era of uniformed globalization. The first part of the chapter examines the evolution of Sankara's political ideas within the context of external and internal influences, especially the influence of European colonialism and neocolonialism in Africa. The next part extends the analysis by highlighting the political ideas of Sankara and how his ideas evolved over time. Political ideas such as economic self-reliance, African dignity, and the collaborative efforts against systemic oppression of African people are examined. The final part underscores the usefulness of Sankara's political and philosophical ideas for the existing challenges of Africa's development. The chapter concludes by advancing the argument that the political and philosophical ethos of Sankara is not only relevant to our contemporary era, but the tenets of his ideas are necessary for Africa's economic self-sufficiency and overall development. The evolution of Sankara's ideas, external influences. Like other African revolutionaries, Sankara's revolution sought to transform his country from decades of socio-economic difficulties. Many of Upper Volta/Burkina Faso's problems of the period were the manifestations of complex legacies of colonialism alongside the mismanagement by Burkina's own political elites for several decades. Harsh 2013, Wilkins 1989. Given the complex nature of European colonial history in Africa and the devastating legacies of this historical relationship, the nature of this colonial relationship and its influence on political leaders such as Sankara is eminently valuable. Africa's contact with Europe not only altered the continent's social progress, but the long-lasting consequences are perceived prominently on two interrelated economic fronts: a. trade exploitation and b. resource extraction, human and natural. The first includes the forceful integration of the continent into an unequal global trading system that was designed to serve European interests at the expense of Africans. Webster and Bohen 1967. As Webster and Bohen, Ibid, have argued, Africans traded valuable goods such as gold and other precious minerals with less valuable European goods during the pre-colonial era. The second centers on the conquest and control of Africa through the system of colonialism and exploitation of its human and natural resources. Bretz, 1973, observation on the impacts of colonialism on Africa might help explain the influence of these historical events on the evolution of Sankara's political ideas. According to Brett, Ibid, as Rodney, 1974, has also argued, European colonialism did not only hasten the exploitation of Africa's resources, but Europe used these resources to develop while Africa was left underdeveloped. In fact, Brett's 1973 hastened exploitation idea typified the colonial influence of France in Upper Volta/Burkina Faso, for example, and there seem to be significant overlaps between the articulation of hastened exploitation and Sankara's knowledge about the roles of European neo-colonial powers in Africa. It is therefore not surprising that colonialism became the rallying point for anti-colonial and nationalist leaders such as Nkrumah, Kenyatta, and Nyerere, as the political ideas of these leaders evolved around strategies they could adopt to dismantle the system of colonialism in Africa. The demise of colonialism in the 1950s throughout the 1960s was a welcome new era, but decolonization did not entail a total independence for African countries. Brett 1973. While Africa's newly independent states maintained a facade of political control, their former colonial powers continue to exert influence over their socio-economic lives. Some examples include unfair trade agreements, high interest rates on foreign loans, low reinvestment of profits from foreign capital, and other neoliberal policies, which are mostly unfavorable to African countries. Former President Kwame Nkrumah describes this scenario as neocolonialism. Like our former nationalist leaders whose political ideas were influenced by colonialism in terms of their strategies to end its existence, we argue that neocolonialism also created the incentive for the emergence of revolutionary leaders who were determined to confront the forces that continue to exploit Africa's natural and human resources. This is where Sankara, the fearless revolutionary leader of the 1980s, fit into a larger picture of post-colonial revolutionary leaders whose ideas were largely shaped by these injustices. In effect, we argue that the manifestations of injustices such as abject poverty, underdevelopment, and the extreme human suffering created the motivation for the emergence of revolutionary ideas that could denounce and eliminate neocolonialism. The evolution of Sankara's ideas, internal influences. In addition to these external influences, Sankara's ideas were simultaneously shaped by the internal manifestations of neocolonialism, exploitation, and underdevelopment of Upper Volta/Burkina Faso, especially the post-colonial influence of France. In this chapter, we show how important historical issues across Africa, external, and within Upper Volta/Burkina Faso, internal, simultaneously shaped Sankara's knowledge and philosophies before and during the revolution. See Figure 13.1 later in this chapter. In order to better understand the internal influences on the formation of Sankara's political ideas, it would be useful to examine his formative years as well as the socio-economic conditions in the country prior to the revolution. The next section explores the dynamics of these issues. Sankara's formative years. Sankara was born in the northern town of Yako on December 21, 1949 into a Silmimasi family. His father served as a gendarme in various parts of Upper Volta, where the young Thomas was exposed to other cultures and severe conditions of poverty and underdevelopment of his country. Ray 2007. His parents wanted him to become a Roman Catholic priest, but he instead chose a military career. Ibid. Sankara spent part of his military officer training in the early 1970s in Madagascar, where he witnessed the popular uprising of workers and students who succeeded in toppling the government of that country. He was later sent to France for further military training, where he became exposed to left-wing political ideologies. Ibid. On his return to Upper Volta/Burkina Faso, Sankara became aware of the social injustices and the conditions of extreme poverty across his country. Not only did he blame French colonial influence for his country's underdevelopment, but he was also convinced that his country's socio-economic problems were the direct consequences of two main factors: a. the continuous influence of France, the former colonial power, over the very fabric of the society, and b. the forced labor system, which drained the country's workforce to Côte d'Ivoire and other prosperous former French colonies. Wilkins 1989, 376. As Ray, 2007, observes, the country's socio-economic difficulties before the revolution were characterized by high infant mortality, poor education, and abject poverty. Basic infrastructure to provide social services was woefully inadequate, with an average yearly income of about $150 per person, Ray 2007. At the same time, Sankara's left-wing ideological orientation had advanced to the point where he identified himself as a Marxist, Harsh 2013, Wilkins 1989, following the failure of his country to develop on the ideals of neoliberal economic policies and the strong neo-colonial connection to France. The political elites of the country were also blamed for the socio-economic problems. For example, the government of the first president, Maurice Yamiago, was not only full of French advisors, but the government was considered by the people to be incompetent in terms of its mismanagement of the country, Britain 1985. The successive military regime of Sangoul Lamiz Asa, 1966–1980, was also characterized by mismanagement, ibid. The educational system under Lamiz Asa's regime, for instance, was neglected to the point where approximately 95% of the population did not know how to read during the era. The health sector was faced with many problems, see Chapter 16, this volume, with no investment in the transportation sector as well, ibid. It became clear, given these continuous socio-economic and governance difficulties, that the post-independent state of Upper Volta/Burkina Faso was facing serious problems. Lamiz Asa's regime was toppled by Colonel Say Zerbo, but Zerbo's government failed to resolve the socio-economic problems of the country, Britain 1985, Wilkins 1989. In short, Upper Volta/Burkina Faso faced major socio-economic and political crises in the late 1970s to the early 1980s, Ray 2007. While Sankara was not oblivious to the internal factors responsible for his country's underdevelopment, he also knew that external factors such as neo-colonial forces of exploitation were equally responsible for the socio-economic woes of Burkina Faso and the rest of the African continent, Ray 2007. Harsh 2013, which have become known as the Afro-pessimism narrative of Africa. More on Afro-pessimism is discussed later in the chapter. Sankara served in Zerbo's government as a Minister of Information, but he eventually resigned from his position on the basis of ideological differences with the government, Wilkins 1989, 381. He would later serve as Prime Minister under Jean-Baptiste Araogo's government, and this propelled his popularity with grassroots groups such as students across the country, Williams 2014. While serving as Prime Minister, Sankara took advantage of his position to intensify his anti-imperialist stance and to publicly denounce neo-colonialism. The Araogo regime, as Wilkins, 1989, has observed, deemed that Sankara was becoming a threat not only to the regime's internal survival, but also externally due to his rising disapproval by France, again because of his growing popularity and Marxist-leaning postures. In response to these apprehensions, he was arrested in May 1983 with several other army officers and charged with treason, but Sankara's popularity with his fellow soldiers and among the general public helped free him from detention, Britain 1985. Not long after, the murky military situation developed into the August 5, 1983 revolution of which Sankara would become the leader, Wilkins 1989, Britain 1985. As revealed in the preceding discussion, the complex interactions of external and internal issues of concern on the continent, especially in Upper Volta/Burkina Faso, not only shaped Sankara's political ideas, but these issues were more likely to have created the incentive for the revolution. More importantly, these complexities, as this chapter argues, guided Sankara's development-focused blueprint for the transformation of his country. Notwithstanding, Sankara's political ideas, as some observers have suggested, are also characterized by contradictions, particularly regarding his blending of Marxist-Leninist Pan-Africanism, and other nuanced particularities, including his courageousness and charisma as well as his sustained critiques of Afro-pessimism. Contradictions of Sankara's ideas, Sankara's Marxism. One of the central debates regarding Sankara focuses on his ideological orientation of Marxist political thought. Harsh, 2013, argues that Sankara identified himself as a Marxist, and the influence of Marxist ideas was apparent not only through his speeches but his actions as well. Sankara was careful not to impose a Marxist label on the actual revolutionary process. Ibid. 362. Although harsh, Ibid. Notes that Sankara took care not to impose his Marxist ideas on the revolutionary process. A critical analysis of the statement, including an attention to the reasoning behind the argument, could be problematic and misleading. The literature on Sankara has shown that he was a modest man by all standards and strongly believed that political power should belong to the people. In fact, what distinguishes Sankara from other revolutionary leaders of his era, as Amber Murrey articulates, was his trust in the capabilities of the ordinary people to the extent that he did not consider himself to be a special messiah. Murrey 2012, although he could have taken advantage of his charisma and popularity and done so. Sankara made these ideas known when he addressed the United Nations (UN) General Assembly in 1984. He asserted, "I make no claim to lay out any doctrines here. I am neither a messiah nor a prophet. I possess no truths. My only aspiration is, to speak on behalf of my people, to speak on behalf of the great disinherited people of the world, those who belong to the world so ironically christened the Third World. And to state, though I may not succeed in making them understood, the reasons for our revolt." Sankara quoted in Murrey 2012, 2. On one level, we could agree with Harsh's 2013 reading of Sankara's carefulness not to impose his Marxist ideas on the people. On another level, it might be problematic, as earlier stated, to make such an argument since the organizing principles around most of the populist revolutions of the era, 1970s and 1980s, were largely influenced by Marxist populist ideas with the strong mantra of anti-capitalist tendencies. What is clear with less contradiction is the fact that Sankara's political ideas were shaped by Marxist ideology. What is unclear is the extent to which his Marxist political thoughts influenced his strategies for political mobilization and/or governance. In other words, the debate is whether Sankara's populist outlook, especially his conceptualization of political power, socio-economic injustices, and neocolonialism put him in a Marxist ideological framework or not. According to Williams, 2014, 13, Sankara, like Rawlings, was burdened with the monumental task of defining his regime's ideological orientation to appease the domestic forces that brought him to power, while carefully navigating the global politics of the Cold War. On Martins, 1987, part, as Williams, 2014, also shares, Sankara seems to reject the notion that the 1983 revolution was inspired by or patterned after any past or present foreign ideology, experience, or model, despite his very well-known attraction to Marxist ideas. For Skinner, 1988, Sankara and his compatriots wanted to allay any fears of potential counter-revolutionary forces that might have threatened the survival of the regime. This might also explain why Sankara and his regime declared that they did not subscribe to the revolutionary Marxist thought espoused by other political leaders such as Fidel Castro, Jerry Rawlings, and Muammar Gaddafi. Rather, they insisted that their revolution was based on local realities. Skinner 1988, 441. In spite of Sankara's attempt to define or frame the revolution through a localized lens, he still maintained ties with the Marxist-influenced governments of Gaddafi in Libya, Rawlings in Ghana and Kirikau in Benin. Skinner 1988. Sankara, like other radical leaders of the 1980s, faced the problem of ideologically defining his regime, Williams 2014, and perhaps tried to shield his regime's public image from Marxist-leaning principles. However, we are of the view, as other scholars have articulated, that Sankara's ideas were not only nourished by the global geopolitics of the era, East-West rivalry, but the bipolar ideological nature of the period shaped his political ideas from Marxist-leaning principles. Sankara's Marxist ideas were therefore rooted in the rhetoric of anti-imperialism and the exploitative nature of capitalism. This rhetoric might have helped considerably in terms of his success in rallying his people to resist oppression and unite as one Burkina Faso. We turn our attention now to another aspect of Sankara's presidency that earned him wide appeal, his charisma. Sankara's courageousness and magnetism. Now that we have characterized some of the internal and external dynamics that gave rise to Sankara's particular brand of Pan-African anti-neocolonial Marxism in 1980s Burkina Faso, we situate his legacy alongside those of other revolutionary African leaders so as to draw out some of the similarities and differences between these political legacies. As previously argued, the radical ideas of revolutionaries of the 1980s, such as Sankara and Rawlings, can be compared to the transformative ideas of past nationalist leaders, such as Nkrumah and Nyerere. The determined efforts of these leaders with popular support helped put an end to colonial domination of Africa. While the anti-colonial movements differ in focus and democratic orientation compared to the populist military regimes of the 1980s, Hutchful 1986, these eras shared three main commonalities. First, leaders of both eras had a well-defined objective. For example, while the goal of the anti-colonial nationalists was to end European colonialism, the revolutionaries of the 1980s focused their energies on tackling issues of neocolonialism, mismanagement, and corruption by Africa's political elites and their external counterparts. Second, both eras witnessed popular support from ordinary citizens and some members of the political classes. Third, political leaders of both eras were the caliber of leaders that Saka, 1994, describes as strong and decisive in personality with personal magnetism. Leaders such as Nkrumah, Rawlings, and Sankara appear to fit Sankara's 1994 conceptualization of personal magnetism or charisma. Skinner's conceptual insight into the magnetism idea might be useful to reiterate. To Skinner, 1988, Sankara's charismatic power shows precisely the ways in which his political persona encapsulated a sort of charismatic personhood through the mixture of physical appearance and the craft of leadership. In the words of Skinner, charisma has come to mean, especially in politics, of leadership that captures popular imagination and inspires unwavering allegiance, confidence, and devotion. Whether deliberatively or not, Sankara did present the picture of a young charismatic leader of a small country, challenging a large complex, corrupt, and often brutal world. He was handsome, dashing, personable, and very much on stage. Skinner 1988, 437-438. We concur with Skinner's interpretation of how Sankara's charisma captured the essence of confidence, devotion, and the courage to challenge a complex, corrupt and often brutal world system. These are useful lessons for our contemporary African leaders. A revolution to counter Afro-pessimism. Of particular interest here is the discourse on the relevance of Sankara's ideas to Africa's development. The question of how Sankara's ideas might be adopted in practice as a distinctive model for Africa's development is another aspect of the ongoing debate that needs further scholarly scrutiny. Before we discuss the significance of Sankara's ideas, it would be useful to briefly examine the achievements of Sankara's regime. We draw on Harsha's 2013 ideas to examine Sankara's achievements from two standpoints. First, we categorized the likely causes of the revolution into internal and external factors as earlier discussed. Second, we also categorized the achievements into 5 typologies. Figure 13.1 provides a schematic illustration of our recategorization. As can be seen in Figure 13.1, the complex interactions of internal and external factors were more likely to have created the incentives for the revolution to occur. One of Sankara's goals was to counter a mainstream Afro-pessimism narrative about his country and the rest of Africa. By definition, Afro-pessimism is the negative portrayal of Africa as a region confronted with problems that could not sustain good governance practices and high economic growth. Gordon and Walp 1998. Afro-pessimism was popular in Western countries, including France, a country that has exploited Africa's resources for several decades. 13.1 Schematic illustration of ideas put forth by Ernest Harsh, 2013. While countering such negative portrayals of the continent, Sankara also promoted African-centered philosophies with a strong flair for African identity and solidarity. For example, Sankara spoke against the ills of imperialism, neocolonialism, and the exploitation of the continent by major European powers. He disregarded all of the niceties of Eurocentric diplomacy and criticized the foreign policy position of France in the presence of the French president, François Mitterrand, during his visit to Burkina Faso, March 2013. Another important aspect of Sankara's anti-imperialist campaign was when he urged his fellow African leaders not to pay the continent's growing foreign debt owed to the so-called donor countries that exploit the resources of the continent, March 2013, see Chapter 12, this volume. Sankara's decision to change his country's name from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso was another display of his commitment to his strong ideas on African identity. As Miles, 2006, notes, Sankara saw the name Upper Volta as too colonial, but Burkina Faso, which means land of upright people, as African-centered. The successes of the revolution in the socio-economic spheres were equally impressive. In the health sector, for instance, the country became the first African country to run huge measles vaccination campaigns in the 1980s with increase in access to healthcare in local communities, March 2013. School attendance also increased from 12% to about 22% in 2 years. Other initiatives such as affordable housing, job creation programs, water and sanitation campaigns, reforestation programs and access to transportation increased across the country, Ray 2007. Sankara's emphasis on the emancipation and dignity of women represents one of the high points of his achievements. As Harsh, 2013, 366, observes, Sankara emphasized the emancipation of women as one of his central social and political goals, a rarity for any president in Africa at the time, especially in a patriarchal society like Burkina Faso and other African societies. Usefulness of Sankara's ideas in Africa's development. As the preceding discussion has shown, Sankara achieved a considerable number of successes, especially within the socio-economic sphere for Burkina Faso, although his regime was short-lived. Besides the socio-economic successes, we argue that Sankara's elevation of the political philosophy of African-centeredness, identity, and self-sufficiency are lasting legacies of his ideas that remain relevant for Africa's development. But the question of how these ideas might be adopted is less clear. As we have previously noted, our fundamental question is to explore how African countries might draw on Sankara's ideas for development. Proposing concrete answers to these questions is complex, but we believe that it is important to start somewhere. We also want to caution that the attempt to advance the argument of adopting the core ideas of Sankara as a distinctive model for Africa's development is certainly not to suggest that his ideas are a panacea for Africa's development. While mindful of this aspect of the debate, we are also of the strong view that Sankara's African-centered idea of development within the context of self-sufficiency constitutes a viable option. Sankara's strong leadership, personality traits, and his joining of ideological conviction with innovative policy ideas offer 3 useful guides in applying his ideas to contemporary development. A good starting place, first useful guide, is the courageous voice of Sankara against internal and external forces that limit the continent's development. Sankara spoke vigorously against public sector corruption and the extravagant standard of living adopted by government officials. He understood the impacts of public sector corruption on the development of Burkina Faso and the rest of Africa. He stated that corruption is often encouraged and nurtured by imperialism and neocolonialism, Prairie 2007, Harsh 2013. Yet, 3 decades after his death, public sector corruption is still one of the major problems facing many African countries, including Burkina Faso. A recent study on corruption by Transparency International and Afrobarometer in 28 sub-Saharan Africa countries reveals that public sector corruption continues to not only increase, but corruption is having devastating effects on Africa's growth and development. The study estimates that nearly 75 million people have paid a bribe in the past year to either escape punishment by the police or courts or to access basic services, Transparency International 2015. Harsh, 2013, observes that Sankara's anti-corruption campaigns and personal examples of modesty would continue to draw admiration across Africa. A recent demand in South Africa for President Jacob Zuma and other leaders of the African National Congress, ANC, to give up their mansions and lavish lifestyles and live by the same standards as ordinary people represent a good case in point. Interestingly, the demand was made by a South African black consciousness group, Economic Freedom Fighters, that draws inspiration from Sankara's political ideas. Harsh 2013, 363. We advance the argument that our contemporary Africa needs strong and courageous leaders as Sankara to sound the alarm on the devastating impacts of corruption. Ordinary people, civic society groups and the media have vital roles to play in demanding accountability from public officials as well as political leaders while speaking against corruption. Second, the African-centered idea of development and economic self-sufficiency that Sankara promoted constitute another useful aspect of his ideas in discussions of development. African leaders and policymakers in our era need to rethink the idea of foreign aid. One of Sankara's active campaigns was against the continent's foreign indebtedness due to the over-reliance of many countries on foreign aid for development. Harsh 2013. Although the position Sankara took when he urged his fellow African leaders not to pay the debt owed to the donor countries might seem impractical to adopt in our modern neoliberal era, we suggest the need to rethink the idea of foreign aid to Africa's development. Another aspect of rethinking the issue on foreign aid must be focused on ordinary Africans whose endless taste for the consumption of foreign goods, Murrey 1986, continues to increase the debt burdens of countries. Rather than seek external solutions, Sankara popularized the use of domestically produced fabrics and locally manufactured products during his era in Burkina Faso. Not only did he wear locally produced clothing, but he also encouraged his people to patronize them. Prairie 2007. Civil servants were required to wear traditionally designed cloth instead of Western-style suits with the purpose of boosting indigenous culture as well as to create a domestic market for clothes made from local cotton. Harsh 2013. While the idea of a mandatory requirement for public servants to wear only traditional cloths to work might be too limiting in our contemporary era, policies can still be initiated to encourage citizens of African countries to patronize locally produced products. Finally, Sankara's strong leadership traits, just as Rawlings, Kuma Abawa 2016a, might be useful to our modern era. There is no doubt that Sankara's political ideas and conviction to defend the interest of marginalized people against oppression and exploitation partly contributed to his successes and other achievements. Sankara would like a world in which the voiceless and the oppressed are not only given a voice and recognition, but are given the chance to chart their own path of development without unnecessary external influence, control, and exploitation. Unfortunately, the African continent in our modern era appears to lack visionary and courageous political leaders who are willing to publicly speak against the exploitation of the continent. Sankara was brave to stand against the forces of oppression and the global exploitative system, which was precisely why he was assassinated. Any development policies that seek to follow his example must take these risks and dangers seriously. At the same time, Africa needs brave and selfless leaders who are willing to stand up against injustices on the continent as a sacrifice for our future generations. Harsh, 2013, reminds us that Africa needs a far-reaching vision for radical transformation, and Sankara had that vision for Africa. Sankara underscores this point by noting that, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness," quoted in Harsh 2013, 371. A madness that comes from some levels of nonconformity and the courage to turn one's back on the old formulas as well as the courage to invent future possibilities. Harsh 2013, Prairie 2007. While Sankara's political ideas for radical transformation of his country and the rest of Africa were nourished by the geopolitics of the Cold War era, the ascendancy of Western hegemony forecloses the development alternatives for the radical left. However, the rise of China, India, and other Asia tigers open another opportunity for Africa to collaborate with countries in the global south for development. Given the massive economic challenges, mass poverty and perilous youth migration to Europe in recent era, it is imperative for our African nations to initiate and implement development plans that will draw on Sankara's political philosophy and ideas. Conclusion. Africa is currently at a crossroad in terms of its future economic independence given the growing exploitation by the old Western neo-colonial actors and emerging actors from the East, including China. Given these predicaments as well as the possibilities for self-sufficiency and development, scholar activists, policy experts, and ordinary citizens have revived the debate on the value of Sankara's ideas and praxis as a distinctive framework for Africa's development. In this chapter, we have advanced the argument that key aspects of Sankara's political ideas, his core ideas on African-centeredness, African identity, solidarity, and economic self-sufficiency remain relevant in the quest for Africa's development. In terms of self-sufficiency, Nigeria, for instance, spends billions of dollars on the importation of rice, just as many other African countries. The Nigerian Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Adu Ogba, recently noted that Nigeria spends about $20 billion a year on the importation of food from other countries, Anwar 2016. Sankara demonstrated the possibility of food self-sufficiency with his dramatic intervention in agriculture, which yielded huge increase in wheat production for Burkina Faso during the revolutionary era. Nigeria and other African countries might achieve food self-sufficiency if Sankara's endogenous development policies are adopted. While it is possible for African leaders to draw lessons from Sankara's ideas, this is certainly not to suggest that his ideas, as previously noted, are the entire solution for the continent's development challenges. Two reasons inform our reasoning on this assertion. First, the era of Sankara's revolution, as earlier argued, was characterized by the geopolitics of East-West rivalry with the option for a regime to pursue Marxist-leaning ideas in order to receive economic assistance from Eastern communist countries. Anti-imperialist pronouncements paid off well for many of these revolutionaries. While this chapter intends not to undervalue the uniqueness of Sankara's revolution, we are also of the view that the trajectory of Sankara's ideas was nourished by the dualistic pattern of the geopolitics of the era. In other words, some African leaders of today might be able to achieve what Sankara did for Burkina Faso and the rest of Africa, but they are likely to encounter many challenges in the current uniformed globalized system with the dominance of Western neoliberal development ideas and strategies. Also, the praises sometimes lavished on the achievements of Sankara's revolution should not be seen or interpreted as an endorsement of military coups or forceful takeovers of democratically elected governments. Nonetheless, Sankara's African-centered ideas of respect, dignity, and economic self-sufficiency which epitomized his revolution will continue to inspire the next generation of scholars and African leaders. To this end, the revolution led by Sankara moved many parts of the Burkinabe society towards social progress before his untimely death on October 15, 1987. We are certain that Sankara's Africa-centered ideals, Pan-African unity, and solidarity will continue to ignite our public and scholarly discourses for another 30 years to come. Chapter 14. Revolution and Women's Liberation Go Together. Thomas Sankara, Gender, and the Burkina Faso Revolution. Namakula Imayangia. The revolution and women's liberation go together. We do not talk of women's emancipation as an act of charity or out of a surge of human compassion. It is a basic necessity for the revolution to triumph. Thomas Sankara, Speech on International Women's Day, March 8, 19871. Introduction. In this chapter I explore the gender basis of Thomas Sankara's political philosophy and its potential for reconstructing statehood in Africa. Sankara's political philosophy and leadership challenged patriarchal politics and societies that fail to appreciate and integrate women's contributions to statehood and state-making. Despite post-independence national constitutions, the African Union's gender policy and international conventions, which recognize women's agency, political and civil rights, state decision-making and societal administration, remain male-dominated with patriarchal orientations. Sankara believed in the contribution of ordinary people in state construction. He knew that Burkina Faso's revolution would be incomplete without the participation and emancipation of women. Revolutionary turning point. On August 4, 1983, a revolutionary government was established in Upper Volta under the leadership of Thomas Sankara. With the citizenry acting as agents of social, cultural, political, and economic transformation, Sankara advanced a fight against imperialism and neocolonialism for a genuine independence. Following African tradition, in Ghana, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Burundi, for example, he renamed the country Burkina Faso, Land of Upright People, a change that marked a new identity based on revolutionary ideals. Sankara's political philosophy considered women's emancipation to be a key component of the revolution. In his 1987 speech during a women's rally outside Ouagadougou, he observed that the system of exploitation relegated women to the third place, just like the Third World is arbitrarily held back, dominated and exploited. Sankara, on International Women's Day, 1987. For Sankara, women's predicaments parallel the systemic oppression, exclusion, enslavement, and denials characteristic of imperialism, which prevented and remains pivotal in hampering African nations' advancement to sovereign statehood. Sankara's political philosophy was anchored in confronting the hegemonic political philosophies that, for over a century, oppressed Africa's nations. He understood the hegemony of patriarchy that oppressed and suppressed women. At independence, when many African leaders assumed leadership, the implementation of statehood followed imperial templates that normalized, for example, women's oppression and made politics a male-dominated prerogative. Unlike some other African leaders, when Sankara became the president he formed the National Council of Revolution, CNR, and he recognized women as equal players in the battles against neocolonialism and for state reconstruction. Currently only Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, and Namibia have more than 40% or women representation in Indiana Parliament. During the 4 years of his presidency, he transformed Burkina Faso's politics and economy through an agenda of social well-being. Unlike the majority of other African nations at the time, Sankara's government prioritized the well-being of women and the majority of the population. Since then, there have been international efforts to promote women's rights, including the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. Goal 3 of the MDGs aimed to promote gender equality and empower women, while Goal 5 sought to improve maternal health. Since the MDGs were not realized by 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, have subsequently been designed to further implement developmental initiatives. Goal 5 of the SDGs focuses on achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls, and Goal 16 aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies. Continentally, the African Union declared 2015 to be the Year of Women's Empowerment and Development, under the auspices of Africa's Agenda 2063. Meanwhile, 2016 was declared the African Year of Human Rights, with a particular focus on the rights of women. Despite these grandiose initiatives, a visit to Africa's rural communities today quickly demonstrates that little has changed for the majority of women and girl children on the continent. In this chapter, I explore Sankara's political philosophy, its gender basis and its potential for reconstructing Africa's statehood. I use gender and feminist lenses to examine how politics, power relations, institutions, policies, and practices impact women and reinforce or reduce their gendered subjugation. Feminist theories seek to expose, understand, and challenge the often unseen androcentric or masculine biases in the way that knowledge and state power are constructed to propagate unequal gender relations. Tickner 2005, 3. I argue that women's emancipation is the sine qua non, the essential feature for reconstructing Africa's statehood in a way that ensures social and ecological well-being, yet it remains a missing link. Women's agency in radically transforming African nations, communities, politics, economics, and the generation of knowledge is not a theoretical option, but a practical priority for survival and well-being. Because women are the first educators of children, the main food providers on the continent, and endangered during conflict, they have powerful perspectives on the needs of society. Point 2. Feminism, Gender, and Womanism. Feminists oppose and are critical of male dominance. According to Amina Mama, 2001, 59, feminism signals a refusal of oppression, and a commitment to struggling for women's liberation from all forms of oppression, internal, external, psychological and emotional, socio-economic, political and philosophical. Feminism seeks to create a consciousness based on new attitudes, beliefs, and lifestyles that are open to and encouraging of women's agency. Murrey 2002. In other words, feminism takes a critical stand that challenges and questions the taken for granted patriarchal status quo. Gendered unequal power relations and socially constructed roles and behaviors are rendered opaque through naturalization and normalization. Point 3. Thus, shifting these relations requires a dramatic change or revolution. It requires an overhaul of social systems, beliefs, and values starting from the nuclear family to the highest state levels. For example, it may be considered normal that women keep silent and let men make all domestic decisions, or that housekeeping and caring for the children and elderly are women's tasks while men watch TV or socialize, or that girl children do household duties while boys play, or that politics and the military are men's prerogative. But these are patriarchal attitudes cultivated through social norms and, as Sankara, 1987, 345-349, asserted, they need to change. Differences between men and women are socially normalized and thus societies become insensitive to oppressive structures and systems. Friedman 2015. A gender lens adopts the feminist standpoint, which positions men as the perpetrators of female oppression and discrimination in patriarchal societies, where the discrimination of women is ingrained in social, political, economic, and religious structures and relationships. Murrey 2002, 116. 0.40 Uomi, 2002, 1, argues that today gender is one of the most important analytic categories to describe the world. In seeking to find solutions, leading feminist researchers use gender as the parameter through which they account for women's global oppression and subordination. Some African intellectuals advocate for a more contextualist understanding of gender and feminism. Some have suggested the use of womanism rather than feminism. The challenge is that often feminism in Africa fails to tackle issues affecting women and fails to engage men at the grassroots. Chidammaji 1994/5. Instead, womanism identifies with the African men in the struggle for social, political, and economic emancipation, unlike the middle-class white feminist who ignores the fact that racism and capitalism are concomitants of sexism. Ibid. 45. A social reality acknowledged by Sankara in his 1987 speech on women's emancipation. Thus, the womanists' approach might be more inclusive and refrains from stereotyping in engaging and relating with men, knowing that men are important in life and lasting solutions must be devised by both men and women. Ibid. 46. Ipso facto, men should be included in women's emancipation. Thus, Sankara appears to have been a womanist. He encouraged men towards cultural transformation, to recognize women as counterparts in the liberation struggle. Women and statehood in Africa. While gender practices are often context-specific, I contend that there are notions that are appropriate across the continent. In this chapter, I adopt a Sankarist focus on statehood issues by looking at those issues that affect ordinary women and not the elite. Basil Davidson, 1992, 188, argues that Africa's problems spring from the social and political institutions within which decolonist Africans have lived and tried to survive. Primarily this is a crisis of institutions. The nation-state, and its sense of nationalism often characterized as Europe's last gift to Africa, is a burden, frustrating Africans, and women in particular, so thoroughly subjugated by colonialism. Davidson 1992. Cheikh Anta Diop, 1959, and Mohammed Al-Kiki, 1997, observe that, while African matriarchal states survived and were sustainable for over 3,000 years, patriarchal capitalist states have been highly unsustainable. For Diop, patriarchy is an imported social system. Al-Kiki saw patriarchy as an effort to rob women's wealth by destroying matriarchal systems, replacing them with patriarchal colonial systems responsible for continental underdevelopment. It is now widely accepted that the origins of the structural and institutional weaknesses of post-colonial African nations lies in their creation. Array 2014. They were failed by design at the moment of decolonization. Examining Conflict in Africa, Robinson, 2010, offers an understanding of war as gender wars that benefit Western nations, especially with regards to using the war strategy to exploit Africa's resources with effects such as rape and environmental degradation that affect women's livelihood, and elite individuals. The latter includes the African rulers who substitute the common good with personal aggrandizement, loyalty to one's sovereign nations with loyalty to exploiters, and national power with personal power. This system is a highly efficient imperial weapon, Robinson 2010, 103, propelled into African societies at the scale of the home. Robinson asserts, the West spreads patriarchy as a prophylaxis, i.e. a preventative measure against its own implosion, Ibid. 116. Sankara's formidable efforts stand as powerful example for African countries as a framework to establish state-people relationships that honor, support, and create space for women. Sankara's gendered political philosophy, lessons for state building. Sankara combined the feminist and womanist approach to construct his gendered philosophy, inviting men and women to collaborate in altering a normalized and naturalized status quo that enslaves and oppresses women, preventing them from playing their role in politics and economics and therefore not realizing their individual and collective potential. For him, both men and women are victims of imperialist oppression and domination and must wage the same battle for genuine liberation and women's emancipation. Sankara, on International Women's Day, March 8, 1987. Gender inequality as systematic. On October 2, 1983, in the political orientation speech, Sankara declared that women would be engaged in battles to break various shackles of neocolonial society, including decision-making and the implementation of projects for establishing a free and prosperous society where women are free. Their emancipation was not considered a favor but a basic necessity for the revolution for Africa's liberation to triumph. Sankara, Political Orientation Speech, 1983. Moreover, he encouraged women to take the initiative for their own liberation. Let our women move up to the front ranks. Our final victory depends essentially on their capacity, their wisdom in struggle, their determination to win. Ibid. Sankara understood that the oppression of women is systemic. During the political orientation speech, he said, "Posing the question of women in Burkinabe society today means posing the abolition of the system of slavery to which they have been subjected for millennia. The first step is to try to understand how this system functions, to grasp its real nature in all its subtlety, in order then to work out a line of action that can lead to women's total emancipation." Sankara 1983, 202. In a globalized world, women's subjugation is endemic to patriarchal and racialized capitalism, which grows on the exploitation of the vulnerable. For Sankara, the struggle of Burkinabe women is inextricably linked to women's global struggle. According to Sankara, imperialism, capitalism and bureaucracy are tethered together to reinforce women's subjugation. He emphasized the importance of women knowing that colonialism was the root of their oppression and that Burkina Faso's revolution was incomplete without the women as active partners in change, not passive victims or spectators but as comrades in struggle who by right should assert themselves as equal partners in the revolution. He invited all African women to acknowledge their irreplaceable roles in reconstructing African societies and challenged them to be active in playing their roles. Celebrating women in society. Sankara's gendered political philosophy is inextricably linked to his charismatic and Pan-Africanist leadership. Unlike those African rulers who hardly associate with the people they appear to lead, he was comfortable in the direct presence of the people he represented. I use the term ruler here deliberately because rulers dominate, govern states as personal businesses and are not accountable to people. Over the years, leadership in Africa has suffered profound setbacks. There is little fidelity to ethics and the law, partially due to corruption and the high tolerance of the African people improper leadership practices. Looking back at post-independence leaders Kwame Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and, more recently Sankara and Nelson Mandela, we see that their leadership was inspired by love, service, and liberation of the people and not personal aggrandizement and accumulation of wealth. Great leaders longed to establish nationhood built on ethics and integrity, thus the name Burkina Faso, the land of upright people. Sankara rallied thousands of women in Ouagadougou to commemorate the International Women's Day on March 8, 1987. In his speech, he addressed women's oppression at a great length, highlighting the historical origins of women's oppression and how it was perpetuated in contemporary Burkina. This powerful speech highlighted the pains and joys, loneliness, isolation, and humiliation that women face. She remains voiceless and faceless, first to rise and last to retire. She collects water yet is the last to quench her thirst, cultivates and gathers wood to prepare the food, yet may only eat if there are leftovers. She is not paid for her domestic duties. Referred to as housewife meaning they have no job, they are not working although women are putting in hundreds of thousands of hours for an appalling level of production. Sankara, Speech on International Women's Day, March 8, 1987. Again, unlike most of the world's leaders at the time, his recognition and applause for women as mothers, companions and comrades in the struggle went beyond acts of speech to the assertion of women's transformative roles in society. He celebrated women as sources of happiness, affection, and inspirational models. Sankara referred to women as the anchors for familial well-being, the midwife, washerwoman, cleaner, cook, errand runner, matron, farmer, healer, gardener, grinder, saleswoman, worker. Because of these roles, Sankara argued that women must affirm themselves as equal partners in the success of revolution in order for the revolution to be successful. He argued that it was paramount to restore the dignity of women by ensuring freedom from the exclusions and differentiations. He sought to terminate the hypocrisy that shamelessly exploit women. Imbued with the invigorating sap of freedom, the men of Burkina, the humiliated and outlawed of yesterday, received the stamp of what is most precious in the world, honor and dignity. From this moment on, happiness became accessible. Every day we advance toward it, heady with the first fruits of our struggles, themselves proof of the great strides we have already taken. But the selfish happiness is an illusion. There is something crucial missing: women. They have been excluded from the joyful procession. The revolution's promises are already a reality for men. But for women, they are still merely a rumor. And yet the authenticity and the future of our revolution depends on women. Nothing definitive or lasting can be accomplished in our country as long as a crucial part of ourselves is kept in this condition of subjugation, a condition imposed by various systems of exploitation. Sankara, Speech on International Women's Day, March 8, 1987. Sankara was convinced that the genuine emancipation of women should entrust them with responsibilities and involve them in productive activities inherent to the liberation struggles that people face, ibid. For him, a development project without the participation of women is like using 4 fingers when you have 10, Sankara 2007, 51. For Sankara, the reconstruction of Upper Volta was with and for all people, with an emphasis on women. In contrast, for many African heads of state, collaboration of the leadership with the masses does not appear to be a high concern, particularly when political legitimacy does not come from the population. When there is the nominal call to elect leaders, political campaigns are marred with corruption. Politicians instrumentalize poverty by buying votes. During my time as an election observer in DR Congo, Uganda, Burundi, Tanzania, and Kenya, it was a common phenomenon for politicians to lure voters with beer, sugar, salt, t-shirts, matches and so on. Consequently, those who get into leadership positions are not necessarily those with leadership qualities, but are sometimes the most corrupt. Politics is a lucrative business for personal aggrandizement and not service and collaboration with the population. To use the African analogy, politics therefore becomes like employing a lion to look after the goats. Acknowledging the complexity of women's subjugation. Acknowledging that some oppressive structures are part of African cultures, during the interview with the Cameroonian historian Mongobadi, Sankara indicated that, for the revolution to move forward, it was necessary to stifle all the negative aspects of our traditions. This is our struggle against all retrograde forces, all forms of obscurantism, a legitimate and indispensable struggle to liberate society from all decadent domains and prejudices, including the marginalization of women. We are fighting for the equality of men and women, not of a mechanical, mathematical equality, but by making women equal to men before the law and especially before wage labor. Sankara, interview with Mongobadi, 1985. Sankara asserted that the emancipation of women would require sustained attention to education and economic power. One of Sankara's first initiatives was to ensure that the Ministry of Education made women's access to education a reality. Sankara 2007, 52. Sankara considered education as a tool for emancipation, yet education for the girl child remains an urgent contemporary prerogative of human rights activists and feminists. This stands in opposition to contemporary politicians, many of whom do not trust educational institutions and are not bothered to improve their standards. Their children are most often educated abroad or domestically in the British, French, or American systems. It is not that it is wrong to educate children abroad, the problem is failing to address educational injustices domestically. Great leaders like Julius Nyerere of Tanzania and the present John Magufuli educated their children in Tanzanian schools. In Burkina, the Ministries of Culture and Family Matters were to collaborate with women towards social transformation for new paradigms that would establish new social relationships and practices. The practice of the woman's family providing a bride price at the marriage was suppressed. Sankara held that the practice of the bride price reduced women to commodities to be traded. Women were to play central parts in the revolution. Mothers and wives were catalysts of revolutionary transformation by educating children and family planning. This patriotism had the impulse to establish revolutionary moral values and an anti-imperialist lifestyle. Ibid. 53. To this effect, those ministries in charge of culture and family affairs were to stress a holistic paradigm shift towards better social relationships. Women were not to be limited to the kitchen and the home, men and women shared home tasks. To reinforce equality between men and women, he destroyed neo-colonial state apparatuses and systems that perpetuated women's oppression by entrusting women with responsibility, remunerating them like men when they do the same job and compelling men to respect women. A focus on concrete actions, health and the environment. Unlike many rulers and leaders, who merely pay lip service to gender equality, Sankara honored International Women's Day, appointed women into government positions and in the Revolutionary Army, created the Ministry of Family Development and the Union of Burkina Women, UFB, and amended the constitution making it mandatory for presidents to have at least 5 women as ministers in cabinet. With these established policies, he banned the practice of female circumcision, polygamy, and forced marriage. He established education programs to teach home economics, parenting and HIV/AIDS prevention. He went further to eliminate the conditions that prevent women's emancipation. Sankara purged corruption to ensure that national resources benefit all people, prosecuted the enemies of the people who used their powerful positions to enrich themselves through bribery, maneuvers, and forged documents, becoming shareholders in different companies, confiscating people's land, owning mansions, financing businesses, and receiving approval in the name of the state. Sankara's fight against environmental degradation, which impinges on women's livelihood and threatens social well-being at all levels in a predominantly rural country fed by small-scale farming, was ahead of many other international leaders. Widespread deforestation was, and is, leading to desertification in Africa. It threatens the water sources and species on which women depend for natural medicines, food, and firewood. Women walk longer and longer distances in search of fertile land for farming and to gather water and wood. Diseases are on the rise. Even today, environmental destruction threatens Africa's societies, politics, and economy, aggravated by violent multinational resource extraction and political elites' concerns with personal economic gains and not the well-being and future of the continent. Basie 2012. He increased access to healthcare so as to reduce discrimination in the medical system. This is a discrimination that denies women and their children access to medical care, including during pregnancy, all the while offering VIP treatment to political officials, an inequality Sankara spoke of often. African rulers have the practice of seeking medical treatment abroad while the hospitals in their home countries fail to offer even basic malaria treatments. The massive sums spent on foreign treatments would suffice to establish functional hospitals on the continent. He embarked on improving conditions for food security through an integrated system of food justice, which affects women's lives in particular. Murrey 2016. 3 decades after Sankara's death, famine remains a continental challenge with millions surviving on food aid. For Sankara, depending on imported food is imperialism on the plate. Sankara 2007, 62. Liberation is incomplete when people hunger daily. Environmental protection and sustainability were therefore crucial to Sankara's strategic thinking. Today, the continent faces serious environmental and climatic challenges that affect food production, access to water and public health. These challenges include water pollution, deforestation, soil erosion, droughts, floods, desertification, insect infestation, and wetland degradation. Environment protection is inextricably linked to social security, poverty eradication, and health and is liable to increase wars, thus exacerbating women's insecurity. Persistent war and political unrest in Africa curtail women's emancipation and instead makes them victims of violence, rape, poverty, and suffering. Sankara understood the essential relationship between women's emancipation and national state building and social-economic development. Women have an organic capacity for collaboration and practical innovation. He knew that educating women would translate into healthier families, educated children, supported workers, environmental commitment, and dedicated politicians. Investing in women was therefore investing in social and economic development, not merely individual wealth. Love is central to Sankara's radical politics. What enabled Sankara to establish and implement this gendered political philosophy? I submit that he loved his country and people. I use the verb love deliberately as a component of Sankara's philosophy and politics because he was more than patriotic. He was motivated, at least in part, by love, unlike some African revolutionary leaders who claim to be patriotic but are driven to serve personal interests, amass wealth, cling to power and suppress rights, particularly for women. This part of his motivation was central to his politics and everyday life. He collaborated with people as equals and not with the "I know it all" attitude prominent among leaders who dictate rather than collaborate with the people in reconstructing the nation. 5 He encouraged people to become protagonists of social and political transformation and to serve the needs of the oppressed and the exploited. He adopted a simple lifestyle. See Introduction, this volume. Journalist Paula Akujizibwe, 2012, notes that as a president, Sankara rode a bicycle to work before he upgraded, at his cabinet's insistence, to a Renault 5, one of the cheapest cars available in Burkina Faso at the time. He lived in a small brick house and wore only cotton that was produced, weaved, and sewn locally. While Sankara lived a modest life, too many contemporary African presidents live lavishly, with expensive jets, houses, cars and offshore accounts. It is a common phenomenon in East Africa's parliament to spend the first sessions discussing salary increases for parliamentarians even as the people they represent cannot afford a meal a day, have no access to clean water and are dying due to malaria or HIV. Sankara's politics of love stands in opposition to such selfishness. Sankara deeply appreciated the role of women in society by staying close to the people in his military position and as a president. Social needs and human potentials were not abstract concepts for him, rather he could see and feel that women were central to social well-being, including the economy. His policies exhibited an innovation that women and families and therefore the nation needed for genuine emancipation. Conclusions. There are many lessons we can take from the Burkinabe experience and the leadership of Thomas Sankara so as to create policies that advance women's authentic emancipation today. First, sustainable revolution starts by the liberation and decolonization of the mind. If the mind is conquered, emancipation is implausible. The question we need to ask ourselves is, what type of education is needed for Africa today to foster liberation? If women are to contribute towards Africa's statehood, they must learn to think creatively, and to do so critically. Second, while women must demand their emancipation, achieving it requires the overhaul of the systems that reinforce women's oppression. Effective women's emancipation should start from the nuclear family, the schools, churches, local communities, and playgrounds where children are socialized. Respect for the woman's equality with men and their liberation starts in places and institutions where women's oppression, exclusion, and discrimination starts, and only then will women's emancipation and agency contribute to reconstructing African statehood. Third, and drawing from the previous point, the emancipation of women must become part of mainstream education. Respect for women must be inculcated at an early age in schools for boys and girls, within families, in places of worship and in the highest levels of society. Even if a woman becomes a president, when other women remain battered or dominated in their homes and harassed in the streets and places of work, women's emancipation is incomplete. These efforts require commitment, love for women as mothers, sisters, daughters, and wives. In Sankara's words, you cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from nonconformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. It took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. We must dare to invent the future. Sankara 1988, 144. Men and women must name and struggle together against the forces that alienate, abuse and oppress. Part 3. Legacies. Chapter 15. Balasatoyan. A new praxis of citizen fight with Sankarist inspirations. Zacharias or 1. Introduction. 3 decades after his assassination, Thomas Sankara remains popular among African youth. Youth movements, most often drawing from the sound bites of the ideal of Sankara, have emerged that draw powerfully on Sankara's legacy and political philosophies. Among these, Balasatoyan or Citizen Broom, a popular and grassroots movement of Burkinabe civil society, stands out as one of the most remarkable. The movement was born at a turning point in the country's political life, in a context marked by President Blaise Compaoré's efforts to change the constitution to expand presidential term limits, a change that would allow him to remain in power after 27 years of rule. From the beginning, the intentions of the regime materialized in the proposed establishment of a Senate. The Balasatoyan spoke out quickly against this plan. It also denounced the lack of justice in the country, pointing to numerous pending cases of gross miscarriages of justice, including the assassination of Sankara and the death of Norbert Zongo, see Chapter 23, this volume, and the misappropriation of national wealth by a minority close to the government. The movement is called Citizen Broom to denote the desire to rid the country of dirt, including the greed of political corruption. Activists often hold the broom as a symbol of this action of cleaning house and refer to themselves as Sibyl. Composed of the contraction of the words citizen and broom, the neologism signifies any person engaged in the triumph of the values of integrity, honesty, social justice, and accountability in public governance. Claiming a Sankarist ideology, Balasatoyan animates youth through a bottom-up Africanist discourse. Its calls for mobilization are inspired by the political philosophies outlined in the speeches of Pan-African combatants, including Thomas Sankara. Regarding themselves as the heirs of Thomas Sankara, members of Balasatoyan draw on Sankara's revitalization of the political philosophy of Burkindlam and advocate for the integration of the values of integrity, accountability, and social justice in the management of public affairs. The movement was officially launched on August 25, 2013 at the Place de la Nation. However, the movement's earlier history dates back to 2011, during an informal discussion on the country's political situation among journalists, students, and human rights activists. These young Burkinabe were inspired by the initial successes of both the Arab Spring and Senegalese youth movements like YNMR, We Are Fed Up, which addressed and struggled against socio-political challenges similar to those faced by Burkinabe youth. In this way, a reflection with international roots was initiated, particularly among youth. At the same time, the project has much longer roots. The representatives of civil society movements had already been mobilizing against poor political governance, corruption, and the lack of alternatives for youth. Examples of such organizations include Cadre de Reflexion et d'Actions Démocratiques, Cadre, Génération Chiac and Tatiop, the Movement of the Voiceless, Repair, Réseau Bark and the Club Rousseau. Bala Citoyen is an umbrella organization uniting all democratic associations and sincere patriots, committed to a significant pro-people changes and consolidation of democracy. It is made up of artists, journalists, lawyers, merchants, farmers, and other stakeholders. Point 2. In this way, the Bala Citoyen is a mass movement. It has both a national coordination and regional coordination, whose representatives are elected by General Assembly for a term of 1 year. To better reach people, Bala Citoyen, like the August 1983 revolution that had implanted the Revolution Defense Committee, CDR, throughout the territory, set up Sibyl clubs in each district. Sibyl clubs are considered to be the basic cells of the movement. Once a Sibyl club has been created at the grassroots level, one person is designated by the club to liaise with the regional and national coordinators. Outside the territory of Burkina Faso, Sibyl embassies represent the movement. Hence, Bala Citoyen has an international orientation and scope. In this chapter, I draw from interviews conducted in 2016 among leaders, activists, and supporters of the Bala Citoyen movement. Point 3. Drawing from original fieldwork during an important moment in Bala Citoyen's formation, I argue that Bala Citoyen's entry into political activism caused a transformation of the protest movement landscape in Burkina Faso. The movement came with a new spirit of struggle. The Bala Citoyen, from its original organizational structure, from the way it finances activities and its relationship with other structures and its ideological orientation, breaks with those movements that were already part of Burkinabe protest landscapes. The Bala Citoyen mobilized through a series of public actions, street occupations to express political messages, organizing debates and initiating awareness caravans. To put pressure and to provoke change, the movement combines traditional approaches with what Norris, 2002, calls unconventional practices. These unconventional practices include legal demonstrations and strikes as well as illegal protest actions such as the sequestration of administrative officials and the blocking of roads. Le Bala Citoyen, youth gathering with Sankarist inspirations. The Bala Citoyen is often represented as a homogeneous protest movement, but it is built on a collective of people from diverse political affiliations and backgrounds who share Sankarist ideals, including the power of public action. In its call to action, Bala Citoyen takes as its central reference the history of political struggle during the August Revolution, led by Thomas Sankara. When Bala Citoyen entered the political landscape of Burkina Faso, they drew inspiration from the direction of the preceding revolutionary context of 1983. When in 1983, against the ambitions of imperialism and its local lackeys who to exploit the country, the patriotic youth of Upper Volta rebelled, deserting classrooms, lecture halls, workshops and tea groups to formulate a strong resistance to these reactionary forces. In a remarkable unity of action, civilian and military dealt the final blow to imperialism by establishing the revolution, allowing the people to write glorious pages of its history. Extract from press kit release on the official launch of the movement, at the Place de la Révolution, August 25, 2013. The tone was set. Bala Citoyen established Thomas Sankara as a sort of compass. The speeches, key phrases, and actions of Sankara are discussed at each Bala Citoyen meeting. Sankara was given the status of Supreme Sibyl, again signaling the ideological line of the movement. These references to Sankara are not surprising given that, among the members of the movement, many hail from anti-globalization, leftist and Marxist-leaning movement backgrounds, including the Alumni Association Nationale des Étudiants du Burkina, or ANEB, in which the leader of the Revolution of August 4 still has a strong presence. Nonetheless, the movement activists whom have come to be known as Sankara's heirs have vastly different trajectories as well as different commitments to the movement. To understand the characteristic of the militant movement, it is useful to get an idea of the trajectories of these different individuals' backgrounds and commitments. The majority of militants were born in the 1980s. These are people whom have known Thomas Sankara only through books and film. The strong commitment of this generation to Sankara's ideals is explained, in part, by the sympathetic tone of many authors of texts on Sankara. Many hold Sankara's logic of conducting public affairs to be the best end, therefore, this logic is held up as the one most likely to encourage development. These are highly committed young people who have ambitions to live the ideal of Sankara, but often lack the access to spaces to do so. Sankara's heirs have long commitments against injustice, including commitments to human rights. In this way, the militancy of the Balasitoyan was the culmination of long personal histories of struggle for change, which were coming together under the new umbrella of Balasitoyan. Eric Ismail Kinda, a member of the National Coordination Team, explained some of this long history of struggle for a more equitable management of public funds. The management team is composed of people who have a history in the struggle. We come from different backgrounds and have many experiences. Many have experienced militant life before arriving at Balasitoyan. Activism for many of us did not start with the Balasitoyan. I myself am a member of Workers' Union, the Federation of National Trade Unions of Workers of Education and Research, FCINTER. I was trained in the union mold. Before the Teachers' Union, I was in the Student Union. Guy Hervé Kem has long led a syndicate of magistrates. Eric Ismail Kinda, interview with Mikhail Alberca on May 9, 2015 in Ouagadougou, 4. Long militant trajectories were also characteristic of professional people in the movement, including artists. The two main headliners of the movement, Karim Sama, aka Samskale Ya, and Serge Martin Bambara, aka Smaki, both had considerable political engagement and experiences prior to the Balasitoyan. They were among those who had long called for justice for Thomas Sankara. Samskale Ya, indeed, was one of the first Burkinabe artists to dedicate an album to Thomas Sankara. Their joining together was part of a search for unity and cohesion to better lead the struggle against corruption as well as the struggle for justice for Sankara and Zongo. Karim Sama, a member of the National Coordination of Balasitoyan, explained this search for justice. Initially, everyone was commitment to Norbert Zongo. Smaki was into rap and I was into reggae. We ended up on the ground and moved closer in the Norbert Zongo case with SEM Films and the Burkinabe Movement for Human Rights and Peoples, MBDHP, who wanted to mark the 10th anniversary of the assassination of Norbert Zongo through a CD. Karim Sama, interview with author, October 13, 2016. By tracing the histories of the members of the Balasitoyan, it becomes apparent that they were Sankarist before the actualization of the movement. These are activists who were already engaged in struggles for justice, social justice, and democracy. These deep individual commitments by members of Balasitoyan signal an important communal coming together of activists similar to that described by the political sociologist Birgitta Orfali, 2011, 47-48. When it comes to opting an opinion, choosing an attitude, the individual does not want to be alone. He sick wants to know that others think like him sick. He sick therefore seeks out groups whose ideology he sick assumes are close to his sick own 5 as Orfali outlines in El Adhesion, Malida S. Engager, Rever. Members of Balasitoyan gravitated toward a collective organization to concretize an ideology. Another commonality between members is a distrust of political parties. This distrust includes even those parties that are Sankarist in inspiration, since Bala activists consider that they do not incarnate Sankara's ideals. Bruno Jaffer, 1997, argues that Sankara was himself similarly suspicious of party politics. Jaffer explains, the history of the Upper Volta and the history of right-wing parties taught him that political parties were unreliable. As for those whom he learned to visit with on the left, those who claimed to be Marxist, he was wary of their tendency towards hegemony. While he appreciated the skills and qualities of PI activists, he feared that at one time or another their organization, whose structuring and discipline he admired, would occupy so much space that they would control the entire state apparatus. Sankara refused to submit to any organization. 6. Jaffer 1997, 175, see also Chapter 5, this volume. Similar tensions occurred between Balasitoyan and political parties. A public statement from the club Sybil Thomas Isidore Noel Sankara asserts, "With political parties, we understand that their ideology is to fight for oneself and not for common causes. Politicians seek their own interests. See how there are the large number of parties who claim to be Sankarist but fail to embody Sankarist ideals." Club Sybil Thomas Isidore Noel Sankara, October 2016. Balasitoyan activists do not believe in parties for several reasons. Principal among them were accusations of corruption, collaboration with the Congress for Democracy and Progress, Kembaras Party, selfishness and, especially, a desire for separation from previously established entities. Activists' individual commitments to Sankara's legacy and philosophies created the foundation for the consolidation and establishment of the movement, whose main reference continues to be Thomas Sankara. Movement activists founded a collective through shared ideals and orientations, a shared orientation that is based on their own, often long-standing, political commitment to Thomas Sankara. While an older generation pioneered a revolutionary period, a younger generation discovered Sankara in the books and stories retold by those who experienced the revolution. In this way, Balasitoyan is a common house where activists gathered to declare a collective disappointment with Sankarist political parties and to articulate a credible activism based on Sankara's philosophies. The militant movement emerged to fill a dual purpose, to live in tune with Sankara's ideas and, hopefully, thanks to the strength of the group, to reintroduce Sankara's political philosophies in public governance. While movement initiators share ideological orientations, it was a struggle to find a shared formula or praxis to drive action. Indeed, the emergence of Balasitoyan was marked with some internal tensions and uncertainties. During the initial stages of the movement, a governing body emerged that was made up of two spokespersons. In the first march of the movement, one spokesperson, Hippolyte Doumboué, was suspected by some members to be too closely affiliated with established political groups, including some political bosses who had reached considerable power under Kembar. For the members of the movement, it was feared that this proximity could eventually undermine the independence of Balasitoyan and threaten their objectives for political transformation. Further, Doumboué was criticized for his charisma and eloquence. To the latter point, the movement needed a person with some of the vivacity and charisma characteristic of Sankara's leadership style to lead the fight. For more on Sankara's leadership, see Chapter 5, this volume. Beyond these initial conflicts, Doumboué might also have been a victim of his past as an ANEB activist. Indeed, this group has never hidden its proximity with the Parti Communiste Révolutionnaire Voltaique, the Voltaic Revolutionary Communist Party or PCRV, which remained an underground party and which remained critical of Sankara during the years of the revolution. The PCRV has maintained that the August 1983 was a coup and not a revolution, see Chapter 6, this volume. In addition to these internal arguments, some of the other members were likewise criticized for their proximity to established political parties. Beyond being historical reminders that exposed the opposition between different trends within the movement, proximity to existing political parties would, it was believed by many, likely undermine the cohesion within the group and might influence the management of coming struggles. The accusation of proximity of the first spokesman of the movement with the political parties was confirmed during the first meeting of the People's Movement for Progress, MPP, in Bobo Dioulasso, where young people dressed in Balasitoyan t-shirts went to welcome officials' policies. Some members of the movement, products of their fresh success including ousting Kembar, saw these associations with established political parties as unacceptable. The movement subsequently made a clarification on the subject for the public, reaffirming its independence vis-a-vis political parties, Net Afrique 2014. These differences of political ideological positioning between players lead to a kind of crisis. The need to adopt a sufficiently distant leadership from political parties was essential, especially as Bala wanted to be the preeminent organization of the struggle. The members agreed on the establishment of a set of crisis resolution mechanisms that would enable the movement to achieve its objectives. Idrissa Berry, the communications manager and member of the National Coordination of Bala Satoyan, explained the importance of this shift. After the departure of Doumboué and other members of the trend of ANEB, the movement had become more homogeneous. It is now composed of young people claiming Sankara's ideologies and do not identify themselves with the Sankarist political parties. Idrissa Berry, interview, September 19, 2016. A meeting was organized in Commissariat town near Ouagadougou. Following this meeting, there was a reorganization of the governing body. An artist, Serge Martin Bambara, and a lawyer, Guy Hervé Cam, were designated as spokespersons. Their appointment may have been prompted due to their commitment in justice for Thomas Sankara and their outspokenness, for which they had already achieved a national renown. In their latter form, a more strategic approach was taken. This included efforts to persuade intellectuals through the parole of Guy Hervé Cam, a human rights attorney with a distinguished record, as well as through the parole of people known in popular circles, including a number of important musicians who are members of Bala Satoyan. Members of the movement wanted people to speak in a straightforward manner, and these new spokespersons met these requirements. This reframing has allowed the movement to maintain internal cohesion while gathering Sankara's heirs in the struggle for the creation of Burkindom, the country of honest people. So, with Thomas Sankara's heirs now moving in the same direction, Bala Satoyan began afresh in April 2014. More central to this new orientation than ever, Sankara retained his place as a civil leader in the movement. The subsequent slogans were inspired by his behavior, his positions, and his political orientations. Restoring Burkindom, integrity. A year after becoming president and well on the way toward realizing his vision of creating a better functioning of society, Thomas Sankara renamed Upper Volta. On August 4, 1984, the country was named Burkina Faso, the country of honest or upright people. With this new name for the country, Sankara engaged in an anthropological ideological construction. Of particular importance is the word Burkina, which is associated with the values and attitudes that people should display in their daily behavior. Our Ogo, 2014, demonstrates that the concept draws from the term Burkindom, which has its roots in a political and moral philosophy of social groups in Burkina Faso and encourages action. The anchoring of this concept in the daily lives of Burkinabe connotes an ongoing engagement against all forms of injustice. The spirit of sacrifice is another important aspect of Burkindom. Sankara continues to be appreciated in youth circles because he consistently put forward the people's interests at the expense of his own interests or enrichment. Translating this value for the governance of the country meant Sankara needed to develop initiatives to improve the living conditions of the population. His presidency was not a race for personal enrichment. The proof, even as head of state, he kept his officers' salary from the army, and personal gifts to the president of Burkina Faso were donated to the treasury to enable to carry out projects for the population. Jaffer describes Sankara's lifestyle. In February 1987, before the Commission du Peuple in charge of preventing corruption, Sankara declared as personal property a villa that he acquired through a loan and which he repaid month by month, undeveloped land in a village, a 1976 car, and various other household items or items of little value. On this occasion, he listed all the gifts he had received, mostly money that was then transferred immediately to various state financial institutions and cars that were then given to the government's fleet of vehicles. 7. Jaffer 1997, 191. Behaviors that deviated from Burkindom include embezzlement of public funds, illicit enrichment, corruption, laziness in performing administrative tasks and more. The actions, then, should be subject to criminal and administrative penalties. During the 4 years of the revolution, several people in public administration, politics, and the business community were brought before the tribunal for the mismanagement of public funds. Bamauni, 1986, indicates that one of the first acts of the revolution before even the beginning stages of social transformation outlined by the revolutionary political line was to settle a 23-year-old dispute with crooked politicians who had appropriated communal or state properties, Ibid. 109.8. These values that Thomas Sankara had held up for the Burkinabe disappeared with him. Cases of corruption and embezzlement became the norm. The business of corruption increased and the struggle for development dissipated because of the behavior of political leaders. Sanctions became rare and Sankara's spirit of sacrifice disappeared from public leadership. Unlike Sankara, Kambara put in place a system of governance in which he was willfully blind to the mismanagement of public affairs. He let family members invest in significant areas of social life, economics and politics especially. Matthias Alo Kambu, a member of the Balasitoyan National Coordination of Movement, explained. Since 1987, we saw the emergence of another political class. We have seen political and institutional leaders that monopolize wealth and the country's land. This contrasts with Sankara's way of seeing. For Sankara, the ruler must be an example to people at all levels, there must be honesty, an example of integrity, an example of accountability. Matthias Alo Kambu, interview with author, October 14, 2016. Indeed, for the members of Balasitoyan, reference to Sankara was important given that he was such an important figure of the political landscape of Burkina Faso. Balasitoyan and Burkindlam. Members of Balasitoyan were outraged to see the values of dignity and integrity erode so dangerously after Sankara's assassination. In the movement's manifesto, they denounced the efflorescence of corruption and the development of a culture of impunity as one axis of their struggle. The movement's critical points of struggle and mobilization include the fight against mismanagement, the fight against cronyism in public promotions and the struggle for access to basic social services. According to this logic, the movement has opposed the promotion of all those considered reactionary and has worked to facilitate the teaching of the people in the philosophy of Burkindlam. In the formation of the first government after the fall of Blaise Compaoré, Balasitoyan mobilized against the nomination of Adama Sagnon because he was considered to have worked to prevent justice in the case of Norbert Zongo. They also mobilized for the dismissal of the former Minister of Infrastructure, Mumauni Jagemd, who was accused of mismanaging public funds. Fraternity is an important feature in the philosophy of Burkindlam. Members are committed to promoting this value every day through two important means: participation in the work of mutual interest and cooperation with various social and professional groups. One member of the Sibyl Club explained, "We participate in all aspects of community life, we clean schools, health centers, we clean the markets in neighborhoods and we clean cemeteries. We donated to vulnerable persons in health centers. We donated blood. We donated bins to participate in the beautification of people's living environment." Member of Sibyl Club, interview with author, October 2016. These activities are initiated in the various clubs and in national and regional coordination to achieve a cohesion of people working together. For these efforts, Balasitoyan was considered to be a major force in the success of the struggle for development. Football matches between the activists of the movement and young neighborhoods are organized. One of the most symbolic acts of cooperation and one that is also directly a reflection of the group's selection of Sankara as inspiration for course of action is the association between personal defense and security forces. Military and paramilitary bodies are seen as only components of society and, therefore, Balasitoyan discourages that civilians fear of the military. Observing the popular uprising of October 2014 and gathering first-hand accounts through interviews with leaders of the movement reveals the group's acknowledgement of the need for proximity with defense and security forces as a form of protection. Idrissa Berry, communications manager and member of the National Coordination of Balasitoyan, said, "We wanted to break the walls between civilian youth and young soldiers. This is the spirit of Sankara. This is what Sankara did in Po and it marked the inhabitants of the city back then. When there was work, when there were problems in the city, the soldiers became involved and this created a symbiosis. We found these values of cooperation with the young policemen, young police officers, young soldiers, and we have stock in them, and our speech is the same. We ask people not to insult them during the marches because they are our brothers. We changed paradigms through this process. During the struggles of the collective, when we went to the camps, we booed them, we whistled at them, but with the steps we've taken since 2013, when we went to the headquarters of the armed military, we applauded the police that were lining the steps. We applaud Ed to say that we are together. We asked people not to attack the police, and when we look at the popular uprising, and there were few instances of violence against them. Idrissa Berry, interview with author, September 19, 2016. Using this logic, Balasitoyan also initiated reforestation projects in the enclosures belonging to the police, gendarmerie, and army. It supports the elements of the defense and security forces that ensure safety on the roads. Balasitoyan conducted these activities because they are convinced that the development, which Sankara believed in so deeply, is possible only if the various sections of the population hold hands. This spirit of sacrifice is in the image of Sankara. To forego his rightful salary as president, Sankara worked fully to improve his country by changing the living conditions of the people. Jaffer explains, for him, the revolution was first and foremost to work for the good of the people and the improvement of living conditions. Jaffer 1997, 183. President Sankara was a leader who led by example, and his example has since been held up and emulated, including by members of Balasitoyan. Development through personal action. Sankara thought that people were responsible for their own destiny in the struggle for change. He exhorted the people to fight for their own good. People of Burkina Faso, rise up as one, to defend your violated dignity and snatch your freedom. In his political orientation speech, delivered on October 2, 1983, in which he outlined the revolution, he declared that the most obvious demonstration of the truth was when people stand up to imperialism and when the social forces allied to make imperialism tremble.